the billions, that makes the point even more better. So the Earth has been spinning. It was started off by some crazy whatever happened, right? And it's spinning. By the law of physics, shouldn't it be really like slow down after like a billion years? Shouldn't it like?
Is your question, should it be gradually slowing down in proportion to the amount of friction being imparted on it by?
Well, yeah,
moving at the same
and this is the other thing. You see, it's a constant, right? So it's doing the constant spinning, right? It's doing it at a certain motion, like let's say 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, for instance. Okay, it's been doing it for like a billion years, and now it's doing it at 999.7 miles per hour. I mean, how ridiculous does it sound, bro?
It doesn't sound that ridiculous to me. I mean, they're very big numbers, sure, but
and gravity
like
is
exactly as you
asked
asked the question, I would expect a bullet to stop quickly in water,
with air brakes,
very gradually in air, and even less in the less dense the air. So what you're saying is something very massive, therefore it's going to maintain a lot of momentum, right? Inertia.
But no, what I'm saying, sorry, Iggy, thank you.
Something that is very, very close to a pure vacuum. I think, it's going to slow down, but it's going to slow down incredibly slowly. Particularly as well, I'm not convinced that the pure vacuum isn't spinning with it, because my understanding of the forming of the Earth is that it does so in an accretion disk. So I don't understand why those molecules would also be roughly spinning with the Earth.
Right. Show us that slowing down really slowly in a vacuum, please.
Well, I'm being asked what I think, and then you're jumping into for me to show you a planet. Like, does that seem to you like a reasonable request to make of a human? Have I made of you any requests anywhere near as unreasonable?
Why are you getting upset, bro?
It's okay, Harry. Hold on. I didn't say planet. I just said show us something slowing down really slowly in a vacuum. That's all.
Well, can I point
Travis,
out, like,
I was asked what I think. I don't have to show you any evidence if it's what I think. The best evidence you're going to get for what I think is I told you that's all the evidence for the claim I just made, which was I think something.
If I shoot something with an air hose, I slow it down, right? And if gravity is pulling the air down, right, while it's trying to expand, that's like even, I don't know. So gravity is squeezing the Earth like a hand with the air, like an air brake, like to automatically stop it. That's cool.
Yeah, but
how about this? I just posted in the text. There's 538 million cubic miles of ocean on Earth, and if Earth is spinning and the oceans have free will to move wherever they want with their currents and their tides, wouldn't the displacement of that water put some friction on the spinning ball and slow it down over time, or just even put it off kilt
automatically? Right,
just a little bit, just a small bit, not so you would notice, right?
Not at all. You'd notice all the way with both of them. You have water brakes and an air brake and gravity brake. Yeah, and what about that 14 psi versus the 13 psi of space, right? So space has to be 13 psi, because if something from 14 psi is able to leak into it continuously, then our atmosphere would have to have a little more, right? So it's like 14 psi, then negative 13 psi. Something like that, right?
Air brakes, water brakes, and pressure brakes? Holy shit, bro.
Does negative PSI exist? This is a genuine question. I've got no idea. But does negative PSI, is that a real thing?
Does negative 17 torque? I don't know, 17 torque negative. What is that?
No,
probably.
But the negative doesn't mean it's negative. The negative shows you how many how many zeros after a decimal point.
It shows you how many
it's still a positive number.
It's a positive
number. I don't think negative PSI exists.
Negative number of negative 13 PSI. It's a positive number. It's got the 0
Just
points.
Making stuff up, man.
Oh, Iggy. I'm doing like you. I'm doing the same as you.
I mean, I'm only hearing it's very low.
Isn't it cool? It's just lots of zeros and some magic guy, and you can't understand it, Harry. Too complex.
I appreciate you answering my physics question. But yeah, so just think about it, bro.
I mean, the question is just, aren't these very big numbers? That's the question. Yeah, well, indeed they are. trying to conceive of billions of years or trillions of tons or 93 million miles. It's very difficult to conceive of. Therefore, my best guess, my gut reaction to what should happen at those scales and sizes and speeds is going to be shit. So, yeah, we're on the same page. It sounds incredible. And to me, it's not a good indication whether something is or is not.
Yeah, but you haven't proved 17 torr either, 10 to the negative 17 torr. What kind of number is that since it's negative? It's okay for that to be a negative, right? But if I say 13 psi negative, then you have no clue and you're lost. Like, you're like, duh. That's just weird. But you can picture something unimaginable like 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? Of a vacuum? Okay, Harry.
Oh, well, when there's great numbers, and great distances, I think instead of looking at it as, well, we can't understand it because these numbers are so great, I think if anything, it just makes us think or question, well, how'd you even come up with that? And of course, that's a whole nother argument. But when you're dealing with things that don't make sense, but to me, to pretty much, I would say everybody, I would say everybody would agree that things don't make sense on certain things to us, to all of us. But when you're dealing with things that don't make sense, how do you then make claims to make it make sense?
You can't, because their claims are invalid. There's no demonstration ever. And when they keep saying they can't comprehend 13, the number 13, but they can comprehend 10 to the negative 17, right? That to me is fascinating. That fascinates my mind. That tells me something about the person.
Let's test it the other way. The answers about the South Celestial Pole, sunsets, or maps don't make sense on Flat Earth. The Flat Earth answers to serious, important questions about the nature of reality don't make sense. What could I conclude from that?
I got one question for you. When have you demonstrated?
Question it wasn't for you, Demok. It was for Apocryphon.
What is it? All of us need to know what your flat map looks like so we can work with that, because we have no fucking clue what you're making up right now. You're a daydreamer.
Sorry, I missed your question, Writings.
The question is, if I were to say the answers about from Flat Earth don't make sense.
Hold on, you guys are both talking. Hold on, I can't hear you. What was that?
You're asking me? All right. If I were to say the answers from Flat Earth don't make sense, in brackets, to me, what could I conclude from that they don't make sense? That, to me, fairly fundamental, simple things like the layout of the continents or the South Pole, they don't make sense in Flat Earth. What could I conclude from that not making sense, in brackets, to me?
Your imagination has failed you.
Well, I would say this: if you don't understand, or it doesn't make sense, the South Pole, that is, I would say, well, it's because it doesn't make sense in your model, and that's why it doesn't make sense to you, because outside of your model, things are making sense, right? Like there are things that are being. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing with you. I'm just saying that's basically the same answer I would then give you. And you're saying these things about speed and movement of molecules in the upper atmosphere or something don't make sense. I'm saying, yeah, same answer. To you, they don't make sense in your model.
Yeah, well, it not only in mine but in yours. That's the point. They don't make sense at all in any model. It's one of those things where I'm like,
do you see that you've got a double standard here, where if something doesn't make sense to you about the globe, it therefore is false. But if something doesn't make sense to me about Flat Earth, that's a problem for me. Like, I think the latter answer is valid, right? Okay, it doesn't make sense to you. You haven't been able to make sense of it. That to me is a valid answer, but it just seems like you should use that for the globe stuff too. So when you say, I can't make sense of the movement of molecules in the upper atmosphere, you should go, well, this has no bearing on the accuracy of the globe model. It's just got a bearing on my ability to understand what they're saying.
Well, but the only thing, though, is that the only thing that there's a model, a belief in this model, right? And it's all okay. it's built, it's constructed mathematically. There's all these definitions, everything about this model. But the second that something doesn't make sense in that model, I'm not even trying to say that it must be flat because of that. I'm just saying this doesn't make sense in that model. And
But I'm saying the same thing. That's why I'm giving you the parity between the two. I'm saying this doesn't make, in the flat Earth model, it doesn't make sense that we see a South Pole. It doesn't make sense. So I'm saying the same thing. It just seems like you're able to accurately do.
But hold on. When you hold on, I'm sorry, but hold on. When you say we see a South Pole, what do you mean by that?
We see a South Celestial Pole.
You mean the stars that are in the sky, right?
We see stars rotating around a central point.
Okay, and that has been explained as well. It has to do with perspective and the way that they are moving in the sky. But
so I'm not saying I'm not saying there aren't given models for it. What I'm saying is they don't make sense. They're contradictory. They're incoherent, and they don't match observation. So is that an indication that the model is false, or is that an indication that I'm not able to make sense of those explanations?
Yes,
I think
false.
I think it's an explanation that it doesn't fit in the model, and that's why you would say that it's not making sense, because you're still under the mind of the model. I'm not even presenting a model. I'm not saying there's a model. I'm just saying what we're doing here is we are, for lack of better words, debunking the ball, so therefore it's not a ball. I'm not and hold on.
Saying is,
go
yeah,
ahead.
sorry, go for it.
I was just going to say, I don't want to even say that. I want to say it's not a 25,000 circumference ball, because as far as I know it could be a ball that's 1 billion miles in circumference. I don't know. I don't know the Earth's depths or widths or heights. And I'm just saying, when we want to say it's a 25,000 circumference spinning through a vacuum, I'm saying that's not reality. And we can go from there. Go ahead.
No, it's good of you to say that, because it's a question I've often asked flat earthers, like what observations do you have that debunk a giant ball? So I think it's a good answer you give. Like, it could be, but it's just not the circumference we're given.
Exactly.
But the point I'm just making about the doesn't make sense thing is whether something makes sense is not a good indication. It is a good indication. It's just not a sole indication I would take as to whether something's true. Because it could just be my failing to understand what the stars are doing in the south.
I agree to that. I agree to that.
Understanding it.
I agree to that, and because there are these questionable things, is what leads us to, it's kind of like deductive reasoning, right? Like, you're saying, okay, if this isn't that and that and this, then it's not what you're saying it is. And now I don't know what it is, but we can for sure say that it's not what you're saying it is. And that's where I'm coming from. And I think that's an honest, humbled opinion or response, because once you start dabbling in the things that we have been taught and told, this is this and that is that. But once it starts getting picked apart, then it leads us to, well, then what is it? Because if I told you a story and you start picking holes in my story, then I must be lying to you, because it doesn't make sense. Because even what I'm telling you, it's like Swiss cheese at this point. Kind of like when people get into evolution and there's holes in evolution.
You've got my point. I feel like you've got my point about the globe thing, but what I'm trying to get you to do is apply it to the. Sorry, I feel like you've got my point about the flat Earth South Pole thing, but what I'm trying to get you to do is apply it to the globe thing. That I'm suggesting that when you say we found these contradictions, they might not be contradictions. That's all.
Yeah, I was waiting to try to come in. Just so the thing for me in terms of observational science is that there's no contradiction with anything, right? You just see what you see. So if I'm on the Earth and I see something that's happening in the sky, that's what's happening in the sky. Like, I mean, it's that simple. I don't have to come up with a just so story about one god spinning the celestial plate one direction and another god spinning in another direction. It's just in the fucking sky, right? So the fact that you see two center points of axis, if you want to call those poles, well, that comes with your concept of a pole running through the earth. So it's all conceptual from the very beginning, right? But if you just, again, I'm just trying to be as simple as possible. The statement that can't happen on a flat earth is the most asinine statement. It's just what is. It happens. That's what it is. And the same thing I'm going to say about the sky. Okay, that can't happen on a flat. How can two I don't know. That's just what it is.
I agree with you. The point is, the point I'm making is exactly what you're saying about the flat Earth and the observations is the point I'm making about the globe Earth observations. Is to say that doesn't work on a globe is asinine.
No,
to say that doesn't make sense just says I'm not able to make sense of that.
No, see what happened is you jumped. What happened is
you give primacy to one of those but not the other? They're both equal and opposite claims, in my opinion. How do you decide that one is valid, the other is invalid?
They are not equal and opposite. Your claim for a globe is exactly what Apocryphon was describing. You have a story now that is going to have holes in it, and you're going to have to fill those holes with shit that you can't prove. All based on the fact that you started with a claim that you can't prove. So now we're back to my Saint Nick fallacy, where we're arguing about fucking tertiary issues when the primary claim that you've made, that you think you live on a place that has a center of axis, you can't fucking even prove that. And you want to tell me about how you think star rotations happen?
I mean, if you could chill a bit, I'm just trying to say, I mean, I feel like it's a fairly simple point. I don't understand why it's taking me this long. Maybe time for me to speak out and let other people speak. It's just, why would claim blah doesn't make sense on DAR model? Why would that be totally reasonable for one person to say, and it isn't a bearing on their inability to understand it? It is positive that what the other person is saying is false. Why would that be the case in one case? And then if you just change blah and DAR, suddenly now it is possibly that person's inability to make sense. It doesn't make sense. What you should say is, somebody saying that doesn't make sense to me.
Hold on, Harry, you keep going on, man. You have a tendency to keep talking, dude. Can I answer?
I feel like I've talked about a tenth that you have. Let me just finish very quickly. What both should mean is it could be that the claim is false. It could be that you fail to understand it. Both need to be true for both cases, unless you can find a way to split the difference.
Okay, look, I'm standing on the earth. I'm looking up into the sky. The sky does what it does. I don't have anything else to explain. You, however, create the earth to be something that you haven't even seen for yourself. You're just looking at shit, and you're looking at this, and you're looking at that, and you're thinking maybe this and maybe that, and you're coming up with all these fucking explanations where I'm not. I'm standing on the ground. I look to the sky. I map the sky. Oh, look. There's a rotation this way. There's a rotation this way. There's a celestial equator, whatever I want to call it, for whatever reason. That's all I'm doing. I'm just describing what I see. You, however, are trying to come up with an answer as to the why. And that's where you seem to fail to understand that you've crossed now. Now you've crossed
I don't think you've heard what I'm saying. It's
I wasn't finished, man. I wasn't finished. Come on, Harry.
I still want you to speak. I just want to make this interjection, if you'll permit me. I'm sorry for interjecting. It's that the star trails are irrelevant to this. Change the star trails for a gyro compass, and the whole point still remains the same. Why does one that doesn't make sense the indication that it's false, where the other seems to indicate that I don't understand, where both could mean both?
Okay, so now you're bringing up a red herring because you're taking us away from the discussion about star trails. Fine, I'll leave it.
Yes.
So now we have a spinning top, right? That's a gyroscope, right? Spinning top.
No, you're still not understanding it, Travis. The point I'm not making. Wait. It's about. This is about the not about the content of the conversation, but the context of the conversation. So you're fixating on the content and being like, I want to talk about star trails. What I'm saying is, let's say the claim is X, and it is about Y. I'm saying X not making sense means your model Y is false. Why, when the flat earther says that, is that a valid evidence that Y is false? When the glober says it, it could be evidence that the glober just doesn't understand it. It should be that both are evidence for both, regardless of what the X is. Whether it's flat or globe, it could be evidence that Y is false, or it could be evidence that the person doesn't understand it.
Look, man,
I can't repeat it any more times. So
wait.
if you're not getting it now, we'll close it down.
Like, listen, you lost me with your X and Y stuff, because now that's a general ambiguous nebulous fog that I have no idea what you're saying. You brought up a fucking gyroscope, right? Didn't you say gyroscope?
What I'm saying is, what I said right before I brought up gyro
Oh my
compass.
God. You're just going to rant again.
Was that the claim itself is material.
I asked you a fucking question, a direct question. Did you not bring up a gyroscope?
Gyro compass.
Gyro compass, whatever, which is a fucking gyroscope, only bigger.
No, it's not quite.
Yeah, it is quite. It's very simple. Okay, so what? You've got something that'll remain rigid in space. So?
No. Wrong.
And
this is a good example, actually. Fine, let's stay on this topic. The fact that you just said both those things gives me strong level of confidence that your problem with the gyroscope is not that it's false. The gyro compass is not that it's what it says is false. It's that you don't understand it. Now, it could be either of those things. Why would you pick one over the other? It could be a gyro compass is proving the Earth's rotation is false. It could be.
You're going to ask a question. You ask a question and then you rant again. Can I answer your question?
Sure.
Okay, I did a live stream where I did a quick research on gyro compasses, right? Or gyroscopes and gyro compasses. All right? Just a layman's approach. I looked at everything, read it cursory. My simple explanation again is you got one that's small and one that's big. They both remain rigid in space. That's it. Okay? There's nothing more to be said. Do you have a specific question or claim that you would like to make? Specific.
I mean, I feel like I need to let somebody else speak, because it feels like I've been saying the same thing for half an hour now, and you're apparently incapable of comprehending the basic point I'm making.
Well, if I were in your shoes, I would say, hey, Travis, okay, if I were in your shoes, I would say, hey, Travis, what do you think? Is there a difference between them, or is there not?
Yes,
and I say, there's no difference. And then you say, well, would you mind if I told you what I think the difference is? So, Harry,
sure.
What's the difference between a gyro compass? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Gyroscope remains rigid in space. They can be of any or many sizes, including larger than a gyro compass. A gyro compass uses the vector of gravity, or vector of down, does not start a gravity debate, uses the vector of down to create a torque which will pull the compass around so that it always points north. It's not staying rigid in space. By using the vector of down, with a weight, usually they used to do with oil or something that I don't even have a first clue about, but with a weight that pulls down, that causes the gyro compass to process around to the right or something like that until it reaches an equilibrium which is aligned with the axis. The claim is that it's aligned with the axis of rotation of the Earth. Okay, so it is not staying rigid in space. It is deliberately not staying rigid in space. It's very different from the gyroscope.
Right. And again, I read all this. I looked all this stuff up. It's a nice claim. They can draw diagrams and show you how it remains rigid, even though it's at a 90-degree angle from where it started back in the port and blah, blah, blah. And they can draw you diagrams, right? Okay.
Well, no, IB will, if you're in luck when IB's on, he'll take you out to the garage and see how he refurbishes them for fun. So I've seen better than a diagram. I've seen somebody show me the inner workings.
Right, but see, the thing that you're doing right now that you haven't touched on, the idea of this invisible torque that you're talking about, is a presupposition. You are begging the question that the Earth is rotating. That has to be the case in order for you to make this case. However, when I looked up what a gyro compass originally wasn't. When I looked up what a gyro compass originally was intended to do, it was intended to do the very same thing that a gyroscope did, only bigger. It was for ships that were at sea and that were getting tossed and turned like shit crazy, and it was to help them keep oriented. It was always to remain rigid in space. This added story
I think if I can just jump in there, I think you're talking about a different thing, which is called a gyroscopic compass, and I think they've since called it a gyroscopic heading indicator or something like that. Is a totally which indeed is a gyroscope, that you orient towards north, you spin up and orient towards north, and it stays rigid in space because it is just a gyroscope. That and a gyro compass are not the same thing, but they are often confused.
Okay.
That is my understanding.
Okay, let me jump in real quick. Just here's a logical question. Maybe we could walk down this path. If I start in Canada with a compass, how far down the ball can I go until it no longer works?
Stays working the whole way. It works everywhere. If it's spun up and calibrated correctly and all of that stuff, it's at least my understanding, it'll always point due north-south. Like it doesn't point north. It aligns to the axis of rotation, and we put a big N at the top and say it's pointing that way, but it's equally valid to say it's pointing south.
Okay, so let me say this. When I'm in Canada, my compass will point north. When I get to the equator, where does my compass point?
Still points north.
Okay, when I go below the equator, let's say I'm South Africa. No, I was starting in Canada. Let's say I'm now in South America. Is it still going to point me north if I'm walking backwards away from the North Pole?
Yeah, so I could easily believe, I don't know about this bit, but I could easily believe that, like, if you're very, very close to the north, would have some issues there. That I've got no idea about. I would defer to IB or somebody who, builds and maintains and does really cool things with them. But everywhere else, if my understanding about them is anything close to correct, they point, they line north-south, no matter where you are or which direction headed.
Okay, so when I'm at the tip of South America, will my compass still point me north?
Yeah, it'll still align north-south. So
okay,
will still point north.
So how does it work on a ball? How is it picking up north if the ball should be fucking up my compass at that point? How is it still picking up north? Because in space ball, there's no up or down. There's no, there's apparently, that's what they tell us. There's no up or down. That's why people aren't standing upside down.
Hello again.
So go ahead.
Sorry, it wasn't the, I'm sitting out in the lobby of my hotel. People must think I'm nuts.
Okay. No worries.
Hello. It's not that it knows. Hello. Nice to meet you. Apa kabar? Bye. Sure, we can have it. Sorry, I'll be back in a second. They want a photo. Just a second.
Yeah, no worries. I'll leave that question open for you. Because to me, to the people still listening, logically, if I'm on a basketball and clearly I have a clear shot to the north when I'm at the top, but when I get to the bottom of the basketball, how does it know where north is if thousands of miles of dirt that's blocking my signal going north? And how does it know that it's north? Is it going based on the South Pole? Is it now knowing its relative, reference frame, for lack of better words? Because now I know that, okay, south is this way, so north must be that way. Or is it still a magnetic attraction pointing towards that? Because I say that because on a plate, it would make sense. On a speaker magnet, it would make sense that it could always point towards the center, because as you go away from it, it's always just going to point that way. But when you add a ball to it, how does that work? That's my question. And it's a logic, I'm trying to. That's just the brain of a man. Again, I'm not, our highest intelligence is foolishness to the creator, but here we are trying to.
I would imagine the answer would have to be the same as light following the curvature of the earth. The magnetic field is following the curve, so that's how it's orienting itself. That could be the only answer. Otherwise, as far as I remember learning in grade school, again, right, and maybe it was just a conclusion that I drew because the Earth's magnetism gets it from the core, so that of the Earth, it's the source of the magnetism anyway, right? But
I don't know. These are some pretty crazy things they claim.
You know what I mean? So,
I'm back. Sorry. Say the question again, Apocryphon.
Okay, so if I'm at the south, the most southern tip of South America, how does my magnet still know to point north if technically north is now cutting through thousands of miles of rock, dirt, terrain, ground?
So this is the cool thing about a magnetic gyro compass. It is not operated on magnets at all. While it does have magnets inside it because it operates on batteries and stuff, it is not affected at all by magnetic fields. Apparently, I probably should say it clearer. It is. It would require an extraordinarily powerful magnetic field, such as you would struggle to find anywhere on Earth for it to be used. One of the explanations IB gave about this was you use it on ships that get degaussed. So if they're carrying, I forget what, but stuff that can't be sparked, so maybe it's carrying flammable stuff or electronics or something, I forget, but you need to degauss ships passing a really strong magnetic thing over them. Magnetic compasses will be screwed up by that. The gyro compass does not operate at all based on that, and as such, it will point directly.
Not to be rude, but you missed his whole question. You're giving us an answer to a question he didn't ask. I'm sorry, Harry. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're not answering his question.
No, that's absolutely legit time to jump in, I think. Go for it. Sorry, what was the question? What did I get wrong?
If I could rephrase it, I think he's just asking you just a compass itself, just a compass.
I was talking about the gyroscopes. No, none of that. Just a compass in general that has this amazing, weird property that it's attracted to the north, and no matter if you're in America or Russia or China, there's a north. It's pointing towards the center of the Earth on a flat Earth model, quote unquote. And as you go further south, let's say the tip of South America, it still will point you north. But if
roughly speaking, those lines are very wavy. I don't know if you're aware of that, but every time you get a small map, that small map usually needs to give you the magnetic declination there, so it's sort of wibbly. But yeah.
Okay, so let's say I'm in the army and I have my little trusty, compass that comes with my kit, and I need to find my way through the freaking jungle that I'm in, and they say, go due north. How does South America know due north? How's it pointing towards north if it's a ball? Because that north magnetic, whatever it is, that attracts all this amazing, honestly, that's crazy that even works that way. But how does it cut through the dirt? How does it know going around your ball? How does it know to point north?
I mean, my honest answer is I don't know.
Okay, I like that. At least you're honest. Honestly, at least you're honest.
My guess is, and vague recollections of what the quote-unquote scientist said, is because the Earth is spinning and it has a core that spins anytime ferrous material is in motion, it will create an electric and hence electromagnetic field. And that field will, roughly speaking, align with the rotation of the Earth. So that if you drew a magnetic map of the globe, you would just have these flux lines come from a tight spot out the top and tight spot out the bottom and loop around the Earth.
I get what you're saying about. I get what you're saying about those lines, but as a human with a compass in their hand that doesn't have the map of the lines, how is this compass still operating to where it's pointing north, which is to the center of the Earth in your ball world, to the North Pole?
So the lines still align from the top to the bottom.
Okay, so you're saying though that it will go around the ball, like through the dirt, it will still pick up that magnetic, whatever it is. Oh, let's start there. What attracts the compass? Let's start there. That's probably a better place.
No idea.
Okay, and that's honest. And I think these are the questions that are more that should be discussed, because we should talk about the things that we have no idea about. Ballers or flat earthers. How does this work? Let's talk about the things that don't make sense, because when we can do deductive reasoning, this is how we get to a point that, okay, well then using that, we don't know how it works. Okay, but if there's a ball and it's blocking, it would be blocked with dirt. How does it still know to wrap around it? But here's and I say that because if you took a plate, it would be easy explanation. There's a center point that's attracting these compasses, and is just going out like a freaking, like an EMP, like just in all directions. It just flows out like an explosion in all directions, and there's this magnetic force that's attracting these handheld compasses. Who came up with the compass, by the way? Again, that's freaking crazy that works that way.
I mean, I think who came up with compass? Sorry, I don't know. I mean, I think that it's simpler if the Earth is flat. If a compass just had a north, but compasses always have an equal and opposite north. So if you have a disc-shaped compass, it will usually align such that the top is north and the south is bottom. And north and south are just interchangeable. They're just names we give to it. But
so the picture that you posted,
or something. But the challenge, I think, for the flat Earth when it comes to magnetism, at least as I understand it, is those lines should be spreading out towards the south. And as you can see, that clump below Australia, they're converging.
Yeah,
they have to be getting further and further.
Okay, so well, here's what I think. It makes perfect sense, like using a speaker magnet, because on a speaker magnet, it's understood that the center of it would be the north, and in every direction is the south to the end of it. And no matter where you go on that magnet, there's this, it's always going to point towards the center. And it's a strong force. And it will always gravitate towards the center of the speaker. But I think when you start putting it around a ball, this is where that dilemma is. How does it know going around that ball? Now, the picture you posted, somehow it's going through the center to the core, but that's just one position of it. So, of course, obviously, because it's one picture, if you were to turn the ball, so many degrees to the left or right, or even, up and down, like let's say, how is, okay, for instance, your diagram shows the North Pole being very strong with the forces there, because there's a core there, this red tube. Well, what if the red tube was the center of that? Let's turn the ball to where the red tube is now sideways, and it's no longer going to give you that same diagram, and that just throws it off.
The line with the roughly, I thought it was caused by, I don't know, I think it was caused by a molten core that is being stirred up or remaining in motion as a result of the turning Earth. But I mean, I'm probably among the worst people to try and learn this from.
Okay, yeah, no, that's honest. I mean, at least you're honest. That's all that I care about. Because once I'm just trying to get it to a point where when things logically are put on the table and questions are like, well, how does a compass work in general? And now you have this, well, there's this magnetic thing that goes way up and out. Well, then why does my compass point towards the sky if sometimes it's...
Also, it does. It's that bit. I'm now with you a bit. Sorry for cutting in. Yeah, and what there also is, so this next one, oh my God, I posted the same one twice. Sorry, just a second. This next one shows is that the lines for most of the Earth are kind of parallel to the surface. They're going crossways, north-south, but saying roughly at the same altitude. What you're talking about is the into the Earth, and compasses, my understanding, they do that, and they're used for certain Arctic applications where the compass, rather than showing you the lateral direction of north, like across the direction you're walking, it will show you how down north is. So it's a vertical indicator of north or south.
That was going to be my next question. My next question was, does a compass work on the ISS?
Well, one thing that is related to that is my understanding is if you buy a compass in Australia and try to use it north of the equator, it won't work as well because they will they will weight because the compass in the south will want to point south, but also their southern tip will want to dip a bit because that's where the lines are converging and going underground. That it'll have a little weight on the north needle, and vice versa in the north. A compass you buy in the north will be weighted on the south needle. So if you take a compass across the equator, they won't work as well. They'll kind of jam up against the glass. I've only read that though. That's all I'm basing on.
Well, so just again, real quick, does a compass work on the ISS?
It's a good one. I know.
I think these actronauts, we need to ask them, hey, have you ever taken up a compass and see what it does? Does it give? Does the magnet? Does the magnet go that high up? And then how far do you have to go away from the ball Earth to where it no longer gives you a north direction? That's just another question I would bring up.
Yeah, or how sensitive does it have to be? It's a good one. Anyway, it's been a lovely chat. I better go and get some dinner. I'm sweaty and smell.
Good talking to you. You have a good one. Talk to you again.
Cheers. See ya.
Well, that was fun, guys. I mean, I don't know. I'm drunk, so maybe I sounded stupid, but
No,
well.
not at all, man. It was it was pretty good approach. I think you were asking great questions. I that's interesting. See, that would be a scientific demonstration in the ISS I'd like to see instead of teeth brushing and hair drying. Right?
Instead of swallowing water that's, CGI'd in their mouth.
But then again, at the same time, we'd have to take it for granted that they're representing what the compass is doing. We'd have to take it for granted that they're giving us an authentic demonstration.
Yeah, it would be cool. It would be cool to somehow put a compass on a rocket and see what it does. When you shoot it up and put like a camera like facing it and see if it changes. So like if you go higher, would the north thing start pointing like downwards? Like, yo, north is over there. You know what I mean? Like that would be cool to actually experiment on, right? Maybe. I don't know. I'm tipsy.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. It seems like the more I drink, the more my mind starts wandering off in these weird ass fucking questions. But I think that these questions are valid and they should fucking we should be focusing on those type of questions, the things that make them fucking have to, make their wheels spin. Because if you're talking to things, if you're talking about things that they have definite answers because their textbooks tell them, then it's easy for them to answer those questions because they have an answer for everything. But when you ask the questions for things that they don't have answers to, I think that's where you're poking the holes, right? Like I said, there's holes in it. Like let's talk about those holes, not the fucking parts that you do, explain in your model. Let's talk about the things that don't make no sense in your model more than the other things. But all right.
Yep.
I've been talking a long time though. Anyone else want to chime in? Maybe everybody's asleep at this point. They're just in here on mute. Maybe they're all asleep, not even listening.
Yeah, there are a lot of people here.
Some people are just waking up, hon, making coffee and listening. But yeah, we're hearing you guys.
All right, cool. Don, you put there are no holes in the heliocentric model. You care to join voice chat and we could talk about some things? Go ahead and jump in. The water's fine. Oh, he's suppressed. Oh, can a mod unsuppress him?
Yeah, that's like Loki trying to tell you to help him get out of his cage because he's been suppressed. Just help me get out. I'll and then you unleash
Yeah, I won't try
all
to kill
hell.
my brother. Don't worry about it. Oh man, that's funny. Well, maybe I guess we could just have that conversation in chat since you're suppressed. Oh, after he leaves and comes back. Well, I don't know. Can someone unsuppress him so we can get a conversation going? It's kind of quiet. Maybe sometimes you have to let Loki out of the cage, just to have a. Oh, he is. Hey, now, Don, go ahead. Please explain how there's no holes in the. Oh, he left. Oh no, he's there. He muted himself. Explain how there's no holes.
Apocryphon. I would actually probably. I would say stick with the same question you left with Harry. Like, don't leave it open ended because he'll just go anywhere. But like, ask him the question about the compass.
Oh yeah, Don. Did you hear the question about the compass?
Not fully.
Oh, okay. So, let's say I have a compass, right? And I start in Canada. How far down south can I go to where it no longer works and points me still north?
No. Doesn't it always point north?
It doesn't always point north. That's interesting.
No,
How far?
Doesn't it always? That's a question. I thought it always pointed north.
Oh, okay. So how far then can we go to where it doesn't? And so you're saying it always does. So with that, okay. So you're saying it always points north. So how does it still point north when you're at the tip of South America? How does it know that north is around the ball?
Because there's a big magnet inside the planet, and that pulls little balancing bits of metal towards it in like a magical way. I think compasses are like a preset that the gods handed down to us. I'm not entirely exactly sure how it works, but I think it's based on magnetism.
So the magnet is in the center of the Earth and not the top in the North Pole?
The pole that compasses use is in the north of Earth.
Okay.
But the whole inside is a type of magnet.
Okay. So how does that work then?
So I think theoretically, I believe that if you cross the South Pole, the little line, if you don't turn the compass, the little line flicks round to the other side. I don't think anyone does that practically, because by the time you've passed that South Pole, that hardly ever happens for any humans anyway, you've moved the compass around. No one's actually done the proper test, I don't think, where it flicks round. Maybe. Isn't there some YouTube videos or TikTok videos that show the compass flicking around to the new north?
Not that I've ever come across, which is why I ask.
So you think that's a hole?
In the yeah, I do actually.
What is the hole? The compasses are a mystery?
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can't really explain it. So when there's things that you can't explain, and that's a hole in the story. So we got to
explain it. And I explained there's a magnet inside Earth, and the pole is in the northern of Earth, and somehow those little flicky bits of metal are attracted to point towards that pole, which is in the northern hemisphere.
Okay, so if I took a ball the size of a house, and I put something in the center of it, how does it represent from the top of the house that this is north?
Wow, I don't understand the question.
Oh, I'm trying to go along with what you just said. You said there's something in the center of the Earth, but then you say, but there's a North Pole. But somehow
you've seen a magnet before, right? And a magnetic field.
Mm-hmm.
Diagram or video.
But magnets are flat.
Magnetic field stretches further than the object that is called the magnet, right?
Yeah, but magnets are flat though.
Well,
every magnet that I've ever dealt, I'm just hold on.
They can come in many shapes.
Yeah, my apologies. Every magnet that I've ever seen is usually has a flat surface, which represents one side, and then a bottom surface, which represents another side. And then if I take two magnets, they either have a force to fight, and then if you flip it around, they attract. That's my understanding of
You know why
magnets.
most magnets are flat? It's because it's easier to chop something into squares.
Have you ever seen a round magnet?
rectangles. Hang on.
Have you ever seen a ball magnet?
And when you leave a flat surface, it means it's easy to stick on things, so people can have a use for the magnet.
Have you ever seen a magnet that's spherical?
Yes.
And then what determines the North Pole in your world and the South Pole of that magnet?
Well, to me, magnetic objects are a bit of a mystery in nature. I don't understand exactly how there's a pole, what they're made up of inside. I'm not an expert in magnets.
That's honest. Okay, I appreciate your honesty. Now let's go back to this sphere magnet. And what part, if we could draw a line on the magnet, right, to separate it, what represents the north and south at that point? Is it just my line that I drew? Because if I put an N at the top of the spherical magnet and an S at the bottom, but then I put a magnet to the side, would it not attach to that ball magnet at the side, meaning that's the north part of it?
What do you think happens? Do you think there's some type of magnet in the middle of the flat Earth?
No, okay, now we're here. All right, so what I personally think is that there is in the center of the round basin that we live in, that there is a magnetic mountain. I do believe that. There's something there.
Similar then. We've got similar beliefs. I don't believe it sticks up in the middle of a bowl. I believe it's under the ground, at the top, you could call it, of a planet inside. So just squash your mountain down into the middle, and then stretch your sides down to the bottom of the sphere, and we've got the same model here. A magnet that compasses point towards in the middle of the northern hemisphere.
So with your, I get what you're saying, but with your belief, how big would that magnet be in the center of this ball to it's producing a compass that when it's on the side of the magnet, okay, the side of it, that it still knows to point north and not towards the center where you're saying the magnet is?
I answered this right at the beginning, because the pole is in the north. Center of the magnet isn't as important as the poles. The poles will have the field, create the field. That's where the attraction or the opposite of attraction is.
So let's go back to this round magnet, because I guess you're saying that the molten in the middle of the Earth would be the magnet, right? The core?
I believe myself, it's different to some other scientists and globers. I believe myself the whole of Earth is a magnet. But some of the stuff in the middle, the metal and the molten metal in the middle, is mostly what the magnet's made of. And then it's made of natural stuff like dirt and water.
Okay, so let's go back to this round molten.
Can I jump in just real quick?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. I'll try to be as brief as possible. So for me, it would make sense then that just like their gravitational constant, which is down, a magnet would also then have to point down, but that's not our experience. Now, I've never traveled to the North Pole, but as I understand it, if you were to follow the direction of north and do it in a spiral pattern, you're going to get a tighter and tighter circuit. You're going to get closer and closer. So you're going to a particular point on the surface of the Earth above ground. So like everything that we're talking about in terms of the magnetic field is above the ground. I have no idea why anyone would have to put it beneath the ground at some core that they've never seen.
The field is through and mostly above. I agree, it's mostly above, but it's also through. But the attraction point is the pole. That's the bit that attracts
Right, that's what I'm saying. And so we can get to that point, so to speak, right? If we go in concentric circles and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter, we're going to end up at the center, so to speak. And it's never, and it's, so to me,
top center. Obviously, you could do the same technique by going the opposite way to the needle to find the bottom center.
no, but you would never go to a tighter and tighter circuit. It would get wider and wider and wider. It would never go back on itself. That's
If you
the other.
if you wanted to test that, you'd have to get a ship and an operation crew and a secret
Oh
society.
no, I get that. I get that. But my point is too that I would think that once you cross the equator, then the orientation of the magnet should have to flip. And then start taking you in a direction that's going to bring you to a pole, a center again. And I don't think that would happen. But you're right. We would have to actually do that.
Okay, I want to point something out. They posted in the text chat the round magnet, but this begs the question that if I put that magnet, it's only it's going to attract from all different sides. There won't be a specific north or south. It's literally just put like Magneto. He's just fucking going to just everything's going to come to him. He's the center point. But nothing differentiates the north from the south. So how does a compass work on a round magnet? Do you understand? I'm so drunk right now, but it's so clear to me. It's so weird.
Same as your model did. It's just spread over a sphere instead of in a bowl, and it's got 2 poles instead of just 1.
No, it's not the same as
Imagine the
a
northern
model.
hemisphere. The northern hemisphere is the same as your model, just a bowl upwards instead of a bowl downwards. But the difference is ours has got a second pole on the bottom.
No, well, hold on though. Hold on, wait. So you're saying there's 2 magnets then? There's 2 magnets.
One magnet, 2 poles. It's like one god, 2 hands.
Okay, so you're saying the magnet again. The magnet is in the center of the Earth. Then why doesn't my magnet point into the Earth?
It's the third time you asked the question. It's fine because you're drunk, but the answer again is because the pole is the bit that's attracting the floppy needle.
Okay, so what makes that pole then?
So the magic of magnets, yeah, their composition makes them have 2 poles.
No, there's not 2.
No. If it's a round, hold on. If it's a round magnet, what differentiates north from south? Because hold on, let's put it on your ball Earth, okay? We can now say above Canada is the North Pole, and below South America is the South Pole. But that's a round magnet. Why isn't why isn't Africa the pole, and on the other side Asia the pole?
That's a good question. You know what? I believe at one point the pole was in different places, and that's why a lot of the Earth's changed, and our history's been hidden because loads of ice that gets attracted to the poles because of the tilt and the sun and all that business spreads around. It's not always exactly the same place. The poles move because it's a living magnet.
Yeah, but I don't think you're. Oh God, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. If I had a magnet the size of a house that's round, all it's doing is just going to attract everything to it. There's no south or north to it. Every point would just come to it. There's no poles in a magnet in that sense. Let me hold on. The only way that there is a north and south if the magnet is flat, like a speaker magnet, because the center of the speaker is north and the outsides of it is south. Do you not understand that?
Yes, you're right. You're right, Apocalypse.
You're just conflating gravity and magnetism a little. I think that's maybe
no. What's happening, Don? Again, look, man, you're describing our world precisely in terms of what we observe above ground. You've already conceded all of those points. You, however, are going farther than you can reach by appealing to something below your feet in what you think is a core. Like, you don't have to do that. We don't have to have that explanation ever, at all.
if I cared and asked you, which sometimes I do, you have to make up your own explanation, or you have to say, I don't know. And both are weak.
Right. No. Again, if we can falsify by simply pointing out errors, we don't have to replace an explanation. We can just falsify your explanation. Again, we just have an observation. You and I both have a compass. They're both going to do the same thing. There's no. I don't know why you would ever.
I have an understanding of how compasses work and what Earth is in terms of magnetic. So I have an understanding and an explanation. It could be a bit wrong. It could be a bit right. It could be totally wrong, totally right.
I think you're totally
Hold
wrong.
on, real quick. Hold on, just real quick. Hold on.
Whereas you're saying there's a magnetic mountain, which is almost the same as what I'm saying, just a bit more far out in New Age.
Okay, hold on, just real quick. But again, your and my observation is above ground. They're going to be exactly the same.
Magnets don't attract to a center; they attract to a pole.
No, what you're calling a pole is what we're considering the center as we travel on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I think it's one center in terms of magnetism.
But it's a
okay.
But listen, hold on real quick. But the only center, and I know, Dawn, you and I haven't been there. The only center we could ever get to is going to be above ground. Why do we have to make it any more complicated than that? It's above ground.
Some magnets' poles are above ground, near the ground.
What?
Magnets' poles can be near the surface of the magnet.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
It's like you've never learned about magnets, even though you're an adult man.
Okay, there's no reason to hold on. There's no reason to make this an ad hom. I said to you, I don't understand what you're saying. Instead of trying to help me, you just attacked me. How's that work? Right? Above ground. What do you mean? I just described the same thing to you, and so you added something that I was like, well, I'm not sure how this is different than what I'm saying. It's above the ground. My magnet is not going to be oriented below my feet. It's never going to point below my feet. It's always going to be above and to the north. So
exactly.
What you just said, Dawn, I don't understand. What did you just say that's different than what I'm understanding?
What if you put the magnet at the level of your feet?
What if I put the magnet at the level of my feet? It's going to point.
Then it points straight to the mountain or the pole. In my model,
okay.
Right.
Yep.
And
sure.
It's nothing to do with above you. It's a part of the surface of Earth.
I didn't say it had anything to do above me.
You did.
No, I didn't.
You said it can't be underground. It has to be above
I said
the level
under.
of the feet.
I said under. It's not below. It's not like 10 feet. I'm never going to... it's not like a divining rod where I'm looking for water. Though if I have a divining rod and it works, the water's going to be below my feet. It's going to orient down. That's not what a compass does. I don't know why you're bringing elevation into it. I didn't appeal to elevation. I simply...
You up the elevation by saying it shouldn't be under. It should be on the level or above.
Okay, I just specified, okay? I just specified what I meant by underground. Were you not paying attention? Would you like me to repeat myself? I'll take that as a no.
Okay, how about this question? Where does a magnet point in the ISS?
I don't know.
All right, we'll just leave it at that. There's a hole. There's a hole in your ball.
I don't believe people go on the ISS really that much.
Why not? You have this beautiful, amazing...
It's too hard to dock.
Okay, all right. There's a lot of holes I could point out.
That's not a hole in the heliocentric model, though. That's just a hole in NASA's presentation of space travel.
Okay, so how far do you get away from the Earth to where a compass no longer works?
How would I know that?
All right, that's fair. You're right. Nobody knows.
Let me propose something. Let's say I'm God and I can manipulate what shape Earth is. So we've got your model. It's a bowl. It's upturned at the edges. And
that's not my model.
What did you? Do you think it's totally flat or slightly curved?
I don't think it. Hold on. Hold on. You don't know me. Let me tell you what I think.
You told me earlier that it was a bowl upturned, like a
I
dish.
was explaining your model.
What?
I didn't say a bowl.
You said it's a dish that's up at the edges with a mountain in the middle.
I said yeah, like a round basin. Yes.
Basin. There you go.
Yes.
Basin. So like a bowl, deeper in the middle, right?
Okay. That's fair. But let me
Okay, so your
piggyback.
model.
Hold on. Let me piggyback. Let me hold on. Let me tell you. Hold on. Wait. Let me just make one point clear. I do not. I'm on the firm understanding that man will never know the depths of the earth, the widths, or the heights.
Okay. I won't pin you down on the exact dimensions, but you think it's a basin with a magnetic mountain in the middle. So imagine
what our Earth is. Yes.
Can you imagine if I said it's a basin now, but it's upturned, so it curves down a little bit at the edges, and then I put this mountain under the ground, but in the same spot in the middle, the north. But I put it underground like 1,000 miles underground or 500 miles underground.
But that's not what I believe.
No, hang on. The rest of my explanation's here. So now you've got a magnetic mountain that's 500 miles underground. Wouldn't the compass look exactly the same? It would still point towards that spot at the north.
No, because it's underground. No, because it's underground. Here's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, where would it point then? How does the needle on a compass point down?
And I'll tell you.
It points towards the spot on the surface, doesn't it?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Get yourself a 5-foot kiddie pool you can put in your backyard and fill it with water, and then put a magnet in the center of it. And wherever you move the compass, it's going to point towards the center of that pool.
Yes, but it doesn't tip. Hang on, the compass doesn't tip down so the needle can point directly towards the magnet at the bottom, does it? It points towards the center of the pool, right?
The center of the round basin, yes.
Yeah, so that's where I'm explaining.
But the magnet is on top of the water, not
the bit that's attracting the needle on compasses is near the surface of the North Pole, even though the whole Earth is a magnet.
Maybe you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Gravity attracts to the center. Compasses attract to the pole on the surface, near the surface.
So you're saying that your round magnet in the middle is going to attract 3,000 miles up above it and 3,000 miles below it. Its poles.
This 500. Did you not hear me?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
500 miles under your mountain is now. The compass is still pointing towards that point on the surface, just like it did when the mountain was on the surface.
No. I'm saying it's on the surface.
And I'm saying on my model, it's 500 miles under it where the pole is. But
wait,
compass is still
what's the diameter of your Earth? What's the diameter of your Earth?
26,000, isn't it?
So then that means it's 3,000 miles. I just want to correct you. It's 3,000 miles.
I'm telling you what I believe about where the poles are.
Oh, you think it's not 3,000? So it's not the center. It's not the molten core.
I've already told you that 3 times.
Wow. Okay. So you got a whole nother view.
Oh my God, I'm not going to tell you again. It's unbelievable.
No, I thought you alluded to a magnetic center.
That I did too. Maybe I misheard him.
No, I'm pretty sure early on.
Could I say no? It's not the center. It's the poles.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll take you at your word now. But earlier, I thought I took you a different way.
So did I. I caught that different.
I thought you've conflated gravity and magnetism because it's center and surface.
Right. That's the point that I brought up. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's like you can't get out of your own misconceptions, even if someone's telling you straight to your face really clearly.
So you believe that the magnet is 500 miles beneath the North Pole. Is there any evidence of this?
Pole of the magnet. I told you just 30 seconds ago, the whole Earth is the magnet. The bit that attracts compass needles is near the surface on the pole.
Okay, so let's go back to my original statement. A round magnet does not have a north or south. It has a attraction to it in all directions. So that means Africa could be north. That means America could be north. That means it's just attracted to it.
Apocryphon, real quick. Dawn, so your criticism of us right now in terms of conflating gravity and magnetism, I think can be turned back on you because you're appealing to one idea and you don't have evidence for it, right? So you're describing, in my opinion, what we would be comfortable with as a flat earth concept, right? There is a pole. But you're like, does anyone else say, does science anywhere say that the entire earth is a magnet, but the pole is the attractor?
I mean, you can ask anyone else if they agree with me or not.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that you're probably going to be a solo pilot on this one.
I wanted to also explain that it's not like one needle is pulled towards the pole. It's a balancing thing of the whole needle. They just happen to paint one side of it.
No, I get that, right. That's what most people have described it. It's just oriented in the field. I get that, but the difference is that if you were to try to find north, and you were doing it in a circuit, your circuit would get tighter and tighter and tighter. Whereas if you did right,
Same on both models, but mine's got a second one down south.
Okay, except for the fact that you're never going to get a tighter circuit when you go south.
Well, that's what you believe, but you can't test it because you can't afford to test it.
No, that's fine, but I'm now back to the point to where you can't prove your claim that the entire Earth is a magnet.
Well, I'm not really looking to prove claims. I'm just looking to explain to you why globe makes sense.
You haven't done it so far.
Well,
because
it doesn't make sense.
As a complete lifestyle, you're in denial. I think that's
no. Listen, you're again. You, if no one else heard you appeal to the.
You cut out. Can anybody else hear him?
No.
Hello? Can anybody else hear him?
Nope.
Yeah, he cut out. So hold on though, Don. I'm trying to. Do you understand what I'm saying by a round magnet attracts from all directions? Do you understand that?
I didn't really get that.
All magnets attract from all directions, man. Not just round ones.
Okay. So in a magnet that attracts from the top side of it, but it repels from the bottom side of it. What do you mean all magnets attract to it?
What do you mean, repels from the bottom side? Because that just means that you've got another magnet that's facing the right direction to repel. If you turn that other magnet around, it will attract. It's not as if magnets attract from one end and repel from the other. No, they can do both from both ends, can't they? And they can do it from the side as well as the ends, not just the ends, man.
That takes away the pole theory. Because if it could attract from all sides of it on a spherical magnet, then there's no north or south. In other words,
magnetic fields have a shape, right? They don't just come out of the north or the south end. The magnetic field comes out of the other parts of the magnet too.
Okay. So let's run with what you're saying. Let's take a round magnet and put it in the center of something. How do we distinguish the north attraction and the south attraction if it's all attracting to it?
Because the magnetic field is stronger in some places than another, right? And we can draw and visualize a magnetic field around it, and the shape of that magnetic field defines where the poles of the magnet are. Remember, the pole is just a specific location that identifies a concentration of magnetic field lines. It's not necessarily any particular point at all.
So you're saying that a spherical magnet has a specific point to it where it will be stronger. A sphere magnet that I could hold in my hand You're saying that I could measure it and see that it has a stronger gravitational pull, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, on one point of it, and then on the other, the complete other side of it, and that's making the north and south of that magnet. What if you roll that magnet a little bit to the left? Does that field change?
It changes the orientation of the poles. Yes.
Okay, so again, you're saying that I could take a spherical magnet. You're gonna die on this hill. I could take a spherical magnet and measure it, and there's gonna be somewhere in this. I made a magnet in a shop, and then it's there, but it's going to have a specific north and south, or just we call it whatever you want at this point. But there will be a different strength on that round magnet somewhere. Are you saying that?
Absolutely. Maybe you should go and buy yourself a few spherical magnets, get yourself some iron filings, and investigate the magnetic field pattern around a spherical magnet. Not hard to do.
Yeah. Oh, you're right about that. It isn't. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same fucking thing. They're all going to have the same force attraction from all sides, all angles of it, because it's a magnet in general.
You just go and do that experiment, because I'm pretty certain that it's going to show a toroidal shape.
If you don't mind me asking, have you done this?
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you post this evidence?
Why would you want me to?
Because we're searching for truth. Hold on.
Because you can search for truth online without me having to post it. You can search for the truth by getting a spherical magnet and trying this yourself.
Listen.
Why would you believe what I post anyway?
I'd rather hear it from the horse's mouth, which is you.
Well, you just heard it from my mouth.
Okay, but now post your results. Let me see your evidence of
Why?
this.
What makes you think that I've actually got any results to post?
Oh, so
just because I've carried out this experiment doesn't mean that I've got something physical that I can post on the internet here, man.
Okay. Well, wouldn't that really be awesome if you did that?
It would be awesome, wouldn't it? But it'd be even more awesome if you could actually go away and do this investigation for yourself, seeing as you're the one that's questioning it.
How far does the magnet work before it no longer works? How far up can we go away from Earth to where the magnet no longer works?
Well, a magnetic field goes off to infinity, really. It's just a matter of how small a magnetic field you can detect with whatever instruments you've got.
Does it work on the ISS?
What do you mean, does it work on the ISS? Yes, there are magnetic fields as high as the ISS, of course, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that a compass works on the ISS. It will point north from the ISS.
Not necessarily north, but a compass will point some direction from the ISS.
Well, why not point towards north? Why?
It depends on which way the magnetic field lines are going at that location.
Okay, so if I'm in the ISS, how many miles up will it point towards Canada if I'm in the southern hemisphere in the ISS?
I have no idea, because the magnetic field shape as you get higher from the Earth changes, right? It's got a tail on it caused by the solar wind. Yeah, it's distorted when it gets up that high.
Oh, where's this evidence?
Oh, well, it's been measured. You can go and look online and find pictures of the shape of the Earth's magnetic field.
Oh, so a diagram of a concept?
Yeah, based on what measurements have been taken.
So again, I'm learning this for the first time. So you're saying that they took measurements at high altitude and found discrepancies in the magnetic field? Yeah. Do you have? I mean, like, what would be a good search keyword for that if I wanted to do that?
Well, you could always try something like shape of the Earth's magnetic field.
But that's going to lead us back to the diagrams that have already been put out for us. Matter of fact, you probably studied this in your textbooks, and that's why you're saying what you're saying, because that's what you've been taught, and that's all you know.
Sure, that's what I've been taught, and yes, that's all I know, but I believe that those things are based on actual measurements that have been taken.
So just real quick,
wouldn't they be?
Hold on, I just want to ask a question. Were you being snarky a moment ago when you said you could possibly put in shape of the Earth's magnetic field? Were you
No, I
being
wasn't
snarky
being
with that?
snarky. I wasn't being
Okay,
snarky at all. I
fair
was
enough.
just
Okay.
suggesting that that would be a simple way to actually find out about the shape of the Earth's magnetic field. Why would I be snarky?
Because here's one way. You could look up, shape of the Earth's magnetic field. Or,
Yeah,
like you
you
said,
could.
or like you said, you could look up the shape of the Earth's magnetic field. As if idiot. So the way you said it doesn't comport with the way you said you intended it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, all I'm saying is if you got your feelings hurt, that's more on you than me, because all I'm suggesting is that that would be a simple way to find out about the shape of the Earth's magnetic field, right?
Yeah, or you're lying and you were being snarky and you just can't admit it.
I'm not being
So,
snarky at
so,
all.
so when we're at the tip of the South America, does it still point north?
From where?
If we're at the tip of South America, does the compass still point north?
I don't know what the magnetic declination is at that point, and are we talking about from on the ground or from
On the ground,
the
in the
ISS on the
forest, in
ground?
the trees. A military, soldier says he has to go due north, travel 30, kilometers. How he pulled out his compass, and how does he know to go north from this tip of South America?
Well, if he wanted to know how to go true north, he would have to know what the magnetic declination is at that location, wouldn't he?
Okay, so you're saying that the magnet somehow does work, even though there's thousands of miles of dirt, ground, and everything else to the pole, it still will find its way around the ball. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, because magnetic fields go from north to south pole, right? Doesn't matter how big the magnet is, the magnetic field exists between those poles, and it spreads out in the space between those poles and surrounding those poles.
I think
Doesn't
I
matter
think
what the size of the magnet is, the size of the magnetic field is there still.
I think the best thing here is to get a round magnet and actually truly test if it does have a. How does a magnet that you can hold in your hand? How does it know the? How does it have a pole itself? If won't the magnetic field of Earth like distort how its poles work because it's just a ball in my hand? Won't it kind of fuck it up?
Nope.
Okay,
I mean,
so
imagine if you took a bar magnet, an ordinary old bar magnet, and you cut it in half. You know that you get two other bar magnets when you do that, right? Yeah?
yeah.
Well, then just take a bar magnet and grind it into a sphere. You're going to have the same sort of thing, same sort of magnetic field shape around it, except the shape of the magnet's going to be round. You don't change where the poles are.
But again, when you have a bar magnet, is that not representing a top and a bottom? And that's where you're saying there's a north and south because it's flat. So you have a top of it, which would be considered north here, and a bottom of it would be south. But once you start, putting a magnet into a ball, where is the north and south represented in that?
Well,
If
it's
not
not
in
that
all directions.
it's not the flatness of the magnet that determines where the poles are. It's the orientation of the magnetic field domains within the material itself that determines where the poles are.
So do two round magnets repel from one another, or do they only attract?
They can repel from one another, of course. If you put the north end of the spherical magnet against the north end of another spherical magnet, they will repel. Absolutely.
So you're saying there is a north end to a spherical magnet.
I've always said that. That's what I've been saying all along. Yes.
All right, that's all right. I'm gonna have to look into this. I'll get back to you on the results. I'm gonna go buy two round magnets and see if they retract from one another at one point or the other, or they just consistently roll together because they're just constantly touching each other in all different directions. I'll let you know. Now, let me ask something. What happens if I do that experiment and they touch in all directions? Does that change how you think, or what do you think?
Well, I'd suggest that if that happened, then one of them's a spherical magnet and the other one's just a plain old ball bearing.
No. I grabbed 2 spherical magnets. In the argument, I will stay true to that. But
Good.
if you roll them around in all directions and they don't repel from at one point, because again, they're just round magnets, what happens if they don't do that? Or are you so confident that they won't do that? That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, they will, in some orientations, repel from each other. But you'll have to be careful. You can't just roll them around, because if you're going to just roll them around, of course, they will orient themselves in such a way that they attract each other. All right? That's what they will do. All right? But that means that if you then carefully mark them in some way while they're attracted together like that, and then turn one of them 180 degrees quite carefully, you'll find that it will actually repel from the other one.
Okay, I'm gonna have to try this. I'm gonna have to see it. And then your belief is that in the center of the ball Earth, that there's this round magnet that produces this north and south, 3,000 miles up and 3,000 miles down. It's able to spread its magnetic field to where it gives you that attraction. Oh, let's go back to, and this is.
Well, can I adjust that point first before you go to something else? Because that's
sure. Go ahead.
Because that's a complete straw man. What I actually believe is that there is a distribution of molten material within the Earth's core that rotates, right? And as it rotates, charged particles within that molten core move. And we know that when we move charged particles, we generate an electric current, and an electric current that's being generated makes a magnetic field. So movement of charged particles creates a magnetic field.
Okay, so let's get really, really stupid here. Really simple. How does the compass work in the most lame terms that you can? How does it always point towards where it has to be pointing? What is that attraction?
Because the magnetic domains within the compass material are lined up to form a compass. Okay? And we know that when that happens, it will align itself with any external magnetic field, such as the Earth's magnetic field.
I'm sorry. I meant, what's inside a compass that attracts it to the North Pole?
Well, I just said the material that the compass is made out of, the material that the compass needle is made out of,
what is it made out of?
Is itself magnetic. It contains magnetic domains within the material that are all lined up in such a way to form a north and a south pole on that needle.
So if I have a compass with a red point north, and then I go really far south, you're saying it will still point north? That red line will still be pointing north as opposed to south?
Yep.
What? Okay. That's fair.
Because it lines up with the direction of the magnetic field lines in the external field. And no matter where you shift yourself on the Earth, the North Pole stays in the same spot.
Well, okay, with that being understood, let's rewind. Let's say you're a flat earther, quote unquote. You're on that side of the table. Why doesn't it make sense that if there's just a magnet in the middle of a table and every direction you go on a flat plane, it will always point towards the center because that's where the magnet is? Okay, is that even a possibility in your world, in your mind?
Well, there has to be another pole. We don't find just one pole in the centre.
No. But on
the centre, then there must be a south pole of that same magnet somewhere else.
No, but hold on though. But on a, have you ever dealt with a magnet on a speaker? Do you know that? Okay, so for instance, the magnet on the speaker, the center of that magnet is north, and in every direction to the end of the speaker magnet is south. So if you so in other words, your pole of south, quote unquote, is just in every direction from north. So no matter where I put my compass on a speaker magnet, it's always going to point towards the center, no matter how I position it on the speaker. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I understand quite well how speakers work. Yep.
Okay, so why? So would you agree then that if it could work in that sense, then we have two models that you have an explanation in theory and diagram to where we have an explanation physically and reality that we can actually like mimic on ourselves doing real experiments with it, like hands on. Like, I mean, I don't know. Let me take another drink. Hold on. Go on. Answer that, please.
Because the shape of the actual magnetic field that we measure doesn't comport with that arrangement of a magnet.
Okay, so we're going back to just because the belief of the ball, but the fact that it does work on a flat table, plane, whatever you want to call it, it still works that way too. So there is two, kind of like the Cavendish experiment, right? Like you have I'll shut up. Never mind. I don't want to deter the conversation. We'll stay here.
Well, the Cavendish experiment has nothing to do at all with magnetism, of course.
Mass attracting. No, I'm sorry. Which one was that? No. So the Cavendish experiment is where they have the shadows. Am I correct? Am I drunk right now? Hold on. What's going on here?
You must be drunk because that's nothing to do with that Cavendish experiment.
Okay. What is the Cavendish experiment? That's what
that's the
mass
Gaussian balance
mass?
with mass attracting mass. Yes.
Okay. So is there magnetism going on? This is why I said that. And wow, that's pretty crazy. Okay. So in the Cavendish experiment, the mass attracting mass, is there a form of gravitational magnetic pull at all?
No, because gravitational attraction isn't magnetic. I don't know why you would call it a magnetic pull because it's not.
I'm sorry, I kind of relate magnetism to gravity. That's why. I'm sorry.
You shouldn't because it's not. It's not magnetic at all. If it was magnetic, then things would weigh differently in a magnetic field, and they don't. So we know that gravitational attraction has nothing to do with magnetism.
Wait, hold on. You said something very interesting. In a magnetic field, if I'm pulling something towards me, the weight doesn't differentiate the rate that it pulls towards it?
What the hell does that even mean?
Hold on. Let me hold on. So if I have a gravitational pull, a magnet pull, is something that is heavier, will it attract faster than something that's lighter in that gravitational pull? I'm sorry, magnetic field. I'm sorry.
You're really confusing the situation. You're switching backwards and forwards between gravity and magnetism, and I have no fucking idea what you're saying.
I think because I think it says in my mind I kind of relate the two as what you would call gravity, I would call electromagnetism. That's why, but it's okay. That's a whole other argument. But what I'm saying,
the Curry point.
Go ahead.
How do you explain the Curry point?
What about the Curie point?
What is it? Do you know what it is?
Yeah, it's the point above which a magnet can no longer have any permanent magnetism, right? That's nothing to do with whether it can still contain a magnetic field.
Well, how hot is the molten core?
Well, it's well above the Curie point, sure, but that's got nothing to do. But that's got nothing to do with the way that the Earth's magnetic field is developed. It's not a permanent magnet, man.
Did you realize that we're mad?
I just always
just because it's above the Curie point doesn't mean that there cannot be any magnetism. That's a falsity. That's something that's easily shown to be false, right? Because we use copper windings in electric motors to generate magnetic fields, right? Is copper magnetic at all?
Yes.
Well, that would be a lie.
No. Trying to catch you.
So there's no different weight in a magnetic field on things.
If gravity had anything to do with magnetism, then we would expect to see a change in the weight of something just by varying the magnetic field around it. We don't.
Okay. Does the moon have a magnet inside of it?
To be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I don't think it has a molten core.
No, it definitely doesn't. It's a moon, bruh.
So then what? So then
rock.
so there's no magnet in this rock. You're saying?
Oh, it doesn't mean that the rocks themselves can't have any magnetic properties.
That's true.
Okay, but isn't the moon made from the displacement of collisions on Earth?
Wait, you mean the moon isn't made of cheese?
No, like the understanding that the moon was made from collisions on the Earth and it made a moon. Am I wrong, or what do you tell me?
Oh, it's a piece of the Earth that broke off, apparently.
Okay, so then if it's made up of the same shit that Earth is, or you're saying it only got the dirt part of it, not the molten core part of it.
Well, here's the thing. When you see the face of the moon, you see craters at 90%. Well, how did the crater hit the moon at 90% degree angle when the Earth obviously is in the way? Why are we looking at craters that have an obvious 90 or 87 degree impact? Well, that's another story for another day. Let's just figure out if the moon has a magnetic pole.
You get the same shaped crater no matter what angle the impactor hits at.
And what's is there any proof to a molten core?
Sure.
Where? I'm sorry, I'm ignorant on this, I guess, but where's that?
Well, you apparently must be, because there is, because seismology has very good evidence to suggest that there's a molten core.
Seismology has so right. You're and this is okay. So there's a molten core, and we learned this from 3,000 miles away here on ground Earth. What makes it a molten core? Please.
Not 3,000 miles, though.
Oh, no, 3,000 miles to the center of the Earth ball, right? Because it's 6,000 miles in diameter. Am I wrong?
No, sorry, you're right.
Okay, so 3,000 miles away, we're able to see that it has a molten core. Please tell me, how did we discover such an amazing fucking accomplishment?
Satellites?
Seismology, by looking at the reflected and transmitted waves from earthquakes.
So, volcanoes, therefore, the globe Earth. Seismology.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Seismology. It's the study of sound waves that pass through rock and stuff.
Yeah. So that proves what?
Well, it suggests that the Earth's core is molten. It also suggests that there are different regions.
Wait, hold on. How did we? Hold on. I'm sorry to cut. How does the wave tell you that it's molten?
Because there are certain kinds of waves. There are different types of waves. There are pressure waves and there are shear waves, right? P waves and S waves, or primary and secondary waves, whatever you like to call them. But they're a different kind of wave. One of those kind of waves, the pressure waves, will pass through molten material, but the other kind, the shear waves, won't pass through molten material. And by looking at where we detect the P waves and the S waves around the Earth after an earthquake, we can determine the what's going on inside.
But I remember that the diagram of these waves, they actually loop. They loop in the ground. They don't go straight through. They loop. So let's say I'm in Los Angeles and New York will register it because it loops to New York. Not that it goes from Los Angeles to Australia. It's they loop. I think you're almost like if they bounce off something and come back up. So fuck.
Well, it's a pretty
Okay,
simplistic idea. I mean, there are all kinds of waves. There are pressure waves, like I said, and shear waves. The waves spread out in all directions from the epicenter, from the source of the disturbance that creates the waves. You would expect them to spread out spherically. If the disturbance is near the surface, then you're going to get some waves coming up and travelling along the surface. But you're also going to get waves spreading out in the opposite direction towards the centre of the Earth. And those waves will be either P waves or S waves. And like I said, P waves will pass through the liquid, but the S waves won't.
Okay, but okay, so you're saying when they pass through the liquid, you're saying this molten core, what on your machine is saying it's a molten core? Or is it just somebody told you this is molten core?
Because we can see the way that the waves are received in different locations around the Earth. And we can see that there are.
So if they
that doesn't mean it's a molten core.
Am I allowed to actually finish my explanation?
Go ahead.
Right? Oh, no, I'm not. Okay. Right. So, yeah, by looking at the different types of waves that are received at different locations and at different times, you can actually know what kind of material is in between the receiving point and the origin of those waves.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's a fucking molten core. That means there's material in between the different kinds of waves. That doesn't mean there's a molten core. There's no proof for a molten core.
Well, yeah, it does, because we can see that the S waves, the shear waves, don't propagate through molten material, and therefore the molten core creates a shadow for those waves on the other side of the Earth.
Well, and how do you know?
We actually see that. We also see the P waves being focused by the molten core like a lens, and that creates a different kind of shadow on the other side of the Earth. And by knowing the properties of the material and the way that the waves pass through those materials, we can in fact determine what kind of material it passed through.
Well, okay, let me just say something real quick. How do you know what kind of material it is when we've only drilled 7 or 11 miles deep?
Well, we can infer from the speed of the waves that pass through the material, because we can measure the speed. I'm sorry, but I was still going, right? Because we can measure the speed of sound waves in those materials in the laboratory, and by measuring the speed of the waves through those materials, we can have some idea of what kind of material they're actually passing through.
So you're saying that they've passed waves through molten steel before?
Sure.
And
because just to get a differential. Stupid.
Okay, anyway, so
I mean, this is a principle that's used for seismic prospecting. They use this kind of thing to detect liquid things like oil underground. All right, they use the very same principles.
These waves.
And that's successful, isn't it?
Okay.
They're able to actually do that. So there must be some validity to the theory.
Yeah, to a point.
Okay, but the waves.
To what point then? Where's the limit of it?
Well,
but the waves
miles deep.
But the waves that are recorded are always looped. So can you not see that could also represent like a flat table? If I shoot loops from one end and it could hit the other end because it's a loop. Now, if I shot other waves and it went through it, you're saying that those waves hit China from America, so it went through the molten core. But I'm telling you that waves, they go in the loop. And that is proven that they loop under, like they go from one point and they shoot, but they curve down and curve up. Kind of like when you say that you're circumnavigating Antarctica, but really they're just going to one point and coming back to the other side, to the top, and they're calling that circumnavigating. I'm trying to tell you that it works on a flat plane as well. So can you at least agree to that, or are you just so staunched on your ball belief?
Absolutely not, because the time of arrival of those waves as they spread out from the source suggests that it's not on a flat plane at all, because the waves that pass through the Earth arrive at a completely different time than the surface waves, which come at a later time. The two are different, and no, that doesn't work on a flat
But
model.
they're all loops, though. Nothing goes straight through. They're all loops. The measurement of it is a loop. If it's a loop, you don't have a ball. That would be a straight shot. But
You're just saying that it's looped, right?
Well, that's how they explain it. They showed the loop.
Yeah, but again, if we actually look at the arrival times of these, even the surface waves, we look at the arrival times of the surface waves in different locations. If we map those locations out and the time of arrival of those surface waves, you can't plot those locations on a flat plane.
If vibrations are spreading and going through the ground, they don't go straight across. They will go under the ground and come back up to the ground. They loop. So if you're saying there's different times, of course there's different times because they're traveling further. The stronger the earthquake, the greater the loop, but it's still going through ground and looping. It's not shooting across.
Methinks that you're using this word loop as a sort of a magical get out of it all thing, because we can detect the difference between surface waves and waves that travel through the Earth. Right, surface waves have very specific properties that we can determine them. Right? And we know the speed, at which the surface waves travel.
I agree to that as well.
And when we look at the arrival times of the surface waves at different locations around the epicenter, we find that if we plot those distances as calculated from the speed of the wave and the arrival time, we find that we can't plot those on a flat plane.
Okay, hold on. Let me give you an example, okay? If I'm standing in my backyard and I travel straight across, that's going to be one measurement. But if I walk around the pool to get to the other side, there will be a different timing that I get to the other side from the person walking straight and the person going around the pool. That's the loop I'm talking about. The loop that I'm trying to explain to you will have a different time, just as you said, than the straight surface one, but we're kind of flipping it sideways at this point. And you get, I know you get what I'm saying. I just don't think that
Really, I actually don't get what you're saying, because surface waves propagate out radially from the origin. They don't go sideways in some way and then come from a different angle to the point of arrival. They arrive in a direct line from the point of origin to that location. They don't loop around and go in a weird pathway to that location. They spread out radially from the point of origin.
If I shot a vibration into the ground and someone feels it, half a mile away from me, that would have traveled in a loop. In a lot of diagrams of how waves travel, they travel in this real weird, I say loop, but I mean like it goes down and then it comes back up. And the greater that vibration, the bigger the loop. So obviously it is going to take longer for the loop to hit the further distance. But I'm saying it could work on a flat plane. It doesn't have to be a ball.
But the thing is, though, it actually doesn't work on a flat plane, because when we try to plot those arrival times on a flat plane, it just doesn't work.
I don't agree with that.
Well, you're allowed to not agree with it. You're allowed to not agree with it, but you could actually provide evidence to suggest that there is another model that shows how this works. Good luck with that.
At this point, we could agree to disagree, but I'm telling you that waves, when they shock through the ground, they make a loop, and that's why the timing is greater than the surface of that shock wave going across along the surface. Because if it loops, if it goes down and comes back up, it's going to take a longer time because it's traveling a greater distance. And the stronger that vibration or shock or earthquake or whatever you want to call it, it's going to take a longer time to get to the other point because it takes the travel of a loop. It goes down and across and up. It doesn't go through a molten still.
There appears to be a misconception here that you don't seem to understand what I mean by surface wave. Right? The surface wave is the wave that travels along the surface. It doesn't go down into the earth and then back up. The surface wave is exactly that, a surface wave that propagates along the surface and spreads out radially around the point of origin. It doesn't go down through the earth and back up again. Those waves that go down through the earth and spread out in another way aren't surface waves. Well, I'm trying to make it clear.
Is that what you're using to detect magma?
No. Surface waves aren't the ones we use to detect magma.
Right, you have no reason to be blabbing about that.
But the surface waves are the ones that we can use to determine that the Earth is not flat.
Okay, but how do you detect magma?
By looking at the reflected waves that go down into the ground.
Reflected waves? What's that?
They're the waves that travel through the ground and reflect off any boundary layers that might be down in the ground.
Waves traveling through the ground. Wow.
Yeah, wow. It's a thing, right? Was that a note of incredulity?
How do you know you're detecting magma or the ground? How do you know?
Because like I said, there are certain kinds of waves that don't travel through liquid material.
Okay, with that being said, would it be logical then that there can be an earthquake large enough in America and China will feel it?
Absolutely. Earthquakes are detected around the globe regularly.
Okay. And you're saying, but they register molten still in that wave. They can determine that there's molten still. How does a wave determine molten still going through it as opposed to just going through rock?
Like I've already said about 1,000 times, because the different waves have different propagation properties. Some waves won't travel through liquids, where other waves will travel through liquids. And so we get shadow regions on the other side of the Earth and around the Earth based on where the position of the molten core is in relation to the origin of the earthquake.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying that if there's a certain seismic, activity going on, that it won't reach to China because it would have to go at a distance, but it will get blocked off because it's shadowed by the molten still. That's what you're saying, right?
Certain aspects of the earthquake, but other aspects of the earthquake, other types of waves from the earthquake will reach there.
What waves does an earthquake give off?
Like I said, it gives off P waves and S waves and also gives off surface waves. The P waves and the S waves travel through the rock, the surface waves travel along the surface.
So how do we differentiate a P wave from an S wave from an earthquake?
P waves are compression waves, right? They're like you're pushing and pulling on the rock and sending a compression wave through it. S waves are shear waves. It's like you're trying to move the rock from side to side. Now you can put a compression wave through a liquid, right? It's easy to push and pull on a liquid and transmit a pressure wave through liquid. But shear waves don't propagate through liquids because they don't shear like solids do, transmit shear waves.
So when there's an earthquake that is a rolling earthquake, is that a shear wave?
All earthquakes produce shear waves, pressure waves, and surface waves.
So they all do that?
They all do it, yeah.
Okay. So, and one travels farther than the other?
Well, that depends on the direction of travel and the size of the earthquake.
Okay, that takes me back to these waves that loop, and depending on the strength of that earthquake, that's how far the loop's going to go and travel. I'm just still very, very interested in how a wave can tell you that there's molten steel or rock. I'm very, very that it's almost like at that point you just have to believe that it does that because
no.
there's no register.
Well, at this point, you could actually go on the internet and actually look up that topic and do a bit of research for yourself and find out how they actually do it. I mean, I've told you in a simplified kind of way. There's obviously a lot more to it than what I've just been able to say here. So you could actually now go away and look into that topic and find out how they actually do it.
Well, I'm sure that the model has every explanation of how things work. To be honest, that's a given. That's
I'm
why
sure it does.
That's why you believe what you believe, because someone's told you this is what it does and this is what it is and this is the model, and you could Google it and we'll tell you how it works.
Not only that, but there are countless research papers and investigations and experiments and recorded data that back up that model as well.
So how does this wave, when it's traveling through liquid, how does it not get like distorted or broken, if you will? Because now you're hitting a liquid, not a rock, which apparently the liquid you're saying would slow it down or not let it pass. Because you said earlier, you said it shadows the wave. What's shadowing a wave, and why would it shadow that wave and not the other? Go on.
Well, like I already intimated, that some of the waves don't travel through the liquid, whereas other waves do. But it's a bit more complicated than that, because not only do they either block or transmit through the material, but like light travelling through different materials, these seismic waves are actually refracted and reflected from boundaries as well. So as they pass through, as the P waves pass through the molten liquid, they actually refract as well, and that can cause a shadow as well.
So you're saying that we know that there's this molten lava in the center, in the core, because we shot waves and the way it went through it. How do we measure that? How do we calculate what instrument picked up the wave on the other side? Or did it repeat off it? Did it bounce off it?
It's called a seismometer.
Okay, so
seismograph.
What did it do?
You know, those things that detect earthquake waves?
Okay.
They use all the time?
It registers movement, right? Like a shaking, right? Okay.
Yes.
So we made a machine that can sense when there's movement. So that's why you're saying China feels our earthquakes, because their seismographs move when Los Angeles has an earthquake.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, really.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting to think that you're able to pick up a vibration, but they don't register earthquakes, though.
They do.
Or are we all just registering each other's earthquakes at that point? So, for instance, when there's a 7-point something earthquake down in South America, why doesn't my house shake?
Because the waves that arrive at your location aren't strong enough for you to actually feel, but a sensitive seismograph can actually detect them.
Okay. So but that's not based on, there's just a local movement here where I'm at. Like, for instance, let's say we have a 4.2 earthquake in Southern California, but there was not necessarily an earthquake anywhere else registered at that point. How do you explain that? Is it just local to us?
Well, it depends on how big the earthquake is, how far those waves are going to travel and be detectable, all right? But earthquakes above a certain magnitude are detectable all around the globe. And they are detected quite regularly like that. That's one of the mechanisms they use to determine where the origin of the earthquake is, because they look at the arrival times of those waves at different locations, and from that they can determine where the origin was for those waves.
But that still can be accounted for on a huge flat table. If I move it on one corner, it will feel the movement on the other, because it's all this rock and it's all a platform, and if I shook it over there, it will move over here on a flat table of sorts. Does that not have credence to anything?
Sure, qualitatively it does, but when you start doing it quantitatively and actually look at the arrival times, then we find that it doesn't comport to that kind of model because you can't plot it on a flat map when you actually look at the arrival times like that.
Wait, but hold on though. Wait, hold on. You're saying because the times don't make sense on a flat plane, but that means that you would have to measure it on a flat plane to get a different time. So how do you correlate those two? How do you say it can't work on
Sorry,
the
but
other?
the times are the times. The times that we actually measure. That's the empirical data, right? And we can then make a model to try and explain why those times are like they are. Now, if we use a flat map or a flat plane to try and explain those arrival times, we find that it doesn't work. However, if we use a globe model to explain the spread out of those waves, we find that the arrival times match nicely.
No,
That's a wild
But
claim, and you're
hold
not
on.
providing no math.
Hold on. But it's hold on though. Wait, but it's all the same distances. If I took a round ball and I flattened it out, it's technically going to have the same distances, will it not?
It will not. That's an absolute lie.
Another wild claim.
Oh,
I'm
come
just saying-
on. You can't be
I'm just
so
saying-
geometrically challenged as to think that if you flatten
Oh,
out a
insult time.
sphere,
Insult
that it's
time.
going to be the same distances on a flat. You know that to flatten out a sphere, you're going
Bro,
to
you've
have
been
to
going on for
distort.
quite
You
a
have to
while.
you have to
Anybody
distort.
go on for that long and not
So you have to
proving
interrupt me now to get your point in. You know that if
You're
you
not making
flatten
a
out a
point. That's the
sphere,
point.
well, damn, you know that if you flatten out a sphere, that you're going to have to distort it to make it flat.
Whatever. You're not proving that that's the case. You're just saying that's what happens, and you don't actually provide nothing, bro.
Well, let me reverse that. Let me take a flat plane and then bend it into a ball. You're saying that the math wouldn't work out?
You'd have to distort that as well.
Okay.
Right? You can't
And
you
is
can't
there
take
not
you can't take a piece of aluminium foil and wrap it around a ball without distorting it or overlapping the aluminium, can you?
Okay, and does that not make up for the differences in measurements when you're trying to do that? Because aren't there tolerances? Aren't there like, plus or minuses when you're trying to deal with distances? When you're taking this ball and flat, turning it into a ball, there would be. I get what you're saying. There would be differences, but that's what I'm trying to. I mean, there's still an argument to be had because if you can plus or minus by a small, distance, it's still arguable that it could work on either or. I mean, right? Because there are plus or minuses in everything. There's a
What do
give
you
and
mean
take.
by plus or minuses? And no, the distance difference is significant when you talk about worldwide distances.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So the fact that these waves travel in these weird loops as they show them, even in the Earth model, they show them that way. If you just stretch it out further, it would be just as great of a distance that it has to travel. And what you're talking about as far as shadowed, it just means because it's not reaching that far because it went so low that it never came back up. Why you can't agree to that?
Not really. I mean, we know that when the surface waves are measured, that the arrival times of the surface waves can only be explained by looking at a globe model.
Okay. Oh, based on the model, you're saying that's only
Yeah.
based on the model. Okay, I respect it. You're comparing it to your model, which is why it doesn't make sense on any other model, and that's fine. That's fair. And I think the disagreement is that it can be done on a flat plane with roughly the same calculations, but you won't put your mind to that because you have an idea that no, it's a ball and that's the only way you're going to measure it. I get what you're saying. That's fair. That's fine. You're just you're stuck to it, and that's fine.
Well, no, what I'm sort of getting at is another way of looking at it is we know the distances between all the major cities on Earth. You know, like, for instance, if we take London, Moscow, New York, Sydney, Beijing, Moscow, those sort of major cities, and we calculate the distance, or actually we measure, not calculate, we measure the distance between all of those cities, like Moscow to all of the others, Sydney to all of the others, etc. We try to plot those on a flat map. We find that it doesn't work, but we can do it on a globe.
But
That's
no,
the kind of argument I'm making.
Bro, how many
Okay.
times are you gonna say that without explaining it, bro?
Okay, but hold on though. Your distances don't work, but what if you dipped that wave lower to where it took a longer time to make up for that? It could make it. You could conform it to it if you just changed the how long of that wave went looping, because that's the way waves work. Sometimes they loop down, and even in your globe model they loop. I mean, you can't deny that they do loop. You look at a fucking picture of it, you will show that they show these loops. But what I'm saying is, if you made that loop a greater loop, then the time would you could actually fit it. You actually could, but I don't think you're willing to accept that. That's the
Well,
problem.
again, you're talking about looping waves going into the ground. I'm talking about surface waves. I'm talking about distance along the surface.
Okay, well, let's go surface wise. If it's on a surface, why isn't it not the same?
Because when we plot those distances out on the surface, we can't plot those distances on a flat map.
But why though?
Because it doesn't work. Right?
Because
think of it like this. Let me explain. Let me explain why it
You're
won't
saying
work,
it doesn't work
okay?
to the model.
Let me explain why it doesn't work then.
God damn.
That if you put...
Make your point.
I am trying to make my point.
You're not.
It'd be easier. It'd actually take quicker if you wouldn't keep fucking interrupting, right?
Yeah,
right?
You need 30 minutes to explain this.
No, I don't. I actually need 30 minutes because you're interrupting all the time. Right?
It was asked a question, you should give Paul the courtesy to answer the question.
Exactly. That's right. So if I take Moscow and London, for instance, I can plot on a flat piece of paper the 2 points and the correct distance between them. I can even do that if I include Moscow, London, and New York. I can make a triangle and have the correct distances between them. But when I try to plot Moscow, London, New York, and Sydney on the same flat map, there is no place that I can put Sydney that shows the correct distances to all the other three cities on a flat map.
Because you're basing it off the model, correct?
No, it's just a fact that I can't place it on a flat.
I agree to you.
Again, you're interrupting my response.
Go
because
ahead,
I can't place it on a flat map to have the correct distances. I physically cannot do that.
And again, you're using distances according to the globe, correct?
I'm using distances as measured. Regardless of what model it is, these are known distances.
He just said he had
the model of an Earth.
Yeah, 3 different points. You triangulated. Triangulation. What kind of curvature comes into that? Fucking out of here, bro.
Yeah, when you
triangle. I'm just talking about the actual measured.
You need 30 minutes. I need
cities.
5 seconds. That's all I'm noticing, bro. Like, come on.
I just noticed that you need to interrupt all the time.
When you triangulate something, it's always a straight line, not a curved line. Am I incorrect by saying that?
I'm not talking about triangulation. I never mentioned triangulation at all. You measured that. I did not. I mentioned a triangle. I didn't measure triangulation.
Don't get upset, bro.
Right. Wow, bro. Hey, bro, you must listen to what I say, bro. Because all I was talking about, bro, was the actual distance between the cities.
But if you put it on you said you took 3 points and you made a triangle, right? And these distances.
That's not triangulation.
Hold on, but these distances are made on a triangle, right?
Yeah.
Is a triangle a straight line or a curved line? You let me know.
Well, if I do it on a flat piece of paper, it's a straight line, right?
And if you put it on the curve, you're saying that it has
triangulation doesn't work on a globe. What a surprise!
I didn't say anything about triangulation.
Does a triangle work on a globe?
Sure.
Okay, and there's curves to it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you're saying. You're saying that there's distances on a curved triangle, but then that's not a triangle.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is that if you try to plot those distances on a flat piece of paper, you can't make them work.
Because
again, bro,
hold
how
on.
many times are you gonna say that and not explain it, bro?
You're saying it doesn't work on a different model. Let's clarify that. You're saying that works only on your globe model, and these distances on your model, which have been provided to you and said this is what is and this is that and this. So in those distances, I get what you're saying, and I will agree with you actually, because on your model you do have certain distances on your model, but in reality, all these things can make sense and do make sense, but this is where the argument stands, because if you take a triangle of distances, it's not going to work in your model. I get it, because your calculations are based off your model, and I don't know why you're not getting what I'm saying. But if we're going to argue, I think it's safe to say, or best to say, that it works on the flat Earth if you use a
That was
flat Earth,
great.
and it works on the
That was
round
great. You
Earth
explained
if
it.
you use a round Earth.
Thank you. Thanks for that, bro.
Again, you're completely misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying
Nope,
we
that made
calculate.
perfect sense. Don't touch. That's what he said.
Again, why are you interrupting me? I waited patiently for him to finish. Why can't you do the same for me? Okay? So again, what I'm saying is we're not calculating these distances from our model. These are actual distances that are measured in reality. We know the distances between these cities because they have been measured. Okay? So you either disagree or agree with those measurements being correct or incorrect. Okay? If those measurements are in fact correct, then you can't plot them on a flat surface. You either have to say that the distances are incorrect or that you can't plot them on a flat surface. It's one or the other.
Okay. With that being said, let's give an example. Let's say I'm going to make a humongous square footage warehouse. Okay, and I have distances that I shoot with elevations, and we know that it's this many feet this way and this many feet that way. In nowhere in that calculation, in constructing it, are we bending it around a curvature of the earth, and that doesn't change the distance from where I stand to where my other surveyor is marking that land way beyond where I can't see him. And we're building something. It has nothing to do with curvature. We're just having 3 points at this point. Let's say we make a triangle building. Okay, it's not going to change the distance in reality when we're building on land, but when we refer to the model of the earth curve, then we have these whole other numbers, and which is crazy because every time engineers send out blueprints, in reality on the job sites, it's never what they say it is. Maybe because they're calculating for curvature, and that's bullshit because it never matches up to that. But in reality, we always have different distances of what the engineers on computers are plugging in to their numbers for this building to be built. With that being said, that raises a red flag. And it takes me away from the ball understanding of this earth, because that's not our reality. We don't build on a ball, we build on a flat plane. And when we're building things, those measurements have to equal accordingly to how many
Do I get
doors you
some
have and
point, some
windows.
time to respond?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. My apologies.
I mean, I wonder why you weren't interrupted after talking for so long. Really? I mean,
I'm sorry.
and I wonder why you have to now totally ignore my point and go off to something else. We were talking about distances between cities in different parts of the earth. Why are we not talking about that now? Why have we suddenly gone to building a warehouse on a much, much smaller scale than the distances between cities?
Because
My point. Right, I did listen to you for a long time. My point was that the distances between cities, when we talk about it on a global scale, can't be plotted on a flat map. Right? Sure, we can plot a warehouse on a flat map because that's on a much smaller scale. But when we talk about the distances between cities, we can't accurately plot that on a flat map. Go ahead and try it.
I'll tell you why. Because from city to city, your model has certain distances. But in reality, that's a macro vision. If you micro it, if we build on a micro point, it will eventually add up accordingly. So for instance, if I'm shooting a benchmark for the next guy that's way down the line, and then he shoots a benchmark way down that's the line, we can take micros and add them up to make up for the macro part of it, the grand scale. But still, the grand scale is going to be equivalent to the micro scale. The only way you change it is when you're only taking that city to that city. On our model, it represents this distance, but in reality, that's not the true distance that the people that built these things from one city to another actually came up with those calculations or measurements.
Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree, Apocryphon, that if I'm building a house or a city, and I take my datum point from the corner of that building, so from the far corner, okay, and my house is, I don't know, 300 square meters, thereabouts, and I make my horizontal from that corner, and it's gonna be horizontal. Wouldn't you agree, though, that the curvature that you would have to take into account on the grander scale is that insignificant that it doesn't really make any difference? So even if you were to make it 100% horizontal, right, the difference between point A and point B is less than a micro inch of a bee scrotum, that you don't even have to take it into consideration. You'd have to agree there.
I would agree. I would agree to that.
Okay, then. So considering the micro to the macro, even though I agree about the horizontal and all that sort of stuff, it's you're comparing apples with kiwi fruit. It just doesn't compare really at the end of the day.
Here's what I'm saying though. When you add up the micros, it becomes a macro. And all those micros were based upon a flat surface, not curvature. So if I take where my starting point is and I go further, still flat, go further, still flat, go further, still flat. So on the micro level, that distance had no curvature at all calculated for it. But what you're saying though, hold on though, but what you're saying though is when you zoom out and then introduce your model, then there's a curvature and then there's a distance. But I'm willing to bet this, that if you actually did calculate that distance, it's not going to equal any curvature mileage between it. It's only something that's spoken upon, that's just said, this is what it is, because we are including the curvature after the fact that we built it based off no curvature. And that's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is that we either agree or disagree with the measured known distances between cities. I don't care whether we're talking about macro, micro curvature or not. There is a certain distance between New York and London that most people agree upon. Pilots use it to calculate how much fuel they need to use. Ships use it to calculate how much fuel they need to use and how much time they need to take sailing at a certain speed, right? This is a fairly well-known distance between these locations. It's not something that's wildly disagreed upon. And if we use those fairly well-known distances, we can't plot them on a flat map.
You know, if I was to do the same thing, Paul, between, say, I don't know, Darwin, Perth, and Melbourne, right? All on the same continent, flat or globe map. They're going to work out. I don't know if they do or if they don't. I've never looked into it, to be quite honest with you. Are they going to be the same if we're on like the same continent?
Well, if you take any 3 points, Bandy, you're going to be able to do it, either on a globe or on a flat map. because when you take up to 3 points, you won't get any disagreement. You can always plot 3 points with the correct distance between them, either on a globe or on a flat map. It's when you introduce that 4th point that the problem starts to come in. Now, on a scale that's small, that problem is going to be fairly unnoticeable. It's only when you start getting on a much larger scale where the curvature actually becomes significant that actually starts to become a problem. As far as doing it Australia-wide, you would notice a small discrepancy because when you look at a globe, the curvature over the size of Australia compared to the whole globe is not all that significant, but you would notice a discrepancy if you tried to do it to a high degree of accuracy.
Okay, so this would be interesting if someone was to actually take a physical measurement from the West Coast Ocean to the East Coast Ocean, a physical one, not a Google Earth measurement, not something that's calculating a curvature of distance, but it would be interesting to see somebody that spent the time and traveled with a fucking one of those things, the sticks with the circle at the bottom that gives you the distance. I forgot the severity. It would be interesting if someone made that trip from the West Coast to the East Coast to see if it truly equals your curved calculation as opposed to a lateral calculation.
There's a job for you to do on the weekend, Apocryphon.
Yes, there you go. You know what? Fuck this
Get a
place.
measuring
I'm
wheel.
gonna just travel from the West Coast to the East Coast.
Well, there you go.
I'll be back in 3 months, guys. I'm just kidding.
What you've got to do, Apocryphon, is get your trundle wheel out. You know, those things that go click, 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 click as you walk along. And you've got to walk between New York and, Seattle and Washington and measure all those distances extremely accurately.
Is that what they do to determine distances, though? Nope.
No, of course it's not. There are other ways of doing it.
Hold on, though. But let me share something with you, though. I will say this. There are points where there are elevations in the ground that would fuck that up. Because if I had a wheel on the ground, but the elevation went up a mile and then it came down a mile and I'm going over the mountains of, up and down, that will add distance, but not necessarily the true distance. So I don't think that's even possible to do because the earth goes up and down and up and down. There's peaks and valleys.
Right. Why even suggest such a crazy thing?
Yeah, I don't think we could do that even physically. Other than if we took a plane, for instance, and just flew it across the plane, and I mean the plane meaning the ground, and because then we're not dealing with elevations going up and down. So I think it'd be better to clock a plane traveling from Los Angeles to New York and check that mileage.
Do you reckon it's been done already?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing though. With that being said, we have to fucking check how many miles are on a plane. we're gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to ask a pilot.
But would you be confident in a calculation of that distance? Because now you're going to be getting into calculations, speed per hour, any headwinds, side winds, any shift.
Exactly. What happens when you hit? What happens when you have to divert because of a storm, or you have to divert because for whatever reasons? What happens when you hit drag? All those things, I think.
Don't worry about that. See, well, these are the questions that you have to ask yourself. Like, what is going to be sufficient for you as evidence of a measurement? What would suffice you in measuring those distances?
Yeah, like I said, it basically boils down to the point of, do you believe those quoted distances between the cities? If you accept that they're accurate, then try to plot them on a flat piece of paper. If you don't believe that they're accurate, well, then that's your argument. If you think that they're thousands of kilometres out and you can plot them on a flat piece of paper, that's your argument.
Okay, well, how about this? What about this? What if I took a plane up in the air and travel across the plane and I come up with the mileage and I say, this is the mileage on a flat plane. But It equals your globe. It equals your globe calculations. So then where do we go from there? What
Well,
if I say you travel in a flat plane?
Ultimately,
What?
you've got to come up with measurements between these cities that you accept as being correct.
I know
Right?
and that's the problem. I think that these calculations to begin with are based upon you can fly with a plane and find out the mileage, but they incorporate it with the ball and not just simply a plane, meaning a flat surface. So I don't know. That's hard. Again, if I measured from California to Las Vegas, it might be a little bit longer because you have to go over the Cajon Pass, which goes up fucking 4,000 feet in the air, and then it drops back down on the other side of the desert. So that will change your distance if I was measuring it through the up and over the surface. But if I went over a plane or with a plane, then it would have a distance. But I think that's what's incorporated to your model. So that's why you say that it's not necessarily mean that there's a curve. It just means that that's the true distance from one point to another, having nothing to do with the curve. That's just how truly far it is. But when you go on the ground, the elevations up and down will change that physical distance. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Sure, of course they will. But when we talk about the distance between New York and say London, that's not the distance we're talking about. We're talking about the as the crow flies, straight line, not going up and down, not going left and right distance, right? That's the sort of distances that we talk about, right? So either you accept those distances that we quote as being correct or you don't.
Well, again, though, you're taking a distance over a plane in our argument, but you're converting it to a ball distance. And if I was able to put a fucking mileage meter on a bird and it flies across the fucking United States, it will give you the same measurements as a plane would give you because it's not adherent to the ups and downs of the land below it. It's just a straight distance across. But if your ball has taken those distances and crunched the numbers to make it, what that is, then you're right. I can't argue that. But that
But
doesn't
you
mean that
see,
it's a ball.
But you see here, I'm not actually arguing whether it's a ball or a plane or what. I'm not calling these plane distances or ball distances or anything. I'm just calling them distances. I'm just saying that these are the distances between these cities, and I accept those distances because I think people are smart enough to come up with ways to accurately measure the distance between cities, even including things like up and down and left and right. I think we're smart enough these days to be able to measure the as the crow flies straight distance between two cities. If you don't think we're smart enough to be able to do that, then fine. That's your problem. You go and find a way to accurately do that.
Wow,
but I'm happy to
misrepresenting
happy to accept those distances. I'm not calling them ball distances or plane distances or anything.
That's fair.
I'm just calling them distances.
That's fair. That's fair. But I do recall you saying that if you calculate these four different lines, that it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth as opposed to a round Earth. But if you're using those same measurements, they're actually going to give you the same measurements on a flat or a round plane. You get what I'm saying? Because you're taking a plane distance and making it a ball. It doesn't mean that it's a ball. You're just making it a ball. And that's the whole point. That's the whole argument. Is it not?
Yeah, the whole argument is that if you take those accurate, well-known distances and try to plot them on a flat piece of paper, you can't do it. That if you try to plot them on a globe, you can actually do it. You can position them in such a way that the distances between all the cities are in fact accurate and are consistent. Whereas if you try to do that on a flat piece of paper, you can do it for three of the places, but as soon as you introduce a fourth place or a fifth place or more, you suddenly can't make all those distances consistently accurate.
Well, let me ask you something. In the military world, when they're actually plotting, points on a map, and they say it's this many kilometers from our position, this is they are going to work because that is what the distance is between one point to another. it doesn't mean that it's a round Earth below them. That's just the actual distance. So if you're saying you can take those distances and put them on a flat map and it doesn't work, I don't think that's honest. I think that will work because, again, you took a flat map to get those distances, but you're just putting them on a ball. I don't know what you're not understanding what I'm saying. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe I just need another beer. I don't know.
Well, clearly
I'll get
you're not
another one.
understanding what I'm saying because many times have I told you I'm not using a map to get those distances. These are actually distances measured in reality. They're not calculated from a flat map or a globe map. They are measured distances. They are what they are, just distances.
I agree with that. So if I'm on a mortar, right, and we're like, okay, raise it to this elevation because we know how far it travels and it's going to hit that point that we have to fucking blow up the enemy. They're going based off the known distances. Doesn't matter about curvature, just the known distance from where they're at. And then they put they drop the fucking little fucking bomb and they shoots off. They're literally doing it based off the known. I agree with you. It's a known distance, and that's how they're able to hit the target from a great distance. But what I'm telling you is that distance is measured on a plane, not a curve. And that maybe that's where the disconnection is. Maybe we're
again. I'm going to have to interrupt you there because again, you're saying it's measured on a plane. Why are you incorporating that plane bit? No, it's just measured. It doesn't matter whether it's a plane or a ball or a triangle or a fucking cube.
Okay,
it's just a measured distance.
Okay, so we can agree that those distances doesn't matter if it's curved or straight, correct?
Exactly. It's just a distance between two places.
I'll take that. I'll take it. That's fair. I'll take that. So you're saying that it works on either or. It's just a known distance. It doesn't matter the shape. It's just a distance. And I will agree with that. And that's
but I'm not agreeing that it works on either or. I'm saying that if you take those distances that are just distances, that it doesn't work if you try to put those distances on a flat plane. But it does work if you try to put them on a globe.
Hold on. If I know the distance from me to my enemy, doesn't matter the shape. You agree to that.
Why did we suddenly start talking about mortars and enemies? We were talking about cities.
Yeah, okay. Let's say cities are fighting, okay? You can put it that way. There's a known distance between them. I will give you that. There is a known distance.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. And
do you agree that distance is known with a certain kind of accuracy?
We both agree that it doesn't matter the shape of the earth for that distance. We just know it's a known distance. Correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so now, then we're pointlessly arguing this because it doesn't matter if it's a flat map or a round map. It's just a distance. And those distances can work on any gun. It doesn't matter. That's just the distance.
Nah, but that's where you're wrong.
You got to think about that.
That's where you're wrong. It doesn't actually work on a flat map because those distances.
You just said
when you try to put them on a flat map, it doesn't work on a flat map.
Wait. You just said it doesn't matter the shape. It's a known distance. It doesn't matter. For instance, if I'm in my backyard, okay, and I throw a ball, it doesn't matter if the ground is round or if the ground is flat. It's just a known distance of my target where I have to hit it. It doesn't matter on the shape. It's just a known distance. Now we're not even arguing the shape at all.
Exactly. We know the distances, but the thing is that when you try to put those distances accurately on a map, so now that we know all the distances between these cities, right, we want to try to make a map of those things, all right, because that's what we do, all right. So we try to put, say, I have no idea how far it is between London and New York, but let's say it's 20,000 kilometres. I have no idea whether I'm right or wrong there, right? So I can put 2 points on a map and say that the distance between them is 20,000. And then I can put a third point, and that's the correct distance from both of those 2 points on the map, right? But then if I try to put a fourth distance, right, a fourth city on that flat map, and get the correct distances from
It doesn't matter the
shape.
It
does matter because It does matter the shape because I can't put it on a flat map and at the same time get the correct distances from the other cities.
But the map doesn't matter at this point. You agree to that. The map doesn't matter because we're just known distances. If I throw a football at the tree in my backyard to my left, and I throw a tree to my right, and then I at a fourth distance, the tree to my immediate right, that doesn't matter the shape. It's just known distances in all four directions. And you're saying it's not going to work. No, it will work because it's a
It will
known
not work.
distance.
Yeah, you try putting those known distances between those, like, say, 7 cities: Moscow, New York, London, Beijing,
According to the ball.
Sydney. That if you try to put those known distances on a flat map, they won't work.
No, again, it's because you're bringing back this calculated ball. The ball doesn't matter. We already agreed to
I'm
that.
I'm not bringing the ball into it at all. I didn't say anything about. I didn't say anything about a ball. I said that if you try. I said what I actually said, and you need to listen carefully. What I actually said was that if you now take those known distances and try to accurately represent them on a flat piece of paper, you can't do it.
According to what?
According to accuracy. You can't plot them on a flat piece of paper.
According to what? According
to reality. If you try to plot those distances on a flat piece of paper, you won't be able to do it accurately.
You're double talking right now. You're double talking.
I'm not double talking at all.
Yes, because you originally said it doesn't matter the shape of the known distance. We just have known distances. But where you throw it in that it doesn't add up on this flat map is because you're incorporating the distances to the ball. The ball then gives you a different calculation of distance because it's adding curvature. If you do it that way, then I agree with you. You're right. It doesn't work when you put it on a ball. I agree to you. But it doesn't take away the fact that the known distances will not matter because we already agreed to that. We already agreed to that, but you're double talking because now you're saying it does matter the shape because those points on this flat point or this flat model that we're talking about magically changes once you add a ball. And
At this point, I don't know whether you're actually trolling me or whether you're deliberately misunderstanding my argument or whether you're just being obtuse. Because, like I said, and I've tried to point out 1,000 times before, I'm not talking about a fucking ball, right? I'm not talking about. You keep on bringing up the ball. I never once mentioned the ball or said anything about the ball. All I said was that if you try to take those known distances between those cities and plot them accurately on a flat piece of paper, you can't do it. Nowhere in that statement or that argument did I say anything about wrapping them around a ball or about a ball. So forget about that. I didn't say it. I didn't bring up the ball. Have you got it?
No, you don't have to because your known distances that you're speaking of that don't work on a flat map are representing a ball. Known distances on a ball don't work on the known distances on a flat map. That's what you're saying.
Again, you brought up the ball. I didn't mention the ball. I never brought it up. Why are you bringing up the ball?
Well, we're going around in circles a bit. I'd like to move on and bring up another topic.
I'll give up that argument. You go on to another topic. I'm going to go and do something else.
Oh, okay. I was going to run something past you, Paul. But anyway, you go do something else.
Oh, no, yeah. If you want to run something past me, go.
Yeah. No. Now, if I was to employ a few surveyors, Paul, to create a straight horizontal line, right, and this was their job description, right, to create a horizontal line from a single point, 2 miles in one direction, 2 miles in the other direction. All right. So it's a perfectly horizontal line from a singular point. Okay. You'd be confident that a surveyor could do that, wouldn't you? Yep.
Yeah.
100%. Cool. All right then. So then we go on to part 2. Now we have our horizontal line that has been established. They've put however many stakes in the ground to mark off this horizontal line. Now we get a decent water level, say 2.5, 3 inch ID. Okay, so not one of these little 3 millimeter ones. You need a decent one, 2.5, 3 inches, right? Now, if you start from that center point with this water level and you move 100 meters to the left of the center point and 100 meters to the right, that water level is going to marry up. If you move 200 meters to the left and right of the center, it's going to marry up. 300, 400, so forth and so on till you get to a mile each side of it. Now, that water level is going to marry up to that line regardless if it is globe or flat. Would you agree with that premise?
Yeah, I'd agree with that, because if you're adjusting the level of the water to match that horizontal, I absolutely agree with you.
Yep, beautiful, beautiful. Now we get the same water level, and we start at the center, and that water level, 1 point stays at the center, okay, and then we move that water level only to the left of that center point, okay, and that water level is now either gonna stay on that line, okay, all the way along it, or it will drop below that line. One of the two would happen. You would agree with that?
Yeah,
So,
I'd agree with that.
Yep. So with that scenario in place, we have a distinct difference then between globe and flat. It can't go any other way.
Yeah, you have a test that would differentiate between the two. Yes.
Exactly right. And that's a very simple way, in my opinion, to separate the two. If people want to go ahead and do it, this is something I've been proposing for a little bit now. So if you want to go out and do something that's practical, something's measurable, something that can be written up professionally, scientifically, and all that sort of stuff, and presented to the scientific community, all right, you could write this up in such a way, and you could have your hypothesis in place, you could perform your experiment, and you could have a very distinct result one way or the other. You'd agree with that? Yeah?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, beautiful. All right, then the people then just have to do it. I reckon. It's a very simple way of doing it if they want to do something.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a simple way. The hardest part of that test, of course, Bandy, would be to establish that horizontal in the first place, because that's not a trivial thing to be able to do.
Not at all. Not at all. And, people can argue about whatever method they were going to use, but if you were to employ, say, half a dozen different surveyors, and they all use various methods, one being GPS, some can use theodolites, some can use total stations, one can use the old-fashioned water levels. However they go about establishing that line, they can use varying different methods. And sure, every single measurement might be slightly varying, but if all those surveyors are proficient in their job, they should well and truly be able to create a horizontal line within an allowable tolerance, okay, that would match that horizontal plane from that single point.
Of course they would be able to. I mean, that's essentially what they did at LIGO.
Yeah, exactly right. And it may not be 100% spot on, but it will be within a tolerance that the 8 inches over that mile will way out surpass that any tolerance that they have to work within, because they can do a straight line over a mile, guaranteed that they will sign off on it within about half an inch. They'll sign off on.
You want to get Smokey the Bandit to build his rectilineator.
A rectilineator? Oh no, he'll be time traveling or something. So I heard. But anyway, I just wanted to run that past by Paul to see if the premise was sound and solid. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
It's just one of those things where I do know from personal experience, surveyors aren't calculating for a curvature of the Earth; they're calculating for the their equipment and how far it can go out and then deviate once it goes to a certain distance. but never is their curvature calculated. This is why we use benchmarks to keep it accurate,
Okay.
to keep it
Okay.
level.
Well, you know what, Apocryphon? All right, about time that you put the minds together, we raise some funds, and get it done. Get it
I
done.
I agree. I think these are things that are feasible.
Because there is one thing continually asserting something, right? And you can assert something for years and years and years and years, and that's all you'll be doing is just asserting that this is how it's done. You need to go out and demonstrate it, that this is how it's done, and then you'll have something solid to hold up.
I know a particular surveyor personally. He's my best friend's stepfather, who's a retired surveyor, did it over 35 years. Never once did he have to ever account for curvature.
That's fine. That's fine.
And this is why I even bring that up, because I think there's a belief, a false one, that they have to account for that. But that is
Okay,
not that's not what they have to do. So if you go at a certain distance, as you're saying, you mark it, you level it, you mark it, you level it, you mark it, you're going to always come across, of course, different elevations in the ground, but that's the
Look,
whole point of surveying. Go ahead.
You're preaching to the converted. All right.
All right.
So we need to do something. As the slogan goes, just do it. Just do
That's
it.
Nike. That's Nike.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time as we say this, we have to let the people that think they have to do that know that you don't have to do that. And I think once
How's that
you
working? How's that working?
horribly, they
There
don't
you
believe
go.
me.
Okay, so then perhaps you've got to do something, right? Instead of trying to convince them, because unless you've got something solid to back you up, that's all you got to be doing. You need to
Yeah.
show them something at the end of the day. In my humble opinion, right? If that's
Yeah.
what you want to do, right? If that's
Yeah.
what you want to do, you actually want to show people, right? You need to have them give them something that they can look at, right?
Yeah. Here's what happens. Let me tell you the argument. They will tell you that curved is level, and that's where the shitstorm starts, because
Well,
they'll tell you that if I took a steel beam and welded it level.
I know what the argument is. I'm
Yeah.
very accustomed to the argument.
Yeah.
I'm very, very accustomed to it. So it doesn't matter what they say, and it doesn't matter what we say in these realms. You'll just be spinning your wheels like a big 4-wheel drive stuck in a mud puddle.
You're right, because we're dealing with the people that believe falsehoods, and they won't do it. They won't detract from that. They'll stay on that.
Well then, yeah, but
Do you know that I could actually make exactly the same argument
Yeah.
back straight at you, right?
Words only go so far, right? At the end of the
Yeah.
day, and if you want to do something that's fairly simple, like what I just proposed, right? I think you should be spruiking that sort of message and getting some funds happening, because it's actually a relatively, in the grander scheme of things, it's a relatively cheap proposition. To be honest with you, relatively cheap.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with you.
Well then, get on board.
Hey, here's a question that came up earlier. Who's the gentleman I was talking to? IQ. Hey, you believe? No, let me rephrase that. Do you believe that the air travels accordingly to the speed of the rotation of the Earth?
Good luck, Paul.
Oh no, well I was on here earlier and we were talking about this. The atmosphere does rotate with the Earth, but it doesn't rotate in lockstep with the Earth. It actually varies a little bit. You forget about the minor differences of wind. I mean, we all know that we have north and west and south and easterly winds and all sorts of other directions as well. But what we're really talking about here is the overall average rotation of the atmosphere with the Earth, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So ignoring the winds, the atmosphere does rotate with the Earth, okay, but it doesn't rotate in a complete lockstep with the Earth. In fact, it goes in a cycle that sometimes the atmosphere exhibits what we call a super rotation, where it rotates a tiny little bit faster than the Earth, all right? But over time, what happens is that causes the Earth to actually speed up a slight little bit, and then the actual atmosphere rotates a little bit slower than the actual Earth. Right? It's not much. It's only a very, very fractionally small percentage difference, right? But it does vary. It goes in a cycle over time where it speeds up and slows down. It catches up and slows down, sort of over time.
Now, does it do it collectively?
What do you mean collectively?
So from 1 inch to the ground to 70 miles in the air, does it spin collectively at the same rate? Slow down, speed up, slow down, speed up. Does it do that collectively?
Well, it's a fairly complex model. I mean, that's what I've said is just a very, very simplistic version of it. But of course, there are all sorts of other nuances in there too. You know, like that it will bunch up and compress in one location and rarefy in another location. That sort of thing happens as well. All right. And it's not uniform in the way that it does this either. But generally, on average, you could say it's fair to say that the atmosphere rotates with the Earth. Yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, let's say what speeds generally is the atmosphere, which is a stupid word, but the wind, the sky, what speed is it generally rotating with the Earth generally?
Well, that would depend on the altitude, wouldn't it? Because obviously, the further out you go, the higher the radius, the faster the atmosphere has to actually linearly travel. But it will still be rotating at 15 degrees per hour, no matter what altitude you talk about.
Okay, with that being said, there are in the air, in the sky, there's what's known as jet streams. And there's portions of the air spinning much faster than the air below it and the air above it. How is that explained in this theory?
That's got more to do with the Coriolis force. The jet streams arise out of the Coriolis force because of the, you know what a Hadley cell is?
I'm sorry, you're saying it's the Coriolis that is making a jet stream?
Absolutely.
So why, when you pass the jet stream above it, is it slower?
Because of the way that the are you familiar with Hadley cells and Ferrel cells?
Not at all, but enlighten me. I'm kind of tipsy, so take it slow.
Okay. It's to do with the way that the air gets heated. I mean, we know that hot air rises and cold air sinks, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yep. So if you get hot air that's near the equator, because generally you get hotter temperatures near the equator, you'd agree with that, right?
Okay, typically, because the sun's going on his circuit. Go on.
I don't care what the reason is, but we know that it's hotter at the equator. Forget about the reason. I'm not going to argue that point, right?
Okay.
So
go on.
don't even bring that up, right?
So
we know, and we know that hot air rises because it's less dense. So at the equator, we generally get hot air rising, and so we need air to come in and replace that air. And generally, that air moves along the ground. All right. So the air comes in from away from the equator and moves towards the equator to replace that air that's just risen, and that sets up a rotation. The air rises from the equator. The cold air that's about 30 degrees away from the equator sinks and goes in to replace that air that's just risen. All right, and so it sets up what you call a Hadley cell, where you get the air rotating. It rises at the equator, moves northwards in the northern hemisphere and southwards in the southern hemisphere, and then sinks again to do that. All right.
So here's the trick question.
It's not a trick question. This is in my explanation, because what happens then is that air that moves across the top of that cell is moving away from the equator. And as it moves away from the equator, the Coriolis force makes it go in a particular direction, which is ahead of the spin of the Earth. And that's what forms the jet stream at that latitude.
So here's my trick question. So does that mean it only happens at the equator? Or are there jet streams in North America?
There are two jet streams. There's one at about 30 degrees and one at about 60 degrees. And that's because there are different cells. There are different cell structures. The one I talked about was the Hadley cell. That's the one that exists at the equator, where you get the hot air from the equator rising and falling. But there are also is a layer of cells that do the similar sort of thing above those, and they're called feral cells. Right? And they do a similar sort of thing, except they rotate in the opposite direction. So the air sinks at about 30 degrees. You have air moving from the equator towards that and then sinking, but you also have air moving from about 60 degrees towards the 30 degrees across the top and sinking as well. Okay? And that's what causes the jet stream, because the air that moves across the top of those cells gets accelerated ahead of the Earth's spin by the Coriolis force. And that's what causes the jet stream at that latitude. And that also causes the jet stream at the latitude of about 60 degrees, because there are three layers of cells. There's the Hadley cell, the feral cell, and there's another one. I can't remember what the other one is.
But I thought you said it's the north. I thought you said it's the heat that creates the jet stream.
It's the movement of the air because of the heat that causes the jet stream, right? The rising heat causes the circulation of the air, but it's the circulation of the air that causes the jet stream.
So how does the jet stream be created in a colder environment?
Because you've always got, at a difference of latitudes, you've got differences in heat. All right? You'd agree that at 60 degrees latitude, it's colder than at 30 degrees latitude. And that too sets up a rotation of air.
Hold on. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this. You started with saying it's the heat that would create such a vector. Am I wrong?
Yeah. No, you're right.
So then how does it create a vector in the cold?
You realize that there are different levels of heat. All right, the rising air at the equator causes a Hadley cell. Right, that's one kind of cell, but there are other kinds of cells at higher latitudes. All right, they're still driven by differences in temperature at different latitudes.
I'm not saying the latitudes of where the heat is originally. I'm saying the latitudes of the positioning over the continents.
Yeah, exactly. Different latitudes have different heat. All right, and that sets up a circulation, a convection current in the atmosphere, which we call these cells. The cells near the equator are called Hadley cells. The next layer up, I think, are called feral cells. And then there's another layer. I can't remember what the third layer is.
Hold on. When you're saying layers, hold on. I'm sorry. When you're saying layers, are you talking about vertically, like to the point of reference on the ground? Or are you talking about like from the equator and then you move closer towards the North Pole, like over America? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, there you go. Skylane's posted an image in the chat that illustrates these things, the different cells at the different latitudes.
So how is one part that's heated on your ball able to produce such heat to create these jet streams in a place where typically it would be colder?
Well, because of the difference in temperatures, the heat rises at the equator, air rushes in along the ground to replace that air that's risen, and that means that air must be falling somewhere else to replace that air that's rushed along the ground to replace the air that's risen. It sets up a circulation. It sets up a circulation of air that goes along the ground towards the equator, rises up at the equator, and at high altitudes moves away from the equator towards the higher latitudes. And then it sinks again there, and it goes round and round and round.
Now, logically, if these pressures are creating these streams to be stronger going east in one direction and west in the other, wouldn't that then implicate that it would be a faster travel going east as opposed to west? Because if there's this stream blaring against you, wouldn't that slow you down and then thus make the trip longer on that same path?
Yeah, which is why pilots along certain routes take advantage of the jet streams. Sometimes they can actually take advantage of the jet streams and use them to get to a destination in a quicker time. But they avoid the jet stream in the other direction because that literally would slow them down and make them take longer to get to their location.
Okay, with that being said, if I take a flight from Los Angeles to New York, now it can be a faster route, quote unquote, because you can catch that air jet stream. Now, if I'm coming back from New York to Los Angeles, how do I get there at the same exact time of landing? Because remember, I'm avoiding the jet stream that made this guy go faster, and now I'm going opposite direction, but I can still get to that other point at the same speed without a jet stream. Go on.
Well, I'd say that wouldn't happen. Okay, because
But it does.
I beg your pardon, but if the flight times are the same, then that indicates that the ground velocity of the planes is the same in each direction, which means that they're not catching the jet stream or going against the jet stream. They're just going through normal weather patterns.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that they don't catch the jet streams, but they do, but they don't, right?
Well, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Well,
jet streams are only in a very specific latitude. Not all flights in all locations can catch a jet stream.
so again, if I was to take a flight, okay, I'm going to tell you from experience. I went to New York, and why wouldn't they have taken advantage of the jet stream?
Is there a jet stream between where you were taking a flight from in New York?
Over America, yeah, there is a jet stream over America. He even posted a graph that shows that in North America there's a jet stream, and then in the equator there's a jet stream, and in down in South America
There's no jet stream at the equator.
That's what he showed. I don't. Maybe I'm not. Hold on. Wait. No, that looks like a jet stream in the equator. He showed it.
A jet stream is not the entire United States. It's narrow.
Oh, okay. So now so we're narrowing the highway, pretty much. You're saying. So it does. So there's no jet stream above the United States. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. There's a stream in a very specific location above the United States, not over the entire United States.
And it changes. It's not always in the same place.
Okay. So these jet streams that are apparently faster than the Earth's spin or slower, I don't know how you want to look at it, but how does that stream in general, how is it fast at one point, but when you go higher in elevation, why is it slow down? You would think that if it's heated or rushing in for the air, it shouldn't just be one elevation. It should just be the total of it.
It's got to do with you actually really don't understand the model at all then, because it's got to do with the rotation of the Hadley cells. At what elevation the air moves along the surface of the cell up at high elevation. That's determining what the elevation of the jet stream will be.
And that's going to provide a jet stream at so many feet and not so many feet above that. That's what you're saying.
That's correct.
Okay, so the heat, it can cherry pick. It knows to not heat up the top side of it, but below it, and then below that, it's cooler. I get what you're saying.
No, there's no cherry picking there at all.
I get what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense. If I'm the sun heating up a ball, I would think that if I have a certain, effect on the winds because I'm heating it up, and then somehow the other winds north and south of my direct sunlight, how does it depict from elevation? I don't know. That doesn't make logical sense to me, but Maybe in the model it makes sense because you just fix it that way. But I'm saying logically, how does heat know to do this elevation but not that elevation? So we're going to slow down the air below this jet stream because I'm just a sun looking at an Earth. I'm not looking at elevations. I'm just hitting all of it directly.
At this point, you're gish galloping random nonsense.
Well, it does sound like nonsense because I'm trying to explain your ball at this point. It does sound like
Well,
nonsense.
you're not doing a very well of actually explaining our ball.
Okay, so on your ball, there's a sun hitting it, heating it up, and it's creating this vortex. It's creating this fucking jet stream that's faster. But north and south of that, I'm also creating these jet streams, but there's a certain elevation that this heat and cold rush going on, it doesn't affect everything. I'm a sun looking at the earth from a distance. I'm like literally in my backyard looking at the chair around the table in my backyard. I'll know the elevation to move faster in my eye line. It's going quicker at an elevation at a distance, but not further or not.
What does an elevation of distance
closer.
mean?
I'm sorry?
What does the term elevation of distance actually mean?
Okay, so if I'm standing looking at a ball, how do I know to speed up a certain elevation or distance from that chair or ball? I'm looking at the chair right now. How do I know that it's going to go faster in a certain distance, but if I go closer to that chair, it's slower. But at the same time, if I'm farther from that chair, it's slower. Again, I'm just looking at it straight directly. I'm a sun ray. I'm heating it up. How do I know to create a jet stream at a certain elevation or a certain distance from and then closer? I hope you can understand what I'm saying. I don't know if you do.
I don't know what you're saying, but really, it's simple. The sun heats up the earth more at the equator. The air gets hotter in that location. It rises. Air rushes in along the ground from further north than the equator or further south, right? To replace that air that's just risen.
Now
keep on going on. Air that's further north, that's colder, descends to replace that air that's rushed across the ground to replace the air that's risen.
Hold on.
The air that's risen moves along the top of the Hadley cell to replace the air that's just sunk.
You're missing what I'm saying.
It makes a cell that rotates.
You're missing what I'm saying.
Along the ground, up at the equator, along the top, down at the 30 degrees latitude.
You're missing what I'm saying. If a person is sitting on the chair in front of me, so he's the distance from me. That's the Earth and the sun. There's a person sitting on that chair. Now, I'm going to create a jet stream that's 1.5 feet away from him, but not 1 foot close to him or 2 feet away from him. I'm only going to create a jet stream that's 1.5 feet away from him. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? It's the air moving along the top of the Hadley cell that creates the jet stream, because as it moves from the equator to further north, the Coriolis force affects that air, making it move ahead of the rotation of the Earth. And at the point where it then sinks down, that's the location where the jet stream will form.
If I'm shooting my sun rays at this chair, how does it not?
How about we actually talk about the Earth rather than a person sitting on the chair? Because these phenomena actually happen on the Earth.
Okay, Earth. We'll say Earth. I'm the sun, and there's the Earth in my distance. Now I'm looking at my barbecue, but it's the Earth. How does my barbecuer, my Earth, know that 30,000 miles up in the air, it's going to be heated? There's going to be this rush from my sun rays. But at 20,000 miles, it'll be less. And at 40,000 miles, it'll be less. So how did I create that 30,000 mark from where I stand?
Most of the sun's energy is dissipated at the equator because that's where the sun's rays seem to fall mostly at 90 degrees approximately.
Still not getting it. You're
right?
still not understanding.
No, you're not understanding it because that's
no,
where
no.
because
No,
that's
you're not
well, I'm trying to explain it to you, but you're now interrupting me.
If I'm shooting
Okay.
a ray at the equator of the Earth, I'm shooting a sun ray, and it's heating. I'm shooting it at the equator, the center of the Earth. How does the difference from the Earth ground to me? How do I create the Saturn ring? How do I create from 30,000 miles away from the Earth? It's going to be faster, but if 40,000 miles, it's slower. Wait, that makes no sense logically. How do
No,
I
because
create
those
20,000
distences
miles from
aren't
the Earth?
anywhere near what
I'm
the
sorry.
thickness of the atmosphere is.
I'm saying, okay. All right. I'll shut up.
It makes no sense because you're proposing something that just doesn't happen.
I'll shut up. It makes no sense that you're not understanding what I'm saying. If I'm a sun ray hitting the Earth, how does it know when I'm 30,000 feet up in the air, it's fast, and I'm looking from it at a distance? I'm heating up the air to where 30,000 feet away from the air or from the Earth, it's fast, but 40,000 feet away, it's slower, and 20,000 feet away, it's slower. So there's a 10,000 mile mark where it's faster. I've created a ring around the Earth by my heat. How does that happen? I'm looking at it directly. You would think that all of that elevation from the ground to me, it's hot because I'm the sun shooting a ray directly to it.
Well, of course, if you build a straw man that doesn't actually represent what really happens in our model, you're going to find it difficult to explain and understand what really happens. Because what you're explaining, what you're trying to propose there, isn't actually what happens. Like I said, what happens is the thermal energy from the sun is absorbed by the ground, right? And that's transferred to the air lower to the ground in the atmosphere. That hot air at the equator rises because it's now got the heat from the ground, okay, which the sun hits. Okay, the sun doesn't transfer its energy directly into the atmosphere. It hits the ground then radiates that energy into the atmosphere, heating up the atmosphere, and that happens near the ground. Right, that hot air near let me continue explaining. That hot air near the ground at the equator rises. Air moves in along the ground from further away than the equator to replace that air that has risen. That hot air that has risen then moves north towards 30 degrees latitude, where it then gets colder and sinks.
So
I put the exact diagram in the side chat there for what you just said.
So is it hotter at the ground or is it hotter 30,000 miles up?
Well, I'd say it's pretty cold 30,000 miles up. At 30,000 feet even, it's cold.
I'm sorry. You're right. I keep saying miles. I mean feet. My fucking bad. Is it hotter at the ground or is it hotter at 30,000 feet up?
Well, that's pretty obvious. It's hotter at the ground because that's where the energy of the sun is absorbed, right?
So then why isn't the jet stream at the ground but 30,000 feet up?
Because as I've already tried to explain, the air that's been heated up rises up at the equator. It then moves along the top of the Hadley cell going north, away from the equator. And as it goes north, the Coriolis effect speeds up that air in the direction of the spin of the Earth. That's what the Coriolis effect does, right? And so by the time it reaches 30 degrees north, it's now going at a much faster speed than it was when it was going at the equator because of the Coriolis force.
So the ground should also have the same speeds as 30,000 feet up because it's just as hot. The air is being displaced just the same. Is it not?
It's not the heat that creates the speed. It's the movement from the equator towards the north. Right? That's what causes the speed up because the Coriolis force affects the movement of the air going from the equator to further north.
What speeds up?
The air molecules.
Oh my God.
How do they do that?
Because of the Coriolis force.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
It's amazing. No, I'm sorry. I said that very.
Well, you said that out loud for starters.
Yeah, I was very. I was being extremely facetious. My apologies, because what you're explaining is that the heat, it's hotter on the surface, so then we should be able to travel faster on the surface because the air should be hotter and having this rush at the surface, but it only works at 30,000 feet.
I didn't say there was a rush at the surface. I didn't say that the speed of the air was
I know
related
you
to the
didn't.
heat of the air at all. No
I
one
know
said
you
that.
didn't say that, but
Then why are you implying that?
I'm saying that logically, if you're saying that the heat of the air and the rushing of this cold air is what's causing the stream, then all along the equator should be the stream, not just a specific distance from the Earth.
No, I specifically pointed out that it's the movement of the air from the equator across the top of the Hadley cell towards the further north latitude. That's the motion that creates the jet stream. It's the movement of the air across the top of the Hadley cell that creates the jet stream. And that's why the jet stream is at that altitude and not lower down.
So what's the Hadley stream? Never mind, I'll go Google it. Yeah, we can't actually argue about when shit happens, right? And heats and equators and tropics and all that. Yeah, that's no problem, bro. I probably agree with you on most of whatever you say.
Well, the fact that it's the heat that does it, but in the north and the south it's a little colder. That just doesn't gel up to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just
It
ignorant.
moves a little slower. Like,
just because it's cold doesn't mean there aren't heat differences, man.
Yeah, there's definitely. Well, because and also the heat differences on the equator and below the colder air is obviously going to make the cold air move. So that's fine.
Here's what's interesting to me is that these jet streams that we're talking about, it actually also makes sense on a flat Earth. Once again, if you took the sun going around on the circuit of a flat plane, it would create these heat, things, and then I mean, I don't know, but at the same time, I don't even want to go there because there's other jet streams away from the sun's position, but you're saying that it's the cold interacting with the heat at the equator. I don't know, but all I know is that there's jet streams that are moving at different speeds than this atmosphere that you believe that is turning and spinning with the ball. So it is what it is, bro. Like I just saying, it would work also on a no matter what the shape of the Earth was. But that's just another one of those.
So you say, but you don't actually have a model to explain how it would work.
I will tell you right now, I don't have any model because we unfortunately can't explore all the lands that can be.
Well, then why are you saying that it works on a flat Earth when you don't have a model that actually explains it or makes any predictions?
When you hear flat Earth, what in your mind? What are you envisioning? I'm very curious. when I say that, what are you envisioning in your mind when I say flat Earth?
Well, I'm envisioning. Well, you could tell me what I'm envisioning, but you actually asked me what I'm envisioning, so I'd assume that it would be courteous to actually let me respond to that and tell you what I'm envisioning, right? Instead of telling me what you think I envision.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Go on.
Yeah, right. So when I say flat Earth, all I'm envisioning is some surface that's generally flat.
Okay. So are you accounting for like the water being held in, contained with like the ice wall surrounding it?
Oh, I don't really know. All I envision when I say flat Earth is a surface that's generally flat. Whether that be an infinite plane, a disc, a pizza shape, or a fucking triangle, or a hexagon, or whatever, I don't know. Because no one seems to have any kind of thought or model that would sort of limit it to or isolate it to any particular shape. So when I think of flat Earth, the only thing I can think of is something that's generally flat. Well, beyond that,
here's one. Water
there doesn't seem to be any agreement.
Water has a shape. Water does have a shape, though. Do you know what shape that is?
When you say water has a shape, that's a pretty ambiguous question.
No, it's pretty obvious.
Well, it's actually not. Are you talking about the shape of the water molecule? Are you talking about the shape of the water in a particular container? Are you talking about the shape of water in free fall? Are you talking about the shape of water under a particular set of forces? What are you actually asking?
All of those. They all have a specific...
Well, they all have different answers.
You can prove. Yeah, no, okay, but they all have a specific shape that you can prove. They
all have different shapes.
Yeah. Right?
Okay, well, put it this way. What is the shape of water at rest?
Well, again, it depends on the environment that water is in.
Okay.
No, he just said at rest, bro.
Yeah.
What environment do you need? He said, what is the shape of water at rest?
Is it at rest in the ISS? Is it at rest on the ground? Is it at rest in a moving train?
Oh, fuck me.
Is it at rest in a...
Yeah.
That's funny. That reminded me of like Dr. Seuss. In a train, in a plane. So hold on. Let's
I love
tackle that. I'm a last bit, so let's go here. Okay. So
sorry, IQ.
In a pool, what shape would you call water in a pool?
Are you talking about the surface of the water? Or are you talking about the water as a whole? Is it a rectangular pool? Is it a circular pool?
Yeah.
Is it an oval pool?
Oh my god!
The surface of it.
You're going to have to be more specific with your question.
I'm sorry.
What is the shape of the surface? What is the shape of the surface of water in a pool that has edges?
Oh, generally, we could say that it's flat. I mean, even though we know that it's not flat, but we could on a small scale say it's flat.
Okay. Hold on. With that being said, how many flat water surfaces does it make to make a ball?
None.
Level doesn't mean
flat. Yeah.
Wow.
I thought I'd throw that one in just for.
That's boiler.
Okay.
Level is not horizontal.
Yeah, we're going to get that red now.
So let me ask you something.
The level is not horizontal.
Shut up, Bev.
You right, bro?
Let me ask something. If you took the water between two continents, would it not take the shape of that pool just on a larger scale?
Yeah, would it be curved, just like the pool is?
Sorry, did you say it wouldn't be curved?
What's that?
Any body of water.
I thought I heard you say it wouldn't be curved.
Any body of water's got a curve to it.
Yeah.
What?
Did you say
Yeah, I mean,
any? Did you
I did
say any
qualify.
body of water will be curved? Is that what you said?
Yep.
Wow.
But of course, on the local scale of the swimming pool, we could approximate it to be flat.
Okay, so let's say I took 1,000 pools and lined them up. Are there going to be but then I broke all the walls between them, but it still had the walls, like in an oval shape. Will the water still be flat, like you said it is in a pool?
Even 1,000 pools end to end, it'd be approximately flat, but it wouldn't actually be flat.
But there's a understanding that it does take shape to it's equal level plane, right?
You're talking about the other sides of the water, then, not the surface of the water.
No, the surface. I'm specifically saying if I took a pool and I had it, a 400-yard pool, and I put mountains and like elevations up and down on the bottom of the pool, and I filled it with water. Is the water where the elevations rise be higher than the elevations that are lower, or will the water just settle in all of it, and the only thing that changes elevation is the bottom of it, and the surface would be flat across it?
No, it wouldn't be flat across it. It'd be level. It wouldn't be flat, though.
So you're saying level is not flat?
Yeah.
Okay. There's no further. You know what? No more questions, Your Honor. That's it.
I rest my case.
We rest our case.
Yeah. In fact, the surface of that water won't form a plane.
This guy is acting like we didn't all know this like 5 years ago. It's hilarious.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, it's like a redo.
Yeah, you're right. It's a stupid question because that's the same answer that we've gotten for many years. You're right.
It's Groundhog Day
because
again.
it's the only answer that matches reality, bro.
Hey, did you hear they're actually putting out a new version of Groundhog Day? Yeah, they're just.
Are they really?
Yeah. They're just going to repeat the same fucking show.
Is it going to be called Groundhog Day, or because there's been like 10 movies attempting to do the same, but not called Groundhog Day?
Oh, see, I knew it was the flip flop.
See enough of them?
I knew it was.
See, there's
that list. I want to watch them all.
There's certain movies that get ruined when you do sequels and things like that, particularly if there's a large gap between the two of them. And that movie was a while ago, Groundhog Day.
Well, I mentioned 3. Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise. That's more of a sci-fi, but it's the same concept. We got Happy Death Day 1 and 2. There's one about a cave. It's a time loop. There's a show on Netflix, Russian Doll. The same concept. It's a Groundhog Day, just different type of things. It's cool.
Jose, are we living in a time loop?
Are we living in a table?
Yes. Hey, bro.
A table? Yes, we live in a table.
I don't know if you guys know or not, but I just saw on my app tonight, or it's already morning. The sun's already up. It's what time is it? I just saw last night that there's a Munsters 2022. I'm gonna watch it today. Did you guys see that? A new one.
The movie or series? The series or movie?
Are you serious?
It's a movie. Yeah, it's called The Munsters 2022.
Is it the movie? Rob Zombie got a movie, and there's a series also at the same time.
That's the one. Ron Zombie. Nice. He made it. I'm gonna watch it today.
Yeah, I want to see it because it looks so off, so odd. I don't know. The style doesn't add up to me, but I want to see it.
That's Ron Zombie for you. That's who he is. Exactly. He's weird.
Hey, did you hear they're also bringing out new Halloween 5 or something? Yeah, it's in New York.
The last one, yeah. But the Addams Family, there's a TV series. Check on the trailer, and the TV
called Wednesday, right?
Looks really good. Yeah, it actually looks decent.
Yeah,
Rob Zombie actually looked awesome. I want to see it. I want to have a laugh with it.
Yeah, I want to see that. But Wednesday, it's called Wednesday. Yeah, something like that.
There's a new Halloween coming out. It's in New York.
Halloween Last or Dead or the final
Yeah,
chapter or some shit like that.
it's just they shot up the streets.
Well, I mean, all right, so
Nah, that was a joke. But actually, there's a new Halloween coming out.
it's time to go get some more.
Yeah, but some more. What?
Some more beers.
Oh yeah.
Who's gonna be the first to do a flat Earth movie, sci-fi style, that when you just go away from the Earth in a bat suit or something, you create wings, you fly up, and when you look down, it's a flat Earth, and you got all this new sci-fi universe type of movie, like the best Hollywood hit ever.
I got an idea. It'll blow your mind. It starts off right. There's lots and lots of snow and shit, right? And there's this big. You might like fuck. What do you call that one? Never mind. Anyway, so they're traveling through the southern pole. They're looking for the edge.
Is that a movie? I want to see that.
Yeah, I'm making it up as I go along. What do you call one?
It's going to be a movie.
It's definitely going to be a movie. I'm going to produce.
It was a movie already.
It's going to cost about $10.
$10.
$5. Okay, $5. Anybody want?
I'm not talking serious. I was talking serious about the biggest blockbuster, best movie ever, better than Avengers Endgame, better than Avatar, make almost $3 billion. That's the movie I'm talking about the flat Earth.
Which one's that?
The one that somebody need to step up and start doing.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, but you're talking about a $10 movie, $5. No, I'm talking about the biggest movie, billions of dollars movie ever.
It starts off like you're there, like lots of snow, looking for the edge.
Logan Paul already did that, bro. You're good.
And what? Don't tell me it's the hand of God shaking the earth that makes the earthquakes, which is making the snowflakes fall in the dome, right?
That was my next question. Hey, IQ, do you believe in God or no?
Me? No.
Okay. Yeah, it figures.
He doesn't.
Yes, and God has nothing to do with the reality which we live in, the shape of the earth and physics and all that good stuff. Nothing to do. You can separate it 100%. That's what I do.
The Big Bang's got nothing to do with it.
Nothing at all whatsoever. Yeah.
Well, there are plenty of scientists that do believe in a God.
I mean, if you want to talk about how everything came to be, then you might have an argument. But what we're talking about today, about reality, about the future, about everything that has been done, it has nothing to do whatsoever. So I don't have to count on him on reading all stories written by some drunk man in a cave telling me God is real and he created everything. Or can I measure shit on myself and observe things on myself today? That's my point. Boom.
So you're saying that it is a creation?
Yeah, maybe. But what we live today, the reality, the Earth is spherical and rotating. I know that good stuff. Yeah.
I mean, what's the alternative? Big Bang.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Yeah.
Like there's like you've got.
So you want to talk about that? About what nobody can verify versus measurements today?
We're finished now.
Forget the options.
Right, you got two choices.
Sorry, I was still trying to.
You're right, bro. You're right.
All right. You want to talk about creation or about reality?
I don't know. I just want to say something.
Hey, Jose, does your grandmother know you're out here fucking defiling the name of God?
Sorry, my grandma is dead. And if she was alive, she would be like hanging out next to me, having a laugh.
Oh, man. I don't know, dude. Does your family have a Catholic heritage?
A cat? Oh, Catholic? Nah, not really. My dad is a pastor. My dad was a pastor. I was raised in church. I was raised in church since before I was born. So I was in church. My dad is a saint. My dad is a pastor. I was a minister all his life. It has no fuck all to do with the shape of the earth, bro. With today, with measurements.
What is it?
All right.
I missed the last part, Jose.
If you were paying attention, man.
Jose, you sound like you're upset, bro.
Stop being triggered and interrupting. Isa Mahosky, what's up?
You
gotta stop
around,
being
dude.
triggered, bro. You gotta stop interrupting, bro.
Well, you're all triggered over there, Jose.
I'm hyped up.
Hey, wait, Jose. Did you just say that? The hold on. First of all, do you believe in the Bible or no?
no sequitur to have anything to do with any argument that I'm interested in. I'm not interested in talking about that. I'm interested in talking about reality, the shape of the earth, measurement, observations, physics, math, and all the good stuff. Yeah.
How we got here is reality.
Good.
That has nothing to do with anything, bro.
So you're saying that the story of how he made everything has nothing to do with what we're living on.
I couldn't give 3 fucks, man.
Right.
Okay,
so
yeah, that's fair.
shit. Hey, move on, bro.
That's fair. that means you don't believe in the word. That's okay. That's fine. That's fair.
I couldn't give a fuck. Whatever your opinion is of me, even if it's wrong, I'm not gonna defend it because I don't care about that topic, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. You don't. You the word means nothing to you. I get
Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say.
Yeah. Because if you knew the word, you would know that it does tell you the shape of the earth. But it's okay.
Tell me how you really feel, Bryce.
It does in a book. Flip flop. Go for it.
Yeah, all I know is words in the dictionary.
You have 2 choices. Either it was a Big Bang or it was created. Which one do you go for? Which one?
I don't know who question is that because I'm not interested in that. I couldn't give 3 fucks about that.
Or it was created. Or it was created in a Big Bang.
That's a false choice anyway. Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah. Well, sorry.
The Big Bang could be the creation. Yeah.
Okay, so
Not necessarily. It does. It goes against it. Logically, it doesn't.
Logically, it does not go against it. Logically, it supports the idea of creation.
No. Because the earth was here before light was. Before he said, "Let there be light," there was the earth without void, and there was filled with water. So it goes against the Big Bang theory. And then once he said, "Let there be light," then he made the sun and the moon, the greater light and the lesser light. But the earth was already here. So
dude, how does that go against?
Hang on, bro. That's just preaching, right? That's just preaching. You have 2 choices. You have either it's a Big Bang or it's a creation.
No, it's both. It can be
or it can be both. Or Jazz Conda says, is there a third option?
I don't think there's a third. Yeah, the third option is that God created the Big Bang.
What?
No, but hold on though.
There's a naturalistic Big Bang, or there's a creation. It's one or the other.
Right.
But hold on though. But the Big Bang represents nothing was in existence until the Big Bang. Mm-hmm. But in the creation story, the earth was filled with water, but without void.
We know the creation story. We're trying to figure out.
Dude. Okay. Hyphens story.
Exclamation mark.
Yeah, it's metaphorical.
So you choose the Big Bang. Is that the path you take?
If you're talking about a creator, right, I think to me, it's a losing argument to say that the creator can only do one or the other. If you truly believe in a creator, he can do whatever the hell he wants to do. That's in which order and what. So it's a losing argument, in my opinion, to say that he can only do it this way or that way.
Thank you, Ben. I'm just asking Jazz and anybody else or Flip Flop. If you believe that the Earth or everything was created by a Big Bang, right? You know where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah.
Not really. No.
You don't?
No.
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, elucidate so I can.
Right. So everything came from what, the Higgs boson particle?
No.
No.
No, there was literal nothingness.
Nope.
And
nothingness.
And then a being outside of this creation created it, including all of quantum physics.
Sorry, say that again.
There was literal nothingness, and then a being outside of this material world created everything, including quantum physics, including the quantum foam, everything, every potential there is.
I believe in that. We could stop the quantum stuff, but I believe that. So, but I'm asking Jazz and other people who are not Jazz. Do you believe that God created, or some being created us, or do you believe that we came from nothing?
No, I totally do.
Totally do what?
Believe in something, someone, or today we could say something.
So you're saying there's a chance?
A deity. Yeah.
What I am saying is that it's not an individual, and it's not an individual. I'll try and say this in the most polite way. If the Earth was flat, everything has to be fake. Which
yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
Which means that in reality can't be fact. Which means
that's a straw man argument. That's a straw man argument to say that everything has to be fact. That's your opinion, Jazza. That's your opinion.
Okay.
It is a straw
opinion.
man argument to turn around and say that everything has to be fake.
It is my opinion. It is my opinion. It is my opinion, but I bet you it's about 7 billion other people's opinion if they were
good. And now you are appealing to consensus and majority.
There's 7 billion of us. Not everybody agrees with you, Jazz. Come on now.
Okay. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that might be the possibility. Just because
a conglomerate of gods.
The reason I said from the first fucking thing I said.
Just a few nights a year.
But to be fair, Jazzy, you did say that is fact. Well, it's clearly not.
Oh, he probably didn't just say that.
Okay, I'll do something no flat earther can say. Well, actually, I will do. They always say, "Sorry, don't get offended."
You know what, Jazza? Stop with your straw man. Stop with your straw man ad homs. All right.
I didn't. I just said that.
Yeah, you did. You turned around. I heard exactly what Jazza. I heard exactly what you said. Right, and this isn't the place to be doing it. So pull your head in.
Right. So yeah. So every time Jazza talks, he says, and I don't mean that in a bad way, or I don't mean to offend. Bro, we're not going to get offended. We just want your opinion. I'm just asking people. I'm just asking atheists and God believers. Do you believe that the earth was made or everything was made either by a creator or from nothing? That's all I'm asking.
I don't think we were created or the universe is created out of nothing. I mean, latest scientific consensus or theories is that there was something, there was matter of some description, and it's thought to be dark matter.
Well, dark matter means unknown, right? So we've got.
It doesn't mean unknown. It doesn't mean that. It's just unclear as to what dark matter is. They don't fully know what dark matter is. Like I said, I'm not saying
that's what they call it, dark matter. It's unknown.
Well, it's unknown as to what it is, but it doesn't mean that. It doesn't. Dark matter hasn't got a meaning to say it's unknown. That's
why they call it dark matter. Is because it's unknown.
It is a known fact. It's an unknown.
Do you know what dark matter is?
Hang on. What you're saying is that the words dark matter mean unknown. That doesn't mean unknown. It just means what they're saying is that they don't fully understand what dark matter is.
Okay,
it's not a meaning of a word. You're trying to give a meaning to dark matter.
Let's move on. What do you think, Matt?
Hang on.
I just said that I'm really go with the scientific consensus that I think there was matter of some sort and it expanded somehow rapidly at some point.
So matter magically appeared out of nowhere.
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Sorry.
No.
Hang on.
Jazza, can I finish what I'm saying, Jazza? Please, thank you. So no, I'm not saying that it didn't appear out of nowhere. They think there was always matter there, but what it was and what precisely it was, we don't know. And I'm going with scientific consensus. But can I prove that? Can I say that that's factual? No, I can't. I can't say for absolutely certain what happened, and no scientist can either. But I don't believe in an omnipotent creator that created the earth in 7 days and rested on the last day. No, I don't believe that. That's just my opinion.
That's magic.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
PM, what you were just saying in regards
Yeah.
to the last conversation.
You're not going to offend me, bro. So go ahead.
Is that I was trying to defend you in that conversation.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but what you don't understand is
Nothing.
exactly.
Yeah, I know. Fuck all, bro.
Everybody knows something. Some just people know more than others. Like
yeah.
Everybody knows a bit of something.
There you go, Matt.
What's that, Benny?
Yeah, Jazz stood up for Flat Earther. Hey? Man, who would have thought?
What's that, Bandy?
I said, how you going, buddy?
Not bad, G.
Good. Yeah. No complaints.
No complaints.
No complaints. No one would bloody listen to me even if I had complaints.
No, that's true. No, they wouldn't. You don't listen to me, so why the fuck do we listen to you?
Nobody heard a fucking word I said.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
He's winding you up.
I know.
Somebody spoke. Sounded a bit like a guy that I know, but I'm not sure.
No, you don't know me.
Who's that?
Me? No, you don't know me.
No, I don't know you at all.
Who the fuck are
Hey,
you?
Bandy, you don't know me either, do you?
No.
Who? I don't know. I don't know either of you. Who the fuck are you two? Who these two speaking? Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck are you?
I don't know who I am either. Fuck's sake.
What's my name? What's my fucking name?
If anybody wants to go and see a good film, go see End of the Road with Queen Latifah, I think is her name.
Oh, no.
And got Ray Bridges. What a brilliant film. Actually, what a brilliant film. Highly recommend.
Why is it so good?
It's got Queen Latifah. It's got Ludacris, Michelle Faith Lee, Beau Bridges, Sean.
Yep.
And what's it about, roughly?
Oh, it's basically about a family that's kind of down on their luck, that have to their house has to be sold and they have to move interstate. So it's about basically their road trip, getting from point A to point B, and what kind of happens in between. But it is a thriller, and it is really, really well done. Highly recommend. I give it at least it's a solid 4.5 out of 5. Solid.
Right. What do you call it? Sorry.
End of the Road.
Of the Road.
Okay. And I've just seen that it's on Netflix as well. So.
Is it?
Oh, okay then.
Yeah. I've just looked it up. It's on Netflix.
There you go.
I might have a watch of that tonight, Bandy. It better be good, Bandy. Go and buy
better be good, Bandy. We're coming back to you, Bandy.
Okay. Well, I can guarantee you it'll be the best film you'll ever see on the plane. Just about.
Do you know something I watched the other day, and you won't believe this? 3,000 Years of Longing with Israel Elba or whatever his name is. You know, the black dude. He's everywhere.
I've heard of that.
It was actually good, bro. It was actually, I was enthralled. Same thing that Band is going on about. It's actually a good movie. I thought, I'm not going to watch that shit. It's very well written. It's very witty, and it's Bandy, go and post that. Sorry, what the fuck do you call that? The thing, the End of the Road.
End of the Road, yeah.
Okay.
I was a bit hesitant because it had Queen Latifah, and I'm not a big fan of hers at all.
No.
I was very, very surprised at her acting ability in this one. It was top notch, absolutely top notch, and funny. It's funny, but it's a thriller as well, and there's a twist in it that I didn't see coming actually.
You see, when you said thriller, I thought to me it sounded like a drama. I thought this is not my bag, baby. Then you said thriller.
Yes, it's a thriller. It's a thriller.
That's my bag.
Yeah. It's kind of drama thriller, all kind of
rolled
in one.
into one.
Yep.
Yep.
So yeah, no, definitely give that one.
By the way, yeah. So yeah, I'll watch. I'll definitely watch that. No, 3,000 Years of Longing. I was pleasantly surprised. Swear to God, it's good. 3,000 Years of Longing.
That was a really good movie.
You watched that?
Yeah, I saw it. It was really good.
It wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and another good film we watched was The Gift. Actually, I don't know if anyone's seen that.
That's the one where the box shows up in the fucking front doorstep.
Oh, I've seen it. I've seen a clip of that. The Gift.
That's like 10 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not a new film at all, but I'd never seen it actually. Anyway, we watched that one as well, and yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. Had, Jason Bateman and Joel Edgerton in it, and it was a really well.
It's a series, isn't it? I've just looked it up. It's a series.
No, the one I watched was a movie.
Oh, all right, okay.
Yeah.
I just found it. I think. Hold on.
Yeah,
it is good. I actually watched that about 10 years ago. I actually enjoyed it too. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Does this sound right, by Bandy? It says here, after returning to his village for his mother's funeral, a young man rediscovers the land, faces old enemies, and makes
that's not it.
Oh, it's The Gift. Can't find anything else called The Gift.
It's the box. It's not the box. Or The Gift. It's a gift. The Gift.
The Gift.
2015 thriller mystery.
Typically, anything that Jason Bateman is in are usually good. I ain't gonna lie.
I like him.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah, he is good. Like Ozark.
Yeah, that's my favorite fucking
show.
Yeah.
I just found it. A married couple, Simon and Robin, running into Gordo. An old classmate. Things take a turn when Gordo begins to drop in unannounced at their home and inundates them with mysterious gifts. Oh, that sounds
it is. And what happens, like right, at the very end, it's just like, damn, okay then. Good play. I thought to myself.
Do you know I actually met somebody the other day who hasn't seen Narcos? You know Narcos?
About the drug dealers, the drug smugglers, I should say.
Pablo Escobar.
Yeah, that's a series as well, I think, wasn't it? That was good.
That's a series.
I saw most of them. I think. Yeah, that was good.
I watched that twice. The guy, you see the guy who plays Pablo? He is fucking brilliant. What an actor!
Is he? He's got to be South American as well, hasn't he? He's got to be.
Yeah. I think so. My buddy at work, he was like, Paul, you have to watch Narco Wars or so. It's a true life documentary or something, and it's amazing. And I was like, have you ever seen Narcos? No, what's that? It's actually about Pablo Escobar. It's an actual thing. Like, he did show up at a bridge one day, and he says, anyway. Yeah. Fuck.
There you go. Boom.
One boy didn't see Narcos. It was the biggest fucking thing in the world. It was almost like Breaking Bad. Holy shit, bro.
Man. Gee, that was... Oh, man, I love that. I've seen that like 2 or 3 times, I think, Breaking Bad.
Do you know what I might watch that again? Mr. White? I might watch that again just to fucking... It was good, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then they did the Better Call Saul spin-off series, which wasn't bad either.
Well, they keep telling me to watch that. I tried it, and I just can't get into it.
Look, like I watched it because it's kind of like the prequel to Breaking Bad, so they've got a lot of the same characters in it. But yeah, it just didn't have quite the same oomph to it.
Apparently, it's very good. It's very well written, and it's
it is. Yeah. No, it is. It is. P-Mac. It is very well written, but it just didn't have quite the same oomph. I don't think so. But it was definitely worth watching. Like,
oh yeah, you wouldn't be wasting your time, like.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Fair enough.
And then the movie that they did. What was the movie? Breaking Bad movie. That kind of summed everything up with Jesse. What happened to him after and everything.
There was a movie.
Yeah, there was a movie that they made. They released it, I don't know, 4 or 5 years after it, because they kind of left the film with Jesse kind of breaking through the gates, and there was, it probably could have finished there, but there was a few unanswered questions, I think.
Wait, so Bandy, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
What do you think about? I've got 2 questions for you. Number 1, what do you think about Lord of the Rings? The Ring of Power.
I have only seen one of them. Of the trilogy.
There's 4 episodes out, right?
Oh, there's 4, is it?
I've actually liked it. I really don't.
I actually like it myself. And people are fucking going mental about it and all that.
Yeah.
No, it is a bit slow, right? But
it's a bit slow, but it's character development. I don't know. I kind of like it so far.
I do. Actually, I actually do. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Okay, and what do you think about Game of Thrones?
You know what? Game of Thrones should have finished halfway through the final season. They destroyed it. They absolutely destroyed it.
And they're
with the last, with the last 3 episodes. Yeah, it wasn't good.
I don't know. Daenerys Targaryen. She's just like she frees the slave. She loves everybody. She's really good for the people. And then her dragon just fucking burns everything and destroys everything. And Jon Snow fucking stabs her with a dagger.
Yeah.
Like she turned into this fucking metal patient. Oh my god, that was so bad. That was so disappointing.
Yeah, most definitely. But haven't they done a spin-off series too?
That's what I'm talking about. What they call it?
Yeah, I haven't seen any of that. Or
do yourself a favor. Don't bore.
Yeah, no, it wasn't high. It was not high on my to watch list. I must say.
It's like but blah 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 blah. You're the king. Blah 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 blah. You're the king. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You're the king. Snorefest.
Sometimes they just try to sometimes just cash in on a money fan.
Yeah,
they really do.
Yeah, I would rather watch the Ring of Power thing than I prefer. But no, actually, I love talking. But the Ring of Power is that's pretty good. It's a bit slow moving. But
did any of you guys catch that show Yellowstone?
Kevin Costner.
That was really fucking good. It was like Sons of Anarchy, but country style without drugs.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It was fucking really, really good. I ain't gonna lie, like that. I was hooked on it, like for reals. I binge watched it all seasons, everything. It was awesome.
Yep.
If you want a recommendation for a good show to get really involved in, I would say Yellowstone, because
there you go.
He did a really good job.
Well, it is Kevin Costner.
Yeah, he's phenomenal in it. For real talk, he's really good in it.
Give it a whirl.
It has a Midwest spin on it, though. You know, it's all about horses and cattle and land and amongst the Native Americans trying to battle them, and they team up, and it's a drama for sure. It twists and turns like a motherfucker, but it's really good. It's really, really good.
There's only 4 seasons of it. Okay, so nice.
Yeah, the 4 seasons.
Yep.
I was so hooked on it. Those 4 seasons seemed like one because I flew through it. It was I couldn't stop. It just kept going and going and going. Like, it was good.
You binged it? You're a binger, bro.
Yeah, I binged the fuck out of it. Like a whole weekend. I just watched everything the whole weekend.
We go.
That's how good it was.
Same thing with Sons of Anarchy. People would tell me, watch it. And I tried. And I couldn't, no matter how much I tried. Like, I watched a couple of episodes. I was like, oh my God, no, it's not for me, man. It really wasn't for me. But people love it. Everybody I know fucking loves it. You haven't watched Sons of Anarchy? Oh my God, it's so good. Yeah, I tried. It's the parties.
Sons of Anarchy, it had a lot of drugs and criminal acts going on, but Yellowstone, it's more like it's like it in the sense of in the drama of it. It creates like battling against other people's, but it's minus the drugs, but there are killings, there are, like it's really good. It's really, really good.
Twists and turns, yeah. Just good old country boys. All right.
I never really got in. Like, I watched Sons of Anarchy, but it never really did it for me.
Nah, me neither.
It just kind of glorifies that whole way of life, really.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you know what? It later in the seasons, it dies out. It gets stupid. It becomes like, nah, I don't know. It's kind of it loses its excitement, and then it turns into some whole another story. But that's what I liked about Yellowstone. Like, I was looking forward to like the next season, and then once you see, like, once you go through them, it's like, wow, it was really, really good.
Well, it is Kevin Costner. Let's just say that again.
Yeah, right.
Well, it is Kevin Costner, bro. He's brilliant. What else is somebody molested? Anybody got any good fucking recommendations or what? 3,000 Years of Longing. I would highly recommend that. I thought that was going to be I don't know why, but I ended up watching that the other night, and it was actually very fucking good.
That was really good. Yeah, I'll vouch for that. That was a really fucking good movie.
Yeah, it was surprisingly good, man. That's just like 3,000 Years of Longing.
Yeah, I had a good story.
No spoilers. Sorry, go ahead.
Damn, it's already fucking 7:00. Holy fuck! I gotta do something in 3 hours.
Like,
I guess I'm not going to sleep. I've been up since yesterday, and I've been drinking all night and morning. So
you're a fucking machine, bro.
I'll just stay awake. Well, I'll pull it all nighter.
Yeah, me too. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I have to go work too. I have to go work in about 6. No, it's longer than that.
Just sleep during the day.
I sleep at work.
Nice job.
Oh, Yeah, I quit it. I just quit it. It's a strange kind of situation. Somebody phoned me one day at work and he goes, "Hey, Paul, are you Nate Porter? Are you Porter?" Yeah, I'm do you like it? I said, hang on, why are you asking me these questions? Who the fuck are you? Oh, well, I'm working in a hotel. I'm a manager here, and I'd like to invite you for a job. I was like, what? Hey, presto, more money, less work. I had to show up at work last night. I went, Davey, as a manager, I'm done. I have no contract, so it's kind of strange. It's kind of strange that happened.
You know what also was a really good show. Did anybody see The Bear? No, that was a really good show. Or The Old Man. Did anybody see The Old Man?
The Bear and the Old Man.
Well, it's two different shows, but one's called
Yeah,
The
did
Old.
anybody see The Bear with the Old Man?
the Old Man.
Has a pet
that
bear.
that was really good. With Jeff Bridges. You know Jeff Bridges?
Oh, I like him. I like Jeff Bridges.
Oh
He's funny.
man, the Old Man was a fucking awesome. That was a really good show too. I got involved with that too. And then The Bear, it's about a cook, and that was a really good show too.
Bridges the one called The Giver, and he talks like this.
Yeah, that was a good movie. The Giver was a good movie.
The Giver.
Yeah, I remember that. That was good.
All right, peoples, things have calmed down a bit, so I'm off to bed.
Good night.
Please, be good.
Night, man. So I got this.
All right, Jeremy, it's your shift, mate. Good luck.
Till next time.
All right, guys.
We're not talking you in, Bandy.
Didn't do nothing, Bandy.
Oh shit! I was talking smack to Jeremy. Oh my god!
Hold on, Isa.
Yeah.
You don't know nothing, Isa.
Yeah,
You
that's
don't know nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
That's right. Can't prove nothing.
You can't prove nothing.
Yeah.
You're like John
Brother.
Snow.
Can't prove nothing. Yeah.
This is so easy.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Alive from there.
Hey, here's a quick question. Why don't shooting stars come up from our horizon up to the sky?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'm like Chemo's arguments for a while with the shooting stars coming up.
Yeah, why don't we see that? Why is everything always from our sky down?
Yeah, it never comes from the horizontal due to the vertical. Yeah.
Yeah, they never shoot up from the horizon.
Exactly. That's because it's flat. Huh? I'm just kidding.
Right. Those are just one of those questions that
I should go home.
Yeah, I don't think ballers could really answer that. To be honest, that's not something.
Trust me, they will have a way. They'll find a way. Well, the hypotenuse of the fucking triangular and the thing is moving in the atmosphere. Refraction.
Yeah. I don't know.
They'll always find a way. Trust me.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. When I first came to Fly Earth, right? The very first thing I thought, right? I thought, Jesus, yeah, like most of you, like most of us here, or half of us here, maybe some of us. I was like, what the fuck? This is so funny, man. This is ridiculous. I'm going to go in here and take a piss out of these people. And the very first thing came to my mind was, okay, so a helicopter goes up, and the Earth didn't go up, and it's just a helicopter. And that's what I thought. And I thought, holy shit. And then I seen Earthrise, and I seen that like the astronauts looking at the Earth from the moon. And I thought, fucking that thing should like take up actually the entire fucking because it's you know, just things, bro. Oh fuck me, I might be wrong here. And I came out of flat earth. It took me about 2 weeks. I was yeah gone. I was solid gone.
Well, I will say this. It took me to the age of 38 to come to the realization that everything I was taught was a lie. And I'm thankful for that awakening. But I trip out when there are men, grown men, my age or older, that still believe
that are furries.
And I don't know. At this point, I just feel bad for them because
yeah, that's not your problem, bro. That's not your problem.
I just look at it like those who are meant to know the truth will be shown it and be called to it. At this point, you're gonna. I don't know. I get more on the spiritual side of it. I feel like in the times that we're in, I feel like the spirit's pouring upon those and calling them out of the nonsense and the demonic, the doctrine of demons, if you will. And you're being called out of that. And once you get called out of it, everything makes sense. Everything is like a light turns on, and everything now, the questions that we have are along because it's truth. You're now standing on truth, and then it just makes sense. Like like a lot of the ballers don't understand that everybody that is a flat earther was once a baller. Because everybody believed that. Everyone
I love Star Trek, man. I watched Star Trek episodes like just coming out of my ears, bro.
That was my grandfather's favorite show. Was Star Trek. He used to watch that all the time, the old ones too. But I don't know. I just at this point, I'm like, man, it's sad to see.
No, but they got their opinion over there, but yeah, that's I always said this, right? It opened a whole new can of worms. It made me think, well, if that's not real, what else isn't real? And then I realized that nothing is real. And this is now, if you're going to deep dive the shit, we're living in a fake reality. We've been hijacked somewhere or something, whatever you believe. We might be hijacked. Something may have happened. I'm not quite sure what it is. I don't, I'm not telling you this is what happened, but my opinion is something really strange is going on here because we got the Mandela effect. We got all this kind of shit going on. We got people acting crazy, man. Not normal. We got men can have women can men can have babies, women are men, and and you're like, what the fuck? It's like a topsy upside down strange fucking kind of world we're living in now.
Like a Twilight Zone.
Yeah, like yeah. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. No matter what you think, no matter what you believe, politically, I don't believe in royalty. I'm an anarchist. I'm a full-on blown anarchist. I don't believe in fucking government. I think they're fucking rubbish. But I think the Republicans are far better than Democrats. And no matter what I think the shape of the earth is, I don't care what you think it is. It doesn't make yeah, whatever. Hello, Jeremy. It doesn't make no mind to me. Whatever you believe it is, I don't care, bro. I'm just going to tell you what I think. I'm going to give my opinion, and I'm going to put a wee bit of fucking funny in there, show you somewhere with a punchline. And if the punchline doesn't come, then shut the fuck up. It's great. But yeah, it's you know what I'm saying. It's crazy. This is not the world I was born into. They're turning the frogs gay. It's just madness.
Yeah. I just trip out, just kind of rewinding when I was a kid and believing the things that I believed in. But I feel like it took me this long to get to a point no different than a child finally learning how fake Santa Claus is.
It's
And
hard to take. It's hard to take. Everything is fake.
yeah, when I look at people that still believe in the science that has been indoctrinated, it's just one of those things. Like you believe in Santa Claus, bro. You believe in the lie. You believe in these things. The only difference, though, is that they have a model that they have been told, we can do this, we can do that. This is the science. This is how we know it is. But they can't break free from that falsehood. And it's weird that there's certain people that do see through it and have come to the point where they see the nonsense in it. It's crazy.
They can't prove it. They just can't prove it. They say they can't buy fucking gyroscopes and eclipses and shit, but that's obviously a fake.
Yeah.
So like I said, right? What the flat Earth does, or if they're lying to, but anyway, it opens a whole new can of worms, and then you realize, well, Clint, I did not have sexual relations. They're all fucking ball bags, all of them, every single one of them, and there is a possibility that we're living in a simulation or not, but we're living in something that was hijacked, or this is not the way the world is supposed to be. I don't think, personally, I don't think this world, is worth even caring about because it's such a fucking fugazi. It's such a piece of shit. It's crazy. I mean, if you look at things and the way people go on, the things that people do, what does it matter?
Well, yeah, that's their. I think, brother, just listening in, it's like, yo, that's their trick. They want you to think nothing
And it matters.
of God's creation fucking matters. You know what I mean? They want you to think that, like think. That's why I think psychedelics sometimes, just whatever. Like, you ever if you've ever experienced psychedelics, it's like just breathing is like magical, and we forget that.
Yeah.
Like just sitting there and breathing is fucking because, or like, you know what I mean? Or you start to look at like I don't know, you just start to appreciate things because you see things, I love the idea that like when the phrase like look at something in a different light, it's like allegedly comes from like Da Vinci from painting. So like he would like paint something and then look at it from a different light at like from 6 a.m. light to afternoon light to you look at things through different spectrums of time, right, throughout the day. And like I just think we've what they've done is their materialism, postmodernism, categorization of the imagination of mankind, or attempt to, leads one inevitably to the materialistic nihilism. And like, and that's where, for me, it was like a remedy to be, it's almost like Jungian. Like, it's like you have to look at your problem. Why are you so destructive? Why can you be destructive? Why? Well, because you don't care. And the real battle is between people who give a shit versus people who don't give a shit. And the people who don't give a shit are so obsessed with destruction. You know what I mean? And they're so obsessed with getting people to be obsessed with destruction. Because it suits their pharmaceutical needs. All of a sudden, you need fucking antidepressants, and you know what I mean. Like, and what's crazy is you start to look at like guys like Aldous Huxley, who wrote about how people are gonna like drive to the woods for the weekend to like and have an umbilical cord to go live in the woods. They're gonna have no connection to nature, and like how they're gonna pay for weekends in the woods and shit like that, and like it's just weird. You know what I mean? Like when you see like these bastards like program this shit where it's like, and it's unfortunate, but I think like if you can accept, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know the
Oh, no, but you're right. There might be
I don't know the answer, but I know that's the fucking problem.
Something higher behind it. Yeah. I went down nihilistic with there.
Yeah.
It's just weird that we all have come to a point where it's like I don't want to sound arrogant,
Well, then don't.
but but it might come off arrogant. But the truth,
I'll tell you if you do.
But the truth that we stand by, it trumps the falsehoods that they believe in. And when you realize that this or that doesn't not only make sense, but it doesn't correlate with the truth, then it makes you feel like, man, if you don't believe this, then oh wow, forget you. You're made for the day of wrath, I guess, because you're not seeing the truth.
But that's also, you know what though, you got to watch it because that's fallen into the trap of that kind of nihilism.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, like I agree. Like,
Yeah.
you're so right. In a certain sense, it's like I've said before. It's like this conversation ain't for everybody, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like nothing that that's what makes everyone individuals, right? But like, I just think like you made me kind of think of like the paradigm of like let's just like yesterday we were kind of getting into like this atheistic kind of mono frame of thought versus the like let's say or government even and like the idea of like a godly kind of a government, government that recognizes God, and people were saying how that was the problem. And I think the distinction between the two is that the godly governments, or at least the ones who recognize and have those set of principles that people think are like just rules made by man, well, the ones that have those have actual fruit of their labor. Whereas the other side, this, like I was saying yesterday, the product of the other side, because they've had their way the last 70, 100 years, is this like, their product of a civilization is people who don't know how to read, don't know how to spell properly, need to be told not to drink motor oil. Like, this is the product of those people. The people before that were under like godly systems and everything. Like, have you ever seen those like 1849 math quizzes that nobody can answer today? I just think like, the way to tell the difference, or the way to tell something correct from the other one, is by its fruit, right? And their fruit is just materialist rationalism, fucking, masochistic sadism. They're fucking, there's fruit involved. Look at the fruit.
You'll know them by their fruits.
Right. It's like, since they've answered the age old, you can't answer the unanswerable question of like what the fuck the moon is, ever since they destroyed the imagination of mankind. They destroyed so much. They took away the arguments of both sides of this, because in the face of just the science and the data, no man can know the shape of the earth, in my opinion.
Same.
And anyone who says they know the unknown is a fucking hustler and a liar. It's like anyone who says they know what happens to you after death. Instantly you're full of shit.
Snake oil salesman.
Right, immediately. And if you don't, you're a fucking tool. And the problem is that there's enough tools that believe that, well, he said Jay, and Jay is like my mother's middle name, and oh my God, it's just gonna connect the dots.
I can hear.
And that's why they need
Is
to.
somebody in front of me beginning with H? Is it Henry? I can feel it. Is there a Henry? About? He's talking.
Right. Exactly. Tap 3 times. Were you tapping 3 times? Were you breathing? Because if you're breathing, I sense that he thinks you're breathing. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck knows, dude? He can drive anyone down any road sometimes. And like, I just think if you don't have a compass of morality to go along with it, that's how, like, for instance, like if you ever check for like the Weather Underground, right? The Weather Underground were like the political activists in the 60s, you know what I mean? Lefties, like, you know what I mean?
Did they bomb something?
They bombed like fucking police stations, and like they were like founded and funded by like philanthropic like people from Martha's Vineyard, pretty much.
I think Obama was
and
involved.
Fucking Harvard and all that, whatever. But like, so like the Weather Underground. Well, one of their first things when you got into their thing was you had to fucking have sex with a dude if you were a dude, and a chick if you were a chick. What? Because they had to break the whole. They wanted to break the every social norm and moray that you had built into at the time. They needed to break it.
Oh, so they were Luciferians.
Well, they just, that's how they were just. that way you can get like a malleable fucking person because they have no morality, no compass of what's
Sounds a
right or
bit
wrong.
demonic.
You know what I'm saying? Right. And I mean,
Listen,
you can paint that in any way you want, but those are the facts. Those are the facts. That's what these people did, and why they did it was to it's like some MK Ultra shit to break
do
a
you
dude
know I
down.
seen a video today on YouTube? He said, and you won't believe this, right? They were asking Americans in colleges, who was responsible for 9/11, and do you know how many got the answer right? Basically none. What happened? It was terrible. It was terrible, and it was horrible, man. But yeah, it was some guy. It was some. No, I won't even say Arab because they didn't have a clue. You know, the 20-year-olds before 9/11, they don't have a clue. This is crazy to me. So the biggest attack on American soil, you have no idea who was the perpetrator. Like, please, for God's sake, just the mainstream.
You know what I think
It
happens
was
too is
Arabs, right?
I think what it is people try to hide the real world from their kids, and they
But
don't
they're
tell them.
dumb. As idiosyncrasy. We are stepping, goose stepping into idiosyncrasy. And if you can't see that, you're stupider than I ever thought you were. It's like TikTok. People are fucking walking around TikTok, right? Some girl, some guy shows her butt. Bang! Everybody goes mental. You got 20 million views. Does nothing, but bends over. That's it. That's it. It's fucking stupid bastards. Anyway, okay, rant over. I mean, what kind of world are we living in? I mean, Isa, you talk about morals, correct, 100% correct. They don't have them. They don't even know what they are. They couldn't even fucking spell it. MORAL.
They'll be like the Moors. Actually, yeah, I know. Yo, it's it's just unfortunate, but I think it's always kind of been like that, man. It's always been the perennial struggle of like freedom and liberty versus tyranny and whatever. And so it's kind of interesting and how kind of I always think kind of cool, at least what I mean, whatever, is that it's just on the internet pretty much. You know what I mean? It's where we can have this battlefield, whereas it's not like on a hill. You know what I mean? Like our ancestors did. You know what I mean? Like it's like there's like an intellectual discourse, and like this is where the ideas have to triumph. You know what I mean? And that's really, I think, what's kind of going on now. And like we're in the first, it's like unprecedented that people have this much access to communication.
Yeah, it's like put the internet down.
It's like it's
Go
just
out,
interesting, and how much better,
catch a
that is.
fish, climb a tree. Try it. It's called life. What? The internet's down? They would lose their shit. Can you imagine the world right tomorrow where the internet just went poof, boop, boop, it's gone? What would happen? We'd have zombies walking everywhere. Right? Oh my god, I can't live. I can't live. I got no internet. I can't post my Instagram photos. I can't talk on Facebook. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying though?
I think I like
it's taking over.
There's like
Oh, your baby sounds
there was like hold on, there was like a ruling on like for like from I don't know, it was like a district court or whatever recently saying about like censorship and stuff, how like they were like citing that the platforms had like violated freedom of speech laws, like regardless of the previous rulings and shit. It's fucking pretty interesting shit going on right now regarding like platforms and all the rest of it. Like people have had enough, which is fascinating and cool to watch.
You know what? I heard you say that earlier, and I think you're right. I think people have had enough. I do. But what do you call that Facebook? What do you call him? The guy who owns Facebook. Can't remember his name. Zuckerberg? Zucker? What What do you call it, bastard?
Yeah, I saw him training some MMA too, which I thought was pretty fun. He's like a spy assassin, like learn
Meta.
everything else.
A little bit,
It's like a robot. They're downloading them and shit. They're
oh,
downloading.
hey! I've seen advertisements just recently, right, for a AI friend. They're actually selling that shit now. Do you imagine how many lonely fucking heart bastards they're gonna like? Oh my god.
Well, yeah. How do we know any of us are an AI? You know what I mean? Just like pretending. You know what I mean? Like
it's ones and zeros, bro. Hey, do you know if you ask yourself the question, am I a psycho? You're not. Am I AI? You're probably not. I hope the same thing applies. Am I AI? Am I... hello, Earth. Am I NPC? Yes, you're NPC. Yeah, fuck off. This is crazy. Everything's just driving towards this online system. That's where you get your credits. That's where you get your money. Everything. That's where you live your life. And people forgot, when we were kids, we built go-karts. We built kites. We flew kites. We fished in rivers and shit. Nope. Not anymore. All the kids are sitting behind computer screens. It's a different way of life.
It's just odd to me that there's still left in the world today Globers who genuinely look into the subject and then remain Globers.
Well, yeah, that is a conundrum. I
Very
understand.
weird.
I feel your pain, bro.
Yeah, they said, hey, yeah, we looked into it. Oh, welcome to Flat Earth. No, we're choosing to stay Globers. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, we're gonna choose to ignore the truth and reality instead. We're just gonna sit here and argue with you all day. Why? You found out the Earth measures flat, right? I know, but I'm gonna stay a Glober anyway for fun.
Yeah, I think it gives me
purpose. What they're doing.
It gives me purpose.
Yeah, I guess it gives them something to do in the morning, afternoon, evening.
Good night.
Yep.
Globe plate.
I mean, like, live action role playing is a thing. It's a real thing that I guess people really want to do. It's just weird that people want to live action role play about the thing
experience real life.
Well, about the thing that they were already doing.
That's good. I like that.
That's weird.
See what live action role play life, but we gave it life. And you just like, nah, fuck our life, man.
Yeah, exactly. Do you want to role play on anything new? No. I want to keep role playing now. And now that I know it's not a globe, I'm gonna keep pretending to be a glober because it's still so much fun, you guys. It's so much fun.
Don't fucking shatter my illusion,
okay.
Bro. Yeah, that's crazy.
Top of the
morning. I know.
To you.
Top of the morning. Hey. It's fucking Hank. What up, Hank?
Sorry. You know the routine. Get ready for work. Gonna go do this shit one more time.
One more time. For the kids.
I guess this is my retirement plan. You think they'll give a fuck about me when I'm 60?
This server? Sure, yeah. As long as you still believe that it's a globe, I think you'll have a place here. Oh, wait.
Right.
Wait, what?
No, I was talking about, I seen this thing where it said that, people love dogs, children, and women unconditionally. But people aren't really interested in a man unless he's, like, providing. If he's not providing, substance for somebody else, like, people usually don't give a fuck about the guy. Like, think about it. Like, how many people pass, like, homeless people and just don't give a fuck?
We're visible, though.
But if a guy is like providing, has got like a really good job and a nice car, like women love that motherfucker, right?
Well, true. And here's about the homeless folks. If you drive by a homeless guy, you're like, yep, a homeless guy. If you drive by a homeless woman, especially with a kid or two on her arm, you'll be like, holy shit, I gotta find some cash real quick.
Yeah.
Get some change going. At least that's how I see it. Now, that's not to say that I don't have sympathy for everybody out there suffering, but I mean, like, this, for instance, the other day, we drove by this woman with 2 kids on her arm, and she was saying, we're traveling, we have no food, and this, that, and the other. And we saw a cop pull right up to her and start talking to her. I was like, this motherfucker better just be being nice and not telling her to go away, because, you know, like, what a fuck. But anyway, I wouldn't even have paid attention if it was just some dude standing on the corner looking for drug money.
So when
Yeah.
people show up,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, but those women with children are usually gypsies. Sadly.
Yeah, that sounds like gypsy to me, bro.
So
Anyway,
I saw people on the road the other day, and I asked them where they were from. They said they were gypsies. So I was like, "You talking about you're from Romania?" They were like, "No."
Yeah.
Why'd you tell me you're a gypsy? What the fuck? Is there a meaning to that that I don't know about?
Did you bring a caravan?
A lot of gypsies. They use that. They tug on the hearts. You know what I mean, with the children especially. Yeah. And
come on, man.
It's sad though, because it takes away from women that actually do need help with their children, and a lot of people, you know, will just chalk it up to like, those are probably gypsies. They're just, you know, they're lying. A couple of times I've offered to buy a woman and her children food, and they're like, no, only cash. I'm like, I'm out of here. You're a gypsy. I'm
been
gone.
there too.
So when 50 illegal immigrants show up in Martha's Vineyard, and they say they're a free city and we welcome immigrants, and they put them in a fucking military complex about 24 hours later, do you think that's real? I think that's a fantastic move. The governor of Florida, he's some butt. I'm for president, Globe. Or Flo. What do you call him?
Sure.
Since 50, you must have heard of this, bro.
No, I haven't yet.
50 illegal immigrants to Martha's Vineyard?
Okay.
Yeah, they deported them.
You haven't heard of it?
Oh, shit. No, I
Oh
haven't.
my God, man. You have to keep up, bro.
Yeah.
No, I don't, because that sounds like a very depressing news story.
Well, you don't.
Buses pulled up and deported them.
You do what you want.
Yeah, sorry,
Ignorance
man. I
is
don't like
bliss.
Well, kind of, but I mean, I'm not out there trying to pay attention to all the news stories. I got shit to do.
They brought in a bunch of immigrants, but it caught wind and it went viral, and the news got involved, and within 24 hours, all of a sudden buses pulled up and deported all of them.
Yeah, because Martha's
I know what
Vineyard.
you're talking about. You're talking about Martha's Vineyard, right?
Yeah,
Where
they
all
have the
these
signs
leftists are.
like no person is illegal.
Right. These people in Martha's Vineyard, they're like the really wealthy, like leftists, right? And it's like a sanctuary city. So either Texas or Florida, I don't know which one, bust some people over there. And when they got there, they made them leave after like 24 hours. And they said there's a housing crisis in Martha's Vineyard. But if you look at what the housing crisis is, it's because everybody's got like all these Airbnbs over there. So there was places, for them to stay in these mansions, but you know, they got kicked out anyway. So the left, of course, is always being like double standards.
How dare you're using people as political pawns for political gain? It's 50 people, bro. The governor of Florida sent it to you. He's
Can I
doing
say that? Does that sound like a depressing story?
It does.
Bring
now
all the immigrants
from Massachusetts. But it's 20 at the same time, bro. I mean,
no, now that you know the facts about the refugees being treated, how they were treated, where they went. Is it a depressing, sad story?
Well,
It
that's
is
America
because they're
today,
being
isn't it?
told to come over here. They're sanctuary cities, and then when they
Yeah,
actually
Yeah,
arrive at a
so
sanctuary city, the
right.
it's
leftists are all
very
butthurt. Like, we can't have all these homeless people here.
yeah. So
Can
seeing the
can
double
you believe
standard
it,
of these
Martha?
elite people.
Can you believe it, Martha? I smelled somebody today with no deodorant on. Yeah, I saw him walking down the street. Oh, I can't believe it. It's like they hadn't even showered yet today.
He was a smelly bastard.
So it's actually a very hypocritical thing they're doing, and a very funny thing to us. So it's not a depressing story. It's a very funny, ironic. Like, look how hypocritical these elites are.
Yep.
Totally.
Right.
It's just showing them from what they are.
Nobody said anything about it though, but the Governor DeSantis also put money in their pockets.
Well, like $50.
Kind of like the Venezuelans that came
any
across
money
the
is
southern
more money
border.
than they already had, right? So I mean, there you go. More money than they came over here with. They were given.
Oh, we have Ukrainians here too. They're given housing and everything, and they still complain about it. They complain about it.
To the point that I'm sorry, Larry made about the housing crisis. He's right about many of these properties being just empty, huge properties that can probably house dozens of people. They're owned by certain group of people, and they're empty all the time. They just rent them or use them barely a few months of the year or whatever. So yeah, it's there's a lot of properties here in the Massachusetts that are owned by rich people, and they barely ever spend any time in those
Are they
properties.
timeshares? Do they have them as timeshares, or they just
Yeah,
don't even?
yeah, they have these huge properties, and you never see anyone in them except when they're being rented or certain times of the year, and that's it.
The irony is they don't care when it's happening at the southern border, but you send a bus full of 50 people over there, and they start panicking, and they start using racial slurs on Twitter.
Have you heard fucking Biden? He can't fucking string two sentences together.
Not even
Hey,
once.
but we have in
Try
Massachusetts, Boston, we have skyscrapers that have thousands and thousands of offices, empty offices that nobody uses, and we have a housing crisis. We rather have these empty buildings.
Can I tell them I don't have to pay rent? Because my rent is half my fucking salary. I work 2 weeks.
You notice what sucks though is that people who usually work hard for what they have, they'll try to keep it nice. And people who are given stuff, they really just throw the garbage in.
Right, for sure.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, where do you want the people, right? I mean, do you want them right next to you where you treat your life differently than they do? That's the problem. It really,
We believe in everybody is free and we enjoy illegal immigrants, but just not next to me.
Right.
Yeah. Not in my backyard. Me.
Yeah, we should send all of these.
Call me a racist or whatever you want to call me, bro, but I don't give a shit, man. I don't want it.
We should deport all of the Europeans. We should deport all
we don't give a shit, yeah, bro.
All of these immigrant Europeans. We should deport them back to Europe from America. Just send them all back.
No, immigrants are fine. Illegals are not. That's the problem. That's the difference.
No. Just send them all in the same boat.
Quit trying to make it a victimhood bullshit, dude. It's victimhood bullshit, right?
Which country?
Because if you already pay the taxes to pay for as many people as you think you can, and then all these other people come in and they need you to pay more taxes to support them, I don't think it's fair to me. So I would like you to be legal. Thank you.
Hey, these Europeans came to America and they started killing people. So that was illegal back then, That was illegal. So let's send them back.
So what's going on?
Go back a little bit further than that, then too. Why don't we? So
open the borders.
Yeah, Christopher Columbus is my great uncle. Yeah, get the fuck out.
This land was built. Immigrants, they're a gift, by the way. Yeah, a $200,000 fucking gift in your fucking tax return. Oh my god.
Yeah, all of us illegal immigrants came over here and decided that we would create a system where we pay taxes for people who can't afford themselves. So I mean, we might have been illegal immigrants until we legalized that system, and now that we have that system, my man, right? You're coming in and you're affecting innocent people when you're illegal. Other innocent people don't need to afford your fucking bills, so you need to make yourself legal.
they're just talking shit, man.
We do need the rich people to have 20 properties because they need 100 restrooms and bathrooms for themselves and 20 kitchens for themselves.
But
and
they earned it,
we
dude.
need
You didn't earn it. You
need the rich people to own 20 houses and 50 buildings for themselves because it's better like that.
Yeah, but move them into your house then, since they earned it.
You have work for those things. What is wrong with that? The hell?
Yeah.
So I gotta work, and then if I accumulate 2 or 3 houses, then I gotta give it away to somebody else. You fucking insane.
Exactly.
No, don't give it away. Keep them all, bro. What are you talking about? Don't do that. That's stupid.
Do you know if somebody's living at your house for 5 years and they can stay there legally? That's why you cannot allow nobody to live in your house for more than
just raise their rent, double it, so they might move to a different place if you want them out. Just double the rent. Easy.
So it's either you make a bunch more money or they get the fuck
your
out.
house, dude, and shit in your driveway is what they really do.
Just double the rent.
You need to calm down and realize reality. Which country in history opens its borders to everybody? Everything.
Israel.
Nobody.
Israel loves everybody.
America. That's the first country in history opened its borders and allowed people from Venezuela, 200,000 Venezuelans, just to flood them. That's the first time in history.
Hey, we should put more sanctions in Venezuela and declare war. We should bomb Venezuela. Hey, we should bomb them, right? We should bomb them, and we have less Venezuelans alive, and we have less of an issue. If we attack the problem from the root, Venezuela,
it's the destruction of your society.
Let's just put our taxes towards bombing people, and then when they want to come here, it's gonna be less.
I mean, if you think open your borders to everybody is a rational thing to do, it's just allow everybody in. Then you are so far gone, bro. I can't even help you,
bro. If they don't agree with our national with our foreign policy, bomb them.
Well, why didn't they straighten out their own country first? What's going on there? Why now come over here and do the same thing that fucked their own country up? Why are we going to let that happen?
We didn't bomb them enough. We had to bomb them more.
Jim, are you trolling? You're fucking serious, bro.
We bombed Venezuela? What are you talking about?
Bro, we have just bomb everybody.
No, James, are you trolling? I have to ask, bro.
Bro, he's hyper victimizing because there's a Spanishness.
I'm American, okay? And if we don't like somebody, we just bomb them.
Yeah, he's not American.
Oh, I'm not American. I'm not American. You are not American.
All right. James, you're strange, bro.
I feel like you're actually an illegal.
Hey, he said I'm not American, bro. He said I'm not American.
I don't even know if you're fucking human, bro.
Aren't you Cuban?
Is he human? James, are you human? Or are we dancers?
Hey, Larry will agree with me. Just bomb them.
Bomb. All right.
If Larry said so, you guys agree because he's white. But if I said
that's
so,
a stupid argument, though, bro. Come on now.
Nobody
We're talking about open borders.
Hyper victim. We know you're playing the victim by saying, "Oh yeah, y'all would just bomb them," and then you're fucking ridiculing us, acting like because we're white, we would just bomb them, and you're just being a little Mexican.
Hey. It's your fault. It's your fault you're white. It's your fault that you're white. It's not my fault.
Excuse me, bro. I'm Mexican. Don't put us all together, my man.
Now the Jews are white, right? Okay.
My man. Excuse me, I'm Mexican. Don't put me in the same group as him.
You are a white Mexican, so it's your fault.
I actually respect the laws in this country.
The laws.
The real Mexicans are awesome in this country. right?
Oh, yeah.
They're not bad at all. But it's the fucking Venezuelans, man. I'm just kidding. It's the illegals, bro. It ain't about that for me at all, right?
Hondurans.
It's about a burden on the taxpayer, bro. That's all it's about for me, dude. That's the abortion issue too. 6 abortions for free for the inner city woman. I'm cool. No, thank you. Right? I mean,
Hey, I think you got a point there, but it's even better for the non-taxpayers. You know, the rich ones that don't pay taxes, and the the Catholic Church and those people they don't pay taxes, so it's even it's good for them.
Actually, we do pay a lot of taxes, more than you pay in a fucking lifetime. In some
Hey, I doubt your state. I doubt your states pay more taxes than my state. I doubt it.
Can't hear me at all.
Well, I guarantee
no, we can't hear you.
We hear you, Eli. Everyone relax, though, please, guys. Come on.
Yeah, you don't want to come in here.
How well can you hear me?
Yeah, bro.
I just can't
On
stand
a
it
scale of
when
1 to 10,
people
it's like a 6.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck? What the fuck a 6?
Just because my shit is low, they're gonna just.
Oh, look, you have an extra car. Why don't you let the illegal drive it?
Bro. Bro. We should just raise the taxes. We should just raise the taxes to the Venezuelans. Like, let's do 70%, and that might fix something.
Jimsy, be real, man. Come on, man.
I pay 60% taxes. So
When I switch my headphones, I'm gonna be
an extra 10%.
so annoying that the moderators are gonna have to mute me because y'all just don't respect the fact that I'm trying to be a part of the conversation, but because my mic is low, y'all are just gonna disregard that to talk over me. So now I'm gonna get
First time I even
annoyed.
heard you, dude. Nobody's disregarding you intentionally, obviously, because that's literally the first time I've heard you speak.
Me too. That's the first time I've heard you, bro.
Same here, bro.
Jeremy just said he heard me in the middle of y'all because y'all was all talking. That's why. But Jeremy heard me, right, Jeremy?
Well, if we were all talking, what are you doing
Yeah, he's
trying to
paying
talk?
attention for you because now you get upset at him. He better pay
Everyone
attention.
relax.
If we were all talking, Jeremy, why was he trying to talk in the first place? That's just interruptions.
Well, no. Every time y'all stop
First
talking,
time you ever admitted to interrupting on accident.
every time y'all stop talking, just like now, every time I started
Why don't you go
talking,
fix
after
your
y'all
microphone
stopped
then,
talking,
dude? I mean, damn, you're
This
making
is-
me crying about it. Nobody wants to hear anybody crying about it. This ain't personal. Nobody's trying
So
to get
you just did.
Oh, okay.
So you're
You
doing.
come in and just
We
attack
can
people
hear
by
him
pretending
now.
to be a fucking
Let him get
victim.
it out.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like I waited. I didn't cut anybody off. I waited for people to stop talking, and then I started talking, and then y'all just kept talking as if
Oh, shame
y'all
on
didn't
us,
hear me.
bro, because your microphone sucks. Shame on us. Okay, we get it. Next.
All right.
You got something you
Go
want to
ahead.
actually
Go
talk
ahead,
about?
Eli. We got. Hold on, Grim. Go ahead, Eli. We got you now.
Yeah. Everything that Baby Grim is crying about has always been the case. Why don't you pick up a book like the Bible?
Who predicted he would have brought us to the Bible? Who predicted that?
Me.
There you go. I knew it.
I didn't hear you. What?
Hey, we're gonna take all the immigrants in Massachusetts. Just bring them all. You don't want them? Bring them here. Just pay your taxes so you can pay for the flights and the buses.
Guys, I drove down to Sacramento day before yesterday, and I saw the tent city thingy is getting so much bigger. There's it's moving out into the suburbs and shit along the railroad tracks. It's like miles long, and it's like garbage, and it looks like a third world country. So
Yeah, but here in Massachusetts you have that, and then you cross a street and you have $1 million houses, and everything looks if you cross the street. Everything looks good if you cross the street.
Yeah, there aren't any houses in California for under $1 million almost. Almost every fucking house in California is like $700,000 or higher right now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not as if it's about the price of the house, because the house is still as small and shitty as it was when it was only $200,000. There you go.
You know the thing is that a lot the drug issue, because a lot of these people homeless in the street, many of them are like they just look like they're doing drugs right there on the street. So this drug addiction stuff that's a big issue. How is that gonna be solved? How can
that's a great question, bro? Because I mean, I used to, like a couple years ago, I used to ask a lot of the homeless. I used to go down and feed them on Saturdays and stuff, like hot dog cookout and shit like that, until I got told by the police I have to stop feeding the homeless. But anyway, make a long story short, I used to question them and ask them about stuff like that. And most of the ones I talked to were wards of the state at one point, and they were put on like medication, like crystal meth medication, basically. Like what's it called? Fucking
the substitute
ADHD.
for heroin.
Yeah, ADHD stuff, like
called
methadone.
Methadone, that's the one.
What do they give the kids for ADHD though? Like literally the fucking what is it fucking called? It's a
Ritalin.
It's a fucking amphetamine, bro.
Ritalin.
Yeah. Okay, so these kids.
No, it's
these guys
called
are given-
Adderall.
Adderall. There you go. Thank you.
No, it's Ritalin.
It's an amphetamine type thing, dude, and they were
It's a
given
dissolved
that.
methamphetamine salt. Okay, that's what I was on it for like 5-6 years from a doctor. So yeah, it's
But check this
methamphetamine.
out. Once they stop
You're
getting
right,
the prescription, right, they start looking for that same fix, man, and they find it in meth, and they get on meth, bro, and they're getting hooked on meth as kids, man. It's fucking crazy. And this is
At
like
13.
90% of the ones I've talked to, which could be anecdotal or I could be, small sample size or whatever. But I mean, out of about 30 people, fucking 25 or 20, 2 of them or something, I didn't really keep good track, had the same problem, man.
Yeah, listen, I'm studying substance abuse counseling right now, and that's one of the main issues is guys and gals being prescribed either pain medication from their doctor and then getting hooked on heroin, or going from Ritalin or Adderall. The person who said Ritalin was right also about that. Adderall's the big one though. Going from Adderall to when they get off the prescription, right? Because the doctor's like, well, you don't need it anymore. They graduate college or what the fuck ever. They start to get hooked, and their doctor's like, okay, well, we gotta stop this because you're taking twice your prescription in a week. Then they stop it because legally they have to. And then the guys and gals just go to the streets and be like, holy shit, meth is 5 times as strong and it's cheaper. I can get it. Hell yeah, let's go.
Is that similar to what's happening to a lot of young people in the schools, that they've been prescribed like antidepressant drugs and stuff? It's young children.
Yeah, they are, but that's different because antidepressants are not habit forming, right? So you're not going to get addicted to them. But it is. They're not. They're not habit forming. No, they're not.
They are.
No, they're not, dude. You can't.
They are.
They actually are. Yeah, they are, man. They get addicted.
Well, Jordan Peterson, he wasn't on those things, right?
Anyway,
sorry. He might be right about physically. Maybe it's like they're just not like a physical addiction, but mentally, these people feel like they're going to spiral out of control if they're not on them.
Well, they will, because of what it does to the brain. The physiology gets used to the drug, and then you have to taper off if you're going to stop taking it. So technically, if they cold turkey start taking it, they'll freak the fuck out. Yes.
That's the problem, though, because there's really no test that there was ever a chemical imbalance in their brain in the first place.
Correct.
That was ever done, so that they start fucking diddling and doctoring with the chemistry of the brain.
So I'm bugging now.
He's so right. I like this guy. I can hear somebody trying to come in, like
That's
in a really
Elijah, I think.
complainy way, but
No. Elijah wants to say something. I'm not sure if he can hear us. The point is pharmakia is interrupting people's natural process. So instead of
No, I'm not hot micing.
Okay, go ahead, Elijah.
then you're just chewing chips on purpose.
But you can go ahead.
I was just going to say that the problem is people keep throwing money and pharmakia at a situation that people should be able to fix on their own. Just because you're depressed doesn't mean you can't fix things in your life. Now, granted, hold on now. Granted, there's people born into situations, right? Crack babies who have nothing about their life that they can look forward to. They just have to work hard and suffer all the time. Well, sometimes, antidepressants or SSRIs can help them get through a moment, but the problem is people staying on like Prozac their whole fucking lives messes up their brain chemistry.
So true.
Yeah, I think that it really has to do with the indoctrination side of it, but the fact that some of these drugs do make you feel a certain way, it can really accelerate the addiction process, because we can get addicted to anything. Let's face it. We can get addicted to a feeling, a person, literally anything. It's just how you go about it.
Yeah, coffee.
So say you have a drug that actually does fuck you up chemically, on top of a school system, right? On top of a school system that is there to give you a mental disadvantage by telling you need to do this and that. And when you experience cognitive dissonance, nobody's there to explain to you what's going on.
Can I say
And
something?
then you're sleepy half the time. And then on top of being sleepy half the time for taking because I took Ritalin because they said that I was too hyper. So imagine because when my father gained custody of me when around 6 years old, he stopped me from taking that medicine. Imagine that I was one of the thousands or hundreds of thousands of kids who, because their parents were busy working or whatever, and the school said, hey, this is the best for your child. And then they're like, well, you have to take these medicines because you're not doing well in school. And then, so now from 6, 7, 8, 9-year-old, you're used to taking these drugs that make you go to sleep. And then on top of that, nobody's there for you in your life as a child. And then you go into adulthood only knowing that feeling. And then someone who does get you, another friend who's been thrown to the side like garbage, who's found drugs before you, introduces you to drugs. And that's how people get fucking hooked at an early age.
I think we can all agree the standard of care is fucked up, right? Not that long ago, they were sticking ice picks in people's frontal lobes, right? I'm not talking about their earlobes, but I'm talking about their brain, right? And they didn't just stick the ice pick in there. They would go in there and stare it up like Bob Marley, right? So if you take a look back, and it wasn't just for the lower class. They did it to President Kennedy's little sister, right? What was her crime? She kept sneaking out with boys. Oh, how bad, right? Let's stir her brain matter up, right? That'll fix the problem. So the standard of care, they've been handing out benzodiazepine to children. Stop for a second and do some research if your jaw isn't on the floor right now. Because if not, you're ignorant.
Yeah, something changed along the way where they were acting like a little boy became a sin, right? Being active, developing Twitch muscles, all the stuff that normally little boys need to do, all of a sudden became bad because they want little Jamie and and Jeremy to behave the same as boys and the girls need to both be calm like the girls, because the girls are naturally calmer. They just started, look at how well little Amy's behaving. Why don't you behave more like little Amy, right? And it's like, well, I'm developing Twitch muscles and Amy's not. I mean, I can't sit still. I'm freaking out, right? Because I'm a boy and I want to build something or carry something heavy. And you got me sitting in a classroom, my legs are bouncing. I remember that feeling.
Yeah, I'd be lifting up the desk with my legs and the teacher would be like, put the desk down. It's like, man.
I don't even know I'm doing that. I mean, you know what I mean? You don't even realize you're doing it. You're just doing it.
When the sun comes out and it starts putting all the energy into the system, into children's body, that's the best time to put them inside a building so they cannot, use that energy. Just put him inside the building, reading books about people of the past, wars of the past.
Right.
It's
And
like
then,
flowers. It's like
If you take this
flowers.
pill,
That
you
need
could sit there
sunlight.
all day.
You take the flowers out of the sunlight in the daytime, and what's going to happen to them? They're not going to last as long. They're going to get sick more often.
yeah, but that's not the same with children, right? It's better to put
is the
children
same with
inside
children.
these buildings with signals and this environment for children is definitely better. And then if they feel bad because they're inside the buildings, just give them drugs.
Yeah, James.
Well,
so the teachers wanted to put my kid on Ritalin because he was climbing trees, right? And they were like, "Hey, we want to spank your child." And I was like, "No, you ain't hitting my kid, right? I don't know you. I don't know what you're gonna be hitting my kid with, right?" And they were like, "Well, can you come up here and spank him so we can watch?" I was like,
What?
"No." They were like, "Well, you need to take him to the doctor and get him put on Ritalin or something." Like, we can't technically tell you that, but you need to take him to the doctor.
By the
So I
way,
take him to the doctor. They put him on Ritalin. He stops eating for like 2 weeks, right? Now, keep in mind, this is a cancer survivor, right? He stops eating, so we take him off the Ritalin. And then we put him on Ritalin one more time because the doctor was like, "Look, something went wrong. It was the dosage." We did it again. He stopped eating. So my son spent 4 weeks on Ritalin, lost weight. And after that, we were like, "Fuck you guys, you're idiots." We put him in Taekwondo, and now he's a black belt. And he has the discipline of a black belt, which is way better than what the Ritalin did to him because he just like stopped eating.
Yeah. Utilize knowledge and physical vigor for the purpose of right. Number 5.
You still getting that Ritalin script? Well, how many milligrams was that?
Oh,
no, bro. We don't want that shit.
You got any extra? Let me know.
Poison. Yeah, I definitely got to say the Taekwondo, like, he went from being like a frail little child to being like, I can't even spank his ass no more. He's got all these blocks and shit.
He survived it? Where was it?
Wow, activity is good for growth? No way. You don't say.
Where was it, Harry?
He wasn't fighting like, in anything but tournaments. So in Taekwondo, like, you kick him, you get a point. You punch him, you get a point. Stop and reset.
Yeah, it's
so it's not like he was a fighter.
Where was the cancer?
There's no full contact in Taekwondo.
Oh, where was the cancer? It was lymph nodes. There was lymph nodes going down the back of his neck.
Yeah, the neck, yeah.
Yeah, and we took him to the doctor. I'll be quick. The doctor said, you need antibiotics. Right, 2 weeks later, it was the same. I went to a second doctor, got a second opinion, because I don't trust people. And she said, pack your bags, you're going to Children's tonight. So we go to Children's Hospital. I come back, months later, and I talked to that doctor, and I said, should the first doctor have known that he had leukemia? And she said, I looked at both blood counts the 2 weeks before and the one that day, and both of them, the white blood cell count was off the charts, which indicates leukemia. So she should have known, but she didn't even look at the blood test that she ordered, because had she looked at it, she would have known that he had leukemia.
Yeah, I heard tonight.
And the doctors told me if we would have kept like postponing it and kept giving him antibiotics, that the cancer would have like took over because it was already in his lymph nodes.
Diagnosed as some kind of ulcer, and the next thing you know, you're stage 4 cancer. Sometimes it seems like the doctors don't have a clue, bro. I mean, this is actual fact. I mean, this actually happens. It happens all the time, man.
Look at how many times they removed a man. Look at how many times that doctors have removed a man's testicle, and then once they got the testicle out, they were like, "Whoops, that's just scar tissue. That's not cancer."
It's probably it's a deficiency of vaccines. Vaccine deficiency. You need more.
Yeah, probably.
Jimsy's the Glober now.
Jimsy's devil's advocate tonight.
I'm sorry, Hank. So you said you went to Children's, and then what happened?
Well, I don't know if they cured him, or if it was the prayers, or if it was the medicine, or if it was the placebo, or maybe he just reached homeostasis after we changed his diet. Right? I don't know what cured him, but apparently he's cured. He doesn't have leukemia anymore, and he's a black belt in Taekwondo, and he will bloody your nose every time you box him. I promise.
Is that your son, bro?
I think that yeah, it's crazy. They'll be like, "Oh, it's a miracle. He's healed." Yeah, that's because I didn't come to you motherfuckers for 6 months. Like,
Yep. Modern medicine.
I go to the doctor just for them to tell me some like I don't go there for healing. I just like I'm still at the stage where I still think they could at least tell me if my body is doing something it's not supposed to be doing. And then I'm like, well, what am I eating something wrong? Am I what habits do I? And I change those first.
No,
that's the first thing I do.
Jimsy, hot mic. Sorry, Elijah.
Elijah, is something wrong
with that?
No, nothing's wrong with my body as far as I know.
That's cool. That's cool. All right.
I don't know if you guys ever heard like Jordan Peterson's daughter's story, but apparently she had debilitating arthritis that was so bad, it was like, she was suicidal. And she did this elimination diet where she cut everything out of her diet and eventually went down to nothing but meat. And Jordan Peterson and her only eat steak and water. That's it. That's all they eat.
I heard that story. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, that's an interesting story, right? Because what if all of us are kind of like this, and the different blood types, like, well, this blood type shouldn't eat tomatoes, and this blood type shouldn't, do this, and it's like
that's very
all
true,
this information is lost to us.
Yeah, well, you see, whatever they're telling you not
I've
to
always
eat.
suspected that, right? That the people who have like evolved further away from the equator are evolved to eat more meat because obviously there's less foliage and things year round for them to eat. So it would follow and be more likely that we evolved to eat more meat. You know what I mean? And less of the other. And that would be another reason why, it would make sense that we also absorb vitamin D or transform the light from the sun to vitamin D.
So here's the thing.
Than the people who lived on the equator, right? Because they were, getting more direct, the angle of incidence of sunlight than the people further north. So, I mean, it would, like what you're saying, it would stand to follow then that, we evolved differently and different blood types or whatnot would, need different diets to maintain the same, balance.
What doesn't the mainstream says that you have to stay away from the sunlight because of skin cancer?
Oh, we got people telling us not to drink milk or eat meat because we're killing the planet. But at the same time, it's good for us. Now, who are they, right? So we got a group of fucking people.
Pharmacology, dude. Those are the
How do you eat meat? Fuck
when I go to the drugstore, they have this product over there, this cream that it says that if I put it on my skin, it's gonna protect me from the sunlight.
But this
got aluminum in it.
Okay, right? This is the kind of people that they're breeding today. That they think that they can actually sit in a supermarket, pour milk out, or sit in the middle of some kind of fucking, I don't know, a cycle race or something, and tell you what you should and should not eat. Right. That's fascism. And they don't even fucking realize they're being fascist. They are telling us on no uncertain terms they're going to do everything they can, whatever they can, by whatever protest they can to stop us doing what we feel is right.
Right. I have a suspicion though.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah. If they start telling people that, different blood types, different diets and such like that, then that'll put, more weight on a healthy diet for maintaining health than pharmacology for maintaining health. So that's an avenue that they don't want to branch off into. They'd rather you not pay attention, I'm sure, to that.
Listen, what I'm saying, right, is that they don't agree with leather, and they don't agree with fucking eggs, and they don't agree with milk and, butter and all this kind of thing. You have to stop because climate change and all that there. Who the fuck are you? You're like 3%, 2% of the population. telling me what I can and cannot eat. And you're
Someone,
doing it by
someone has to save the animals. Who's
you.
gonna do it?
Yeah,
Save the animals.
especially the rich, wealthy elite telling you what you're allowed to
exactly,
eat.
and they're wearing cow boots.
Right, that's why I mentioned Kylie Jenner. Like, she takes a plane to go 9 minutes away to pick up her McDonald's, like a jet plane. Right, and she's like, bitching at you. Well, I don't know. I haven't checked down there. I haven't had Kylie hit its head and cough. So anyway, I feel like Greta, right? She doesn't want to like fly over, so she takes like this big nasty like boat, right?
Yeah.
That runs on diesel, right? And then her people like fly over on planes and shit. And it's like, how dare you? How dare you let your people like fly over on planes, right? And then somebody took like a snapshot of Greta in her car, and she had like
on the
plastic
train?
chip bags, like plastic wrappers in her car.
They let
What
her
a
drive?
martyr.
I thought she was retarded or something.
No, she's not actually retarded. They just say that so that if you like say, I don't believe in climate change, like, you hate retarded people.
Some mommy, you hate grandma. You're killing the planet. You don't love your fucking grandma. It's strange. It's the strangest thing. Like, right. We believe in freedom of speech and liberty and everybody and all kinds of sexes and whatever you want to do, right? But we will not allow you to eat what you think you should eat, because you're killing Mother Earth. You're just being a fascist.
You know what's insane? In Spain and Sweden, they're regulating. I'm sure everyone here knows this. Regulating their air conditioners and heaters. Like in Sweden, and you can only go so warm, and in Spain, obviously a hotter country, you're not allowed to air condition to make it cooler.
If I was in Spain, I would say, regulate these cacahuates, puto.
Pretty crazy stuff, though. Like, isn't that a pretty big warning sign when you have like governments of like two major countries using smart meters to control people's like temperature controls in their houses? Like, that's pretty crazy, because like Sweden and Spain are like two major countries, like in the,
Well, we tried to tell people that was coming when they were putting the smart meters on, and they were laughing at us like, ha ha ha, you idiot, they're just trying so they can measure it better and blah 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 blah, like it wasn't the same exact measuring tool.
Yeah, they're
now
going to cut it off.
Yeah, they want to have control over your system and have it all in place, the framework in place, so that then when they change the script on you, all their fucking everything is in place.
Sometimes it seems that people are that dumb, they deserve the government to get, bro.
Well, that's the problem in the U.S. that there's so many dumb ones that they get to vote for the smart ones too and outvote us.
I mean, Joe Biden can't even string a fucking sentence together.
Yeah, but if you don't vote, it's your fault.
It doesn't matter if you voted or not.
On this in Australia, man. You can vote and still lose and be able to complain about it.
Y'all really believe that voting? Y'all really believe that voting
vote
matters?
yes or no if you want your AC controlled. It's not that easy, right? They wrap it up in some other bullshit that you never see coming.
I want to vote for that. I'm putting my hand up. I want my AC controlled by my government. 100%.
Yeah, but do y'all believe? Thank you, Witcher, for finally somebody hearing me.
I heard you, bro. I was trying to answer your question. It depends on what you're voting for.
If you can't tell where you're from, Trump or me, then you ain't black.
Well, no, it's like this. If you're on the city board, right, or whatever, and you like elect the city manager, right, your vote actually does count. But most likely the city manager is going to pay off 4 out of the 7 people and get fucked, right? So I see what you're saying, Elijah.
That's not what we're talking about.
You're not talking about does your vote count?
Yeah, I think what I'm talking about is the popular WrestleMania version of it, where people think that they they can vote in a good president or some high level official. Like when we saw them fucking flipping coins, when we saw them steal the caucuses and all of these other things, and then go, don't believe your lying eyes, and then the people believe them when they said don't believe your lying eyes, like what I'm saying is, in a world where all of us are indoctrinated, and we know for a fact that they definitely committed election fraud, and then they turned around and did the little trick, like, oh no, there's a lot of voter fraud, and then got the people arguing against each other, talking about, yeah, how did this dead Democrat vote? How did this dead Republican vote? Both sides are fighting and shit, when actually nobody's addressing what actually happened. Motherfuckers was fucking doing coin flips, dumping fucking ballots in the garbage, not getting arrested or at least fined up to hundreds of thousands of dollars like officials should if that does happen. None of the things that was supposed to happen to the people who committed these problems didn't happen. They just got in more, like, better positions, and they just pretended that didn't happen. And all of the sheep said, oh yeah, it didn't happen. And the rest of us that were woke were like, oh, okay, well, fuck y'all and fuck this. And that's where I'm at.
Well,
I
where it's at right now is
on that.
Democrats can commit crimes, but if Republicans do it, then it's like really bad. Does anybody remember Chaz?
Hold on,
Like
real
when
quick
these
before you. I just want to touch on one thing real quick. Like, there's another way to look at that, right? That the whole thing is a dog and pony show. That the World Bank gave you both of those candidates. They don't give a fuck which one you vote for, and they falsify, they fake a bunch of like, this other nonsense that you're seeing, so that you can then believe that the votes are actually real again, and that the candidates are actually competing against each other. It's fucking bullshit.
It's an idea. I mean, like, that's an idea, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I mean, it's a concept.
So what they did was they had, like, a bunch of people really tried to fake it, right? Like the Dems that were faking the ballot, they weren't in on some major conspiracy. They were actually just lying.
Yep.
Exactly. They believe the votes are real too, so they're faking it to try and lean it their way, even though it didn't matter.
This whole idea about how everything is fake, though, is actually not real.
Listen,
it's crazy.
You know what I love more?
Wait, that sounded a little oxymoronic.
Do you know what I love more than the entire world becoming flat Earth?
Oh, please. Don't kill me.
Anti-government. And that would please me more. Sorry.
No, bro, you don't want anti-government, right? Like, I'm a 300-pound dude. Like, you don't want me not governing myself, right? Like,
I want to govern myself. Fuck you and whoever you are, taking tax from me, telling me how I should behave, and I can't fish in the river unless I pay a price. That's a river. It's a free river. It flows through here. I'll take fish out of that bastard anytime I want. But you're telling me I have to pay you to fucking pay to pull a fish out of a fucking river. Fuck you. Fuck your
Look,
government.
I'm about to cry out of my native heart, bro. I get it. I do. I get that part.
I'm a wee bit of an anarchist.
Well, anarchy's kind
Well, I
of
am
dumb.
too, but people are stupid. People are too stupid to live in anarchy.
Well, that's Wizard's first rule, right? People are stupid.
Anarchy's stupid.
How dumb do you have to believe in a fucking spinning ball? I'm as dumb as
bro. These immigrants that are coming over here, like, are they like coming over here because they're like extremely wealthy and they're looking for cheap rent?
I don't know.
From Venezuela. You know what I mean? Like, they're coming over here because they want daddy government to take care of them, right? They're tired of struggling and getting paid nothing because the government is waging financial war on their country.
See them silly bastards. Harry, sorry, Larry. See when they put them 50 illegal immigrants in Martha's Vineyard, Barack Obama should have put a tent up and went, "Welcome, immigrants, welcome." That would have been a master stroke. What they do? Get the military to move them to fucking some military base. We believe everything's a safe city. We love. There's no hate here. We love immigrants. It's just not my backyard.
Well, I just don't know how it's racist when Texas ships them up there, but when they ship them out of there, like, isn't that what we do? But The
Oh,
thing
they're
is, you guys
using
have
them
like
as living
500.
bones.
We get like thousands and thousands per day. Like every year, we get the size of the city of Chicago coming across our border. Texas alone, not including the other states.
The system
Like every
cannot
year.
cope. It cannot cope. It's not
Yeah,
going.
but Massachusetts is not Texas, so you cannot put it in the same plate, bro. Come on.
What now?
Massachusetts, this is a special state. You cannot just apply the same rules in Texas and use the same rules in Massachusetts. It's special people here.
Hey, 50 people, bro. And it was like the world came to an end. Texas is like 200,000 Venezuelans coming to around 100,000 last year to 50 people to Martha's Vineyard. The world
Yeah,
came.
but see,
They're using people as political pawns.
here's the thing though. Like I'm really secure with Mexicans. Like I know Mexicans aren't gonna like stab me in the back. I know what I'm dealing with, right? Mexicans are usually Catholic, family oriented, hard workers, and good neighbors, right? But I
Yeah.
don't know anything about Venezuelans. Like from all I understand, like they're people from South America, and that's it.
There's entire groups of people, man.
It's crazy. No, there's no.
But I'm saying I don't know their culture, right? Like
America.
people from like Colombia, like they have no like fear of like seeing death. Like they don't care if people get murdered. Life has no like real value, right? Mexicans' life has value, right? They'll literally like run into a burning building to save people out of it. I don't know if the Venezuelan culture is the same. That's all I'm saying. I'm not familiar with
Oh
Venezuelan
yeah.
culture.
Well, you got to know that there are obviously people in Venezuela that value life. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
to be like, I don't know how everyone in this country. I mean, I'm just saying that's fulfilling the stereotype, right? Of like these people just judge entire groups of people.
Yeah, Hank. There's people in Venezuela that are gonna be very similar to your way of thinking. Believe that.
It's not about people.
But I do
They're
understand.
pissed off at they pissed off at us because of what our country has done to their country. So they're not going to be happy when they get here.
It's not about people.
I understand his point for sure. If you let people just flood in from a culture that's desensitized to crime and stuff like that, then yeah, you can have a problem for sure. Like their culture matters. Like what the culture of their nation is matters depending on that should who you let in should depend on these different factors. I don't disagree. It's just you can't really just state.
So it's okay if the Democrats fly 200 immigrants to New York and L.A. in the middle of the night, but it's not okay if the Texas governor sends 50 people to Martha's Vineyard.
Totally different issue.
Yeah.
I mean, crossing the border of Texas, that's people, trying to reach freedom. People getting bussed up north to like New York, completely different topic.
What? Seriously?
Well, I mean, what are we supposed to do with them? Like, are we supposed to make like a Venezuela city?
Stop messing with their countries. Stop applying our foreign policy towards their countries and implement dictating their leaderships and all that kind of stuff. The U.S. has been in South America for a long time, right? The CIA and doing operations in these nations and overthrowing governments and murdering people. So the foreign policy of the U.S. we should be minding our own business and allowing these nations to do their own thing instead of causing these problems.
It's all part of the Great Reset.
Did I hear United Nations let them do their own thing? Gemsy, I have a big problem with the United Nations making their own military decisions.
Bro, these nations like this Venezuela and whatever these countries, we shouldn't be involved in their policies and who's running the nation, and we shouldn't be dictating anything to them. We should be minding our own business and allow them, countries like Venezuela, countries in South America, and other nations that we have sent our agents down there to mess up their the environment in their nations. We should just let them be. and don't mess with them.
Agreed. Absolutely. I don't have any control of the CIA. If CIA was like a switch where I could just turn it off and they'd quit toppling third world regimes and just let the people down there sell their oil for gold or their gold for oil or whatever the fuck they want to do down there without going,
You know
oh,
what?
excuse me, have you heard about the monopoly? You don't play the games, you don't eat. You play by the rules or you don't eat. Sorry about your bad work.
You know
Bad
what
luck.
we'll do? We'll engage the FBI to find the fucking laptop. That's what we'll do.
You know what's been going on, in my opinion, my viewpoint? The New World Order.
No, I don't
What?
care.
The New World Order has been like toppling countries one by one. That's the name of the game. That's what they frickin' do. And then once they destroy a country and all the people involved,
Well, that's exactly what they're trying to
they
do.
take our money and then they send it to some kind of laundering operation, money laundering operation. And everyone's like Ukraine is a perfect example. And then it's like, well, at least we helped those people. Like I know, like my mother, for example, it's like those poor Ukrainian people. You should like my mom. My mom
America has
literally
a border.
Yo, PMAC, hold on, guys. Hold on a second. PMAC, what are you doing? Are you hot micing or are you like trying to get in the middle of a sentence? Go ahead.
Get him. PMAC is always trying to get in the middle of the sentence of someone else's. He's just
Go ahead, finish it up, whoever that was.
That was me, I think. Okay, so I'm ET. I'm ET. But okay, but my mom was like, "Oh, wouldn't it be cool if you could let a Ukrainian in your house?" Like, and she's like, "Those poor people." Completely oblivious to what's going on in the rest of the world, but watches the news and believes what she's told. You know, so now the Ukrainians are the victims. Nothing about Africa, nothing about any of that. You know, that's the level of ignorance we're dealing with when we talk about stuff like that.
I gotta push back against Jimsy a little bit here. The CIA being super corrupt and overthrowing other regimes and all this stuff has little to do though with the fact that we have the right to like want to protect our nation's culture. Like the fact that the CIA is super corrupt doesn't somehow mean that we have to lose more sovereignty and freedom because they want to mess other people up. Like, since the CIA decided to go mess up other countries, we should therefore allow huge demographic shifts to mess up our country. You know, I don't think
agree.
that's.
But that's part of the, that's part of the operation, right? You first have to mess up with these nations to have the environment in which you want people to move from their countries towards this country.
I'm just going to go ahead and say this, and it might be controversial. It's almost like our political or geopolitical goal is the clergy plan. Now, hear me out. The clergy plan came from the Frankfurt School, right, where Freud and Bernays and all them came from, right? So they're not exactly the nice guys, right? Well, they had this idea, the clergy plan is that, you know, we want to replace like all races with like one race, with one culture. We want to erase like all this stuff, and there would be like no more white people. Well, ever since the Arab Spring and all the Middle Eastern wars since 2001, we're driving populations up into the northern regions where the European and the European descendants come from. Now, we're only like 14% of the population, right? We are the legitimate minority, and, you know, it's obvious to me that Africa is for Africans, Asia is for Asians, and that, you know, everybody's like agreeing that, you know, Europe and European countries are for everybody. Now, I don't have a problem with that. Like over there in you know, the old world, they're ethno-states, right? That should be for them. Like Ireland is for Irish, right? Japan is for Japanese. But over here, it's kind of like a melting pot a little bit, right? And so it's a little bit different because in this land, this isn't our land. Like we're guests here, but that doesn't mean that we should just like completely like let everybody come in and like overthrow our Constitution and our rights and our culture and all this stuff. So it's like it should be conditional acceptance. You want to become American, you come learn about our laws, right? And once you learn about the Constitution and you can recite it all back, like then you can become American. The other way is just get your ass over here and, you know, if you commit murder or whatever, just get your ass over here and, you know, you'll be free from that country and, you know, you'll be free to, you know, do your stuff here. Because criminals are the type of people that run from their countries and change their names. Now, I'm not saying they're all criminals, right? Because I told you earlier that Mexicans are hardworking people, but it's not just Mexicans coming across our border. It's people from all over the world getting into Mexico and coming across our border. Like no other state
but
would like allow this in like history. Sorry, I'm done.
well, a lot of the Mexicans also are criminals. Like it's just a mixed bag. It has nothing to do with color or who people are, from where they're from, nothing like that. It's an overarching quote unquote globalist agenda, you know, of course, because they lie about the globe and all that, which is what gives us all these boundaries anyway. But so the whole overarching thing is pretty smooth. But so if you want to take over the whole world, you would just make sure that no one has any like cultural understanding, no connection to their culture, their hereditary, you know, advantages. And then what you do over time is you eliminate the ability to pass on information through ancestry. So then if you do that, which is what has already happened, you know, like almost no one under age of 30 really knows anything about their ancestry, generally speaking, in America. So then you have open slates to give new information and to rewrite everything. And they need to, you know, rewrite all of history. They have to blur the lines of every cultural difference. They have to remove anything that would create something to fight for, you know, any type of resolve. So it's like an overarching agenda, which is basically undermine what it is that gives them individuality. Therefore, you can, you know, incentivize and ensure groupthink, and then remove the ability to pass on tradition and information culturally based on the nation, which is a group of people. You know, doesn't matter where you draw lines. It's about people. And then they'll just be easily brainwashed. They'll have no attachment to what got them there, where their people are from, what to avoid in the future. And then you can just recycle it. And that now in America, like we're a melting pot. Yeah, in America, we have no true identified culture. We have no like understandings of people groups at all, where we came from. Everyone's embarrassed to even like say that they're proud of their people. And now no one takes their ancestry serious. We have no information being passed down that's going to challenge the status quo or the propaganda. So they pretty much got us where we want now. So now it's the last step, which is flood it with all kinds of conflicting cultural bias so that it just implodes in on itself. And then you can come in to rewrite it. And so we're in the clearly in the time of it doing that right there, where we're about to collapse, implode culturally, and we'll be empty vessels, and they can come fill us in with a monotonous groupthink identity across the board. Sorry, that was a lot.
Let me say this real fast.
I agree.
Just 5 seconds. So I'm not saying that every immigrant is a criminal and they're running from something. What I'm saying is every illegal immigrant is a criminal. Does that make sense?
It is technically true, but yeah, like Hank, you're right about that. But on Witzit's point, it's the cloud and pivot strategy. And I'm not going to pretend like I fully understand how that works, but I'm aware of its concept, where you bring in a group of people who need help, and then like as a functional society and humans who respect other humans, you know, we let them in, and then shit gets out of control. What are you gonna do?
Can you guys imagine if I like went around Europe with no passport, just snuck into country after country after country, and like eventually I get caught in like Spain? What do you think Spain's gonna do to me? You think they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, do you want like a free trip to the capital? Like, get on this bus, it's free. Like, no, it's not gonna be good when I get caught breaking the law in other countries. right? I've heard the story about the heavyweight champ like coming out of Africa and getting kicked out of Spain like 6 times, and like what he had to do to come, be an MMA fighter and all that stuff. And it's like, that's a great story. He persevered. But we have like in America this thing to where there's refugee status. You don't have to come here illegally. Like, it's not the only option.
Which does that not only like speak like 1,000 decibels loud about what's happening with our federal policy right now underneath our current quote unquote president? Look what's happening in the current policy. Like, it's so, what used to be deemed illegal is no longer illegal. Or if it is, it's like they put this sheeting over it, like it's not. Maybe it's illegal, but it's okay, or something like that. You know what I mean?
Well, I've heard stories recently of George Soros funding certain DAs in certain leftist cities, and when these DAs, catch and release criminals, violent criminals, armed criminals, like people that are using guns to do burglaries and stuff, they just catch and release them back into the wild, right?
The whole
population. And
the
then
whole
now
Illinois
there's
thing.
Now Illinois is trying to pass a law, right, to where if you're like doing all these crazy different crimes, including like murder, like there's going to be no bail, right? No bail should be like traffic infractions. No bail should be like, I broke a code, jaywalking, or, got this misdemeanor. It shouldn't be for violent felons or people that are accused of, violent felony crimes, right? Do you get that? Like, no bail? Like, oh, you allegedly killed somebody, right? We got you on video and the murder weapon, you were caught with it and everything, but
know.
It's like
Yeah,
you'd be
I
getting
know.
out
That's why
Monday morning when the judge gets here, because we'll just do your arraignment, and it turns out you didn't get the money because we caught you. Don't worry, you're not gonna have to pay to get out. You could just get another gun and continue raping and pillaging.
You know what? And like people are talking about like the outrage of that decision, which they should be outraged. But in addition to that, I want to add a point, which would be basically like, look at the state of our culture when that is happening. Look at us.
I mean, I get the whole concept of no bail, right? Because bail is nothing more than keeping poor people in the jail, right? But they should start with like lower crimes, right? Like jaywalking.
It's not that no bail, man. It might someone correct me if I'm wrong. You can create all these crazy crimes and get out with no bail. Are we talking about the same thing?
Yeah, they're trying to pass a law. I forget where it's at, but they're trying to pass a law where it's like no bail on certain charges.
No arrest. Also no arrest.
Well, no, they'll arrest you. They'll bring you in, and they'll book you, but there's no bail, so you get out for free after like committing like a violent crime. But these are like leftist cities where it's like the toughest gun laws, but they're not actually tough on the offenders.
Isn't it interesting how it happened in Illinois too? Like, given like everyone knows about Chicago, right, and how insane it's become. So like, why Chicago? Like, let's not. This is obviously has to do with Chicago and the surrounding area. I mean, I assume.
Well, if I'm a criminal, oh my bad. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm done.
If I'm a criminal, I'm gonna go to the place where the toughest gun laws are. That way, if I don't see a cop, I'm in control. I could do whatever I want. I got the gun. Everyone's got to do what I say. I'm a criminal. If I was a criminal.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't want to go door to door being a criminal in Texas.
That's what I mean. You're gonna go to Texas. Yeah, you're gonna go to Texas or some state where everyone's fucking carrying a gun. No, it's fucking silly. You're gonna go to the state where no one's got guns and do criminal shit.
Well, there are people who have guns. They're just cops and criminals. And then eventually the authoritarianism gets so deep because the people, for the most part, don't have guns. We can't tell the difference between the cops and the criminals because the lines begin to blur. And it's like, okay, these people came up and they called in backup, right? And then this gang member got shot at and he called in backup. Like, what's the fucking difference? Cops and criminals become the same thing in a country where nobody has guns but cops are criminals.
Imagine if this fully passes and then it starts like infecting neighboring states, and then Illinois was just like a test pilot almost, just to see if anyone would care enough to stop it. That would be insane, hey? Next it'd be Michigan, and then like fucking whatever.
Are we busing illegals to Chicago? Because aren't they a sanctuary city? Because back in biblical days, a sanctuary city was like if you accidentally killed somebody, right? Instead of their family coming after you to like sue you or kill you, you could go to one of these sanctuary cities and you wouldn't be messed with. I don't think it was like sanctuary cities were set up to like just everybody can come on in. It was meant for like a certain type of person, like someone who did something and was trying to get away from it. Did I kill the conversation?
Not at all.
I can be quiet.
No, I think you're fine. I think I always do that. I talk and I feel like, did I kill the conversation? You know, I just want to say, like, as crazy as this is, we're still fucking like putting all this crazy shit in our food and our water and our air supply. So I think it always comes down to that. This is like something super political. They're using like their political angle now against the people. They want to see. I literally think this is like a test pilot kind of situation. They want to see if they can get away with it in one state. Because if they can do that, that'll jump them into maybe potentially doing it to 2 states, and then who knows what'll happen after that? You know.
I saw these statistics not that long ago, and it was something like if you take.
I mean, look.
I'll just be quick. If you take 6 of the largest Democratic cities out of the list, America goes from being like top 10 gun violence, right? I think it was like number 3. But if you remove just those 6 big cities like Baltimore, Chicago, et cetera, if you remove those from the equation, right, you just take those out if they didn't exist, it puts us at like 183 for gun violence. We're on the list way at the bottom with like 183.
Yeah, it's only a few. See, that's a good point. It's only a few places that are keeping us in the top of gun violence worldwide. Yeah, but I mean, listen, the whole thing is, it's all about money, right? And we got to fill these prisons up because there's a lot of fucking money in prisons. I don't know if you guys know how it works, but a lot of them are privatized, and then the government buys the thing, so the people will lobby for certain laws. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the top 2. There's a top 5 list for spenders who were lobbying to keep marijuana illegal.
It's a massive industry, bro.
And the 2 slots, hold on, PMAC, I'm almost done. And the 2 slots were, you know what happens is you cut in and someone else cuts in, and now, anyways, the 2 of the 5
I was just
slots
saying it's a massive industry.
were
Sorry, Jeremy.
2 of the 5 slots. 2 of the 5 slots were prison guard unions. And the private prison guard owners themselves were lobbying. So they're lobbying to keep laws that are going to fill prison. They want prisons filled. So they're lobbying to make sure that we keep the prisons filled. Anyways, go ahead, PMAC.
Bro, I was just agreeing with you. It's a massive industry. That's why they put people behind bars for fucking nothing.
Yeah, I'm thinking back now to that statistic, and I think
I'm sorry. Just agreeing with you, bro.
No doubt. I'm just saying, what I've seen it happen a million times. What happens is you'll like, somebody will cut in to say just some real quick thing, but then other people will start cutting in because everyone's antsy pantsy to be next. So the next thing you know, it's like no, it's all good. Let's just try to not do the clipping thing. I do it too. Honestly, I need to be modded.
Sometimes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to clip it.
You're good. Let's just all work on it and do our best.
Try to figure this shit out. Hey, what about the shape of the earth, bro?
It ain't changing unless you're
Earth's not a shape. That's what
it's
is.
Yo, Jeremy, I just wanted to let you know I've got this really cool business venture. Do you want to hear about it?
Hell yeah, let's go. Let's get this money. Capitalism, baby.
Yeah, you can join for only $9.99 a month. It's called Interrupters Anonymous, and basically everyone gets together and they don't take turns to tell the room about their interruptions. My name's
Nice crypto. Brilliant.
and I'm interruptible, but halfway through I'm.
That's one of the
T-Mac comes and hello, I'm T-Mac and I like it.
Interruption.
Yeah. The IA. You should join. It's only £10 a month.
Yo, that's one of the best business models you can have out there is a monthly subscription thing. You don't want to do it every time you come in, you pay. You don't go to the gym and give them $5 every time you go work out. They got a monthly subscription. You want to be getting $10 a month from every American or everyone on Earth. You know what I'm saying? You'd be killing it.
Yeah, like Rich Harmon did just now.
Are we allowed to talk about vaccines in here?
No, we're allowed to talk about $10 a day. You alone for $10 a day, you can feed a Glober. That's right. You can pay a Glober to come and get on the internet for you and say a whole bunch of stuff that might not be true. For $10 a day, you can feed a Glober.
So an idea that I had a long time ago, because let's face it, really, all of us here that already know that it's not a globe, all we're really looking forward to these days is when a good debate happens against someone we've never seen, and we want to see how ridiculous they look trying to defend the globe. That's basically all we have to look forward to, right, guys? So my idea has always been, yo, if someone could do a show, like there's so many people who already do lives, so if they could just dedicate one day to having someone come on who will literally pay the flat earther who's hosting the show $10, $20 to talk to a relative, a friend, a coworker from any industry, like that would make it so that we're always having genuine conversations. And I think
That's actually
that's a good idea.
that's a really good idea, actually.
Peer review.
That's a great idea.
Called the peer review.
I love it.
Guys.
Demok, you need to join Interrupters Anonymous.
One at a time.
You need to join Glovers Anonymous for $10
Listen,
a day.
I
want to feed you for $10 a day. I want to support a Glober. You and Jeremy. I want to give $20 right now.
No, I mean
I told y'all Jeremy and Pete. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
You were like
Listen,
a
I
millisecond.
just want to respond to what Eli said.
Oh, this bastard.
Look,
I want to respond to what Eli said. Go ahead, Crypto.
Demok, I'm not on the same level as Spheremy when it comes to being a Globo. I'm sorry.
Well, you
Jeremy always taking over the Globers.
You are with your jokes. They're not worth the 10, but I'll give you 10 to be a baller.
No thanks. You can keep your 10.
So I remember when we said, who do you think is most likely to defect back to the globe? And I was like, obviously Pete Shea and Jeremy. Well, okay, obviously it's jokes, but Pete Shea legitimately said, like, is there not an instance that you would go back to the globe? Like, I think anyone who asked that question doesn't understand that it's never going to measure to be anything other than a horizontal plane. Like, so Peach A is
That's what I
definitely
wanted
number
to.
one.
That's what I wanted to say when you're like, "What do we got to look forward to?" I honestly was. There's times throughout this where I thought,
Is he he's breaking up? Is it just me?
Yeah, he's breaking out.
He's walking by a gold star. Did you
about
put a
just
gold star there?
quitting Discord because we're like, we need to get a measurement, a definitive measurement.
What?
Discord
He's a
has
bit too
video.
far
We
away.
can play the videos. He wants a definitive
Well,
measurement.
yeah, but he
We
didn't.
all
We didn't hear any of the context. Like, come on, don't like. I'm like, I need to know what you said. Dimbox like, yeah, I'm good enough with the last 3 words.
Listen, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'll be back.
sounds good. I think he just wants what everybody wants. Some damn evidence, some proof, not evidence. Not evidence called look at my picture of Bigfoot.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah.
we like, why are we doing that?
Can you 100% prove something?
When it comes to the
Yeah.
word shape, yeah, you can prove something's not a sphere all fucking day.
You
If you think you
You
can,
can falsify things.
ha 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 ha. Yeah, there are things that can be proved.
Okay.
So
Name something that you can positively prove 100%.
That your opinions are wrong.
I'm bowing out.
That if you
All right, we don't have to talk about
get
it.
hit, that if you get hit by a Mack truck at 80 miles an hour, you will surely die.
I'm sure there is a potential exception.
I don't think so.
I guess okay. I was kind of trolling to bring the question. That's why I laughed. D-Mock got hella triggered. Jesus Christ! It was.
He's always
If
gonna
everyone
get
knows,
triggered.
if everyone knows the context, it was a joke because Jaren and Nathan Oakley are going at it about it. It was a joke. Although, like, okay, I will just say we don't have to debate it, but I will just say I actually agree with Jaren the way he phrases it, which is to say that science definitively proves something 100% is a bit of a stretch because everything that we do, it has the bias of interpretation of the people interpreting it. So if we have presuppositions we don't even know to check or think of to check that factor into how we interpret things, we may be misinterpreting the actual thing that happens in the first place. So the personal bias of humans. And then secondly, like the potential, I know it sounds similar to Globers, so they hate to hear it, but like not knowing all variables. So you can prove something relative to what we know at the time, right? But if it's like you were like the sun physically burns your skin, look, we can prove it with science. And then you found out about UV rays, right? You'd be like, oh shit. Or it's like, oh, this is exactly what light is. And you found out about a different part of the non-visible spectrum. So there's always a possibility that you learn more than you currently know that could alter something. So I don't disagree with that. I think you can logically prove things. Like, I think you can 100% logically prove something. And that's ironic because people say, oh, that's subjective. And not really. I don't think logic is actually subjective. Personally, I don't think so. So anyway, that's just my take, I don't think, like the whole, you can boil water at 100 degrees Celsius at 14.7 PSI, and that's 100% proven by science. It's a much more nuanced statement. You gotta be like, if we use distilled water at 14.7 PSI, and we use a pan made of iron, and we use this type of thermometer, and then we'll have to do it a ton of times to see if does it go exactly at 100 degrees Celsius every time. And do we have different decimal places of the 100? Is it exactly 199.8? And does it happen at the same exact temperature every single time? And what if we figure out, whenever there's a rainstorm outside, it actually changes? Or, what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, there's a whole bunch of different things that factor into it. So, and I've had a problem with flat earthers saying this for a long time, and I've even said it just to try to kick back against Globers, like, because they're like, oh, you can't prove anything. And they say that so they can run around and just make up everything in the world as if everything's on this even playing field, right? That's the problem. But like the whole time I have had a problem with it though. Because every time I hear it, the flat earthers have like really just one main one that they say, and it's really hard. I thought about it. I'm like, what else can I come up with? And I couldn't really come up with much that could fit those standards. So I'm like, this seems like we're coming off disingenuous as flat earthers to be like, you have to definitively scientifically prove something this way, and we can only come up with like one thing. You know what I mean? So basically, what we're saying is, we can't talk about or make any claims at all ever because it doesn't match the water boils thing, which isn't even actually right. So that's my opinion.
There's always more than one way to skin a cat.
I understand.
And there's always an exception to the rule. Sorry, go ahead, Elijah.
Yo, I
understand. I'm of the opposing view. It's not even an opposing view because, my first statement is that it was just erroneous what Jaron said from the get out because the method is not really quantitative in the first place. So the supposition would be that heat is the cause of water boiling. That's what you do with independent variables. You then vary the heat until you see the effect.
Okay,
Not
but
necessarily the statement that I waited a long ass time, bro.
Sorry, I thought you were.
I did. No. So again, the erroneous statement from Jaron being that science doesn't prove things. Well, I would say that the scientific method utilizes the logic as follows. I have a supposition that A causes B, and then the alternative to that is A doesn't cause B. And it's only one of those two outcomes. In that framework, I can definitely prove that it is or that it isn't effectively the cause. That's it.
Right, but before that, it's an idea. It's not like, you know what I mean, set in stone before that. That's the thing. And then the word phenomena, an actual fucking like what is real? Like what is real science and what is the word pseudo and phenomena? We need to divide those two.
Okay, so this is the problem. So for one, they weren't saying heat causes water to boil. That is 100% not what they were saying. That's not what Jaron and Oakley were disagreeing on. This is the problem. If you just listen to one side, give the recollection of what Jaron's saying, then you won't actually know. It's actually been proven in spades in the last 4 weeks that blatantly lying and misrepresenting is not in any way a moral contention for them. So what actually happened was he was like, how can you possibly say, and they talked behind the scenes, and he has all the proof, and I've seen the receipts. How can you possibly say 100 degrees Celsius, Nathan? How can you say science proves something definitively, and you're going around saying water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 14.7 psi? Because that's not true. And that was the actual claim. Now, it's been walked back. It's been walked back to just heat causes water to boil. That's not what the claim was. That's not the claim that's been the claim for 4 years. That's not the claim that he's typing in all his comments. It's water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 14.7 psi. Jaron calls him out. And so then he walks it back to just heat causes water to boil. And he says it's the independent, real derogatory, right? That's what independent means, Jaron, because that's what we're manipulating. We don't have to talk about all the other control variables. We're talking about the independent. But objectively, the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment, it's literally a control variable being one of them. And ironically, when you say at 14.7 psi, you're stating a control variable. So all of a sudden, we don't have to say the control variables, but this whole time, the talking point has been stating a control variable, and it's been stating a specific degree. Now, Jaron pointed out, actually, what kind of water? Well, what kind of thermometer? Well, when are we classifying boiling? What kind of metal? These are all different control variables that if you wanted to say it 100% definitively prove something, you have to be hyper-specific to a tedious, annoying level. But that's kind of his point, is like, well, if we do it a million times, is it always going to literally do it at 100.0 degrees Celsius? Right? And that's the argument. Now, everyone's walked it back to, well, heat causes water to boil. And what Jaron is saying, I don't deny that we like objectively know heat can cause water to boil. I don't attribute like basic observation to science. Like if something just always happens, That doesn't mean it's science. We didn't have
Oh,
to
all right.
science
Take your
it to
time.
know that heat caused water to boil. So you see, it's like a nuanced conversation where I've actually seen the behind the scenes where Jaron tried to prevent it, and it's like, look, we can maybe like have this public, acknowledge the nuance of what we're saying, and maybe we're talking past each other and blah blah blah. So it's just my honest opinion is it comes off super disingenuous when you just breeze right through the fact that you had to change and update your claim. You had to walk it back to something super vague with no specificity. And then we're going to act like that makes Jaron stupid. I mean, come on.
Let me just respond, because I used to walk around saying that water boil at 100 degrees at 14.7 psi. But there is situations where.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Yo, you're
Jeremy,
hot mic. Eli, you're hot micing.
I'm not. Again, I want the back and forth with Witcher.
Okay,
And
go ahead.
Yeah. So, I made the statement I made because I don't care about what either side says. I know that what I said is valid because I've been going off of a method, not off of what people say. Now, sure, I can use other people's examples, but ultimately the method either is good or is not good. Sure, you can say they've walked these things back, but I know I've learned some of these basic principles from them. I'm pretty sure they're on record saying the same exact thing I said. But if you want to say it's a walk back, that's your fight, and that's their fight to defend themselves however they see fit. I was just saying that the method itself is valid, and what I stated was valid as well.
Yeah, I got you.
In that sense, Jaron is just wrong.
Okay. Well, yeah. So if we put water in a microwave, it has to go way above 100 degrees to boil. Way above it. And what Jaron was contending was the claim that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 14.7 psi at sea level. We all know for a fact. Now, I'm not super petty and lame. I'm not going to go through like hours of his stuff and chop it up and stuff like he does to us. But if we did, we could get easily 100 times that he has said that sentence. And that's all I was talking about. Like, now, if you just want to talk, now you want to exclude that because you brought up Jaron. That's why I got specific about the Jaron Oakley discussion because objectively, Oakley has said that. Yeah, but it's not a big deal. Yeah, you said.
I think you brought it up.
You said what Jaron said was wrong. No, I brought it up in general. I said I was just making a joke. But anyway,
right.
I'm just saying.
That's why I said I didn't bring it up. I'm just
Oakley objectively was wrong when he says water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 14.7
and I'm not
psi.
trying to gaslight you. Because this is a touchy situation, I'm trying to be patient.
It's touchy because someone's bashing Jaron every day.
I know. And even though I think Jaron is wrong, I still defend him as one of my favorite flat earthers. So this is a very tight situation I'm in as well. You're not the only person going through it.
Well, yeah, I'm not mad at you, of course.
So I'm just saying, I'm responding with honest critiques that's trying to separate the argument from the human error. I know that it's really about the human error because it's about the nasty things that, humans have said to other humans, whether it be Nathan to the many people he's cursed out, or to Jaron and the many Glovers at NASA he's cursed out. Whoever it is, I don't care about that because I can't stop people from acting the way that they act. But when it comes to the conversation, it's more important to me, like, what's accurate about the method and the epistemology that we're using so that we are actually speaking the same language. I know that in general, twice I've had conversations where the Socratic method is brought up. I don't snitch on anybody. If you're listening, you know what I'm talking about. That's how vague I get. That's why some people be like, "This nigga he don't know what he's talking about." Because I try not to be incendiary when I'm trying to explain what I'm explaining. I know people have spoken to me in private, yada yada yada. So both sides spoke about the Socratic method in exactly the same way. And I'm like, yeah, I figured that. So what's the issue? It's like I don't know. I kind of, both sides are saying that the other side is behaving in a way that's a little unfair. You know what I mean? Like the way, like if, oh, this person is just doing this, I feel like it's a little straw manning on both sides. And I'm like, that could probably stop if they just had a conversation, which
Well, they
doesn't
did.
seem possible. I know that's what sucks is like they're I'll just go out and say I don't think FED is at the point where they can or are willing to have a civil discussion, and that's sad. Because I think that that's exactly what's needed is just a discussion.
Sure. I just want to say, because I don't want to drag everyone through it. Like, you know, you're my boy. I got no beef with you. I just defending Jaren. That's my homie. I know he's a real one in real life. You know, like I know you're a real one in real life. You know, it's similar to that. But like the nuances, he's saying that it's always going to be tainted by our interpretation. Meaning, even with this, what is heat? What exactly is heat? How do we properly define heat? How are we going to invoke it as an independent variable when we can't properly define it and we don't know exactly what it is? We have an agreed upon convention of what we call heat. We have an agreed upon convention of energy. But he's saying it's always going to be tainted by our current knowledge, our current understanding, human bias, and what we just presuppose and don't check. Right? And so that's a valid critique. It seems like an easy thing to meet someone halfway in, where you're like, oh, well, if you're talking about in this nuanced way, that you mean the word prove as this 100% definitive thing, I understand what you're saying. But FED cannot go and meet him halfway, honestly, in good faith, and admit that, because they've been bashing Globers with it for so long, with that specific talking point, that things can 100% be definitively proven with science. So, I don't care. I mean, Jaren was like, we can agree to disagree, you know? He messaged him. But that is obviously not on the table for them. As in, no. You're going to be blasted for this and this. Now, he said a scam. This is the problem. One side is literally taking things out of context on purpose. So, you know, what they did was they said Jaren was trying to say that you can't use science to prove things, then turn around to invoke an experiment saying that it proved the ether, contradicting himself. And then doing that so that he can bring up a half-ass experiment for ether. Dude, Jaren doesn't ever talk about the ether. Jaren, like, he doesn't ever make claims about the ether. He said he doesn't even know for sure. None of that's real. And so it's just like, seems like dishonesty to me.
That's what I said. And I told him, I said, if you think that he's doing any of this because it's about an argument and he's trying to logically kill you, like, you're not really trying to fix the issue. No, like, he's responding because his boy, he felt there was an attack on his boy. That's number one. Like, why can't people see that people are going to respond in certain ways, like, you know, when they get offended? And especially when the offenses seems to be justified. So
I mean, what he
that.
did was he reacted to our conversation, right? Like he pulled up first. He said, "I think it's crazy. It's crazy disrespectful to have Austin on your show and then not let him talk at all, and then scream for an hour and a half, cuss him out, call him names, straw man his position, but never let him say it. I think that's disrespectful. I don't know many people that are going to disagree with that." And like Jaren's my boy, so he's going to say, I think that's a bad look, right? And then that he looked into the QE thing and he found out that the whole presentation was a straw man and that he intentionally misquoted me on purpose and stuff. So he thinks that that's disingenuous, that that's a bad look. And he commented on that, and he commented on the conversation I had with Brian. And he just went for the YouTube and played it and reacted to it. Didn't take stuff out of context, didn't create little shorts and clips to make the sentence sound like something it's not, right? Like, he just played it. And he showed where Brian was being disingenuous, right? Where as soon as I bring up the Van de Graaff generator, oh, those aren't in nature. I'm like, what? Oh, so we can only use a man-made device? Is that what you're saying? Like, that makes no sense. So anyway, he was just pointing out that every time it got to the point where he was in a corner, he was disingenuous. And he was like, he commented on it. That's his channel. It's whatever, right? But then it became this, we're going to create 15 straight videos about Jaren indefinitely until he stops, because he used the word scam, and you're hurting my livelihood and all this stuff. Dude, Jaren was just saying that if you have a paradigm where you can never be wrong, if you can never be wrong, and so if you've been saying something for years and it's like, oh well, it's a little more nuanced than that, and I need to rephrase it, I've been critiqued or I was wrong about something, but you can never say you were wrong because you're FED. You're never wrong. You can never be wrong. If you bake that into your identity that you can never be wrong, and then that means that you're coming off disingenuous when you're straw manning and lying and stuff. And he's saying that if you're doing that for money, if you're like lying intentionally, misrepresenting because you can't be wrong, and you're doing that for money, that seems like a scam. I mean, like, okay, that's his opinion. It's not that bad of an opinion. If someone's lying for money, I mean, what is the definition of scam?
Yeah, okay, well, given everything you said, that would be kind of fucked up. But I think that I see things through a different perspective. Now, again, this whole issue is off of the back of an erroneous statement in the first place. This position of science doesn't definitively prove things. Well, I would never make the argument, and even if I have made the argument before, I'd be willing to say, you know what, yeah, I probably said that, but more accurately, scientific method, not just science, but specifically the only claim is that scientific method is just a method for establishing, validating, or invalidating a hypothesis, which is simply an if this, then that statement, or if this, then not that statement. That's literally it. That's what the epistemology and the philosophy behind that calls for. And it is very useful for exactly what it is. It's never not been useful. When you put the heat into the supposition and all of that, it definitely does cause water to boil. Can you create another hypothesis with other variables and other controls? Sure, you can. That won't invalidate the fact that heat causes water to boil. So
Yeah, but then you agree that they were saying the claim wrong.
Look, if you're saying that they're saying something very specific, and obviously if that changes, then technically it's wrong. Sure, that's cool. I don't care about that. We can say they're wrong. We can say they're wrong, and we can post a whole bunch of times where they've said that, and they would have to hang their hat on that and be like, well, you know what? Yeah, that's a little inaccurate, or whatever.
But
I don't
why
care.
won't they do
I'm
that,
just trying to talk about the information.
I told Jaron that I disagree with him
I'm
partially
just trying
too,
to
just so
talk
you
about
know.
the information,
So guys,
and I'm
can I get
only
in
responding to.
I just want to get in at some point. I just want to reserve the next talking spot.
Bro, I've been trying to get in for. I got after crypto then.
Fine. Well, me and Jeremy need to get in at some point. Carry on. I don't want to interrupt the conversation because it's interesting and but I do want to get in at some point.
All right, so I'll wrap it up, and then it's cool. So again, based on what the method actually is, if anyone challenges that in any way, well, I'll be there to take a listen and to rebut that. I'm sorry for how other people respond. I'm sorry for how other people are inaccurate at times. I don't give a shit about that. Never have. My side, quote unquote, because I don't believe that there is a side other than the truth. But my side, quote unquote, they can suck it. Any other side can suck it. They know my position. So bottom line, in the sense that Jaron is saying science doesn't prove things, that's already an erroneous statement. And I don't think that anybody on the FED side would disagree with what I've said. Whether they walk back their statements or not, that's their cross to bear. So it is what it is.
No. You're saying it's disingenuous if you don't admit that you were saying it wrong by being so specific without acknowledging all the control variables, and that'll never happen because they can never be wrong. So, I guess Jeremy, you got it.
Go ahead, crypto. I'll wait.
Oh, just a couple of things. First of all, it sounds to me at least like I understand all of the nuances, but it sounds to me like you're arguing. It's like one of you's got the head on a coin and the other's got a tail on a coin, and you're arguing whether the coin is a head or a tail. And the reason I say that is because I don't know if you guys know, but like scientists, before they were called scientists, they used to be called experimental philosophers, right? And so at some level, what Witzer said about logic is absolutely correct, but the scientific method is based on logic, which is based on philosophy, right? So these things are all intertwined anyway. So I don't really...
I also said that just now, yeah.
Fair enough. But I completely get what Austin's saying. I think it's fair. You can't make quantitative statements because it's useful in one context and then try and walk it back to a qualitative statement in another context. But what's even more important than all of this is the fact that we've got drama between flat earthers. That I don't understand at all. Like, why have we got all this cannibalism within the movement? Like, they've got their thing going on and other people have got their things going on. I'm probably going to start my own thing in the next year or so.
Because
like,
I'll answer that.
I'm just going to be like, okay, well, you can have beef. That's cool. I'm probably not even going to bother responding to it.
So, to make the statement, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, 14.7. That is false. We know that's false, right? Science didn't prove that. The problem is they tried to quantify it, which is weird because all these years they've been saying, you don't need to quantify things. It's a qualitative thing. It either does or doesn't. Whatever. Nonetheless, heat will cause water to boil at 14. Like, we know that, and you do have to get hyper specific with the situations and shit and all your control variables. But at the end, you either prove that it did or it didn't. I feel like, and there's wiggle room to it. There might be shit you don't know about that you'll later find out about, but the situation you were doing it in will still be true. But you can add some other thing to it.
Jeremy, what is heat?
Exactly.
What's heat?
Fair enough, but fair enough. And I know you asked Jeremy. I know, but when we let's use the Socratic method now, right? So when I say heat, I'm talking about my nearest source of what I call heat. When I turn on this burner and I can feel that on my hand, that's heat, right? So I don't need to define it or know what it is or describe it. No, it's an effect, right? And we're like, oh, okay, well, we need to cause this effect. That's it.
Yeah, I can't.
We don't have to actually define it to then say, oh well, heat. Okay, heat is never not going to be the cause of water boiling. However, are we really ready to say because we don't know how to define heat, quote unquote, therefore heat doesn't cause water to boil?
Why can't we just
until we figure out other shit?
Why can't we just define heat as thermal radiation? And furthermore, as far as the division between the flat earthers, that's all based upon condensing down reality to either being that of fields or that of particle interactions. So there's the division. You got one camp that is talking about fields and another camp that's talking about particles, and they don't segue. So it's either one or the other, and you can't have it both ways. And they don't want to come to a meeting ground on that. That's the issue.
Yeah, sure. They don't have to meet, but they also don't have to clash, right? So that's right. What I'm like. They don't have to.
QE went a little overboard. That
Sure. With regards to my question to Jeremy, what is heat? I mean, you can. It really depends on at what level are you asking what heat is, doesn't it? And also, Eli made the statement that heat will always be the cause of water boiling. Well, that's not true, because you can put water in a vacuum at the same temperature and it's going to boil. So it's not necessarily only heat.
But I didn't say. First of time out. You said what I said is not true, and then you said it's not only. First of all, I didn't say it was only. Second of all, you changed the control variable, which would change a hypothesis. All I said was you can either validate or invalidate hypotheses. That is literally all the epistemology calls for. If you try to do anything else, that would be pseudoscience. But if you have another method, you could use that, and that's just fine.
Heat's not the cause, actually.
If
So
that's not what you meant, Eli, that's totally fine. You can walk it back. Please go back and listen. You did literally say that. I would not have intentionally strawmanned.
No, I said heat water. I said heat causes water to boil. Then you said no, it doesn't, and then you said it's not the only. I'm saying no. I said no. I never said heat is the only cause. And then I said, but heat will never not be the cause because you've discovered something else. That's what I said. That would be a totally different hypothesis with different control variables, wouldn't it be?
Hey,
Which would also be valid, wouldn't it be?
I'm about to destroy the whole thing, though. Like, the whole thing is determining the accurate cause of an effect. That's what science is supposed to be, right? Heat is an effect of electricity, and you can't have heat without electricity. So actually, you're misattributing the actual causal agent, because heat is just a byproduct of the actual causal agent, which is pressure mediation due to the electric nature of the energy introduced. So it's actually electricity that causes it, and heat's just a byproduct. And this is what Jaren's point is that if you have a presupposition at the beginning, you always have the baked-in bias of limited knowledge of how you're defining the terms, how you think you know what the cause is, how you think you know you isolated it. So it was a talking past each other thing where easily it could have been like, oh, well, Jaren, with that point, if you're saying it like that, then sure, I understand what you're saying, but that'll never happen because, it's been said too many times.
The thing is, you don't need to.
But listen.
All right.
But if you say what you said, then I'm happy to say, okay, fine, whatever. When I use this fire, insert what Witsit said, and that's what it is. I really don't care. But if you're going to say fire is actually this, then I'll just use those words and say that's the cause. Probably because I've validated some other hypothesis and now I have another conventional way of expressing it. That wouldn't be a problem. I don't think, if I don't have a problem with it, chances are no one else will.
Dude, we're not even talking about what the cause of heat is. Like, that's not the question. We know what heat is. We know how to measure it. I couldn't give you a definition on heat right now. I had time to look it up. But you know how to tell if something's hot or cold. We can put a thermometer up to it, right? We can see the temperature of things. We know if things are hotter or colder, right?
Okay. Heat's not a thing, though. It's not. Heat isn't something you grab. Heat's an effect. So technically speaking, you can't say heat is the cause. So, but it's tedious. I told Jaren, I'm like, dude, I'm in the middle of you guys because I think colloquially speaking, you can say you can prove that heat causes water to boil. They're saying it wrong by saying 100 degrees Celsius at 14.7 psi, making videos of it, taping it at 100 degrees Celsius. Everyone knows that they said it wrong. Everyone knows that their claim was wrong. Everyone knows that they did invoke a control variable, but they left a lot of them out. They overlooked stuff. Jaren called them out, and they can't admit it. Everyone knows that in a microwave, it doesn't boil at 100 degrees. But the argument has now evolved to a walking it back. Now, the point is, if they could publicly say, you know what? Jaren made a good point. We need to rephrase how we say it. We don't need to say 100 degrees Celsius at 14.7 psi. We should just say heat causes water to boil because the overarching thing is the idea that science can prove things, right? And then you'd be like, okay, he's going to reiterate his nuance, which is, well, only based on the limited knowledge that we have, right? So sure, heat causes water to boil, but if it's something else that's giving you heat that heat actually is, if there's a scenario that you can find where you can add heat to water but it doesn't boil, you can't just dismiss it all by saying, oh, those are control variables. Well, okay, well, maybe you just don't understand the actual cause. So it's like, it's not impossible that what our current understanding is not drastically flawed, no matter how improbable you think it is. And so what he's saying is correct in that sense. It is a nuanced conversation, and one side's willing to, like Jaren would say, look, I understand what you're saying. I'll say I'm wrong in this sense or whatever. The other side will never do that. So there's no way to bridge the gap here. That's the problem. It's a lack of good faith because what he's saying is wise. He's correct in what he's saying. If you listen to him in context, taking the words out super fast when he says science doesn't prove things and then just running with a straw man. I mean, okay,
I used to run around.
I am here to represent the proper position. That's the best I can do. I mean, what do we want to do?
No, yeah, that's fine. I get what you're saying.
So that being said, again, if you change the control variables, like if you're going to use microwaves or if you're going to take some air out, that would be an entirely different hypothesis, right or wrong.
Wrong. Microwave is heat. What we're classifying as heat is a certain effect. So you can have a million things cause heat, and microwaves do that. The point is that, okay, my point is, I told Jaren I'm in the middle, where you're objectively right, Jaren, that they were wrong saying 100 degrees Celsius. Objectively, they were wrong. They should say, okay, we see the critique in that, but we disagree with the overall sentiment. So we're going to stop saying 14.7 psi and 100 degrees Celsius because you were right with our critique. You made a good point. That's not what happened. Like, no, we were just talking about the control or the independent variable. That's all we need. That's not all you need. There are three constituent parts. You have to have the control variable. To actually do science, you have to point out everything that can also cause the effect and then control it. And you can say, well, this is one cause of this effect with these certain conditions. And that's based on our current understanding of what heat is and its interaction with water. And what we see is that we get heat in it. Now, is it possible that we can figure out a way that you can add heat to water and nothing happens? Yeah, it is possible. So then you have to say, oh, control variables. Well, then maybe you're not, that's the point. You're not actually getting the true cause of it. If you're not getting the true cause of it, if you have to make it where all the other things that can cause it are being limited and eliminated. Because that's not a true cause and effect relationship. So therefore, you have to state all the control variables and say, just in this specific scenario, this can be proven that heat causes water to boil with the control of pressure, the control of the minerals, and like that would be cool. That would be the middle ground. I told Jaren that's what they should do is meet in the middle.
But wait a minute. If we're not talking about fire and we're talking about microwaves, and you're saying, well, what the fire is actually what I've explained, is happening in the microwave, guess what you're doing? You're still varying the independent variable, which would be heat. Even under how you defined it, still would be the same statement.
Yeah, but you can't say fire. Just like, okay, if we're going to walk it back to fire causes water
we're
to
saying
boil.
heat, and obviously if you can get heat different ways, well, then we would have to try to use that within the constraints of the method.
And
So
they
if
did.
we're talking about, heat, if we're talking about heat and there are different ways, well, it's not. You're still varying, not controlling the heat, varying it to get the effect just the same. Everything else is controlled so that it doesn't affect the experiment.
Let me give you a hypothetical, though. What if I can come up with an experiment where because there's a million different ways to introduce heat, right? So let's say I come up with a way that I can introduce heat, but the water never boils. And we can't get it to boil no matter how hot we get it. It doesn't boil, okay? So say I use some type of like electric impulse device. And it makes it so hot in there, but the water never boils because it does something to the molecular structure of the water. It remains stable. It never begins to change state. Even though it's super, super hot, it doesn't actually boil. In that scenario, I no, but what I'm saying is you don't know it's not a real thing. That's the whole point. That's Jaren's point. You don't know all things.
Listen, I used to run around saying that.
Well, here's the thing.
All right, go ahead.
If I actually saw that, if I saw water at a certain temperature, and I could feel it, and I know it's hot as fuck, and the cause of it is whatever you're doing with the energy, then I'd be like, okay, and then I'd have something to think about. You got a video or something?
No, he just said that's not a real thing. The thing is, can you guys hear me?
Well, we're only concerned with the two. Go ahead, Jeremy. I just keep saying that we're only concerned with the two possibilities of either my supposition, not presupposition, is correct or incorrect. I'm not trying to test for all things.
Okay, I said that you could technically prove that claim wrong if you could introduce heat in a different way, that no matter how hot you got it, the water didn't boil.
Yeah, if that was the case, then it would be a big problem, wouldn't it? Probably.
Okay,
that's why I said I would have to think about it. If that's the case, though.
Well, do you see what I'm saying? You can't. But if it's the case, say. Let me just ask you a question. Hypothetically, if I was able to do that, then that means that when you claimed it was 100% definitively proven, you were wrong. And if there's any possibility that that can happen, then you can't say it's 100% definitive. That's Jaren's whole point. It's like a
Right. If there is an instance where heat, however you define it, doesn't cause water to boil, no matter how much you vary it, then
listen to what the
I will
Globers
agree with
say.
you. Now, if
Listen
that
to what-
now
oh,
now
boy.
if the now that so basically the current hypothesis that heat causes water to boil is true, unless it is the null hypothesis that heat doesn't cause water to boil. Like, it has to be one or the other. If it's not heat, then it can't be. Well, hypothetically, what if that's the case someday? Well, you show me that, and I'll be like, well, golly gee, shit damn.
Well, listen to what the Globers say about
I-
their rockets in space being exposed to direct sun, and on one side it's X temperature, and on the other side it's the inverse of that. And they say that it's essentially an exchange of energy, which requires some sort of a medium to have that effect of what you call like kinetic heat. So that's why their shit doesn't melt down in these extreme temperatures. So for the water boiling thing, I used to run around saying that, water heat causes water boil, 14.7, 100 degrees, whatever. And, I would bring that to them guys over at Gems, and them guys would, I've seen instances where it doesn't boil at 100 degrees. So you have to modify your state. Obviously you'd have to get more specific with your hypothesis, but I don't, honestly, if you keep the pressure at 14.7 PSI, I don't think there's ever an instance. You might be able to get some specific type of water, but now you have your control be whatever, distilled water or whatever. And eventually, if you get your control variables down enough, I don't think that there would ever be a way to show that the heat didn't cause the water to boil.
So you
I'm
agree
just going
you
to
have to
dismiss
say
what I
heat
said.
causes water to boil when you control the variables of pressure, da-da-da-da-da. And if you don't
Yeah,
say
what
that,
they
you
were
just say
saying
heat
was
causes
wrong.
water to boil. Even if you just say heat causes water to boil, it's wrong. Because it doesn't always cause water to boil.
Yeah, because time is a factor,
with
is
the
it not?
control variable.
Well, to be fair to the vague person such as myself, when I say heat causes water to boil, is because I'm a human being and I'm chilling with my bros and shit, and I'm like, yo, make me a pot of coffee. Like, I know that in all those instances and any other instances that I need, particularly for, simple shit, it's very fine, unless I'm trying to have this really intense argument with people who are trying to prove things that they can't prove. Like
No,
Globers
when
who
someone,
try to prove gravity, or
yeah,
like when they try to prove that we're moving and all of this extra shit. Like, it's like,
right, but
nah, that's the only time that the conversation has to be complicated. But actually, no, when I
I
apply
agree.
heat to liquid, it could be coffee, it could be water. I don't give a shit what it is. It's going to get hot and it's going to boil.
Okay, so if you just now you're saying like in this good faith laid back conversation, that's not what any of this is. This is someone making repetitive hit pieces on my boy Jaren, who's done 1,000,000 times more for Flat Earth than they will ever do, calling him all kinds of names and saying he's stupid because he's pointing out it's not as simple as just these holistic statements saying that you 100% prove something like water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Now, if we walk that back to heat cause water to boil, it's still within the assumption of certain conditions. So the whole point is one side is going crazy, claiming that they know for a fact you can definitively prove things. Here's an example. I can only come up with like one example ever. So, okay, you got one example. Well, then you need to be specific with it. You need to be specific because if you're not, then you're still wrong, right? Heat doesn't always cause water to boil. First of all, it has to get to a certain temperature, right? We don't even know what that temperature is. It varies based on the conditions, but I can put a flame over water and it's not going to boil. It has to get the water hot enough to boil, right? So it's not just as simple as heat causes water to boil. Oh, heat's an independent variable. No, it's if you control the variables of pressure, if you control the variable of what the container is, if you have a certain type of water. Like, if there's certain things that you could do that.
I don't get that. Like, I feel what you're saying with everything else, but if you're talking to me in a vacuum, it's like, well, I'm just talking about applying heat. Clearly, I'm not going to try to boil a pot with a matchstick. Since
I know,
is
bro.
the variable, since heat is the variable, yeah, I'm going to be varying how much heat I apply for there to eventually be a boil. It's like, if the other side is saying some other shit that's wrong, go ahead and snipe them, bro. Like, but this is what I'm just trying to talk about a method, and I'm trying to make sure people really know what we've been arguing for all this time. The scientific
And it's
method
not.
is great. It works for what it works for, but what people have to understand, is also that is not the only philosophy to gain knowledge. So we have to understand, one, there's a method that works, and two, there are other methods that work.
Yeah, but you can have the heat at a certain temperature and control that and keep it the same temperature and vary the time that you put the water on the heat. Yeah. And depending on how much time you put the water on the heat depends whether the water will boil or not.
All right, real fast, just to say this. Okay, so the problem is very simple, and I've elucidated it pretty clearly, right? And his argument is that you can never claim something definitive 100% without any possible doubt, because all I have to do is give you a hypothetical situation that could happen, right? Now, I know people don't like that because it sounds like the Globers, but here's the actual problem. So if this is the method that we need, this is what the talking point is, because I used to say it. So we're talking about the natural world. So if you're going to make claims about the natural world, then that's called natural science. You have to adhere to the parameters of natural science. We have a method for that. It's called the scientific method. Okay, and this is how you prove things within natural science. And any other claims about the natural world cannot be accepted or allowed unless it goes through this method. And you prove it by these means. Now, for 7 years, this has been said, and the most that anyone's come up with to prove this way is like maybe one or two things. So what that means is if we adopt that framework as flat earthers and we go through our lives that way, and that's all that we can talk about in the natural world, that's the only claims we can make, we cannot talk about 99.9999999% of things. That's the real overarching problem. That's why Jaron's pushing back against it, because he thinks it's like dogmatic and confined and closed-minded and limited, and he wants to see people keep growing with knowledge. That's why he's like, I can't imagine attacking someone for talking about the ether, because whether I agree with it or not, that's just Austin's opinion, and he wants to keep learning about stuff. So you see the actual critique is from him is he's just doing what he feels is right. He's just like being honest about the ramifications of that type of closed-minded approach. I get everyone's had the script, and it's hard to ever say you were wrong for many years, so that'll never happen, but then they should have agreed to disagree. That wasn't even on the table for them. So I'll stop ranting about it, but my point is, if we apply that, you can barely come up with anything that you can even say actually works. You can basically prove nothing. So it means we can't talk about anything in the natural world. Okay, and that just seems wild to me.
I see what you're saying. I want to say this. Okay, so there's this thing called like scientism, right? And scientism is one of those things where I don't think a lot of people in this community actually know what it means. Scientism is the belief that the only way you can prove something is with a scientific method, right? Now, pseudoscience, right, that's different, right? Pseudoscience is like when you call astronomy like a science, like natural science, right? So what we have here is a problem of orthodoxy of people that are like extremely hard-nosed, like, what's the first one I said? Not pseudoscience. Slipping, sorry.
Scientism.
Scientism, right. So there's more than one way to skin a cat. Everybody knows that, except for the people who practice like scientism. That's like the only way. If it doesn't agree with the scientific method, then it's wrong. No, that's not exactly how it works, because not everything fits into the scientific method, right? So I just want to say this about water. When I was doing the water thing to explain to new people how the scientific method works, I was doing like a crude, rudimentary explanation. And what I would say was, as a caveman, he finds a hot spring, right? So obviously, what's going to be the cause of the water boiling in a hot spring? It's in the word, hot spring, right? So he sees the water boiling and he says, okay, I want to recreate this. So he forms a hypothesis. Maybe the heat was causing the water to boil. And the more times I would say this, I would get smarter people that would say, well, it's not only the heat, it's also the duration. So I would change it up. I would say, yeah, that's right. Let's change it up, right? Because I don't want to be dogmatic, right? So yeah, enough temperature, right, heat, and enough duration will cause water to boil. That's like a true statement. Like nobody can really disagree with that, right? Because if I got let's say a cup of water and I, pour it on like a 400 degrees grill and I leave it there for an hour, like it's going to boil. It's enough heat and enough duration, right? So what people want to do is then they go, oh, well, what about this? And what about that? And what if we change, and go to the top of Mount Everest and try to boil the water there? Like, okay, that's a new hypothesis. Let's explore that. And that's how it should be every time. It should be, okay, I'm not saying you're wrong, but what about this? Okay, let's check that out. Like, let's postpone what I was talking about, put that on the shelf, and now let's go to Mount Everest and talk about what you're talking about and check that out and see if that's falsifiable. That's what real science should be. It shouldn't just be like, no, I said that heat causes it, and that's the final truth. Like, there is no final truth. Like in science, it's always like, show me, right? Like when you take your car to the mechanic, you're going to need some tire rods, show me, right? So we should all just act like, we're from the show me state.
Yeah, that's basically what Jaren's trying to say. Is like, it's just detrimental intellectually to make definitive, final, overarching claims as if, there is not even a possibility there's something else that we don't understand. And I just think that's a fair critique. I don't mind saying, like, this is the important part, is saying, look, you can't just be making up all kinds of claims and pretending it's real. Like, we need you to actually do some type of experiment where you're actually physically manipulating the presumed cause. Like, that's real science, is actually manipulating the presumed cause and trying to see what happens and controlling the variables. I agree with all that. It's the problem where you're saying that it definitively proves something 100%. It demonstrates that 100% something happens, causes an effect, relative to our current understanding and bias. And that seems like that should have been an easy, like, okay, well, with that little caveat, we can all agree.
Well, I agreed with Hank 100%. That being said, I feel like your statement kind of comes into conflict with him saying we know that under these conditions it is heat that is the cause. It's either true or false. 100% is, I guess, a mathematical term. Could use it, but I guess 100% also means absolutely truth. That's why I would say 100%, but I'd rather be like, no, it's actually just true. Like, but saying that we can't 100% know that after we absolutely know that, if you're not saying that, then cool. I have no problems with what you're saying. But if you're saying something else, I don't know how we can adjudicate that problem.
No, yeah, like I said, I told Jaren that I'm like in the middle, right? I told Jaren that, I didn't just go around saying it on tour because I heard Oakley and QE said it. Like, that's not who I heard it from. So the scientific method isn't theirs. Like, I said it because I believe in it. I believe that it's important to do this. And I believe we can say, look, I use the word proof much more loosely, right? So I'm like, yeah, we proved that's the cause of the effect. Because it's always assumed with any type of wisdom applied that everything that we're talking about is always relative to our current understanding. And I'll try to think about it. I bet you I can come up with a scenario where there's a mechanism that introduces heat to water, but that mechanism is also doing something else to the water, and it doesn't boil no matter how much heat you introduce to it.
Yo, I got an example.
If you had something that
I got an example of what you want. Zero input with heat generation. I'm gonna post it in Livestream text 1 if you want to watch it.
All right.
If you got something where you introduce heat to water, like a lot of heat, like,
Why does it have to be
degrees.
fucking water? What's the heat and water thing? I don't understand.
Because it's something that everybody can observe and
okay,
because it's like
you
the
don't
only
need
thing
water.
they could think of.
Yeah, you don't need fucking water, dude. So,
No,
anyways,
there's
go
other
watch the
stuff.
video I posted.
Name
It's
another
with
one,
zero
Jared.
input. But of course, you guys have never let me get it out. So feel free to chant the.
We're listening. What do you got?
Well,
Posted it
Jaren
in
gave the
chat.
hypothesis
It's
of
all
the
good.
sun causes heat burn.
There's
Now,
other stuff you can.
obviously, there are going to be different variables and all of that. And then, what do we mean by burn? Are we talking about, when your skin is flaking off, or are we talking about, getting golden brown or whatever, and blah 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 blah? But we know for sure that yes, under certain conditions, it does appear like you go outside and something about the sun is definitely burning you. That hypothesis will never be wrong. Now, you can go deeper and expand on that and go, actually, it's the UV rays because look, when I use this type of light, it creates the same effect. Well, now you have another hypothesis that builds on top of the already valid, truthful statement that one thing absolutely caused another thing. I don't.
So
Where's the
I
problem?
don't
there's
think
a whole.
even Jaron disagrees with that. That's why I'm saying it's like a talking past each other. What he would say at that point is, well, do we just attribute everything to science? Like, if we just observe something that always happens, like, do we say science proved it? Like, do we give the idea of science the credit for that? And then I get the nuances. I disagree with them on that in the sense that, well, what they're saying is that method can't help to demonstrate something, some cause-effect relationship. And effectively, even though it's obviously true, we can kind of demonstrate it in some type of way, right? And so I don't disagree with that. So that's why I'm saying I think it requires good faith, and to call someone stupid when what he's saying is it's always relative to current interpretation and bias and current knowledge. No, he's objectively right as far as I see it. And I know this world's way crazier than people think. I know there's like a crazy background to energy, like not literally, although I do think literally, but just we don't fully understand a lot of stuff. So I don't have a problem with someone saying that because I just gave a scenario that would debunk it. Now you could say, well, once you do that, blah, blah, blah. But the point is that, yeah, if there's something I could do that would debunk the claim, then we can't say we know 100% definitively anything. And I
No,
know
that
it
just
sucks
means it's
because the Globers say that.
no. That just means it's possible to falsify, right? There's a possibility for falsification. So, fuck, I had something I was going to say this whole time. I can't even remember now. Fuck. It's tough
If
trying
it's
to get.
possible to falsify
Go
it, then how can you say it? No, claiming it's 100% proven is saying that it can't be falsified.
So you see where the problem in logic there is that something is the cause, and then if I do this thing, it isn't the cause. It's basically the statement. Like
that water.
that's actually like a contradiction. And in nature, like there are no contradictions. Either something is or something isn't. You're never going to do something to demonstrate that something that was actually is not. So there's something wrong in the language, not the methodology. That's what I keep trying to point out.
We hear
However
you.
people are misusing the method, I keep saying that would be a wrong way, the wrong use of the method. The way that I'm trying to apply it seems pretty ironclad.
So
and
this
you can only
this
talk
water
about like
thing
three
is
things in all the world.
this
Well,
water thing isn't the
no,
only.
because that's not true.
So I want to point out when like the callers say, and this is their culture, right? They say science doesn't prove anything. Basically, what they're doing is they're virtue signaling, to each other and everyone else that, they're not dogmatic. But what are ballers? If dogmatic doesn't describe a baller, what else would, right? Like it has to be because the model says so. Like even though we don't know what it has to be dark matter. Like it has to be photoshopped. It has to be dark energy, right? It has to be the multiverse because of the fine tuning problem, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? But none of this is proven, but it has to be, right? So what we need to understand is we need to avoid the orthodoxy, right? And understand that maybe one day, like somebody tries this like the 3 trillionth time and they add heat to water and it just doesn't fucking boil, right? That's what that is for. It's saying that, it's not really proven like ever in the future that it's never going to change because, what if, fireballs come down from heaven and we can no longer get boiling water because there's some sort of chemical in the atmos now or whatever, right? My point is is that we need to stay away from scientism, and they need to stay away from orthodoxy and pseudoscience, because that's their problem. Science
Yeah.
doesn't prove anything. Yeah, when you're dealing with pseudoscience, you're absolutely
So the
fucking right.
the list of things. There's a long list of things you can prove the causes of effects for, right? QE's got that uses a list of like 10 things. Water wasn't the only thing you could think of.
Okay, let's hear them. One of them scurvy, which is laughable. So, well, okay, what else?
Well,
We can
wait,
prove
time out.
I know, Eli. You just had
Here,
like 10 minutes
here's
to witness
my
it. I was
here's
struggling to get
because
in
we're
every
doing
time, bro.
something that's not necessary. Instead of saying what are the things that the method is valid for, which is what you're asking, I'm just going to ask you straight out. Is the method valid for what it's valid for, or is it not? If you don't find it
Yeah,
useful,
absolutely.
then go with your epistemology, bro. What's wrong
No,
with that?
absolutely, dude. I went around the whole United States saying it. But the point is that it's like Jaron was just trying to
If you
make a
don't
bigger
believe it,
overarching statement. So it's like
if
it's
you
a
don't
lack
believe
of
in
good faith.
I understand what Jaren's position is, and I've said numerous times that even though that is a conversation, my conversation is the conflating between how Jaren is wronged and what the scientific method is. It's like, well,
Yeah.
it's
I said
really
I agree
about
with you
how he
already.
was wrong, and you know what? There are certain things I agree with. However, there's only like a minuscule amount of things that the method is actually good for, which is ultimately what you're saying. And I'm like, why? Why do you need to do that to a method? Like, just do
No,
what
I'm
you're
not saying
doing
the
to people.
method's no good, man. I'm saying if you keep this like super rigid, dogmatic, like where it's definitively proven idea, like you plague yourself with that idea, you undermine the true
No, it's
value
just
and
a method.
usefulness
You're
of
right.
it.
If anybody is gonna, it's just a method. If anybody's misusing it in any way, yes, that's wrong.
Yeah, I
Like,
love the
we
method,
agree.
Eli.
We
I
don't have
love
to
the
beat
method.
the. So we don't have to like. We already know what the issue is. One side says one thing, the other side says another thing. Well, the beautiful thing about it is all of this stuff is recorded, and to the best of your ability, I hope you guys hash it out. But I'm here to
Nah, that
not
won't. We
get
all
people
know that won't.
confused about what the method is. And I'm here to tell people, no, the method is useful for exactly what it's used for, but don't get it twisted. It's not the only method you can use. That makes
Yeah, the
things
last thing I'll say.
uncomplicated for people that will misuse the method.
Last
You
thing
could
I'll
also
say.
use
Okay.
philosophy, right? What the ballers call observational science, right? That's, I'm sorry, Jeremy, you can go right after me. I apologize. But if you watch like bird migrating patterns, right, you can learn something. It's philosophy. It's not really science, right? So if we can avoid the pseudoscience, the scientism, and all this stuff, and just let everybody like do their own thing, right, and maybe correct them quietly alone when they're wrong, I think we wouldn't be so divided and conquered as we are right now. Jeremy, go ahead. I know you're going.
Can I say this one last thing? So yeah, it's good. It is good, and you can even say, look, it proves this or whatever. But it's for really vague, overarching sentiments that you could ever say definitively prove, like heat causes water to boil, water causes grass to grow. You know, like just naturally observe things that just always happen. You know, and you can, and like we know it happens. And sure, you can go over there and try and manipulate, but a super vague thing. But science really is supposed to be. This is why you can't talk to any professional that's going to ever not say what Jaren's saying in a way, because it's like, well, the process is you keep getting more and more specific because you want to know exactly what's causing it, exactly how it's happening. And so it's like, yeah, you can say these overarching vague statements. That's not going to help us in the real world. One of them's like wants to whip their FE cock out and say I'm 200-0, and then one wants to say, well, in the real world, how we're going to apply it, we need to realize we're always in the pursuit of knowledge. We're always learning things, and we just want to critique what we're doing. We can never claim that, oh, this is good enough. Right now, this is 100% good enough, and we'll just stay here because it promotes stagnancy. And I agree with that sentiment as well. So I'm just saying, we don't have to keep talking about the beef between them. I agree with you that the method is valuable. I said it around the United States for a reason. I still believe it. I think it's bullshit. They run around just looking at stuff, making up stories, and don't use science at all, and don't use experiments at all. And so I agree with pointing it out, and even the talking point to an extent. It's just people go too far with it.
Yeah, the thing is, the Globers took it way too far when they say you can't prove anything. And they'll say you
Yeah.
can't prove anything in reality. Like that's far fetched and ridiculous. Like there is no.
Yeah, yeah.
There's
It does
nothing
sound like you're
subjective at
saying
all.
kind of the same thing when you're saying we can't really say that something can be proven 100%. Kind of sounds exactly like that,
I
to be
didn't say
honest.
that. I said you can logically prove things. If you think that you're going to
Yeah, I know,
put
but
board out,
logically proving things, I'm pretty sure you're talking about epistemology aside from the scientific method when you're talking about logical, right? Yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah, like because you can logically prove things that
Okay.
you can also science, but it's not just the scientific method that proves it. It's actually the logical
Right. So
true
that's non
dichotomy.
sequitur to what I said then, isn't it?
Well, you said it vaguely. You said that you're saying nothing. Like the Globers say that literally nothing can be proven at all whatsoever with logic or anything. That's what they said.
So what I
Math.
so
They
was
say
okay.
they
So
say you can only
okay.
prove
So
math,
my point
and that's
is
it, and
okay.
nothing.
So if it was vague,
Go ahead,
all I
Eli.
said
I'll
was
never talk. That's fine.
because he said the point was vague, and I don't get it. Because my point was that if someone is to say, well, we can't just use the words that science definitively proves anything, because that's not necessarily true. I'm saying it sounds similar. That's not me
I'm
making
saying
a vague
okay, yeah. I'm
statement.
saying I kind of agree. Like I'm in the middle where yes, science definitively proves things, but it's overarching vague things, and you can always increase the specificity and accuracy of the claim. And so in the real world, saying heat causes water to boil doesn't do shit for anybody. It doesn't do anything in the real world. So yes, you can say that. I don't disagree. I am in the
How
middle
could you
between
say
Jared
that?
and because
How could
it's
you
more
say that?
specific. It's actually electricity. Heat's just an effect of it. So then we could go to where, let's figure out exactly what it is that's causing it. Heat's just a byproduct of the primary cause. We can figure out more and more and more about it. That's what science actually is.
So then whenever somebody puts fire to something, call it electricity then, bro, and make that claim that all things that are causing the combustion or heat or whatever is actually electricity. Go ahead and do that. I'm not arguing that. You don't need to tell me that's fine, bro. But you can't tell me that understanding that fire or my electric pan that I do use to boil water because the gas in the gas is out. Like it, yeah. I know that the heat coming from either experience is going to boil my water. That's very useful because I use it every day.
That's also a whole.
I don't.
That's also. I thought you were done. My bad.
No, I'm just saying because you're saying it's unuseful, but it sounds It sounds like semantics because I know what I mean when I'm like, okay, I'm applying heat to do this thing. That is a very simple and easy thing to do. That is very useful. I don't know I don't know if you're saying how. I just don't get it. What do you mean it's not useful?
Yeah, it's very useful. We boil water every day. We need to know how to boil water. But if
that you didn't.
What are the
but
three
if you,
states of heat? What are the three states of heat? Can anyone even answer that?
Well, but
Why is
Jeremy,
that relevant?
I feel like Jeremy, Jeremy, like 5 times I've heard him try and speak.
Lukewarm, warm, and hot as fuck.
No, sorry, it's not that.
Convective,
Jeremy.
and radiative.
Yeah, exactly. You've got radiative, conductive, and then there's a third one.
Convective.
Bro, I don't even remember what I was going to say now.
Oh, unless you're going to address these things,
ahead.
dude, like you guys are just going to circle jerk for hours.
Well, here's me addressing it. All forms of heat, whether it be electric, fire, or whatever other, ultimately that process to create energy that we call heat, if that's what we're calling it, if we're not calling it, I'll go with whatever you're calling it, that will be the cause of water boiling. For 100% sure, unless you're going to take me to a vacuum that doesn't exist, or unless you're going to take me to an area of lower pressure, which I will have to then introduce less heat or more. I can't.
Can you have
remember
heat
what I
without
was
a
going to say?
medium?
Hold on 1 second. What I was going to say. So if you want to take it to what's the cause of heat, that's a whole other hypothesis and not, it's something else.
Fair enough. I agree.
But that has to be that has to be addressed. You can't say heat is the cause. Heat makes water boil, and then now we're going to have to do a whole other thing to say what heat is. Well, then what was the point of saying heat makes water boil? That was pointless. You're saying a word to make water boil.
Can you have heat without a medium or an object? Answer that.
No, I don't believe. I think heat is just the property of matter. right? So it's not like you're giving heat. It's not like you take a third agency and put it into water. You just manipulate the water. And that's where I'm like, heat doesn't make water boil. Manipulating water somehow. If you want to call that heat, okay. But now it's, this is where it's vague, I think.
Radiative heat is specifically heat that does not need a medium.
What?
That's what radiative heat means.
So it's just magic heat.
You can never not have a medium to test that statement, man.
Coach, why do you say stuff like that? You know that science doesn't prove anything. So everything that comes out of your mouth is like hearsay.
I agree with what you said, Witsit.
I didn't say it was proof. I said it was a definition.
You have to have a medium to test that, but the difference is how much of the medium versus how much heat. So, like, if you can change the density of the medium, will that affect the heat?
Yes.
Yeah,
sure.
Exactly. So there's one variable.
If you include medium, you're introducing convective heat. The heat that's being transferred without the medium is the radiative heat.
No, but you only have to say that because you have to explain how the energy from the sun makes it to us through no medium. So yeah, we understand why you're saying it, but no thanks.
Yeah,
exactly. We're trying to have some brotherly love. We're trying to have some brotherly love here, and we're trying to talk things out, and we don't need any of that.
I love you guys.
So
even
Jeremy,
though
you said that he had. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, doesn't this highlight like the problems when you have we have this experiment that's supposed to be empirical, but you got one guy saying one thing and another guy saying another. It's almost like the experiment didn't settle
that is
the
the problem with science, right? You got people like Kosho that says that science doesn't prove anything, but you're manipulating the light switch and seeing the light come on, and you're like, "Look, I'll do it in a pattern this time."
Listen,
and you do it like, and the light
listen.
comes on same way. It's like, no, that's not proof.
Listen, Coach, I love Kosho no matter whether or not he's in heat. So,
wow,
I'm almost always in heat, But regardless, I don't know what you're talking about, Larry. I didn't say any of those things.
Said wow.
Hey, Kosho, can you prove things with science?
Well, science is not a mechanism to prove things. So.
Science isn't a mechanism.
Well, can you explain why that is?
Is there somebody with a hot mic? I feel like there's somebody with a hot mic. You know that it's the female
who's got the hot
animal
mic?
that's in heat, right?
Yo, who's got the hot mic?
Yeah.
Dude, I was joking. Come on.
It's Rakia.
That might be somebody's TV or something.
There we go. It's fixed. He muted.
But okay, Kosho, can you kind of go into detail and explain, like, just give a little more explanation or a little more clarification as to what you mean by you wouldn't really make the statement. It's an erroneous statement to say that science proves things. Why is that?
Science is not a method to prove things. I said this in the chat, but if you
can you say it in a different way?
Hold on for a second, Elijah. Wizard had said something that to say that something is 100% proven is also the lack of falsification.
Oh, so you would use the same
rhetoric. Something can't be falsified if it's been 100% proved.
So.
And if something can't be falsified, it's not science.
That's true.
And I've said it again. Your entire system can't be falsified. Your entire system cannot be falsified.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
You
can falsify heat causing water to boil, right? Like if you had infinite heat, infinite time, and you put it on the water and it never boiled, that's falsifiable. The only reason it's not falsifiable because that hypothesis isn't true. So that's not what Karl Popper meant by falsifiable, right? If I make a claim that I'm 6'3",
my bad.
That's falsifiable. Go ahead, bro.
My bad for stepping on you. But that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, goddamn, I don't want to be talking to Kosho. What's it? Earlier, you said you gave this an example
of a falsifiable situation in which heat wouldn't cause water to boil. And I said, well, if that was the case, then I would have to have a long think about that. Yeah, and you're like, and then you said exactly. However, if that's never actualized, we can't say, well, we can't say that water is not, or we can't say that water isn't 100% the cause of water boiling, specifically because there's this example that I haven't actualized where it would hypothetically falsify. Like, that's not valid.
I think you're getting confused because
I gotta do something.
your day-to-day experience kind of confuses you as to what's falsifiable or not. Imagine you're on an alien planet and you come across some plants and you think they grow better in the light. Is that falsifiable or not?
What the fuck's an alien planet?
Planet you've never been to before, let's say.
Can't you just grow this here?
That claim is falsifiable because you can put a group of them in the light and group of them out of the light in the shade and see if that affects their growth. If it doesn't, then you falsified the hypothesis. So water, heat boils water. That's falsifiable because if you create a situation where it doesn't, then you falsified it. It is falsifiable. It doesn't happen in reality, but it is.
It's falsifiable in the sense that if it were not true, we would have the means to run it through the scientific method. Right?
Correct. That's what falsifiable means.
It's not falsifiable because it's true. So there's two different
exactly
meanings
what falsifiable means.
No, because falsifiable doesn't mean false. Something can be true and still be falsifiable.
No. He just whoa. That's not what he said. What he said is exactly what you said, but then the second statement, I don't know how sequitur that was. But what Hank just said and what the other guy just said is basically, if you have a supposition that can be falsified, then that's what makes it valid if it's true. Because you can falsify that it isn't true, because it's possible.
Right, like the moon's gravity causing the tides. I can't falsify that,
makes
right?
it a valid hypothesis.
Hold on, bro. I can't manipulate the moon's gravity and stop it and see the tides stop and then turn it back on again and see the tides come back on again. So that's not a scientific claim, right? It's not falsifiable. But if I say that I'm 6'3", you're never going to measure me at 5'8", right? You're always going to measure me at 6'3", but because I can present my body to anyone, right, and you can measure my height, okay, yeah, he's absolutely 6'3". It's falsifiable, even though it's true.
Isn't that provable? That sounds to me when somebody's like, "Hey, I'm 6'3". Okay, you proved it. You didn't falsify it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's sort of maybe the same thing. I guess.
No, but falsification is possible. It has to be possible. And you have to have a method of being able to falsify it. How do you that's obviously that's what the scientific method is for.
If Hank says he's 6'3",
how can you know something's possible without doing it?
If Hank says he's 6'3", we can go falsify that, right? He may be 6'3", but the option is there to be able to falsify it.
So if he said he was 19,
you cut out.
Hey, can we
obviously,
maybe take an actual
go
claim?
ahead.
Can we maybe take an actual claim that we can, besides heat boiling water, can we, let's say, test whether or not the atmosphere is attached to the Earth as it rotates? How can you falsify that?
Yeah, we could. Unless you're going to beg the question, then it would be unfalsifiable, impossible.
Sorry.
Well, but
you have to spin
this is
or
the point
stop
that
the
I
Earth from
made.
spinning.
Yeah, this is the point that I made earlier. It might not have been heard. When Kosho said that anything that cannot be falsified is not science. Kosho, that's your entire system. Your entire heliocentric model cannot be falsified. It's not science.
He knows it's not science. He was reaffirming it.
But see, look at how logic works, right? Look at how the law of contradiction can be used to adjudicate this matter. Kosho, go ahead and give us a falsifiable instance. 12D. I'll wait.
All right, I'll give
Can
you a
I be heard,
falsifiable.
or
can
did that just
falsify
stun
if
the
the
shit
Earth.
out of
I'll give
We
you
can
one.
falsify if the Earth is.
Yeah,
We can
I'll give you
falsify.
one.
Go ahead, Hank.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 39.59 miles and a horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of 0.9 feet, right? That's falsifiable, right?
Absolutely, that is definitely falsifiable. And I'll tell you what didn't falsify that claim is by looking at anything. You're not going to look at something and falsify that claim, knowing what we know about how shit's not in actual positions and whatnot in the distance, right?
So there's some confusion, obviously, between you guys.
No, did you guys hear what I said though?
On what falsification
You guys heard what I said about? Hold on,
Yes.
1 second, Kosho. You guys heard what I said about looking at something, and you ain't falsifying that claim by looking at something, right? We all agree on that, or?
I agree. How could you look at something? Then looking is proving, right?
Are you trying to get everyone in consensus together, like to feel better about the answers
Yes.
you're giving? I mean, come on, guys.
No,
Okay.
because then we'll be like a monogamous country where we all agree.
There's people in here that think you can do that. You can falsify this claim by just looking at it.
I see a sunset.
Well, if you
Earth is
mean
a
look
ball.
at the picture,
Also made
no. Or look at the video, no. But if you actually go out into the water, right, and you make some observations that would be literally impossible to make, right, because we're talking about curvature, right, humps of water. You can't see through water, right, and light, it bends, but to what extent and under what conditions? How much does it bend?
Yeah. So
It's like,
with you asking these questions, how could you possibly have falsified it if you don't even know how much the light's bending? You know which direction. Like you didn't
well,
this
listen to
didn't
what the other
falsify the
guy said.
radius.
The other guy said, sorry, bud, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So the other guy said that he could measure a man on top of a mountain and tell you exactly how tall that man is a mile away. If that's true, how much is light bending?
I don't know. He never brought anything to back that up. First of all, I
True,
highly
but
doubt that's even a
if
true
that's true,
statement. I highly doubt that's even a true statement.
So they think they can like measure the distance and size of stars using triangulation, right? Quintillions of miles away. And how much refraction is actually happening?
I don't think anybody thinks they can do that.
What are you talking about?
Who says they can measure the size of stars by
You can look
triangulation?
up the mass of the stars. You can look up the distance of the stars, and they'll all tell you that science has proven, you know, flat Earth is archaic, blah blah blah, and the scientific method's proven that heliocentrism is correct. I mean, type in flat Earth on any video, click on the Wikipedia article.
You had a happy bag of straw men today. But regardless, falsifiability, I think you guys are confused about it. Like the guy who was talking about the alien planet, falsifiability, for something to be falsifiable, it just has to be, you have to be able to falsify it. So all the things you guys said was not falsifiable, like the moon causing the tides or whatever else, all those things are indeed falsifiable. So
Okay,
and what is falsifiable? Wait, you didn't define falsifiable. You said in order for something to be falsifiable, you have to falsify it.
No, you have
what
to
does that
be
mean?
able to falsify it.
What does that mean?
Well,
What does it mean to
obviously
falsify?
the scientific method utilizes a bit of this philosophy with falsification, right? Now, I know that you don't agree with the method as I would use it, because you guys have said that for years. So you would have to lay down your epistemology and what falsification, like he said, is defined to you. And then we would listen and take it in, and if it's reasonable, it's reasonable. But it's definitely going to be different from cause and effect relationship within the context of what we were just talking about with reality here on Earth.
If you falsified something, that means that you've isolated, whatever it is that you're claiming, and shown that it's not true.
That
So
being
if
said,
you
show
if
us
you
how to
can, if you can
falsify
do
the moon
that,
causing the tides.
if you have the ability to show that something's not true, like you have the capability of showing that it's not true, then that's falsifiable.
Okay, that being
Wait,
said, show us how you
hold on.
falsify the. Hello, I know you guys can hear me. That being said, tell us how you can falsify the moon causing the tides.
No, because he says you. Hold on. He says
Why
you
not?
prove it.
You think he can do that?
Let me finish. Let me show it. Because he's not saying that you prove it. He's saying you don't prove it. Do you see what he's saying? He's
How
like,
do you
he's saying you have to
falsify the
prove it.
moon?
Not.
Never let him answer. How about
No,
that?
Well, this is the problem. He can't answer because, and I'll
Because you
tell
guys
you
are
why.
talking,
You're
Elijah. That's
talking
why I can't
about a
answer, buddy.
different. You're
I'm
talking
trying to
about a
answer.
different epistemology. Because literally, when you ask him how do you falsify it, first he has to reposition and get everybody to understand. Well, my idea of falsification and your idea of falsification is different. So whenever you ask him the question, it's gonna be non sequitur. His response. Because you're talking about two
What I
different
specifically said
methods of
was you guys are
inquiry.
confused on what it means. That's what I specifically said. I didn't say ours are different. Indeed, they are different.
Right, but then you're going to
Mine's correct and
redefine
you
the
guys are
method
confused on what it means.
secretly to express that, aren't you? Because you're not going to use our method to tell us why it's wrong. You're just going to choose a different method to tell us that we're wrong. That's not how you do things, fam. If we're talking about falsification within your method and your paradigm, well, we need to do that within your paradigm. It doesn't make us wrong because we have a completely different system for how we come to conclusions.
Okay, I think that we need to go back to Jeremy's question to Kosho. Let that hang. Let that hang.
So the question he asked was
He's
how.
not going to answer it.
I've been trying to answer,
I thought
dude.
you were
You
the
won't
one that
stop
wanted to
talking,
get
Elijah.
past, like, letting people talk
Keep going,
forever
man.
without saying anything. Because he's not going to give him, all right, $100.
I'm in the middle of
He's
trying to
not
answer
going to
him, dude.
actually answer the question in a sequitur fashion. I guarantee it.
Yo, just
But
let
go
him.
on ahead. I'll stay
Fuck
on
off
mute
with
for the
this
rest
kid,
of this
man.
conversation.
Like, what are you talking
You
about?
don't
I'm
have
trying
to
to
stay on
answer it.
mute.
Put your
Just
money on the
let
table.
him. Let him answer it.
For fuck's sake, dude. Anyways, so first you'd have to break down whatever the claim would be, like if the gravity of the moon causes tides on Earth, right? One way you could falsify that would be to, do things like we were doing last night. Look at the the proximity of the moon when it's closest and furthest, when it's on the same side as the sun and opposite sides or whatever, and see if there's a correlation between their positions. And if there's no correlation whatsoever, that would falsify the claim that there's any
Okay, great. Just real quick,
cause
man.
of one
I
from
have a
the other.
question on that. So correlate the apparent position of the moon and tell us, you can make it up. You can tell us wherever the moon is. Tell us what the tides should be doing at that point.
Yeah, when the moon and the sun are on the same side or opposing sides and not perpendicular to one another, based on the moon causing them, you would conclude that should be when the tides are the greatest. And if they were not, if there was no correlation there, that would indeed falsify the idea that there's any cause of the moon doing that.
Okay, so I'm not clear on your choice of the word greatest. Can you clarify that, please?
Yeah, the difference between the high and low tides would be the greatest, rather than there being no tides at all, meaning there's no change.
Hold on, wait
The
again.
change
So
is going to be between the high and low.
No, again, you have to. Is it going to be low tide or is it going to be high tide? Somebody's got a hot mic.
In most places, there's two of each. And so what you'd be comparing is the low and high tides.
Oh my
and
God.
the difference between them.
Okay, look, I've been out on the Ventura beaches when it's sunrise and the moon is in the sky. Okay, so technically, they're both on my side of the world, right? The sun and the moon are not perpendicular to each other. They are within, say, 40 to 50 degrees of each other. Okay? What tide should I have? Should I have a high tide or a low tide?
You have high tides and low tides every single day. The question you should be asking is, are they going to be, is there going to be the greatest difference during the time you took your observation versus some other time? And I would say no. That would be one of the times of the month with the weakest tides, because they are.
He wasn't going to
That
answer.
is near perpendicular.
I don't understand your answer at all.
I told you he wasn't going to answer. He's going to reposition and no, it is an answer, but like he said, well, this is what you should be asking, which means that he thinks that the way that Travis formulated his question was flawed, so he chose to sidestep it and answer a different question.
Okay, let me repeat
like
what
I
his
said
question
he would.
was. He asked me if during this time would there be a low tide. That question is fucking preposterous because every single
Or
day
a high
there's a high
tide.
tide
What
and a
would
low
the
tide.
effect be
So
if the sun and the moon were in the same sky?
That's why I changed his question for him and asked what he was meaning to ask. Because obviously he didn't mean to ask that because that obviously on that given day there's going to be high tides and low tides.
All right, Coach, let me ask you this, bud. So you say it's the moon that causes it, right? How do you
No,
know
I didn't
that there
say
isn't
that.
like the moon's gravity causes the tides? You didn't say that?
No, I didn't say that. Jeremy asked me how I would falsify that. That's what I'm responding to.
Okay.
If you want to talk about the actual argument, I mean that's something different.
Okay, so my thing is how do you know the sun isn't also affecting it, right? Not only the sun's gravity, right? That would be a claim. It's 400 times further and 400 times bigger, right? So the sun's gravity would affect it too. But what about the heat from the sun hitting the ocean all day long, 24/7, for all of existence, right? And as it heats it and or runs away, then it would automatically be cooling. Wouldn't it be expanding? You know, I know that water doesn't expand very much, but wouldn't it be expanding the water in the ocean as the elements that are expandable in the ocean are heated up, and then as it goes away, wouldn't it, unexpand, right? So how do you control for that if this is falsifiable? That the claim is that the the tides are caused by the moon's gravity. Like, how is that falsifiable if you can't control for the sun?
Well, first of all, I have to accept that hypothesis. So I have to test for that hypothesis. And so somebody would have to make that hypothesis and then break down the model for it so I can make predictions based on it. So just somebody bringing up a random thing that could possibly be
Jeremy,
happening.
you're hot micing.
Something could possibly be happening is not.
No, I'm trying to get in because.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, sorry,
so,
Jeremy.
Did you ever tell us how you falsify the moon's causing? I mean, you said a whole bunch of shit about isolating shit, and when you told us how you were going to falsify it, it just sounded. My bad. Go ahead. My bad. I know. I'll just mod.
No, finish what you're saying, dude. I think somebody probably had to have mic or something.
Yo, you told us a whole bunch of stuff where like maybe this could be causing it, maybe it's not. Like, how do you show that it's not causing it? You didn't give us a way to falsify it.
No, I did give a way to falsify it. Other people brought other stuff up. But what I told you is one way you could falsify it would be to conduct a test where you were making observations based on the positions in comparison from the sun and the moon. And, your predictions might be for that test that they should be the highest difference between the high and low tides when the sun and moon were on, either the same side or opposing sides, but not perpendicular. They should be weakest when they're perpendicular. And then you would, test this, throughout some amount of time. And the conclusion, your conclusion would be falsified if you saw there was no correlation whatsoever between those two things. You would see that there's no relationship between the moon's position, whether it's closer or further or the same side as the sun. Or
see, before we went down this road, you talked a whole bunch of stuff about isolating things. So when you observe this tide and the moon thing, all you're seeing is, oh yeah, look, it looks like the tides could be causing the moon could be causing the tides, but you can't falsify it. All you can do is look at it again and be like, yeah, looks like the moon's causing the tides. You have no way to falsify this.
No, the test I just described would be a way to falsify it because you would find out that it was false. You have a route to find out if it's false. It would be false if you saw there was no relationship there.
Hold on, that test doesn't tell you anything because if it is correlative, sorry, just real quick. If you do find a correlation isn't causation. If you don't find a correlation, then that doesn't disprove anything.
Right. And this is what I mean by you guys are confused on what falsification means. Because what we're talking about is what is a way to falsify that hypothesis. What I described is a way to falsify it, which means find it to be false. No one said anything about claiming, proving that it's true. That's not what science does.
See, first,
Which
you don't
means,
prove a
which
false
means,
statement, right?
which
'Cause
means, which
it's
means,
impossible.
which means that the reason that this conversation is
Guys.
going to continue to be circular is literally because of what I said. You're telling him to look through this through one method, and he's like, no, this is the method because that method is false. So I'm going to tell you that this means falsification. And you're going to say, no, it's this. And he's going to say, no, it's that. Is that not what I said at the beginning of this
Gu-
back and forth?
I'm so
Guys,
confused.
we can't just keep fighting to get over each other like that. Like if two people are going, you can't just keep fighting and
I'll take
fighting
a
until
break.
they give up.
I'll
Like
take a
it
break.
ain't gonna
You
work.
guys go
It's
ahead.
gonna be too crazy like that.
Okay, so Kosho. So, this is not my
We
field.
don't prove negatives, though. That's the problem. He's trying to prove a negative. He's trying to affirm a negative. He's trying to positive a negative. That's what he's doing. You don't positive a negative. That's
Go ahead,
ridiculous.
Travis. But this is what I meant
You
about
can
y'all being
prove a negative,
confused.
but
Hold on, wait.
Is that
Clearly
not
saying
what
that
you're?
no one's making a claim on something being true, or making a claim on something
You're
being false.
affirming. Yes, and you're not listening. You don't affirm a negative.
Okay, so just real quick, Kosho.
No.
So I remember thinking about this for the first time because I was out doing photography. So that's my area of focus, right? I focus on photography, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. I just happened to be out on the California coast at high tide, absolute high tide. I could not get down to the beach where I normally shot because the water was all the way up to the wall, okay, to the retaining wall. So I couldn't get down. So it was high tide. I happened to look up into the sky and see the moon right there in front of me. There's the fucking moon. And I thought for a second, wait a minute. I thought the moon was supposed to pull the water to it, which to me would pull the water away from the shore. So there's the moon with its mass in line of sight, straight in front of me up in the air. And yet I've got high tide. So intuitively, that did not make sense. So right there, I'll be real brief. Right there, in my opinion, I had a demonstration of falsification. The moon cannot be pulling the water away because there's the moon, and yet I've got high tide.
Right. So you falsified a different claim that the tides are going to completely follow the moon, which isn't really the claim that's being made on, by anybody who describes the tides or whatever, at least correctly. We were talking about this last night, where it is true that the moon's position is not going to indicate where the bulge of water is, because there's tidal lag and all this other type of stuff. The claim that was made, though, was that the moons are causing the tide. And the test that I described was involving the position of the moon and the sun in reference to each other, not necessarily the position of the moon over the earth.
Yeah, but in my opinion, my third grade observation is more intuitive and more causative than the way that you're describing it, because it seems to me that you could be describing the effects of what you think the moon is doing, even if the moon's not visible. Like, you have to put it somewhere else and match it up with this and match it up with that, and the tide's lagging. All of that, to me, removes this as far away from science as possible. There's no way you can control any of these variables, not just correlate them.
Yeah, you could control those variables, because you could indeed make observations that were based on where the sun and the moon were in reference to each other, like the full and new moon and the quarter moon phases. And that's all you have to do is look at
All right, let me just
those
get this
phases
straight.
and look at the tide differences during those 4 phases.
All right, let me just get this straight. How this goes down? We look at this. We look at the moon. Where the moon is in the sky, we see that the water appears to be moving towards this spot. Then to falsify it, we're going to look to see if the water is near this moon, to see if it's bulging or not, and then that's how we falsify it. Really?
No, that's what Travis
No, that's not
said.
what he said. That's
That's what
not his
Travis had said he'd
claim.
done.
That's not the claim.
How do we falsify
Not
it then?
listen-
Because maybe I missed
You're
it.
not
How do we
listening.
falsify
That's not the claim. There's no, like, he's trying to say that the position of the sun and moon in specific instances is where we've taken the data,
And when we see these positions, we know that the tide is going to be like this and this. It has nothing to do actually with the moon's position in relation to you.
All right. Well, we're
Not
talking about how do
necessarily
you
is what he said.
falsify.
So that means all he said was, I've collected data during these specific times and during these specific times. This is what the tide does. There's nothing
Yeah, and then
falsifiable about that.
And then they make claims
Period.
about, okay, the moon's gravity is causing the tides. Now I'm asking, how do we falsify that? By looking at the moon and seeing that there's a
He
bulge in
just
the
said
water?
he just said that that's an erroneous claim. So
No,
how
I
do you
didn't say.
address
I
that?
didn't say the claim was erroneous. I said what
He didn't
Travis.
say that. You ain't listening.
Listen very
Why don't we
carefully.
just let him answer? How do you
Listen,
falsify this claim that the moon's gravity
He
is
did say
causing the
that. He's
tides?
double speaking
listen
though.
very carefully.
Because obviously
Only
if the
listen,
body
Elijah.
is in line with Travis and he's
What's
saying,
incredibly
why
annoying
doesn't the
is listening to you
gravity
incorrectly
pull?
repeat what I'm saying.
If Travis is saying, why doesn't the gravity pull the tide away from me since the moon is over there? He said, no, that's not how you falsify it. We do it like this. So what he's doing is double
How is
speaking
it
because
valuable for anybody
obviously
to listen to you repeat what I'm saying incorrectly?
Because
Listen, how do
intuitively,
we
like Travis
falsify? Just
said,
let him
if
answer.
there's
How
a
do we falsify?
he
Just
did
let him
already,
answer. How do we
bro.
falsify?
He did already.
All
And
right,
you're
let
just
me
not
see if I can.
accepting it
Let
and
me,
saying, well,
Let
actually,
him
that's non
recap it.
sequitur or invalid.
All right, let him
sum
give
up
us a recap of how the moon causes how we falsify the moon causing the tides.
Wait,
Real quick.
Let me see if I got it. Let me see if I got it. So we go outside. Hang on. We see the tide. We mark what the tide is. Then we look at the moon. We mark at the moon. Then low tide, mark it. Moon, mark it. Now moon is the cause, right?
So Elijah and Right the Hand's descriptions are completely wrong about what I
So
said.
nobody knows.
About what I said.
Nobody knows what you
So I
said,
just want
Coach.
everybody,
That's the
I just want
problem.
Let him
everybody to
say how
understand
you
that,
can falsify this,
so they don't
guys.
think that that's
Because
actually what I
he's
said.
double speaking.
Everyone be
Not what I
quiet
said
so we can
whatsoever.
all get clear. Hold on, Coach. Everyone be quiet so we can all be clear on how we falsify this, because nobody got it. Everyone thought they knew that he said it, and no one got it right. So let's hear him say it.
All right.
How do you falsify it?
Travis had a description of an observation he made he made, and the thing that he said he falsified it by doing it like that, and that's different than the claim that's being made here, because the claim that's being made is that the claim that's being made is that the moon's gravity is a causal agent of why that there's tides. Okay,
And
so
how do we
it's
falsify
not
that?
necessarily
Stop dancing around.
Dude, Kosho said it from the beginning. He said if there's no correlation between the position of the moon and the tides, if there was no consistent correlation based on its positioning, then you could falsify the claim that it's because
And I
of its
restated
gravity.
that with it. I restated that, and
He
he said I was
disagrees
wrong.
with that.
And we all just let him
He
answer.
disagrees with that.
That's
He
not what I
disagrees
said.
with that. What he has to do
Everyone
is
that thought they knew. Hold on, Eli. Everyone that thought they knew what Kosho's claim was as to how we falsify it has been wrong so far. Let's all be quiet and let him answer. I know he was trying to dance around it, and you guys aren't making it any more easier. You're making it way more difficult.
I know, but
Why?
listen, real quick.
Clearly.
Sorry, real quick. Here's the
This is
point.
the last time I'm going to
Kosho,
attempt this,
wait.
dude. This
Kosho,
was like the fourth person trying to
I
explain.
know.
Jump down to live stream 2 with me,
Please
Kosho.
forgive me.
Kosho,
Well,
jump
no,
down to
Kosho,
live
you
stream 2
had
with
your
me.
moment, and you just kept on talking about something else as a preface, taking forever.
Yeah, because I had clear
Winston is
confusion.
the
You guys were
only
having what I
person
was
that
saying.
understands what I just said. Like
Okay, so
3
very
times that
clearly.
you guys
but-
are. It's only circular because you don't accept that he's actually double speaking.
All right, so
because
what
while
Winston
he
just
says
said.
he's going to use a method,
All right,
They're not
he's
going to ever let
actually
you say
not.
it. They won't let you say it. I don't know why.
Listen, dude. It's very,
He
very
said
simply.
it.
Very
He
simply.
said it.
Very
He didn't
simply.
say it. You thought he said it, but you
Elijah,
got it wrong. He's going to say it again so we can all be clear on how
No. I repeated what Travis wanted,
Oh,
which is
man.
what you want, which is what I
Guys.
want, which I think is what Right the Hand wants. And he's saying, no, we're not doing that to falsify it. That's wrong.
Check this
That's
out,
what
dude.
he's saying. So
Check
he's
this
not
out,
actually
dude.
going to be answering your question.
Check this out, Elijah. I don't know why you think
30
like.
seconds.
What the
I just
fuck,
need
bro?
30 seconds.
Hey,
Kosho's
I only
fine.
need
let's let
10,
Kosho
dude.
say
I
it,
only
please,
need
because
10
now this
seconds,
is
bro.
getting annoying.
Based on what
Kosho,
Winston
can you
just said. Based on
succinctly
what Winston
say
just
it?
said about the position of the moon, right? This is not what I had claimed. Not only the position of the moon. This is not what you're making your observation.
Why is
on. You're
everyone
making
interrupting?
your observation based on the positions of the moon and the sun in reference to each other. Okay, and you're this is going to obviously be determined by the phases of the moon. So the quarter moons and the full moon and the new moon. And then you would then look at the magnitude difference of the high and low tides at this times, and you would see if there's any correlation between this. And if there's no correlation whatsoever, you could have determined that this was falsified. That there's no relationship between that and the tides.
Okay. You seem to have a control variable that we don't know or are aware of. Okay, because all you're doing right now is taking the position. Hold on, wait. You're taking the position of the wait, please. You're taking the position of the moon with its phases, right? That's a date. That's just data. Here's the moon. There's the phase. Here's the moon. There's the phase. Here's the moon. There's the phase. In each of those, there's the tide. There's the tide. There's the tide. There's the tide. Those are simply correlations. You still don't have a causal cause. You don't have a causal agent.
He rejects that epistemology. That's why he can't answer the question, which is the first thing I said. You keep saying, well, where's this? He's not trying to give you that. He keeps telling you that you're not listening because he's saying that's not the method. He's saying that that's an invalid way to look at it. He told you that 3 times already.
Kosho, what is it that I'm not understanding? Because
you were the closest, Richard.
Yeah, because Kosho's saying to be fair, he jumped in the context of falsification, and now everyone's trying to argue with him about him trying to prove it. And that's not what he was saying. He was saying a method of falsification. And everyone's like, oh, that doesn't prove it. He's like, he's not saying it did prove it, though. So that's kind of annoying, to be honest. And this is what he's trying to say. Let me say it for him. In their model, okay, there's a certain time of the month based on the lunar phases where the average of the tides is higher, okay? And then when the moon's the furthest away from the Earth, then the lunar tide is smaller, less than the average, okay? That's what he's... From my understanding, that's what you're saying. So I don't know how what I said was wrong because it's relative to the position of the moon, technically speaking. I don't know. But anyway, so like if there's a correlation between the phase of the moon, which in your model, the distance changes relative to the tides as well, right? And so that's just like if there was no correlation, it was completely inconsistent, then that would falsify the claim that it was caused by the moon.
Oh, right, exactly.
No,
exactly.
man, no.
No, hold on.
Don't say no. That's yes. That's yes.
That's not how you falsify it, though. Hold on. That's not. You can't falsify something by just looking at it, saying that this correlation happens, and then claiming that's the cause.
Oh my God, Jeremy, you're now doing it again. You're now saying that he's trying to claim it proves it when that's not what's going on. This is the most annoying 10 minutes I've ever. He's saying if you claim that the Earth has tides because of the moon's gravity, then you look at the Earth's tides and what the moon is doing, and it's completely inconsistent, and it doesn't change based on what the moon's doing. You could falsify the claim that it's the moon causing it.
Which is
hold on. Wait. Hold on. Let me ask. Wait, you're saying he's not proving anything, but he is asserting that the moon has an effect on the tides. Now, how do you make that assertion or that connection from just the data of the tides and the moon's position?
That wasn't the context of the conversation. He didn't jump in and say, I can prove the tides because of...
No, hold on. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Whitson is right. Whitson is right. You're trying to apply your method and then strawmanning him. That is what you're doing.
Let me speak. So you misheard what I said. Now, the question is, does the moon connect to the tides? Can you connect those? And just
I don't
know. Whitson gets it. That makes me feel well.
Whitson was completely correct.
All right. So that's
the context of the conversation at the point of what's being talked about. This is the reason why I'm saying things the way that I'm saying them. Is because we're talking about how can it be falsified was the question.
Okay, that's fine. If that's how you're going to falsify it, we can look at places on Earth and see that some places the water's not even moving. There's tidal nodes. The moon's clearly not pulling on these parts. Therefore, it's been falsified, right?
No, that's debatable. But the point is that is a claim. So that's a fair claim. Because of that's being said, that's a way to falsify it.
Yeah.
You find these anomalies. It's a wrong claim to make, but it is a fair claim that that would falsify it.
Kosho was right, frankly, because everyone was like, he said if it's not falsifiable, it's not science. And then I thought that Travis made a good point. He's like, well, your whole entire model is unfalsifiable, which a majority of it seemingly is, because you always can just fidget the numbers and it's whatever you come up with. And he's like, hey, but you can't come up with something to falsify. You could falsify your model, name one thing. So he named this idea, and I don't disagree with the logic. If you're claiming that the moon is causing the tides because of its gravity, but then there was no consistent correlation between wherever the moon is and what the tides are doing, then, that would falsify. Of course, they claim the moon does all kinds of crazy stuff in their model, right? And changes positions, and it's baked into the model. But so yeah, anyway, so it's really begging the question technically, and you really can't falsify it because it was built that way. Like the tide theory was built on the presupposed positioning of the moon, but like what he's saying isn't just like logically bankrupt. It should have been a really easy thing, and everyone just impulsively wants to argue about, does that prove the tides? And he didn't make that claim, so I think it's talking past him. It's disingenuous.
That is the point, though, because like I said, we were talking about that last night with the tides and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, right now we're just talking about what's falsifiable, what falsifiability is and stuff like that. That's all I'm making a claim on, that these things that are being claimed to not be falsifiable are actually they are capable of being falsified.
You guys agree, right?
If we found a spot on Earth where the tides didn't match up with the moon's position, it would be falsified.
That's not what he's saying. He said, okay, if there's a certain cycle of the moon, and they're claiming that the moon causes the tides. If you looked at the cycle of the moon, and then you looked at the cycle of the tides, and there was no consistent correlation, then that would falsify the claim that the moon's gravity causes the tides. If it was random tides everywhere, every which way, no cycle, no relation, we know that there is some relation because tides do certain things based on certain phases. They're not literally based on them. It's no proof that there's a causal link. The truth is we live on a stationary topographical plane, and the whole entire thing is a cycle. So yeah, the tides have a cycle. The moon has a cycle. It's this giant clock that works, and everything has a cycle. It's not that the moon's causing it. But anyway, his point is not wrong. It should have been a really easy, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
It's like we're just talking about methods or things that are capable of being falsified. That's all.
It's not that terrible of an answer, to be honest.
So so basically he's answering a different question than what you guys are trying to get him to answer, because definitionally you're doing two different things. And we just talked about how you can use different methods to establish knowledge. And it's like that whole conversation was just thrown out the window specifically because you want to know something specific, but you're not listening to what he's willing to tell you.
Yeah, the reason that it doesn't work, like the actual critique, would be, well, that's baked into the model. It begs the question, like, the model claims the moon has certain positions and does a certain thing in a certain cycle. So claims like rotation and revolution and how close or how far away it is from the Earth, and that's all baked into the model. And then we looked at the tides, and then we created the tidal model based on that. Like, that's literally how it was built. So the idea, like, if you could look at it and there was no correlation, well, that's how the tidal theory was built in the first place. So it's not, in real life application, it's not an actual avenue for falsification, because we saw that the tides have a consistent cycle. We know the moon has a certain cycle. And so, the model was only proposed that way with the tidal theory because of that, So
how did you get that information, Austin? How do you know the model was
low tides?
Well, no, because it sounded like you said exactly what was in my head, because I was thinking through this, and what I thought was this. They would have to have the entire orbital system with the phases of the moon figured out, and then watch the tides, because which one came first? Did they start watching the tides first and then start taking notes? Or did they have the whole rotational thing, orbiting thing figured out, and then said, oh, look at the tides. Now how do we work that into the system?
Yeah, that's what happened. But there is, to be fair, right? This is what happens. The tides have like a cycle to them. Now, they're not perfect. They're not completely consistent. They don't mirror each other, nothing like that. But there is an overall cycle where, like, at this time of the month, you get a higher tide. At this time, you get a lower tide, right? And that consistently happens. It's like the Earth is constantly seeking equilibrium with its water, and there's some type of cycle to it. the moon has a cycle, just like everything else in the sky. Everything has a cycle. So, they just correlated those two. Like they saw, you could say that the stars cause the tides. You could say that you could say constellations cause the tides. Because they all have a cycle, right? You could find a way to try to tie the cycles in with literally everything. The reason the moon is because they're both monthly. So there's a more direct correlation there. And of course, it's a simple thing. That correlation doesn't equal causation and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, we talked about this last night.
What do you mean by they're both monthly? I don't know what that means.
Well, the moon has a monthly cycle.
Got that part. Yep.
Yeah, and the high tides and low tides do the same thing. Like out of a span of that month, you have like consistently like the high tides at one point and then the low tides later in the month.
No,
like 2 weeks
high
apart.
tides. There's high and low tides every day.
No, but throughout the month, there are like the high tides are higher at a certain time of the month, and then a couple of weeks later, they're lower. The low tides are lower. Like they're smaller magnitudes of each one, or smaller. or
Yeah,
greater.
I just can't imagine how anyone could ever think to correlate the fucking moon with the tides. It just makes no sense. You have no causal agent whatsoever. None.
Well, it's just a baseless assertion.
Well,
and it's very
they took an average. That's all it is. It's based on an average, and based on these positions, this is the data we interpret as such. Like it is a correlation. Is that falsifiable? I don't know, because I mean, if you observe the sky and then observe that the sea has a cycle as well, and you jot that information down, isn't it just what happens versus something being falsifiable? That's why I said, well,
Right.
what is the definition for falsifiable?
Right.
It's
So
not
then someone
falsifiable
could.
because it begs the question. It begs the question. So it's disingenuous to say we could falsify it this way when it's known that the theory already knew that before being proposed.
So let's say Elijah was a maritime biologist, and he took measurements of the tides, and I was tracking the moon, and then we both came together and was just talking shit, and I'm like, hey man, what if we put our two systems together? Like, like how did that ever come about? Like, why would we ever have thought to do that? That's what I'm saying. Like, whoever got to that first step of bringing these two ideas together? Like, have you ever thought about like, why would I ever do that? Why would I ever do that?
Well, I just explained why.
Yo, it's called astrology, and it was practiced all the way back in ancient Sumeria. They correlated everything to the heavens, not only the tides. Thank you.
Okay, that doesn't answer his question though.
Well,
He's asking why specifically.
That answers his question directly.
No, he's asking why specifically
Why
the
would people
moon.
look at the tides and look at the stars and moons?
No.
They were doing this with everything in ancient Sumeria.
Fair enough. But
Everything.
he's asking specifically why the moon, and the answer is what I've already said: is that the higher tides happen at a certain time of the month, right? It's like a week span, a few days or whatever, and then a couple of weeks later, the lower tides are lower. Now we look at the moon, we have a monthly cycle. So just because of that alone, they correlated the two. And of course, it looks like they go in and out, right? So they had to come up with an explanation on the model that, well, it's not technically in and out. And now what they say, like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, well, there's just these huge bulges at the equator, and the Earth moves through it as if you had two gigantic stationary waves, right? And the Earth moves through it. Although the water is also moving with it, the wave portion of the water doesn't move at the bulges, and the Earth just moves through it. And then I dropped the 4 videos of what they claim. So they claim that the moon pulls the Earth, so pulls the water on the closest side to it. That's where its gravity is the strongest. It pulls the water to it. It also pulls the Earth from its center of mass, its core, towards it, and then it has a very weak pull on the water.
It has to do with the phases, right? Because during the new moon and during the full moon, you get your highest tides, and then during the waxing and waning periods, the tides aren't as high. So it has to do because every day, every day there's one tide for the sun and one tide for the moon. and that moon tide is also affected by its phase.
Right.
So people observed it. So there's an observational. You look at the sky, you see it's a new moon or full moon, and you're like, wow, I know the tides are going to be highest at this time, right? Because you get two tides each
Wait,
day.
I have a question. So you're saying that when there's a new moon, it's high tide, and when there's a full moon, there's a high tide. Is that correct?
Yeah, and then the other times.
Okay, wait. Well, let's just stay there. During the new moon, the moon is closest to the sun, high tide. During the full moon, it's farthest away, high tide. How do you figure that shit out?
Wait, is that what their model says? That
Regardless of the model of how far the moon is from whatever you think how far it is, the observational fact on the ground is you see new moon or full moon, the tides are at their highest. You see crescent moons, the tides are at their lowest. That's the observational fact. You can say the moon is this far or that far. That doesn't matter. The correlation is actually there, right? People observed it. Just like there's a tide for this. Just like there's a tide for the sun every 6 hours.
I have to correct this though. So they don't claim that the moon is consistently closer or further based on the full moon and the new moon. Like they claim it varies.
No, but
you're not correcting. You're not correcting observational fact though. You can't. I mean, you can try to correct that, but that's what everyone experiences. I mean. You can say it doesn't happen.
I'm correcting Travis saying that it's closest in. That's not what they claim.
Wait, Austin. Wait, Austin. So is it your? It's my opinion that I can speak this way. That when there's a new moon, the new moon apparently is closer to the sun. When it's a full moon, the moon is directly opposite 180 degrees. So the way I'm speaking is as if in the full moon.
That's in a heliocentric model.
But this is what we're talking about. We are talking about the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
And so if when the moon is apparently farthest away, directly across from the sun, it's high tide. And when it's right in front of the sun at new moon and it's high tide, to me, that's a zero sum. It cancels each other out. You got a negative and a positive of the same event.
It's more along the lines that it lines up, right? The sun, the moon, and the earth line up. And so it pulls on the water more in their heliocentric model. Whereas
that doesn't make any sense, right? And then okay.
No, god damn it. Because there's one
you also
tide.
assumed the model when he was supposed to be falsifying
Hold up. There's one tide caused by the sun, right? In the heliocentric model, one tide's caused by the sun. The other tide's caused by the moon. When they both line up, they add together. It's like when you add two waves together at the same phase, they double in proportion. But the moon's on the side, not lined up with the earth, they cancel each other out. They interfere with each other. That's their heliocentric model.
I literally dropped a GIF from NASA.gov, right? So I dropped 4 GIFs I screen recorded last night. And you can see what their model claims. Okay, they claim that the moon pulls the water to it where it's the strongest. It pulls the earth towards it where it's a little weaker. And then on the opposite side where it's the weakest, it barely pulls the water at all. And the inertia of that water causes it to kind of keep accelerating in a way that's less affected by it. So effectively it pulls the earth to the middle of the water. What a coincidence, right? I mean, yeah, I know it's ridiculous. They claim that it pulls it right to the middle.
So
I just want to say,
none of this.
Hold on. Wait, let me just say this. This entire conversation started with how do you falsify or whatever, and now we know it's happening. We're just arguing that it should be happening different. This is crazy.
Well, here's the thing.
We're critiquing the model.
Yeah, it came up with falsifiability, and Kosho basically said like
we've given him that the moon works on the side.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we got it.
Yeah, Kosho basically
I guess
said
I have to agree.
Go
ahead, sorry, bro.
If you can look up the tide charts and you can draw this direct correlation between the position of the sun and moon in relation to one another and what we see with tides, if you can't draw the correlation between what's happening with the tides and these positions, then it's falsifiable, meaning it's falsified. And the funny thing is, if you actually just go. Any of y'all can do this. Just go pull a bunch of different tide charts, and good luck trying to correlate the moon phases and everything to be consistent over and over and over again. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like Coach was bringing them up yesterday, showing like he pulled out like this last month and showed like you see where it looks like it's the highest. That's when the moon's in this phase. But if you actually look at them like over and over and over, if you look at them, they're not. It's not consistent. The tides are not consistently being pulled by the moon in any way.
Right. A couple months ago, it was like my highest high tides and lowest low tides, right? So the day where I have the highest high tide and lowest low tide had a correlation to the full moon and the new moon phases. This time of year, right now, this month, the correlation is now between a half moon and a new moon. So that's an inconsistency right there. And the more you look at the charts and just keep looking throughout the year and throughout the phases, you're going to find that there's no definitive direct correlation that you can draw between the position of the sun and the moon, the phases of the moon, any of that stuff in relation to, some silver bullet as to what's happening with the tides. Not going to happen.
And here's the deal. Sorry, I love this conversation. Here's the deal. Cartoons are not enough anymore, folks. Not enough. Sorry. Take them away. Do something else.
You guys got to hear Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about it, though. It's really funny. Says that the water, like the earth, just moves through the tides, like passes through the tides, the bulges.
Right, which would then go counterintuitive to their claim that the air is in lockstep with the earth.
Well, that's right. So that's right. It's a very stupid analogy, but because they claim the air and the water move in lockstep with the earth, and they're just claiming that there's basically the centrifugal force goes out in a certain area on both sides of the ball at its maximum distance, and that causes a bulge, and that energy results in effectively a stationary wave. Like the water's moving through it, but the area that's humped up stays in place.
Like a fucking tidal bore.
It's pretty crazy claim, man.
Yeah, I still have no clue. We're nowhere closer to the answer than when we first asked Kosha for this falsification bullshit.
Well, I think their model is falsified just with statistical improbability. Like, the claim that the moon is pulling the water and the earth towards it, and then the earth just gets placed right in the middle where there's even distribution on both sides. So even though the gravity's way weaker on the opposite side of the moon, we have tides of the same magnitude going away from the moon on the opposite side. And just coincidentally, by mere luck, the earth was pulled to be right in the middle so that there's the same amount of water on both sides.
One way to try to test it would be to remove the moon from the equation entirely. Oh, wait, you can't do that. Ugh, gosh, what can we do next, guys? What can we do to try to actually test this shit real world?
Yeah, we can't talk about the sky at all that way.
Well, since we're talking about falsification, then taking the moon out of the sky is not necessary because you can critique the claim within itself, which it sounds like what we're doing.
No, I know.
When we're talking about looking at the data and then saying, oh, okay, well, look at all of these inconsistencies here.
No, I got you. But to me, and I agree. I'm saying it's just like gravity. If I can't remove gravity from the equation, then I can't. That's one avenue of proper testing that I can't do. I can't go down that route.
Yeah, they don't have a problem with that critique. They just whistle past that.
Yeah,
which is insane. Oh my God. Every single time I have these conversations, I'm just more and more and more pushed away from that previous way of thinking. Every single time. I'm never drawn back. I have never been drawn back to consider that I'm wrong about where I'm at right now. Ever.
I can manipulate gravity.
I'm sure you can. Yeah. That would be, you know what, that I don't know if you were here when I asked this question because of the I don't know how they call it, but if you got a 5 gram weight and you weigh it at this latitude and then you go to a higher elevation at a different latitude, it's going to weigh less, right? So then my question is, if you go to that higher latitude where you know that you're going to have a difference in weight, could you then change the electrical field and bring it back down, almost like changing the frequency, so that you could change the frequency and bring it back down to the exact weight of 0 where it was at that lower latitude? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you probably could. Yeah, you definitely could, because
Right?
you can make things accelerate faster with it, and you can make things float with it. So, gravity being like how heavy something is, and then sometimes things go down. Yeah, you can manipulate. You can manipulate gravity. It just
Because
debunks
that
it
would be a
off.
way to test this. Like if we figured out how to influence the weight of something by the static charge, if we could increase it, and we should then go to another latitude and do the same thing, and then we've got a variable that they never even controlled or manipulated.
Yeah, but then the flat earthers even come and attack me and say that's not science, because you had to use something to increase the electrostatic charge.
I see. Yeah, it's not a natural.
But that's stupid. You can't do any scientific experiment without man-made devices. So, I mean, you have to use it to manipulate the IV. What has to be naturally occurring is the DV, right? And so, we see things float because of electrostatics in the natural world. So we know our natural observation is everything that has matter is electrostatic, and that electrostatics can result in repulsion and attraction, that things can levitate with electrostatics. So we have the naturally occurring phenomenon. Now, if we want to science it, well, okay, let's manipulate this presumed cause of electrostatics and see if it does in fact cause the effect of downward acceleration or electrostatic levitation.
All right, so I guess then without the manipulation, I suppose that the way to correlate the static charge at different altitudes, right? Because if there's a different static charge at a higher altitude, why can't that be the cause? Why isn't that there's less charge, more charge, difference in weight, right?
Yeah, and it won't be drastic because electrostatics is so weak. So, really what it does is it sets the up and down.
No, but see, listen, that's the difference in the weight that you see. It's barely noticeable.
Yeah, I know, I agree. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, because they try to say it's just exactly the same everywhere, but it's not.
Yeah,
so I actually want to work on this
yeah.
theory and do stuff like that. I want to go to different altitudes, different latitudes. But the thing is, how do you measure the downward acceleration? That's difficult. I mean, you can just do the weight. You can do a weight, but downward acceleration gets tricky because you have to use.
But at the same time, this is all their shit. Like we're having to dance for them right now to falsify their own fucking model.
No, I look at it like we're putting together an accurate representation of where we live. Like I don't care about them. I want to make an electrostatic theory so that we can understand where we live. You know what I mean? It's gonna it takes the flat earthers to come in and give the actual viable mechanism for why things go up or down.
I guess I would say this: like if you went to a different longitude, but I don't know how can I say this? Like if you were at one latitude elevation, went to another latitude elevation, and got the difference between the weight. And then say you went to a different location that has the reciprocal latitude, if I'm making any sense at all, like almost saying like you go to the other side of the world, I would think that you would have to have the exact same readout. But if you go to another place at that same latitude and elevation and you don't get the same readout, then that cancels each other out because you understand what I mean?
You got to account for the sun and the moon, because that's going to be an extreme variable within your experiment, and it's going to have a significant impact on it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it doesn't work. They have all kinds of anomalies.
Right. And the anomaly, I think, negates the model, for lack of a better way of saying it. But I just had this discussion on another channel today when I was going over my observations, and I show on the same optical corridor 2 different effects. So we were at the Bonneville Salt Flats, a mile apart from each other. I was shooting to the east, he was shooting to the west. I had a severe inferior mirage. He had open sky. I mean, just nothing on the road, clear shot to the truck. But in mine, there was an inferior mirage. but we're looking on the same optical corridor, so we should have had the same observation both ways. So when you read in the descriptions of what causes an inferior mirage, why did I not have an inferior mirage? He had one. I was in the same location. I should have had one too, but I didn't.
I disagree with that.
What do you mean? I don't know.
It's bending in whatever direction.
Was that Larry? Hold on, Larry. Hold on. You broke up. If that's you, Larry, you broke up.
Is this better?
Not yet.
Mic check.
Okay, I heard the mic check. I heard the mic check. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Okay. So, yeah, if you're looking one way, right, from point A to point B, the light's going to be doing this, and the light is going to be, bending direction X, right? But on the way back, it's going to be bending direction Y, because it can't be bending the same way both ways, because you're looking in opposite directions, right? So whatever made his light bend X is going to make your light bend Y, right? Does that make sense?
I think so, but that's not the description. If you read what causes an inferior mirage, they don't give you the scenario that I set up to test it. They just say, if this and this and this are the case in the corridor, you're going to get an inferior mirage. It sounds to me like you're attributing another variable that they're not taking into account, which I in a sense agree with. I think that there is something else happening that causes the light to behave differently from one vantage point to the next.
Yeah, that variable is you're looking in the opposite direction.
I agree, but I think that negates their entry into Wikipedia. In their Wikipedian entry, they should also say the position of the sun is also something that you're going to have to take into consideration. And they don't say that ever. I killed the stream.
Mic check.
Yeah, check.
Yeah, cool. All right, just checking. So is that the end of the great debate?
We can all go home.
I wanted to talk about what the hell is boiling of shit? Like that shit boils. Like we talked about everything. Like what is heat? What is We talked about everything, but what is it to boil? Right.
Well, here's my question. Forgive me for being ignorant. Here's my question. Forgive me for being ignorant.
One question at a time, guys. One question at a time. Heat is the rapid evaporation of water.
Right.
Or
and
sorry,
bubbles coming up
boiling.
from the bottom.
Boiling is the rapid evaporation of water. Go ahead, Travis.
It's like any liquid. Why you just cut me off? It's not obviously it's not a simple question if I fucking brought it up, because if I brought it up I wouldn't have fucking asked it. Jeremy.
Not trying to cause.
You had the question, I answered you.
Ah, damn. All right. Well, okay. Thanks for the conversation. That's awesome. All right.
Well, I mean, did you want to talk about what I said, or
next up? No, it's totally just without any depth. It's like you didn't even think about it. I'm glad you can not even think about it.
That's because I knew the definition off the top of my head. I mean, what do you think it is?
Everything else deserves an in-depth conversation. We're talking about temperature. What is temperature? What is water? What is pressure? All this stuff. But what is boiling? That's all I'm saying. It's a combination of all those things. But what is it actually? It's just air bubbles coming up through the bottom of something that you say is heated, and it evaporates a little bit. So I'm just saying, by that definition, there's
My bad. It's when it evaporates rapidly, not a little bit.
Wasn't it
Right.
moving rapidly? It's moving rapidly, right?
Right. So listen, if you can get the same rate of evaporation and movement by lowering the pressure, my question is the water heated up to 220? Or is it just the pressure that creates the air bubbles in the water faster? Right?
The latter.
Because if you put your hand in boiling water from heat, no thank you. And I don't think you can do this because it's a vacuum chamber. But my question is, what's the temperature of the water in a vacuum chamber that's boiling? I don't think it's going to be 220.
Right. It's not.
It's not the same anyway. It's different all the time. Even with the same pressure, it changes all the time. It's never exactly the same.
It doesn't need to be 220 though. Like the water could be at room temperature, but if the external atmospheric pressure doesn't overpower the internal vapor pressure, it will start boiling, even at room temperature.
Yeah, we know.
Right, that's what we were just describing. Yeah.
But that's what you asked. When it's boiling, will it be at 220? And I'm telling you, no. It will still be at room temperature. It just starts boiling.
Yes, you're right, Nate. Thank you. Yes.
So it's a change.
How about being right? I'm just giving you an answer. Were you satisfied with it?
Yeah. I was just trying to affirm what you said. Yeah, man.
All right.
So like you can do all kinds of stuff, and then heat is a byproduct of whatever it is that's actually causing basically introducing energy. Like you could vibrate something so fast that it would boil. Like you could use sound waves to boil something.
Really?
So I would think so, yeah, because I actually have never tested that, but yeah, for sure.
Well, there's an interesting hypothesis, man. Do that. That'd be really interesting.
Yeah.
No, the thing that needs
if you can scatter things, I don't know. It's possible. Why not?
Did we figure out what boiling was for snacks yet, though? That's the real question.
No, I thought we got to it. Rapid evaporation. I think that's good, right?
I don't know. I said that, and then Snacks acted like it wasn't over. You good with that, Snacks?
I think what Woodson's talking about, people have done all like that's already been done though, hasn't it? Sound being
I never
used
said
to
it hasn't.
vaporize water.
I have no idea if it's been done. I'm just saying, like logically speaking, you would be able to do that. You can do it with electricity, and all of it has different effects. Like if you microwave water, it doesn't boil. It boils at a much higher temperature. So it's something else. Heat's an effect itself. Like heat's just a byproduct of something else. So really, what causes it?
If there's many ways to make that happen, right? Then you can't say heat. If there's 7 ways to make heat happen, then you can't say heat's the cause of water boiling. It could be one of those 7.
Yeah, you can say like it's a cause, or like the idea isn't completely wrong, right? Like if you're gonna boil water, even if you use sound waves or microwaves or whatever, like as you get to the water boiling, seemingly there will be an increase in temperature. But like you said, you can do it in a vacuum chamber, right? So it's not like heat's not the sole causal agent
Did
of
you see
water
where they try to
boiling.
cook the chicken by slapping it?
Do it.
It was like a Mythbuster or something. They try to cook a chicken by slapping it, right? Because the slap will create friction, which will create heat. So if you slap it enough, fast enough, hard enough, theoretically, it should create enough heat to cook the chicken. It pulverized it into oblivion before it was able to generate enough heat.
That's true. That's true. However,
your mic is horrible.
Can you hear me though?
No, it sounds like you're in a stairwell, but it's not coming through very well.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I am in a stairwell. So the heat did cause those rapid the pulverizing of the chicken did have an effect on the heat. It just didn't cook the chicken. I mean, not the heat, the
Yeah, it
temperature,
heated it up.
but
It raised its temperature, just not enough to declare it cooked.
Yeah,
So
I
getting
think in
into
this discussion, we've learned that it's best to clarify by saying one of the ways to cause water to boil is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because all we got was a bitch and moan. That's not the only way. That's not the only way. So we had to keep refining it. So now here it is. One of the ways we can prove causes water to boil is this, or this, or this.
Yeah.
But we're still proving cause and effect.
Well, that's again though. Technically, is it the heat that's
same
causing
method. But we utilize the same method to come to all of the conclusions with the hypothesis. We still have to the same exact method though.
The heat's not what causes it. It's just to get the enough energy to get the water to boil. Heat also is an effect. Like that's my opinion, but whatever.
Well, I
You
mean,
can
think
still
about
say
this
heat
too, right?
causes it if you want to. Like.
So think about this. Leaving a glass of water on your counter can also cause it to boil. It's just going to be a slow ass boil, because I've left water on my counter for a couple of days, and then all of a sudden, look, there's water bubbles inside of it. It's evaporating. It's just a slow ass process.
Like heat's such an overarching thing. It's really not a very refined, useful statement. Like, heat, really? Like what doesn't have heat? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, yeah. A glass of water at room temperature has heat.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
A glass of water in the refrigerator has heat.
Exactly. So if you're making a claim about everything, are you really making a claim?
I don't think so.
Yeah. I can definitely get you some water to boil with electricity, bro. And I think you can definitely do it with sound. So yeah, I mean, it's the pressure mediated, like the pressure mediation is what actually causes it to boil, and that's intrinsically electric.
Right. So in all of the ways that we could get water to boil, each of those are going to be an established hypothesis at the end, right? A hypothesis that was validated in each of those instances. All right.
Yeah, my only beef is with saying it's like the sole causal agent. That's my critique. Same thing with density disequilibrium. Like when you claim that's the sole cause, that's when you have a
Yeah, I
problem.
don't
You
think
just say,
that. I think that if it was just me and someone responded like that to me, I'd be like, well, I've only stated that the scientific method is valid for validating or invalidating hypotheses. I would consider that would be a non sequitur to me if it was being said to me.
well, people, it's not really a non sequitur because it's not addressed. It's just like when, like for example, when they say density disequilibrium, when you ask them, are you saying that's all that there is? Like, there's a million different causes for every effect, and that's why control variables are so important. But like, you can't claim something as a sole cause. I think that's actually important if we're talking about actually figuring out what's going on, like actually knowing what's going on. Well, then that's kind of like the whole point, right? Like, what's the primary causal agent?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the sole cause. And especially since I did concede to Lemon when he brought up well, what happens when it boils when you change the when the pressure is the variable. And it's like, yeah, that was fair. And the moment he said that, the moment I figured, oh, I had a misunderstanding, and now that's corrected. So I wouldn't be saying that once I've actualized a hypothesis, meaning I've done an experiment to validate it, I wouldn't be saying that's the only cause.
Just like when I was talking to Brian, like
You know that no one's disputing like the density of the object relative to the density of the medium, or density is equilibrium. It's seeking equilibrium relative to its density. Like no one disputes that can cause something to go up or down. But are you saying that that's the sole causal agent? Like that's all there is? And he said, yes, that's all there is. That's when you lost the plot, bro. Like what? You know what I mean? And honestly, I don't think you can ever make that claim. I think that's the disconnect where people are talking past each other, because it's stated as if it is a claim of the sole causal agent, the primary sole cause. And that's not true. And that's why I point blank asked Brian in that scenario, right? Obviously, Brian's not here, and he said, yes, that's it. I'm like, you cannot make that claim. In fact, I can prove that's not true, because something else that's present can cause it to go up or down. It's called electrostatics. Therefore, your claim that it's only density disequilibrium is provably wrong. And that's, I think, the disconnect where it's like nuanced, kind of talking past each other. Like Crypto said, one person's got the tail, one person's got the head, and they're arguing over whether or not the coin is heads or tails. Well, it's both. You know what I'm saying?
I think that based on everything that I just said, that is a fair critique that I can't deny.
Yeah.
Like it's exactly what we just agreed. Like, okay, well, this is the cause of that, but you can also have this hypothesis get the same effect. Not that the water will be hot, but then again, if you use microwaves, it will boil at a higher temperature. So that's just, either way you put it, you'll be like, okay, for this effect, yeah. I've done this, but can't be the only cause. So when you say, well, okay, let's take this over to this conversation, I think that's a fair critique.
Well, people don't need to say the cause, they need to say a cause. So, heat's a cause of water boiling.
Oh.
Yeah, what's wrong with scurvy? What's the problem with scurvy? The scurvy, you said that was a joke earlier. Why?
Well, what is scurvy?
Some kind of condition your body gets when you don't get vitamin C.
It's a condition?
Isn't there like symptoms and shit?
Yeah, but what is it?
Yeah, what is it?
Scurvy is when your body is at dis-ease, right? And this dis-ease has a known cause, right? Lack of vitamin C, which is an essential.
Okay.
It's an essential nutrient.
I think Jeremy's asking what happens to your body. Like, what is it that happens to you when you have scurvy? Like, what is an expression of it?
Wait, I want to know, how can you just say body at disease and think we're saying anything of value? That's the most vague thing of what exactly is it? Because is it some is it a virus? Is it some little particles? Is it what does bodies at disease mean?
Well, wait a minute. But he did say once your body is at disease, we know that something is causing that.
Disequilibrium.
What was wrong with that?
Because a million things cause your body to be in disease.
Well, yeah, that doesn't make the statement erroneous. It makes it vague. So what?
Well, that's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. In the real world, this application is useless. It's too vague. If you're going to be real dogmatic, it limits you to really vague recollections, and so it's actually not very valuable.
I don't think that's his point, because it's not vague when you determine, okay, eat an orange. So we're not talking about staying vague, but generally, yeah, if something's going wrong with your body, there's a cause. Now you're going to have to try to figure out what that is. I don't think that he's not saying that, right? Like, why? Like, I'm sure he's like, yeah, well, duh.
I think Jeremy still is not getting his answer. Jeremy, isn't that what you were asking? Like, if you got scurvy, what would you be going through? Is that what you were asking?
He was asking me what's wrong with saying that that's scientifically proven.
Yeah, and then you said what's scurvy, and now we're on to that. So
because that's a good question.
It's some condition your body gets. Isn't it like there's some skin things that happen? Maybe some. I'd have to look it up. I don't know off the top of my head, but isn't there like specific conditions? Isn't there specific conditions? Isn't there specific condition? I will get to. Oh my God, Grim.
It's low vitamin C.
Right,
what the fuck is wrong with you, man? It's low vitamin C. I thought you were begging for the answer. You're asking and asking. I have it if you want it. But I mean, if I'm just interrupting, go ahead and throw a fit.
That wasn't his question, Grim.
Or you listen, I know you're trying to be helpful, but right in the middle of my thing, I can never get a whole fucking statement out ever. Do you guys not respect me? Like, I don't know what it is.
I don't know either, Jeremy, but yeah, Grim, that wasn't his question.
It has weakness, feeling tired and sore arms and legs, decreased blood cells, gum disease, changes to hair, bleeding from the skin may occur.
So yeah, a whole bunch of symptoms. We call that scurvy, right? So we good?
Okay, yeah, we there's probably like 10 other things that could cause those things, but
Yeah, a set of symptoms is a set of symptoms. It's not a unique cause.
or effect. I mean, there's an effect of those symptoms, sure, and in vitamin C deficiency is a cause of those symptoms. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, no, my question would be, when do those symptoms show up and you have enough vitamin C?
They don't.
Well, there you go.
You're saying that if you had enough vitamin C, none of this stuff could happen to you? That's your guys' claim?
No. I'm asking that question. That's different. I'm not making a claim. I'm saying, okay, will those symptoms ever exhibit themselves in my body if I have an ample amount of vitamin C?
Do you think you can ever feel tired and weak? But
No, I thought those were all at the same time. Like, those are all of the things that happen.
They're different.
Right?
They're different symptoms of what they call. Like,
okay, all right. So,
yeah.
Okay, great. So whenever I'm tired, is that a lack of vitamin C? Whenever my skin itches, is that a lack of vitamin C? I mean, like, whenever my gums bleed, or if your gums bleed, if your hair falls out, if your skin itches and you're really, really tired, chances are those four symptoms indicate that you have scurvy and you should just eat more oranges. And then
But also you can just get it from acidity. Like, acidity in your body can cause all those things. So there's just different reactions to your body now being in an alkaline state. Like, I don't have a problem with saying, look, if you have a vitamin D deficiency, that can be a cause of these symptoms we call scurvy. Is when people say, I've scientifically proved that the sole cause of the reason we have scurvy is because of vitamin C. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, but if you don't get vitamin C, you'll get this shit, right? Eventually.
Sure.
It
can be a cause.
I don't think anyone's claiming the cause though. Like, when you say,
well, every time I push them on the
fire
spot,
causes
Jeremy, they
water
do
to boil, or like if you say fire causes water to boil, or lack of vitamin C will cause scurvy. No one's saying that's the only cause.
Well, for one, you brought up the list that QE said. QE said you can scientifically prove the creator, man. So I don't even know. You objectively cannot do that. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
You objectively.
Did he run you through a hypothesis and shit? And that's
he independently manipulated the creator, bro. You didn't know?
I don't.
But anyway, so like I said, I don't know. I'm in the middle. Like, I don't have a problem with it. I think it's valuable, but it's just like, okay, it's stated as if it's known that it's the cause, right? And it's so definitive, and it's like, sit down, bow to me, I know this, and it's like, no, the fuck, you do not. That's why I straight up, you have to ask them, because they won't clarify one way or the other. So it's like, we know that density causes this. Yeah, we all agree, but do you think that that is the only cause? And then they'll say yes. They'll say, most of them will say yes, it is the cause, because that's their whole point, that it's the only cause.
In that hypothesis, it is the wait. In that hypothesis, it is the cause though. Like, there's no other cause because they got all the other variables controlled.
They don't have all the other variables controlled. They don't even account for electrostatics. You can't even invoke. What? You can't even invoke density without that.
You can't take electrostatics out. It's already there's no way to do that with anything. Which means, well, technically, how would you prove anything then?
Oh, you can manipulate electrostatics and make things flow. So, like, the whole point is, the ballers don't deny density. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. So the whole point is they're saying it's the only cause.
It's clearly not though, because you need some kind of
I don't.
you
I
need
mean,
some
when
kind of. All right.
Yeah, true, but then I mean, look, I can get with that, and I can get with like, okay, right there, just go ahead and say you're wrong. But then, when I have to sit listening to Nathan drone on about how you actualize one hypothesis, and then give similar examples to what you give, in my mind, it's hard to accept someone saying that he wouldn't say that when it's recorded him using similar or parallel rhetoric, and I'm like. All right. Well, let them be wrong when they're wrong. But I mean, I'm sure if he was in this room, and I'm just talking about Nathan alone, I'm sure he would be agreeing with like majority of this stuff. And I guess then the thing would be, well, then you shouldn't be saying this particular thing or that particular thing. And honestly, I think that's the only way the conversation should go, because people should be nailed down to specifically what they've said, when they said it, and then ask, well, are you willing to change your position based on what I'm presenting now? Because I think that reasonably Nathan would do that. I'm not speaking for anything else. Just in this example, since I've heard Nathan use this rhetoric, clearly he understands what you're trying to elucidate. But I'm not speaking for anybody.
It's density. Relative density can't be the only cause of why things go up or down. I wouldn't think. I had something I was gonna say to it, but I can't remember. But when you do manipulate the density of the medium or the object, we can be sure that will cause it to go up or down. Right? I mean, I have never seen an example where you could change the density of one of the things and it doesn't cause it to go up or down.
That doesn't mean it's the only cause, though. The whole point is they're saying, look, there is no gravity. It's just density. Everyone knows that's what they're saying. So I point blank asked Brian.
I don't agree with that. There has to be. I think there has to be something else.
Yeah.
And maybe multiple things. It could be multiple things.
Well, provably it is.
Yeah. Otherwise, a density tower would just stay intact when you're in free fall.
If electrostatics determines the density of something, then technically it would just be saying the same thing. There really is no argument then.
Well, like even if you keep the same density, you can make things float. Right. So like, it just seems simple to me. And then so when put in the corner, see, this is the problem with if you're like, we are the spear of flat Earth, where we've never been wrong. Our arguments are 100% positive and proof and perfect, and they have been for 7 years. You put yourself in this weird predicament where you can never update what you say. And then it's like, because I've been screaming it at people, I'm 200 and no, and I've been saying this for 30 years, whatever. So it's like, well, what about I get Brian in the conversation up to the point where I'm like, well, we can actually manipulate the variable electrostatics and prove that it goes up. He says, oh, you have to use a Van der Graaf generator. That's not found in nature. Like, what am I supposed to say to that? That's retarded.
Wait a minute, though.
Electrostatics are not found in nature. I know.
Wait a minute. Like, okay, the second half of what you said is fair. However, the thing that hasn't been wrong in X amount of years is the question to the heliocentric model. How can you have gas pressure without a container? There's nothing erroneous or wrong about that. Distance to the sun, nothing erroneous or wrong about that. Do you have scientific evidence of gravity? Nothing is wrong with that. So I'm just, look, just take the part where you're like, we've been right about these things, because in the context of when I've heard it being said, we're talking about the housekeeping question. That doesn't mean that the people on the panel can't be wrong. I don't think that's true at all.
Then why won't they admit they're
the
wrong about electrostatics?
That's valid. Look, you got me, bro. I don't know. I hear them talking about it. I don't hear them denying it. But I wish y'all have more interactions, and it doesn't seem like that's going to be possible. So that's poor, sad, and unfortunate.
Yeah, it's all good. That's dead. That's beyond dead at this point. But it's like, QE actually agrees with me on that. That's why he never jumped in. Like when the first time Oakley went crazy on me, QE just stayed out of it. QE agrees with me. He said, I've never been a density only guy. So.
Yeah, I've actually questioned.
Argument. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, Graham.
I just wanted to say one quick thing. It seems like it would be I can understand your point there because it seems like a lazy argument. Yeah, I agree that it could definitely have something to do with density, but there's a little more. We got to scratch a little deeper. Why density, though? You know what I mean? And I think that's a good point.
Like even if you keep the same density, but it's like even the globe world like acknowledges density. You know what I'm saying? So it's like every side acknowledges density. So therefore,
Doesn't
the only
density
value
need
would be is
atoms?
just saying it's you're like it's not the gravity they say. The only reason this happens is because of density. We can prove it. And so since they kind of dug that hole, it's like they're gonna stick their flag there and die. They're not gonna move.
But has it definitively been shown that when you manipulate the density of one or the other, that it will go up or down?
Yeah, has it definitively been proven that when you manipulate electrostatics, it will go up or down?
Yeah. Yes. Hell yeah. But I'm good with that. Definitively
Wait a
proven
minute.
thing. What do you mean? Wait a minute. We've been arguing all day about how you couldn't definitively prove something with science.
I just want to ask if it can go up or down. Like you add something and there's an effect, and you take it away and there's an effect.
Yes, there's an example in nature. It's called ballooning. Spiders do it. Spiders do it.
Anyway,
called ballooning.
All right,
put out a little
not
bit of
in
thread.
nature, but like you suggested, like changing the
Not
medium,
interested.
you can either get an egg to rise or fall. Like you can do both. So like what I'm asking is, well, can you do both?
Yes.
With what you described, can you add it with it? Can you add and take away?
Yeah. You can make things fall faster. You can make things that are floating come back down and fall down, and you can make things float that are on the after they're on the ground. You can provably control acceleration up or down with electrostatics.
Well, I'll personally share that with Anthony. I mean, because first of all, forget Brian. This is Anthony's hypothesis, and I actually wonder what his rhetoric on it is, and if he would agree with you, and then it would actually be done there because it's actually.
No, he doesn't because we've talked about it. He disagrees. He was like agree to disagree. He's like Witsit crushes on my in the comments. He's like Witsit's crushing it. What a legend. He's like except for the electrostatics thing, of course, but we'll let that slide. That's what he said.
So we can definitively prove though that something will go up or down with electrostatics or density changes.
Yes.
But you just said we couldn't definitively prove shit earlier with science.
That's what I'm. Yeah. So what actually I said was it's always with the unspoken known that it's based on what we currently know. So that what we currently call electrostatics, what we currently call density. I mean, like it's not like I don't have I have. That's why I said I use the word prove all the time. Like I pushed back against Jaron a little bit. I even told him that I'm like in the middle. They're wrong about 100 degrees, but I don't mind using the word prove. I hate when people act like there's no way they could ever be wrong and they know it, and they double down with like specificity. Like this is kind of comes off disingenuous.
But that's actually.
I hear you. I've had to.
Other than QE, I don't know who else doesn't know when they're wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't know when he's wrong, but I can only think of him perceiving himself as extremely accurate in this conversation. And yeah, man, I want to see that video. I want to see these, and I know that's what's going to happen. Like I want to see more of these hypotheses actualized, so that we can begin to change our rhetoric and strengthen our position, because our position is that there are liars afoot, and we do still need to take up our swords against that. Like this whole back and forth amongst each other is like super, probably contrived by the one that wants that, call him the evil force or whatever. Y'all know.
Are you guys saying there's no proof? I came in late. Are you guys saying there's no proof?
Well, evidence. There's evidence.
No evidence or no proof?
No, there's evidence to the axiom, but I mean, it's not proof of the hypothesis.
So that's a baller point of view, right?
Yeah,
There's
you
no
know what? I was
proof,
just going to
no
point that
such.
out.
You can prove things
I like
relative to what we currently understand and know.
I like when they say, "Well, we're not 100% positive. We're not. It's not like we're 100%."
Exactly.
So they
Yeah.
can save themselves, but they do think they're 99.9999999% though. So I mean, literally, what's the fucking difference? They're like, you're just trying to say, "See, I'm not crazy. I'm admitting that I could be wrong. I'm not 100. It's not 100%. I mean, it's just a high level of confidence, like 99.9999999."
No, they leave
You know
that
what I
for the
mean? Like,
wiggle
fuck
room,
you, dude.
Grim. So when
You're
they're
basically
wrong,
saying you're absolutely right, and there's no way you can be wrong when you're doing that. You know?
I think they just leave in wiggle room. So when their cockamamie theories are wrong, like dark matter, dark energy, they're gonna say, "You see, well, we're just improving our nonsense."
Well, even with that, and you're right. I believe that 100%, not 99.999%. But even with that,
Yeah.
even with that though, they'll still dogmatically uphold a theory because there'll only be like, let's say, they've got this theory down, the Big Bang. Really, remember the Big Bang down to the 17th decimal point? Oh yeah, for sure. But then all of a sudden, the observations show exactly the opposite of what they expect to see with the James Webb Telescope, and they didn't have enough wiggle room to be that wrong. There, you know what I mean? That's
The
so
Big
back
Bang
to the
is dead,
drawing
of
board
course.
moment. Yeah, see, that's Big Bang died there that day. Big Bang is fucking dead. But no,
Well,
they're
I
gonna try
think
and
we
keep it
killed it
Frankenstein.
before, but this is official by their James Webb Telescope. It's officially dead.
Right. Even then though, they're trying to save face and say, well, maybe we just only got the star formation thing wrong, or maybe just the galaxy. Maybe there's dust. I literally saw this example. This was an example of how it could be wrong. Maybe we got those perfectly smooth pictures and all of those incredibly clear pictures because there was dust in the way and it was miscalibrated. Really, guys? Because I mean, it was the infrared, right? Because we knew dust was going to be in the way. That's why we went to infrared on that wavelength, because we were trying to peer through the dust. Okay, my man. So
the observations.
try again.
Yeah, their observations they got, Grim, for their explanation of how early galaxy formation started and gas and all that stuff, right, was all wrong by a factor of a lot.
You know why?
Like, for example, the density distribution of galaxies, like how many they are in a certain area, was off by 1,000 to 1, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, it was huge. Well, what happened
and
was,
not only that,
they were
the
looking
actual formation of the galaxies themselves were thought to be in an embryonic state, let's just put it, and they found they were like fully developed.
Oh
So
yeah,
every
and
part of
way
the
too
theory
big.
is wrong.
No Mighty Mouse galaxies. None of that shit going on that they thought they were going to see. But
Yes.
anyway, that just leads you to believe that just shows you, right, that when they were using that old equipment, the older equipment, and they were using it to its limits, they were seeing things that they thought were galaxy mergers and that they thought were Mighty Mouse galaxies, and that they thought, so they would say, okay, well, we're going to build this better telescope and make all these predictions that there are this and that, all the things they thought they were seeing with the other one. So they could then say, oh, look how perfect our predictions were. And even with that, once they got the better images, and it wasn't what Hubble and that it was trying to show them. And so their so-called observations, or excuse me, God damn it,
Predictions.
Predictions that were actually observations with bad equipment turned out to not be true at all. Not predictions. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like they did with Neptune and like they did with Einstein rings. I mean, the light bending behind the star. They'd already seen that shit before they tried to tell you they were predicting that it was going to be there. They'd been looking. 1613 is when fucking or whatever the fuck his name was, Galileo, actually found Neptune. 1613. And this information in those circles, they had 200 years to fucking track that goddamn thing, and then to come out and tell you that they are predicting it's going to be right over here with their perfect gravity theory. It must be true, right? But they already knew it was there. It's like following the moon cycles for 10,000 years and then saying, okay, I'm going to predict that Texas will get the next lunar eclipse. You know what I mean? It's kind of it's backwards. It's just like the Bible when they do the, oh, it's a prophet. No, the guy's following the book, the plan. It's the plan. It's not prophetic if it was already written down and then being followed to the letter. That's called a guiding a rule book or a guide to that particular moment.
Yeah, and it also predicted, their theory also predicted a certain amount of helium, and as you go further back, there would be less in the stars. But what they found was there's more and more. So that's another nail in the coffin. Like every bit of their prediction almost was wrong.
But they're still right. But please send us more money because we gotta do more dark matter research.
Yeah, yeah.
And people go, well, why won't they just come out and say that they were wrong? And I'm like, really? I mean, because that's a lot of losing face. And then you lose, when it's the public funding you and you lose their trust, then you're not getting funded. Oh, go figure. That's a bad business model to let them know you've been fucking with their money and fucking them up this whole time. So of course I don't think they're going to try and just come right out and say, well, we got this one fucking wrong. Baloney skin on the fucking wall. Whoops.
Yeah, for sure they won't admit it. But what kills me is these NASA fanboys that will like fight for them, agree. Like they won't even admit there's something fishy about it. Crazy.
Wouldn't it be also true then to expect the reversal of what originally happened? Meaning there was a lot of Christian scientists in the beginning trying to create this model. And now you have a stepping away from the church because of the creation of this Christians creating the model. I believe that the reverse will happen is that you will have a return to the church. A new form of Christian will counteract the model that was put before the world by other Christians. There has to be a returning to the church to counteract the stepping away from the church, which I think we were in the beginning stages of.
I think we're a little closer to Judaism than Christianity with all of this, but I mean, that's just me. And they're both accentuating the same Abrahamic religion in the first place. So I think one accentuates and validates the other. So there only needs to be one. The others follow suit. Because, the Jews are chosen. So the Christians are going to cater to that.
I'm not going that deep. I'm just looking at how history has a way of coming full circle for the idea that Rome was destroyed by Christians originally by tearing down statues, and then the barbarians came in and finished them off. Well, that's the story. And now you have the pagans tearing down statues, and obviously the gradual subversion of Christianity over the last 70 years since DARPA, NASA, and all the propaganda with space and theoretical quantum mechanics, right? So you can see the return to the church state will come after war and famine happens.
I feel like it's a false dichotomy. I mean, really, it was never separate. It's only controlled opposition. You can't get everybody on board with the same idea, so you have to have half in one area and half in the other. As long as you control centralistically both of them, it doesn't matter what fringe differences they'll have, because they're all getting the booster. They're all getting the booster, dog. You know what I mean? You can line up at your church and get the booster, no matter what religion you were.
Well, scripturally, it says that we all die. There's two scriptures that say, one scripture says that the people who do not receive the mark will be killed by the beast, and the people that do receive the mark will be killed by the wrath of God. That's in Revelation, so everybody's dying.
How did we go from the Big Bang to God?
That's if you accept that as a,
Well, what's interesting is because it's
that's where it came from.
A lot of Christians founded the heliocentric model that they're, and I just find it interesting how, we're going back to the church state because we're now breaking down the very thing the Christians created.
A Jesuit priest brought us the Big Bang, is what he means.
It was founded in, the subversion of Christianity is really what it's about, right? The idea no God exists, no Christ, none of that, right? And you have to subvert that, and that's a slow subversion. The first thing you do is you have to attack the Bible and prove that it's wrong, and I think NASA did a good job of doing that. And you had all these clergymen. Ironically, here's the thing with all these Christians that helped build the globe model. They actually, it was called, some of them backslid, which is that you step away from your beliefs and then they come back. So apparently a lot of these early Christians did step away from Christianity. Now, I know there's sects of Christianity and so forth. They're not all of the same sect, but they did step away, and then some of them returned back to Christianity. So these are the ones that helped build the heliocentric model. And it's just kind of funny how we're sitting trying to tear it down through religion again.
Well, religious people like to kind of incorporate everything to religion, though. So that's partially why people bring up religion in these arguments.
Well, Grim, the heliocentric model is a religion, right? The whole space paradigm is a religion. In general, it's just a different form of priesthood and worship, right? You must agree that it's still a faith and a belief system, and you have to take an upper authority, word for it, so to speak. And speaking of space, Grim, what's your explanation for Methuselah being like older than the Big Bang? I can't remember their explanation for that, but that seems kind of pretty
We're in a
ridiculous.
static. There's no Big Bang, and we're in a static universe that
So basically,
everything has already been here.
Yeah, so Methuselah star disproves the Big Bang, apparently.
It's in our own galaxy. Well, they're trying to backslide on it, but it is 14 billion something billion years old. They're saying, but I mean that just goes to show you, there's so many different flaws in their ability to measure distances and brightness and all of that kind of fun stuff. With their thinking that the universe is expanding and the redshift.
What's about this?
So there's a whole shitload of shit incorporated into that idea that they get to manipulate and say, well, no, it doesn't have to be that it's that. It could just be that this or that or this, all these little things, but they leave out all the important parts that bring you to the understanding that it can't be that, and that it must be at least, you know what I mean? Like for their example or whatever. If they're using all of those as their guide to prove that this other thing is real, then they have to also use that same tool to show that it's not real. Because that's exactly, you know what I mean? They can't just say, here's a plate of spaghetti or whatever, and it's good, I promise. And then you never get to try it because you can't test it or do anything with it. You know what I mean? It's like, well, I'll just have to take your fucking word for it, I guess.
Speaking of the expansion,
what's this Methuselah galaxy shit about?
It's older than the Big Bang, right? And the same.
It's the Methuselah star. They say that it's older than the Big Bang.
Yeah, the same equipment that they're using to tell us how far things are and all of that shit. They also are seeing that this star, with their data, shows that it's older than the entire universe. And what a coincidence, because it's right next to us in our own galaxy, basically. So it's not even like they're very far away, and it seems very likely that with all the galaxies there, that we could find a lot more incidents of stars being older than the entire universe. And guess what? We have been galaxies
I think
too.
I think it's a fraud. When they name it after the oldest man in the Bible, and it's supposed to be the oldest star. I think it's a fraud, man.
A lot of people are now claiming, the Bible is written based on the zodiac, right? So
you know what you just said there, right? The child is older than the parent.
Exactly. Yeah.
That star there, the Methuselah.
Montreal, what's your idea on this Christianity subversion and the idea that the Christians and the early Christians helped build the heliocentric model? What's your idea on that?
Well, that's a fact. There's no question about it. The Big Bang model, one of the people that brought it to be is Lemaitre, and he was a Jesuit-trained Catholic priest, so that's a fact.
In all fairness, you had three people. You had a Kabbalist, which was Einstein. You had Friedman, which was an atheist. So you had three of them work on the calculations for the Big Bang.
Yeah, he was one of them. Correct. Yeah.
So you have this escaping of let's say ancient text into the metaphysics based on light observation, right? But here's the thing: is there is some intellectual honesty in these papers, when the Christians were doing this stuff, right? They acknowledged the limitations of their tools and admitted that it's abstract math, right? The only difference is, I think, when somebody got a hold of that concept or that idea, that the slow programming of the last 7 years of the moon stuff, or after World War II, let's say, they really took hold of the idea rather than the actual. They took hold of the theoretical idea rather than the practical, right? It's obviously evident in the culture we live in now, because literally people can't even test the ball, but will believe it and die for it, right?
Yeah, we got people wearing cloth masks to stop viral aerosols. It's ridiculous.
That's see, again, that's the television programming, right?
I know. That's what I mean. Another example of how you think you know something, because of the way it's been brought to you as if it was solid knowledge.
See, what I've come to realize through all this debate, Grim, and I don't know if you have, because it's definitely a polarizing thing, especially if you think people are lying, intentionally lying, that is. And I was reading a post the other day, and it actually hit me. I was following, and he goes something about the planet, la la la. Prior, I was like, planet, it would trigger me to some degree. I'm like, planet, and I'd want to post. And through all this debate, I realized at the end of the day, there's a lot to grow from understanding your actual position versus your consensus. Well, ego, but consensus position. In other words, pop culture gives you this consensus of reality, right?
Yep.
And it's a form of security, and because you feel it's a cohesiveness, because everybody knows the same thing, and da 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 da.
Right.
When you're pushed outside of that, now you can do that voluntarily, because if you're a writer or an actor or whatever, you can do that voluntarily. You'll be aware of it at a certain level. When it comes to the worldwide paradigm, the whole world is a lie. That's a big leap, right? That's a huge leap. That can be a lot easier from other people. Sorry, I'm losing my point here. With Montreal, he's addressed that he thinks that Jesus Christ is a fraud and a fake and all that stuff, and we still agree that Christians built the model, but we don't agree on where we're going in the future as far as what is being taught to us.
Hold on, Dada. Let me interrupt you. I never said Jesus Christ was a fraud. Please don't put words in my mouth.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. When did I say that?
Yeah, you did. This is about maybe 2 years ago. I was talking to you about it, and you asked me what I believe, and I said, "Listen, I'm a limited man from what the philosophies that I've studied, from Kierkegaard, Augustine, Kant, Nietzsche, Plato, Aristotle, all those people that whatever I've gathered throughout the years, the philosophy and what they believed, right? I never found anybody's better than Christ's. Jesus Christ's philosophy in general, his parables, his teachings, whether they're true or not, it stands against as a philosophy under that name, Christ, Jesus Christ. He's associated with that philosophy. There's nothing I could come across that meets or compares to the idea of forgiveness through repentance, right? The process of repentance through forgiveness. We all lie, we all cheat, we all steal, and people handle it differently. Christ's philosophy is different on it. Sexual attitudes. A lot of religions have different sexual attitudes. You cannot compare what Christ's philosophy is compared to anybody else. At least I have.
Bro, you haven't looked into Allah and His Prophet Muhammad, man. Straight up.
Well, hold on, yeah. But when did I say it was a fraud there, Dada?
Absolutely, I have with Allah as well, or Muhammad for sure.
I don't think so.
Absolutely. But I find Christ's teaching is greater than Muhammad. Why? Christ rose from the dead, and there was witnesses.
You know you didn't answer.
And
Straight up said. You straight up said that.
Not only that,
and then you just said a man said that Jesus was a fraud, and he asked you when, and I haven't heard you justify that yet.
And then I told him, I told him about the philosophy of Christ, why I believe in the story. And he said to me, that's a lie. It's all made up. You don't believe in Christ, do you? That's a made up story. That's what he said. So if you tell me that it's a made up story, that you believe that it to be a fraud, he didn't say the words fraud. He said it was a made up story. So I may put words in his mouth, but that's really what you're saying when you said it's a made up story. It's a fraud.
But I never said it was a fraud, right?
You said
It was
it's a
a
made up
fraud.
story. It's a made up story.
Well,
This
I
is
mean,
what
I
I
think it's
say
a
when
fraud.
people ask me. Let me just say this,
So
because
I know
he
subversion of
hold on,
Christianity.
Dada, for a second. Could I get a minute to give you my opinion on what I always say about the Bible?
Yeah.
Thank you. This is what I say about the Bible. I believe the Bible was written for the Jewish people by the Jewish people. This is what I say. It's their book. I always say that. And it was adopted by the West. I
Sure.
always say that.
See, the West is pretty amazing when you think about it because of Christians and what Christians did for civil rights and human rights. If you look at history, Christianity in itself solely is the driving force for the largest human rights in the world. Okay? That's Christ's philosophy, number one right there. No
What?
other philosophy. Yes, buddy, go look at history. The Christian British people were the first to start in Europe to abolish slavery. They were all Christians. And
Are
then
you
in
kidding me, man?
America, yeah,
Are you not familiar with the evils of colonialism? How many millions of people died and were enslaved and all this stuff?
we're talking about slavery and the abolishment of it. And who
Yeah, but they enslaved them first.
They had hold on. The reason they abolished it is because they controlled it.
They're the ones that did it, man.
Nobody's
They,
perfect.
yeah, but that's the thing. They were already. Hold on, dude. Hold
Guys,
on, man.
yo,
There were
guys, I'm
already
gonna
other
temporarily mute
ideologies that
people.
didn't like slavery
Whoever's
at
trying to gain
all.
control of the conversation right now, it's not working because
Yeah,
I'm
well, he's
doing
trying
it.
to give himself. He's trying to give
Grim,
Christianity
Hey,
credit
Grim,
for something.
I'm
real
temporarily
quick,
muting you. Whoever's
guys.
talking right now is getting temporarily muted. I don't care what you're doing. All right, guys, one at a time. Slow down, Data. All I can hear is you screaming behind everyone. All right, wait for everyone to get finished with their sentences, and then you can go. If we need a safe word or a code word, so when we know when people are done, I mean, we can do that, I guess.
I just have a quick thing to ask. Are we going to keep with the Christian apologetics, or are we going to get back to curvature at
So
some
I'm
point?
not an apologetic Christian at all, buddy. Not one bit.
Okay.
There's no Christian apologetics here at all.
No,
That's your bullshit
it's just a
thinking.
question.
That's
It's
your
just a
naivety
question.
to Christ's philosophies and
Oh,
why
okay.
all of you will bow to the knee of Christ when he comes because you'll have no choice.
Super.
I don't
Can
think
we,
he's an
in the
apologist, but he's
meantime,
definitely coming in with a
can we
huge
talk about
bias.
curvature
I
or
am
the
not an
earth or
apologist at
something?
all, dude. They subverted Christianity, turned it into a pagan, godless religion. The real
Yeah.
Christians,
Wow.
dude, the real Christians are going to be lined up and beheaded in the name of Christ, and you'll
Super.
see that.
In the meantime, can we talk about the earth?
You went all preacher on us, bro. What's going on?
Again, the subversion of Christianity is huge here. All of your personal liberties and freedoms came from the foundation of Western democracy and Western society, regardless of your bullshit colonialism. You look at all the freedoms you have now, it was founded mostly on Christians fighting for human rights.
Yeah, we
Hey,
gotta watch your butt.
I was born. No, we were born with those freedoms.
If you didn't know that, you know that now, and that is 100% fact, researchable,
How did
historical,
you
and
not
fact
let anyone else talk, man?
They need to subvert Christianity for their transhumanism agenda 2030. They need to subvert Christianity, bottom line. You're
Yeah.
exercising all the subversion of Christianity every
Let me
single one.
keep on a boat.
Yeah.
For what,
Yo,
dude?
arbiter. It's because in the future they think humans are going to be obsolete, and so if humans are going to be obsolete, and you got to get rid of them, you got to take away the human dignity and human value. And one of the major obstacles, of that is Christianity, because a bunch of Christians believe in the value of life.
Prisons are full of Christians, dude.
Yo, someone mute their kid. Oh, what the hell?
In 1970,
No one allowed to
fought
talk.
against the Canadian government for freedoms of
Yo,
religion,
mute
freedom
his
of
kid.
practice,
Whoever
and
that
they
is.
won.
I think it's Jeremy.
They
I think that
won,
might be
and you know what?
Jeremy's
They
kid.
weren't friendly. They were actually physically
Maybe not.
violent, the Christians in the 70s, believe it or not. So you have to realize that people fought for human
we
rights,
believe
and
it.
the majority of them were Christians, and you guys are forgetting that.
You're also
I don't,
forgetting that
I don't think
before they were Christians, they
Catholicism
were
can
free.
really be considered
God damn it.
Christianity, honestly.
I'm not Catholicism. I'm talking about Christ's spirit and how it
No, I
moves
understand
through
that, but I'm just
how it moves
making a
through
side
people for
point.
human.
Mine's a side point that I don't think you would include Catholicism into Christianity, really, because
Well,
like they don't really follow the book,
you have to
and they
subvert it,
changed the
right?
book.
Well, if you can have your own temple and you do not need to go to church to worship God, and that God tells you to pray in private, well, then you don't really need an establishment. But these establishments need people and they need tax money to maintain power, right? Fundamentally, that's how they maintain power, is money. So if you need to take control to subvert it, you're going to be the authority regardless, of the peasant, and you're going to put in play what you want to put in play. Now, there's still people that are going to have their own sects. Then you got to subvert those ones. So you can totally see how each organization slowly became subverted and then put in place just for a tax shelter, tax siphoning money to just keep more power for themselves. It's written there. It's like you can see it now happening even more. It's exponential now because each family member are now in position. So this is amazing what's happening, and you guys are like totally. You don't see that Christianity is what's being attacked. Like, it's just bizarre.
It's very obvious, actually. It's very
It's kind of
obvious because
like when Obama.
everyone
It's
else
kind
has
of
an
like
easy
when.
time.
God damn it! I just want to say this one thing, right? When this is how Christians get fired up. It's controlled opposition. They pretend to try and take it away from you so that you adhere to it even more strongly than before. And it's just like when Obama was the #1 president to sell more guns than any other president by threatening to take all their guns away. What did we do? We ran out and we bought all their guns. Just like when my fucking wife puts beans on the table and the kids are all sitting around at the table and she goes, "Don't put these beans up your nose." And the first thing they do when we walk out of the room is start putting beans up their nose. They love to do what they're told they can't do.
They're not taking away Christianity. They're subverting it. They're changing it into something else. Do you understand? They're not saying you can't practice it. They're changing it into something else.
Right. But how many people interpret that and run around saying that they're attacking Christianity? Because, I mean, that's clearly the only words that are necessary to rally the troops.
No, because in Christianity, if you already look, you cannot bash Muhammad or Allah, or else
I'm sure everybody gets what I mean. And I'm only saying it could be. I'm not saying this is definitely the way it is, so you don't have to get super defensive. But it could be. And you gotta
Grim,
admit.
let him talk.
Guys, come on.
Hold on, I just wanted to help him out. He's getting a little hyper defensive about it, and obviously
Dude,
I'm
let him
saying it
talk.
could be.
Just let him talk.
He's been talking for the past hour, dude. What do you mean let him talk? I finally got to respond, and I got a lot to say.
By legal terms or legal means, you can be charged with Islamophobia, or you can be charged with anti-Semitic. But you cannot be charged anything with Christianity or anything like that.
Oh, and do you
He's right
think you
about
should
that.
be?
He's right about
Are
that.
you mad because the free speech isn't it isn't being taken away fairly from everyone? Is that what you're mad about? You should be focused on the
Guys,
fact
one
that
at a time.
you should be
Yo.
focused on the fact that we shouldn't be allowed to talk about that. You should be. Oh my god, man! You're not
I
gonna
know.
allow
Hold
any.
on. Hold on, Grim.
Christianity doesn't have a level
Grim, hold
playing
on
field.
1 second. Hold on, Grim. Data, what are you doing?
Well, I can't
What are you
finish
doing, dude? Wait for Grim.
Can't
You
finish.
interrupted him just now. You can finish when Grim's done. You can't interrupt Grim and then be like, well, can I finish my interruption of Grim? No, just don't interrupt. Next time, if I got to jump in again with you two, you're both getting an official warning. We're not doing this every day, day after day with the same people.
I'd like some substantiation that they charge specifically for Islamophobia and not all other religious hate.
So in Canada, there's Bill 108, Bill C-108, which is an Islamophobia law, I believe. You can fact check this. You cannot apparently insult Allah or Muhammad. It's considered Islamophobia in Canada. It's just as you can't.
Canada's under Sharia law? That's crazy.
Yeah, maybe you should
Well, hold
read
on. Not only
the
that,
bill.
actually, in Canada, Muslims get their own loans. Actually, Muslims have their own banks in Canada, and they get loan money at 0% interest, but not Canadians. Canadians don't get that option. Muslims do in Canada. I'm not. This is not bitter or anything. I don't give a shit. I'm just observe and report. I don't care what the Muslims do. I don't care what the Christians do. I'm just talking and discussing what's happening.
Yeah, but in the laws, they condemn systemic racism and religious discrimination, including Islamophobia. That doesn't mean that they don't condemn against, Christian hate or.
In Christianity, you can be okay. So everything's under the genocide code. Which every religious group or identifiable group is under that code, right? Of genocide or so forth, right? That's the only thing I can find for Christianity. Anti-Semitic.
The genocide code. What?
Yeah, Section 319 of the Criminal Code for Canada. Anyway, the point is.
No, it's not genocide.
No, dude, if it says religious inflammatory, including Islamophobia, then obviously everything is included as well.
Yeah, so 108, Bill C-108 is its own thing. I think it's 108. I could be wrong. I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure it's 103. But...
The 103, maybe you're right with 103. I can't remember which. It's the 108. What?
You haven't been checked on this in a while, is what you're saying.
The point is, I haven't. This is years ago. I read all this stuff. The point is as I collect the information as I go, it tells a story. Right? It's a clear Eastern of Canada is turning Muslim, Western Canada is turning Chinese. And what I mean by that is more political power is coming in and more influence is coming in, more money is coming in for those. That's why you have what's going on in Montreal. I don't know what you guys research with Canada, but it's a fantastic study what they're doing. The political scientists must be just jizzing all over everything.
What about the Hindus?
What about the Hindus?
Well, there's a lot of Indian immigrants, probably more than Muslims. So what about them?
The Sikhs are there. They're great people. They're polite.
So Muslims aren't polite and great people.
I never said Muslims aren't polite either.
That's the implication.
I buy my vehicles from Muslims because I know I'll get a fair deal from them, and I like their work. So that's not true.
Yeah, but you're criticizing.
Well, my last 3 houses we bought were from Muslims.
Yeah, there you go. So the point is, I have no issue with any of their the people. Zero. I have issues with government, military, the ones that actually pit us against each other. That's what I have issues with.
Yeah, but you said they're taking over as if it's a negative thing, quantitatively, and I'm saying quantitatively, in terms of the actual amounts of immigrants,
I wouldn't want the
probably
Christian
less
extremists
than
to take over.
Hindus
You know what I
and
mean,
Sikhs.
brother?
So
negative is I would rather have Christian rule of law than Sharia rule of law.
you probably don't even know what Sharia law is, to be honest.
Well, Sharia law is not as good as under Christianity rule. Bottom line, if we had Christian
You don't know that if you don't know what Sharia law is.
Yeah, I do, dude. Yeah, I don't know.
Bro, we don't even have Christian law right now.
No, not anymore. We actually have.
It hasn't been that for hundreds of years.
I would rather not have Christian law. I would rather leave those old ass dusty religious laws the fuck where they are and allow the living rule of the people to continue altering the laws to fit new societal fucking.
So morality constantly changes, right? Grim?
Yes, man. Morality constantly changes. What I mean by that is
morality never changes. That's
hold on, dude.
The way they do it without
I got an example,
actual
I have an
objective scripture
example.
to rely on.
Morality changes.
Everyone's morality is different.
Think morality changes. That's fucking.
Yeah, but if you try to fight through we hear you, Grim. But if you try to fight through everyone, right, and then there's 3 other people talking at the same time, no one's going to hear you because now there's 3 other people talking.
Exactly.
And I don't even know why there's 3 other people talking at the same time. Guys, what are you doing?
He asked me a question.
What are you guys doing?
One at a time.
We need to come
exactly. I'm just trying to respond to the question, right?
I feel you, Grim.
Go ahead.
This guy talks the most out of anyone.
No, you got next.
Morality might change a bit, right? In the sense that when we used to say the N-word, right, it was only negative connotation, right? And then, as we were growing up, the word became more of a term of endearment. No longer was it seen as a negative connotation, but the living word started to change until it was brought back to completely only racism and all of that.
I just came from that lane.
I think you're deceived, bro. I think you're deceived. I think you're
what if
fucking
somebody wants to buy a hat
I think you're deceived, bro.
Nobody's getting them.
Hold up, Noah was next.
Yeah, Grim, I'm gonna have to.
I think you're fucking. Hold up. I think you're fucking deceived, and I don't think morality changes. And I think the N-word was bad back then and it's bad now. And it's not the living language change. It's just people don't have self-esteem right now. And they're programmed by a fucking TV screen to call each other a certain name. So no, I don't think it changed at all. I think the people just
The N
became
word
less
actually
moral.
is a Spanish
If
word,
people
and it
become
means that
holy
it's a color.
fucking shit,
So
dude.
you turned a
What are you gonna
Spanish word that
fucking
was a
muffle through your
color
fucking
into a
stock
negative
Yo,
word.
Grim,
Yo,
he
I'm
for
an
wasn't
fucking
done,
for
man.
fucking 20 years over here? God damn.
Trying to respond to you, dude.
But he wasn't done. So let him finish.
Yeah,
And
I
then
wasn't
respond.
fucking
Well, the
done.
hyper
What
virtue
I was
signaling
saying
is
was,
fucking disvalid
God
then.
fucking damn it, you muffled fuck. No one can hear you anyway.
You are coming in a little muffled too.
Yeah,
Grim.
like no one can hear you
Why don't
anyway, and
you
I'm in the
guys just
middle of my
mute Grim
fucking
till
shit, and
Noah's
we've
done?
talked for the past 3 hours.
God
Calm
damn, you're
down.
gonna cry
You
like
can
a
move
bitch.
closer to your
Morality
mic,
didn't
Grim. It'd
change.
be
How
good.
long can you cry
Why
about
not
it?
just
Hold on,
mute
hold
Grim till
on. Settle
Noah's
down,
done?
guys. Settle
Alright.
down. Grim, try
Just
to
mute
get
Grim.
closer to your mic. It's sounding a little low
Yeah,
and muffled.
the
Noah, go ahead. Grim will
morality.
respond
Hold up.
after.
Let me just fucking finish
2
my
second
point
rule.
for fucking God's sakes. I'd be done fucking 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, the morality didn't change. The people just became less moral, and they said, "Oh no, it's okay. It's moral now." That's what fucking happened. That's what occurred.
And you know what
Thank
the
you.
Bible says? The Bible says which once was good will be bad, and which once was bad will be good. Oh, what's happening?
Yeah, they have no morality.
Exactly.
There's no such thing as a moral, like,
You know what? If
secular
you believe
person.
in Muslim so much, your Bible says the earth is egg-shaped, bro.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
You
does.
just don't know how.
Dude.
No, you just don't know
Yes,
Arabic.
dude. I'll put
That's
you in a
not
room
what
with some
dahaha
Muslim.
means, bro. Dahaha is
Yeah,
a
buddy.
verb.
I'll put you in a room with another Muslim.
You could put in whatever you want. I'm familiar with this. That's not what it means.
So why
You literally
do you
can't
even
make a verb turn
even
into
you know what? You
a
should
noun
start
and a verb together. Like
you should
grammatically, it's not what it means. It means spread out.
Start a
Okay,
channel, Muslim against Muslim. Egg-shaped
bro. There's
earth
Muslim
is water.
apologists, just like there's Christian apologists. I'm not saying you are one, but there's if you actually look at the old like exegesis of the from the historic scholars, they'll tell you exactly what it means. Okay, only through a modern lens do they try to make it fit the heliocentric model and try to say that Earth is
Why don't you
egg-shaped.
mute
That's
the
not the
guy? We
case
can't hear a
whatsoever.
I'm
word you
about
say.
to relax. I'm going to
Yeah,
mute things.
he keeps on the
I'm going
talking
to. All right,
percentage. Like,
we can hear it. We can hear it. I'm doing my mod
yeah,
thing
but
now.
that
We
went
got
on
it.
for like 5 minutes, Jeremy.
I'm not always
Jesus
at my
Christ.
phone or my computer, bro. Okay.
Yeah, but percentage could have muted him. I wasn't talking to
I'm
you.
not gonna mute while I'm participating, man. That's just the rule I have.
Yeah, but no one can hear you, percentage. We literally couldn't hear a word you said.
Should I turn my shit up?
No, because he's under talking you. He's talking while you talking.
Hey, can I read a quick
No.
one
Can
sentence
percentage go
definition?
start from the top again? Because we didn't hear a word percentage said.
Real quick.
Percentage, go ahead.
So this idea that it says in that verse, that it means it's an egg shape. That's not true. Like grammatically that doesn't work. Dahaha means a verb. It's a verb to mean to spread out. Okay, not to make into an egg. That would include a noun, right? And you don't have a verb and a noun conjunctively in the place of a verb. It grammatically doesn't work. And all of the scholars of the past, like historically closer to the Prophet's time and when the Quran was revealed and all that, will say that it means the earth was spread out, right? Only through only apologists, Muslim apologists like modern days, try to make it fit the heliocentric model and say, oh, it means that the earth is an egg-shaped and therefore it's a proof of us knowing that it was a globe even before modern astronomy and before Copernicus and all these other people figured out it was a globe. It's just a modern apologist take, which is wrong.
Yo, real
Percentage, I'm a
quick.
Muslim apologist. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Real quick. You guys all know the rules, all right? So this isn't new. We're pretty lenient with it, right? But when you come do the same shit day after day, you're gonna start getting official warnings. I just gave a whole bunch out right now. The more warnings you get, the longer you can't talk for. So your participation level, you determine that yourself. Okay, go ahead, guys.
That's pretty fair, man. Hey, but yeah, percentage. I'm a Muslim apologist. Okay, but what was that word? What was the Arabic word that it was described?
Dahaha.
How do you spell that?
It sounds similar
Arabic?
to dahya, which means egg, and that's where they got this kind of idea that it means an egg. And then you ask them what type of egg, and they say an ostrich egg. Why? Because ostrich eggs look like the most globular. So that's the type that they refer to.
What's this apologist stuff? Twice I heard it. Christian apologist and Muslim apologist. What does that mean exactly?
It means people that are trying to change the religion to make it fit modern times. So they're like they're basically things that are seen as problematic from the past. They try to like apologize for it, and by making it not problematic, you know.
Gotcha. Okay.
So for instance, this
So
the
the
whole
word
like, you know,
the word apology kind of has like an older meaning that we're not used to utilizing a whole lot. But the first apology was like, "I'm sorry, Daddy, I broke the thing." Right? Not that type of apology, but more like giving a reason for why to the questions that are asked by people who ask like negative questions about the religion, to try to do like a little bit of propaganda to like make them understand why in context does it say that, why does it say this. Would anybody disagree?
I mean, a little bit.
It can mean a lot of things.
It's not just like explaining it in context. It's actually downplaying what it's explaining it wrongly. It's downplaying what it actually is just to make it more appealing and more palatable for people that are seeing it as problematic.
Like, for example,
that'd be like the atheist definition.
For example, if I was to say the bloody slaughters that the Christians did on one side, and the bloody slaughters that the Muslims did on the other side in the name of their religion, would that, and if you start to make excuses for that, would that be a form of apology? What you called it?
That would
justify
like a pillage.
Yeah, it would.
I didn't get the question. It sounded kind of fragmented.
Justification.
That would be one. Yeah, that would be one type of apologism, I see. Another type would be if there was something like, for example, how the Bible allows slavery. So for people to try and make excuses for that as well would be another type of apology.
Where does the Bible specifically allow slavery?
Come on, man.
Where they talk about how you should treat your slaves and whatnot, and how a slave should obey his master.
In the
Like
Old
it's pretty
Testament?
detailed.
The
And
Old Testament? The Old Testament or the
There's
New
like
Testament?
so many rules about how masters and slaves should interact. The Bible goes pretty
not
in depth
approving
on it.
slavery, dude. It's not approving slavery.
Yeah, let me address that, please. I've been pretty quiet for a while. I gave the mic up when I got crowded. So
apologies.
Well, it just
It's not
absolutely-
apologizing. You're just wrong.
Can I just be real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
The whole thing about slavery is it's just inevitable. There's people in privately owned prisons in Texas right now, right? So to have like a set of rules for these prisoners, right, would be prisoners' rights. Because what rights do they have? Not very much, right? Their rights are very different than ours, right? Because theirs are like no cruel and unusual punishment. Well, that's kind of vague. Well, how about we put them in a room by themselves for 30 days? That's not cruel and unusual, right? You see what I'm saying? So it's like these people were stepping up society step by step, like saying, well, when you discipline your slave, right, you should do it towards not so bad, right? So that's kind of the same thing, right? It's not so bad that you kill him or he dies in a couple days. When you say that to somebody, somebody should go, oh, I get it. Punish him, but don't kill him. It's limitation to how much punishment you can have. That's kind of what the rules were like in the Old Testament. It was like, it's really bad for women, so, Jesus came to set the captive free. It was like step-by-step incremental getting people more rights. And I think a lot of people just read it from this level and think that slavery's gone, and we conquered slavery a long time ago, but the Bible is written so long ago that it condones slavery. No, it doesn't condone it, it recognizes it. Thanks.
Thank you.
That was textbook apologism right there, 101.
Wait, no. Recognizing
not
a truth,
apologism,
recognizing
it
a
isn't.
truth. Wait, hold up. Recognizing a truth and telling you how to act morally in the fucking truth is not then approving and saying go do this at all. So I don't understand that. You never really made the correlation. You just said the Bible talks about how you're supposed to treat it, but it doesn't say specifically go out here and enslave these people. It just says oh, they're already slaves. Here, treat them this way, not this other way. So I don't
What do
really
you mean?
know.
God
I don't really
literally
understand.
told
Like,
Jewish
Hey,
people.
do you guys find any qualms with the Bible instead?
Yeah, but
Not
God
saying,
told
hold
Jewish
on, not
people to
saying,
go out and
that's a
conquer
quick
and
question.
Hold
enslave
up, Glad.
foreign
Let
nations.
That's a
Though.
quick
Plurality go, and then
question
you
I
got Nate.
got.
Go
I don't
ahead.
think he
Just,
said
Wasn't he done?
yeah,
enslaved.
just a quick question.
Wasn't
What
he done though?
specific?
But no,
What
Why
yeah.
specific?
wouldn't
He
Hold
was
up,
done.
hold
why
up,
wouldn't
guys.
the
Hold up.
Bible?
So Nate was responding, and then Glad
Yeah.
interrupted him. Let Nate
Right,
finish,
but
and then
Nate has
Glad
to
All
be
right.
got next.
specific. Nate has to
Yeah.
be
So this is my
specific because there's a
response to
lot of
that.
different
If I can give my
conquests.
response,
Be specific. There's
I
a lot
thought
of
you were
different
done.
Noah,
conquests.
please, man. You can go
Yeah,
after
you were
Glad.
done, Noah. What the fuck, man? So in the Bible, God literally tells people to go and enslave and conquer foreign nations and bring their women and children and bring them in as their own slaves. Number one. Number two, the Bible talks about how a slave should obey his master and how a slave should only have one master. How a slave can't have two masters because a slave might have favor for one master over the other. You know, the Bible also talks about how a master should treat their slaves. Like, come on! It goes so in depth, and there's so many rules about it. To just sit here and say that the Bible only acknowledges acknowledges slavery but doesn't condone it, that's such a lie. You know, that's just not true.
Go ahead, Glad.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I just had a question. If the case is that the Bible doesn't go against slavery and says, well, since it's already here, this is how you should do. Like, I don't know about you guys, but slavery is bullshit in the first place. Bible shouldn't be saying, here's how you take care of your slaves. It should just say, free your motherfucking slaves. Do the right thing. I mean, you know, and you guys ignore all of that shit happening in the Bible. You're like, you know what? That's how it was back then. Okay, so then you're just going to ignore it. Yeah, get rid of it. Take the story down to reality. You might not have much left.
Well, it's going to be mad at the Bible for recognizing slavery and trying to limiting the violence and, you know, treat your slaves good and all that stuff. Like, why don't you recognize the fact that there's slaves right now and go fight that fight for the current people that are in slavery for breaking some sort of code that neither do they understand, right, comprehend, right, but also they don't know, like, the depths of it, like how bad it can be. Like, they don't understand what it's like being a slave and how easily you could lose your freedom. Why don't you advocate for the people here and now instead of
You could
just
do both.
virtue signaling by attacking books in the past who have tried to do the exact same thing that you're doing now, make it better for humankind?
It's not virtue signaling. You can do both. You can decry current slavery and also, like, you know, argue that, you know, this topic that we're talking about right now.
You're arguing apples versus oranges, though. That's the problem. Biblical slavery is not what we remember from like the 30s. Like it's not the same thing, dude. The biblical slavery was not race-based slavery. It was more like prisoner-based slavery. It was not the same thing at all.
Well, also to add to Larry's point, we're talking about acknowledging conquering theologies and nations that are of a particular theology that as a whole is detrimental to the customs of what the God wanted. So when he proposes that another nation be taken over, I mean, I don't see what's wrong with that. Now, as a consequence, you have women and children that were birthed from this system, right? And they're under another theology that perhaps is immoral according to the God. And so they should, even though they're slaves, be treated a certain way. But why is that? How is that necessarily bad?
It's not, and they skip over the verses that actually condemn slavery as well, and they want to act like the Bible condones slavery, which it really doesn't. It's certainly not race-based slavery. There's even something in the Mosaic Law that says that if you like kidnap a person and sell them, that you should be put to death. So I don't know how the Bible can be thought to condone slavery. It doesn't even make sense.
It sounded to me like, Elijah, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. Were you like saying somehow it's okay because a God said to take over a country that is okay? Or did I misunderstand you?
That's exactly what he said. I don't know how no one How we all
Yeah,
missed that.
I did for sure. If God says, "Listen, these people are immoral. Look at what they're doing. Take them out." Then yeah, I will be doing that if that's what God said, and I know the rules that He gave me. In that situation, yes, I would.
I don't think God would care what men do. It just seems silly.
Let me
Okay,
Who would
follow
be
up.
the first source that
but
would
if
put it down that you would
if
say
He
it
did,
came from God?
Let
Which
me make
but
verses?
if
one.
Okay.
He did,
Which
it's not about
verses?
whether He did or not. It's not about whether He did or not, because you can say we don't even know if this is real. Would a God really suggest that? What I'm saying is, because the Scripture says that, if you're asking me in the context of what would I do if God deemed it so, in that context, I would be doing it.
Okay, let me
For
say
real
something to
though?
that, if I may.
Yeah,
What
go
should
ahead.
they
That's
do?
the problem with religion, in my opinion, because the jihadist Muslim, shall we say, on the other side, right, is convinced, just like you are, that if God, quote unquote, says something, he's willing to go to war against you as well. See the problem there, Elijah?
I'm with you,
The
SC.
problem is they're interpreting. Look, because God didn't tell me to take over any nation today. Let's
Yeah,
keep that
but
clear.
Elijah, you are saying
Okay,
if
okay, no,
God
no, I'm
did
not
tell
saying. I'm not.
you, you would
I'm
do
answering
it.
the guy. I'm answering to the guy.
Yeah,
So
but answer that point.
I said, so
Answer that point, please.
like I said, if God specifically told me, yeah, but I wouldn't be interpreting His words and then go doing it like what the jihadists do. No, I wouldn't be doing that. Yes,
So
I
how
would be
would God
listening
give
to it
you the message?
if he was material and he spoke to me in a material way. I would be doing that. Is all I'm saying. I'm not talking about
What about the
taking a
rest
book
of the
and then the
Christians in the
book
States?
saying this
Do
is
you guys agree with Elijah? If God
I
came
mean,
soundly, if
do you
God
guys?
came and told you, go and murder those women and children because
There
they're
should be a way.
heathens, would you do it?
There should be a way
Right,
to
like
raise
Elijah.
your
That's
hand.
literally the MO of Son of Sam. He thought God was talking to him, so he went out and butchered a bunch of
when
people.
did God?
But it turns
Okay,
out he was just
but
crazy.
you're talking about if God said go murder these women and children. Well, again, that's an absurd example. Unless you can go get me the exact scripture where He's like, okay, go ahead and do this thing, and we can all agree, yeah, that's fucking unjust and that's fucking wrong. So let's do that instead of you saying so. Here's this really wild example. So you're saying that your logic parallels with that, and you would be forced to say, yeah, you would do that. No, because you can't give me. Maybe you can give me an example in the Bible where you can critique it and say, look, this is the context, and this is how I'm justifying it. Because right now, when there are two conversations being levied against me, one is that so you would interpret words in a book to mean do this thing and then do this thing. No. What I'm saying is if God actually told me, hey, you need to go do this thing, and first of all, a God would be logical and reasonable, right? That's what I'm believing. If what He says to me is true, and it's logical and reasonable, like for instance, if there was a nation that was fucking killing and raping babies, and He's like, you need to end that, pick up your sword and go do something about it, I would go do that in that context. Yes.
Wouldn't you do it without him telling it to you? Like, what does the variable of God have to do with that? If there's a nation raping babies, aren't you morally obligated to stop that with or without God telling you?
Yeah, that would be me today. Yeah, I would do that today. Seeing as that, I don't think he would be, there'd be a speaker and I can hear him, and he would be like, go ahead and do this thing. So seeing as that, I have to use the morals that are written on my heart that I believe come from my theology. Yeah, I might go and do that if I could justify it.
What if there wasn't a nation raping women and children, but God still told you go over there, pillage, plunder, and kill? Would you do it?
It's not
That would be
consistent with God's.
unjustified. That would be
Yeah,
exactly. It would be
but
unjustified.
God said do it.
But God
Would
wouldn't
you?
say do it. That's what he's saying. If God
No,
told you to
no,
rape
no.
this
It would
woman,
be
would you do it? Well, God would never tell me that, so I'm not going to.
Okay,
Second
sound.
of
If
all,
God told you
second of all, second of all,
go and
again,
kill that village
if
because it's full of heathens and bring back the women and children as slaves, would you do it, Soundly?
I would
listen,
not take
bro,
any
like
unjust action. No, because God would not ask me to do an unjust action.
that's what I'm saying. Like if like I said, I prefaced it with logic and reason, which obviously under my theology, my logic and reason comes from the God, right? If he were to tell me to do something unjustly, the first thing I would ask is why. And if he can't justify it, I'd be like, well, smite me now.
The
Because
Bible,
I don't get it.
the Bible explicitly,
I
the
mean,
Bible
let's take a
explicitly in
direct
doctrine.
example
Hold
from the
on.
Bible, right?
Can I have?
In
Can
the
I have?
Bible, God
It's
tells
like I
Sorry,
can't
guys,
go
there's
word
too
for
many
sideways.
people
to
talking.
invade
Yo, I know you can
the
hear everyone talking. Hello. You
What?
can't just power. Yo, guys, part of the problem is we can't just try to power through people, okay? Because if everyone does that, it'll just be chaos all the time because no one wants to back down. Everyone wants to get their thought out. We're all going to get a chance. It has to happen one at a time. If multiple people are talking, just back down.
so
Jeremy,
who's up
everybody's
first?
not getting a chance. That's the problem.
Okay, we'll make a
who's up
list.
first?
We'll make a list. Who's in this? Soundly, who else?
I was.
Soundly, Eli, Democ.
Yeah, right
Who
here,
else?
Jeremy. I can go real quick, but I can answer
What's
this
your
real
name?
fast to help
What's
out
your
Elijah.
name?
This is the XO.
Which XO? Okay,
Good.
so we got Soundly, Elijah, Democ, and then XO. Go. That's the list.
Me?
I'll
What
take
the
your
fuck,
turns.
bro?
And Nate, you're in at the end.
Kick us off, Jeremy. Who goes first?
Go ahead, Soundly.
Soundly, I just gave you the list. Just
Okay.
make sure that you let the next person talk in the list. Soundly.
Okay. I just have one
Eli,
point to make.
Democ,
The
XO,
Bible.
Nate.
Okay. Okay. The only point I really have to make is that the Bible explicitly condemns slavery, the type of slavery that we're talking about, the type of slavery that's like where you're stealing a person and enslaving them unjustly. That's explicitly condemned in the Bible, and that needs to be acknowledged, I think, in this chat. That's all.
Eli.
I agree with that. I think we've given the distinction between the slavery where you are unjustly ruling over people, which is exactly why the Hebrew Israelites were pulled out of Egypt, which is an exonym, by the way. But there's also the detailing of owning a person for specific reasons, and it's an entirely different context, and it's like to not address that is erroneous.
Democ.
I was gonna say,
Democ,
why would it be okay for any group to think that any group should have any idea of any religious weird thoughts like that? That shouldn't be okay when we look back on it. So if their God was telling them that weird stuff, that just doesn't make any damn sense. And why would that be okay? So yeah, it's not okay for slavery, like murder and slaughtering anybody for just opinion. It would never be okay.
XO.
Roger that. Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, the entire prison system is very similar, except the prison system isn't nearly as fair as the biblical so-called slavery system. However, if the Lord of hosts gives you an order, the captain of the host of heaven gives me an order to do anything, anywhere, anytime, I am going to say, sir, yes, sir, and commit to that order because his ways are above my ways and he knows things that I don't know. God needs to give me no justification. Thanks for playing.
Nate.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. So, I mean, there's a part in the Bible where God orders Joshua and the people under him to invade the Canaanites and pillage and plunder, kill all the men, and take the women and children as slaves. Anyone here in this VC, if you receive that order from God, would you act it out?
There's no more lists, so let's just all behave.
Yo,
I'll take
real
a
quick
chance.
before we move on to the next person, Jeremy. For some reason,
I was gonna answer that
Noah's account just got
explicit
nuked,
question.
and so he now is back with Noah 80808. So if you could voice verify him real quick, he's ready in here.
So can you tell it before we answer that question? Can you also let the listeners know if there is a reason or a justification why God told them that?
Oh, there was two reasons. Number one, because the land they were on, God had promised it to Moses, right? That was the promised land Moses and his people when they left Egypt would get. But there was already people there, number one. And number two, according to God, without any evidence, like we don't have evidence of this in the Bible. It's just God telling us. Apparently the Canaanites were wicked people that worshipped evil idols and practiced child sacrifice. You don't have any evidence of this. It's just what God says in the Bible. So based on that, knowing that you're not on that land, so you can't really see what the Canaanites are doing. It's just God telling you that they're bad people and he's promised that land to you. Would you act out his command? Go in and slaughter the men. Okay, go
I
ahead.
got to correct you. You said that we don't know what they were doing. Actually, archaeological digs in and around the area of Canaan have found different layers of different civilizations. And one layer was the people who ate pigs and sacrificed babies as burnt offerings, and the skeletal remains is left behind around the statues where the burnt offerings were made. And the next generation didn't eat pigs and didn't sacrifice their babies. So if you want to be mad about that somehow, go right ahead.
All right,
I
could you
wouldn't believe any
post
of that
the
garbage
quote?
at all. And how do
I've
you
never
know
heard.
it's God talking and not somebody's own intuition or sickness or insecurity or like what you call
Now we're
schizophrenia?
changing the context. I mean, are we going to go with the Bible's correct so we can say historically they utterly destroyed the Canaanites, or they didn't? I mean, which one is it?
Yeah,
If we're going to talk about the Bible,
They didn't. They
if
didn't.
we're going to talk about the Bible and what actually happened.
In the Bible, it says that they.
Archaeologists are wrong about their dig. They don't even know
In
what
the
shape the
Bible,
earth is. So I wouldn't go with how they dig and what they found out about pigs 10,000
I
years
know, but
ago
you're
at all.
changing the context.
Hold up.
No, I'm not. Not at all.
Hold up. In the Bible, it
I'm
doesn't
saying
say
this
that
shit
they.
doesn't make sense.
Guys, what are you?
It doesn't.
Did you?
In the
Somebody
Bible, it
missed the
doesn't.
speech I just gave. Did somebody miss the speech I just gave like
Yeah,
2 minutes
Denmark
ago?
missed it. Yeah.
Yo, so in the
Bible, how did I miss it? I wasn't even done talking. It was for you talking.
Dude, I was
You
trying to
all
respond to a
missed it.
question 5 speakers ago, and I got interrupted and still haven't
Yeah,
come back yet.
Nice story.
No, that's what happened.
Oh, can I just say this real quick? 5 seconds. In the Bible, they don't actually utterly destroy the Canaanites. They don't do
Exactly.
that.
That's actually
They
going to be my
actually do the
response.
opposite of. Yeah, they actually do the opposite of what God says, and they don't utterly destroy the Canaanites. Thank you.
That's because that's not to be taken literally. It's a hyperbole, obviously. They say utterly destroy the Canaanites, and then in the same sentence, there's a remnant. Like it doesn't even make sense to people are obviously not reading it correctly.
Another example of that. Another example of that. It's not an exact parallel, but the instance where God was done with the people at the bottom of the mountain, like, I'm about to take care of that, take out the trash, and just point you to some new people, you and Aaron, because this is wild. And Moses was like, no, don't do that because XYZ. And then God was like, all right, fine, cool, go do something about it before I kill those motherfuckers. Basically. So we're just sitting here.
That's not what happened, because when God gave the order to Joshua, Moses was already dead. Number one. Number two, all I said that was the order God gave. I never said people acted out.
That's non-sequitur.
I just want to know if God gave you guys. Come on, man, don't under talk me, bro. Please,
Eli,
I was
you can hear him talk.
Yeah.
I know, Nate. Hold on. I'm listening. When you hear me, you can just stop. You can just stop. Hold, Eli. Let Nate
That's
finish,
not Eli.
and then you're
That's
next.
someone else.
That's Eli. Eli, you're next, bro.
Is it? Oh. Yeah. I mean, but my question still hasn't been answered. If God gave you guys that order, would you do it or not?
He wouldn't give an unjust order. You're actually describing unjust orders that we wouldn't do.
No. I never said the order was
Eli
unjust.
he was next. I told Eli he was next. What are you guys doing? There's a list.
It's kind of an open question to anybody.
Bro, I don't. I want everyone to be able to get their piece in. Otherwise, it's going to be chaos, right? Because you guys will be fighting to get in every time. If you want to have a one-on-one with someone, we can do that. We can give someone 5-10 minutes to have a one-on-one.
Can I raise my hand real quick, Jeremy, and just
yes, after Eli. Eli,
I want to respond to what you're saying right now, though, Jeremy.
What? You don't need to worry. Okay, go ahead. What?
Okay. Dude, I was interrupted 6-7 speakers ago. Like, this isn't working. The system you're talking about is not working.
I made a list. We went down the list. It worked great.
Right.
If I
And
need
then
to sit
somebody
here and
asked
keep
me a
making lists,
question and I got interrupted. And then we haven't come back to it.
yeah, we need to not
What was the
interrupt,
question?
guys.
Do you remember
People.
what the question was?
Guys, Stanley. Go.
Bansaw's back. Thank God.
Hey,
Big
quiet,
bad bandsaw.
Do you remember what the question was, Soundly?
I think it was
Wow.
what I'm not sure his real name. Shirality was asking. Like if somebody gave us a command that was if God gave us a command, will we do it? I think it's I don't know. It's like a false analogy or something because I don't think God would give an unjust command. I wouldn't do an unjust action because God wouldn't give me that command.
Yeah, but I specified the type of command. I gave a very specific example from the Bible, and I gave reasons as to why God justified that command, right? Elijah asked me, why did God give that command? And I gave the reasons. Because that land God had promised to his people, and God told his people that the people living on that land were wicked and evil. So based on those reasons, would you carry out God's command?
If the people were wicked and evil and they needed to be removed, yeah, but why not? Why wouldn't you? We do that today, or don't we do that today?
Okay, I just wanted to know that.
I also wanted to respond to that at the time as well. It's like, well, first of all, God is perfect. Why would he be giving me an imperfect critique of people like that? Why would that even happen?
Say what?
So why would I be in a tivy about whether or not I should kill some people if God is a liar? If God is a liar, then what is this entire conversation like? Because we're supposed to be talking about morals, things that are justified and unjustified, black and white. There is no middle.
yeah.
So if that's the case, and he says there are these people doing this, that, and the third. Like, why would you give an example of him saying to kill some people under false reasons? It's just you saying, well, I either did or did not do a thing that a God who unjustifiably told me to do something. I did that thing or didn't do that thing. But we're supposed to be getting down to the bottom of, wait a minute, God actually unjustly told people to murder other people. Would you do the same thing? Well, your example would have to be in line with that, and you didn't give an example that was in line with that.
Can I add
Because the
that you also
Canaanites were
said?
distraught.
Can I add that someone also claimed that the Bible said that they should rape the women and children? Can you clarify what you mean by that? Because I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah. God told them to take the women as concubines, and take the women and children as slaves.
If I remember correctly, the Bible says specifically not to breed with them. So, can you point that out in the Bible? Point that out.
All right, I'll get the quote. Give me 2 minutes.
There's a difference between breeding and sleeping.
Wait, can I say something real quick? Taking a woman as your concubine does not mean rape her. It actually means you have to take care of her and shit. It means you have to defend her against a lot of fucking bullshit that was going on in the ancient Near East, which was, a hard place to survive compared to a modern combustion engine, electricity, and internet. So taking a concubine doesn't mean go and rape her. Back in the day, if you raped a chick, she got pregnant, and then you'd have to take care of the kid, and now you have fucking even more of an issue.
No, you'd have to marry her.
So you're kind of putting it out of context here.
Thank you. I think the Bible is
I'm gonna find the exact quotes. Don't worry. God told them to rape the women. Well, I'll get you the exact quote.
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate. I think you're going to have a hard time finding it, but I invite you to.
All right, if he gets it, he gets it. But what I wanted to add to that is it's kind of akin to BCW. You have someone that's head of household or the ruler of his domain, and he's just doing things unjustly, not taking care of his children, not taking care of his wife, putting them in harm's way because of his means to an end at the end of the day. And so someone takes them away. Maybe it's prison. Maybe it's, the law today saying, listen, you've lost visitation rights. As a matter of fact, you have a order of protection. Well, in that instance, if the woman is not capable of taking care of the child, then the child gets taken into custody and it gets taken care of. Now, if the woman can take care of the child, they get taken into custody, the government's custody, and they're given, different allowances. Like, it's the same exact thing, just different rhetoric.
Yeah, just because she's your concubine doesn't mean you rape her.
Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. And like I said,
But
dude,
I don't know if Christianity actually says that, so we'll wait for Nate to come with his citation. But I don't.
But also, I'm saying, like, in the fucking old days, like back in those days, bro, people were having
but you take a concubine.
Jesus, fuck my
with her
life.
will,
Fuck
or
me.
do you just be like, hey,
fuck me
you're
with
my
the
woman?
fucking
Who is that?
Get a
Soundly?
chainsaw and
No,
fucking
that
cut
was
my
some other
guts
dude. But Noah, chill, man. Come on.
Dude, I don't interrupt people. What are you talking about?
It was some other
fucking
dude.
cut my hand
Sorry,
off
he
and
sounded
fucking
like
chop my tongue out.
Noah.
Fuck
Noah,
you.
relax for 5 seconds. You're gonna get to finish.
You
Hold
need
on.
to learn how to chill out. You're pretty angry today.
We're not going off on that. Yo, just guys, don't interrupt, please. I'm giving official warnings. All right, you all know the rules.
All right, go ahead, Noah.
Bro, all I was trying to say was people were having a hard time getting a fucking meal back in these days. It wasn't like you pull up to McDonald's and give them $5 for a fucking burger. And so, like, if you think you're going to be raping chicks and having all these children and you're not going to have to fucking supply for them and shit, you're going to just fucking starve in the desert and someone's going to come and take all your shit. Like, the way you guys are thinking is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like a concubine is like.
What's your argument?
Go ahead, man.
What's your initial argument? I'm just kind of curious.
The argument that he's the thing that he's kind of arguing against is this idea that if you could take concubines and then that gives you the privilege or the ability or the blessing to rape them, but that's not the
guy.
case.
What the guy was saying.
So the core question is here is that if you take a concubine, do you have permission to rape them?
No, that's not. Let me.
Yo, you literally just
hold on
a second. Hold on 1 second. No, I'm about to mute you. You just went on a rage about people, and when somebody interrupted you, and you literally just did it to him. Stop.
You just asked me a question directly.
Stop. He was mid sentence. Stop interrupting people.
Did he not ask me Did he not ask me a question?
I don't care. He definitely wasn't done talking. Because I know that because he was mid sentence.
Hands up.
So you want to ask the question again, and I'll answer because someone else answered for me.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I mean, so what is your argument?
Okay, the argument was someone was saying that in the Bible it says specifically go and rape women, and then we were asking where it says that, and he said, "Oh, it says here to take concubines, but taking a concubine. The argument is taking a concubine is not the same as raping, so it doesn't actually just specifically state go rape them, unless they can show a citation that says that. Because showing a citation that says
the best way to think of a concubine is like a secondary wife. You have to provide for her and stuff like that. And
I'm raising my
of course,
hand,
she's gonna have needs, and she's gonna want to sleep with you. If she doesn't want to, you just leave her and go to the next one, and then she'll
All right,
want
so
it
I
eventually.
posted the quote Isaiah 13:16, where God's talking about what should happen to the people of Babylon. Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished. I think we all know what ravished means, right? When in relation to women.
Yeah, see, that's not taking concubines right there. That's something else. That's punishment.
But that's not a command.
Well, there's a separate. No, that's the command. God. Well, it's not a command, but that's what God is saying will happen to the people of Babylon. There's a separate. I mean, there are lots of different other texts.
It's a prediction about what's going to happen in the future. That's not a command. It's not a command. You're probably trying to reference numbers. That's probably, just to expedite your search.
I
you're
think
probably
the
talking about
importance-
numbers.
My apologies for interrupting, but I think the importance here for that citation would be to get context. So can you please show us, like, the entire passage?
Yeah, like it's kind of like it's kind of like if I brought up Revelation, and it said somewhere like the whole world's gonna burn, and then I said, "Look, see, God's commanding that we all burn the world." Like, no, it's just predicting what's gonna happen. Unless that didn't even sound like a command at all. What you cited, that sounded like a prophet asking God what's gonna happen, and God
Look, I already know what I already know where this argument goes, so I got my hand up.
Right, Larry, go.
I choose on you, Pikachu. What's your response?
Let Larry go.
So thank you. Can I be heard?
You can.
Please.
Excellent. Excuse me, coughing. So there used to be this website called evilbible.com or something like that, and when I was younger, kind of getting my debate skills, I used to debate like college students on this sort of thing, like stuff that was evil in the Bible that God had said to do. And basically what it said is that not to take women from this group of people, but there wasn't enough women to go around. So what did they do? They did what they wanted to do, and they kidnapped like women on the side of the road when they would go like for their annual, go to the big city or whatever they did. So, it was like a religious thing. So they just like snatched some young maidens like off the side of the road, and it was, pretty terrible. But if you're talking about history, that's the kind of shit that went on back then. I'm not justifying
it. The Sabine women, Larry.
Sorry, hold on. I'm not justifying it and saying that it's right, but this is the kind of stuff that happened. They just took women that they weren't supposed to get. God told them not to. They did it anyway. That's just how history goes. And the thing that the guy was saying before me, like, if you did go conquer the Canaanites and you left the women and the children there in the village after it's been ravaged, and you didn't rape them and you just left them there, like, would they have a better life just being left after the men are gone? No, I'm not raping them. I'm saying the village had been pillaged, not the ladies, right? And you just left the women and the children after you killed all the men. Like, the only thing that would happen is they would spring up in another decade or two, and you'd have to go do it again, right? So which is better? Would it be better to go take the concubines, which was standard practice, spoils of war 101? Because we're not talking about like now, right? We're talking about then. Right now we have rules of engagements. Don't blow up the eggs. It's the same rule of engagement. Don't kill the women and the children. But other times they were told to kill the women and the children. That's because you can't fight on two fronts. So
yeah, but
it's got Egypt.
But that just demonstrates that the morality of the Bible is subjective to the time.
It demonstrates history at the time. You're just putting this. What do you guys ever read history? Are you not totally?
Yeah, I'm not denying the history. I'm saying if it tells you that if you're battling two fronts, that's kill the women and children in the first front, that's messed.
Bro,
no,
that's war. We're talking about war. Rules of war are different than everyday rules. Like they're
yeah. So to corroborate what he's saying, it's true. Raping was a much more common practice to the point where it was somewhat socially acceptable to do it.
Just like it isn't today. It's not socially acceptable with human trafficking today.
Is your argument that what is the argument here? Are you saying that because
this is a history book? It's telling you what happened in history. 100 years from now, they're going to read like, "Oh my God, California had really bad human sex trafficking, or even underage sex trafficking, and Texas was the second worst." And look at these Democrats. They were saying that putting a wall up and making a secure...
I get it.
Okay.
So I want to focus more on the point. Okay, cool. So you think that the Bible is a book of history? Okay. It's
not just that.
I'm just saying that's what he's saying, right? So what is that?
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't really care for the. I understand that the Bible for some people is scripture, for other people it's a fairy tale. That's not the point to be argued. I'm just curious, what's your point? So the Bible's a history book. What does that mean for you?
Well, when I read history, right, like the witch's hammer, It's some pretty good shit that happened in history, right? The pages are soaked in blood, right? So when I read the Bible, it's the same thing. When I read the Mahabharata, it's the same thing, right? They had these machines, right, the gods, and when they shot the machines at the humans, anything that was metal or coated in metal would burn their skin to the touch. Therefore, the gods go to war with the humans, and the humans automatically have to take off all their armor, drop their swords. You get it.
Larry, with all due respect, what the fuck are you talking about? The Bible
That
is
was out of
not
the
just a history
Mahabharata.
book.
That was out of the
It's not just a
Mahabharata.
history book, because history is amoral. It doesn't speak to morality. But the Bible has commandments and morality and right. This is righteous.
Yeah.
This isn't. It's not just a history book, okay?
Yeah, he's not saying it's just a history book. He's saying there's parts of it that are just historical accounts, and you're attributing that to God's commands. That's what you're doing.
Okay, so let's look at the verse where he's saying it's historical and not, any sort of commandment or morality is attributed to it.
Well, if you're
Like,
talking
how do you
about
distinguish between
Isaiah, if you're talking about Isaiah and the judgment on Babylon, that was a judgment of God against Babylon. That's what God said was going to happen through the prophet Isaiah.
Yeah, God was predicting what would happen to them. That's correct.
Right. So
yeah, it was
so
like retribution
clearly,
because of their sin, right?
So wait. So basically, based on this specific instance, it's
Right.
clearly not a command from God to go rape women. It's clearly not that. It's not that. It's a description of what's going to happen. It's not a command to do that. So this doesn't fit what we were looking
gonna
for
enact
originally.
that retribution.
Right. What the
that
claim
person-
was, what we were trying to get from whatever his name is, Chirality. The claim was that that God commanded Israelites to go and rape women. Actually, go rape babies or something like that.
Yeah.
Something more extreme.
Oh, no, it was. I mean, if you look at the Amalekites, and the Amalekites is for me a very clear one, where the commandment from God through His prophet was to go to the Amalekites to kill every man, woman, child, and baby, because it's specific in that particular text in the Hebrew, as well as their farm animals. God knows what they did, and that's the reason, because Saul didn't kill the king of the Amalekites, he gave him a pass. That's why Saul had to commit suicide with his sons, because God judged him, basically his punished for not following God's word. And
So I'm just trying to
completing the
moderate
mission.
this a little bit.
And
because,
that's why David then becomes king of Israel.
I think the same thing applies to this verse too. Foolish, this is the Babylonians, sinned against God or what have you, and He sought fit to decree this punishment on them, or to say that they're going to be they're going to suffer this retribution, right? So the person that considers themselves righteous followers of God, when you look at this, the children are going to be dashed to pieces, the houses are going to be spoiled, the wives are going to be ravished. By whom? Right? The righteous people are going to say that, this is a command for us to go enact the Lord's punishment. So it is a command depending on who it is, right?
Can you repeat that last part?
Well, God commands in that passage that every man's hand shall be turned against Babylon, and it's kind of your duty to go and do it.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it is a commandment from God to go and do these things, including the ravishing of the women and the killing of the children.
Yeah, because some people are saying that it's just a prediction of what's going to happen with no command associated with it. But it's an inherent command to those that see themselves as the righteous followers of God.
I don't think so, because the Bible specifically condemns rape and specifically condemns slavery, and these things that you're trying to argue the Bible condones, that actually specifically.
So who's going to
punish them? I'm not saying that in generality it's condoned, but God, being the object of morality in the Abrahamic religion, can basically tell you what the fuck to do, and then you go and do it. And there is no way that He can conflict against His own morality, and anything that He decrees is, in essence, moral. So this would have been viewed by the followers as a moral act.
Specific commands supersede general commands.
So, yeah, the idea that God would give you an unjust command to go and rape a woman is just ludicrous. That would not happen.
Well, He can't.
It's not unjust if it comes from God. That's how you have to view it. If you're a righteous follower of God, anything God tells you is just.
If God told you to rape a woman, I would start questioning whether or not it was God.
Well, then question your faith. If you're
no, it's not questioning faith. That's how you're literally told to judge spirits.
No, I'm saying question Christianity because you have the verses right here that where God basically told the righteous followers to.
No, he didn't.
Like enact this punishment on them. Who else is going to enact it?
The world is going to enact it. The world and the worldliness is going to enact it. That's the natural consequence of their
nobody else on the earth existed at that time, or what?
So this is God's punishment that He saw fit for these people, and yet you think it's reasonable that His followers, His righteous followers, won't
hold on. That verse isn't that verse is not God commanding someone to do that. That's not. That's him saying this is what's going to happen.
Guys, you're talking over each other.
Yeah.
Can I go next?
Yeah, and then I'm after you.
Okay, cool. So basically, there's times in the Bible too where like, God plus, please. There's like
shut the fuck up.
Oh my fucking God! There's like times in the Bible where God uses nations that aren't Israel, and He doesn't specifically. Please, there's other nations other than Israel in the Bible that God uses to enact vengeance on each other. Like He used King Nebuchadnezzar to enact vengeance on fucking Tyre or some fucking island, some fucking Phoenician island. He used Rome to exact vengeance on fucking Jerusalem, right? So God doesn't necessarily is commanding Israel to go and do this. He's just saying this is what's gonna happen. I mean, God even uses fucking like meteorites or something to fucking enact revenge on Sodom and Gomorrah, and everything that's exacted by God doesn't necessarily mean it's a commandment onto this holy people to do it.
All right, so let's break that. Down.
Hold on, Smooth. Hold on. 2 seconds. Guys are arguing about these orders and these commandments that are coming from God, and if they're moral or not. If you get an order or a commandment that you think is morally wrong, shouldn't you then be questioning the line of command? Take it up the chain until you get it from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Yeah,
I think that we can all agree with you, Danson, but I think the argument here, I'm just trying to understand, is the argument whether or not that this command was, if God is asking people or His followers to rape a village, is that the argument here? You guys are saying, well, this is a prediction. Other people are saying this is a command.
Yes,
that's the
argument. That's the argument. Yes,
can it not
that
be
is
both?
the argument.
So
the argument is command versus prediction, basically.
Okay,
Can it not be
for
both?
those who are on the side against the command, right? For what reasons do you believe that this is a prediction?
It's literally called a prophecy.
That's a pretty strong argument. Can anyone on the other side? Can anyone on the other side?
It's considered to be a judgment against Babylon from God.
Okay.
So regardless, He has judged them because of their actions against the Israelites. They're going to suffer. And this is the form of suffering that He has decreed that shall happen. And the thing I would take offense with, because I'm a reasonably fair person when it comes to criticizing other people's religions, is the fact that that is much more an Old Testament view as opposed to a New Testament view, which is a very different type of morality coming out. The Old Testament view was very much, fuck them up, don't leave anyone left alive, and if you do, you're a bit of a dick. That was kind of the general theme in the Old Testament. Where the New Testament was a lot more about, hey, let's be a bit nicer to each other. If someone hits you, turn the other cheek and offer it to them. Bit stupid, but again, that was the Christian view of morality.
I'd like to direct everyone to read what Flat Earth Skeptic pasted in the chat, in the live stream text. This is, for me, it's clear that it was, a command in this regard. It says, I'll just read it out quickly. A judgment against Babylon. The burden of Babylon, which Isaiah the son Amoz did see, Lift ye up a banner upon the high mountain, exalt the voice unto him, shake the hand, that they may go into the gates of the nobles. I have commanded my sanctified ones, I have also called my mighty ones, for mine anger, even them that rejoice in my highness. The noise of a multitude in the mountains, like as of a great people, a tumultuous noise of the kingdoms of nations, gathered together. The Lord of hosts mustereth the host of the battle. They come from a far country, from the end of heaven, even the Lord and the weapons of his indignation to destroy the whole land. Howl ye, for the day of the Lord is at hand. It shall come as a destruction from the Almighty. Therefore shall all hands be faint, and every man's heart shall melt. I mean, if that's not... I don't think you can argue it wasn't a command after that.
Why not? It's literally in the complete Jewish Bible. It says this is a prophecy about Babel. That's how the first sentence starts.
I have commanded my sanctified ones
we're
for mine anger.
Crossroads here, because what it seems is this is a prediction to be carried out by those who choose to follow him. But the prediction, I never read this part of the Bible. I'm not Christian. But was this situation ever carried out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well then we're now in a more complex state. The situation was carried out by the prediction. Does that mean it's a command?
If he's commanded,
yeah, because it says, "I have commanded my sanctified ones," i.e., the Israelites.
So, for those who are going against the command, how can you respond to that?
What?
Like, for those who believe that this was just a prediction and not a command, right? Which I believe was Larry and Noah who were saying that these are predictions.
Yeah.
How do you support the claim? Like, how do you justify the fact that these predictions were carried out by his followers?
So the fall of Babylon is actually a historical record, and the Jews did not sack Babylon. The Jews didn't do this. So the argument that his followers followed his commands or something like that is completely erroneous.
Yeah, but that's probably why the Romans got set on the Israelites, and Jerusalem, happened, and the whole Second Temple getting destroyed and the rest of it. Because they didn't do what they were told.
Yeah, it does mean that they had to have been the one that did it. It was a command nonetheless, regardless of whether it was followed or not.
Okay, that was the second time that this caveat put in there. That no, it wasn't necessarily a specific people that were commanded something, right? Okay. First of all, this is something that happened. Like how when you choose to go against. Okay, let's take the sin gluttony, right? Now you're a glutton. When you get cancer, it's because you've sinned. Okay, so it's a direct relationship between you doing something that's wrong and then your body reacting negatively to it. So in this case, there's a whole group of people who are doing things morally wrong, all the things you can think of. And as a byproduct, the wolves ate them up and spit them out. And this is just a recounting of that happening.
No, but it was also a command. Chewing up, spitting them out, is a punishment that God commanded on them for their sins.
So let's do this real quick, right? Because I think one of the issues are you're not defining what it means for a command. So are you saying that? Because in my belief, a leader, if he's going to make a command, the command has to be given to a specific set of people. Like, if I'm at work and I need my employee to do something, I have to tell which employee to do what. I can't just say, go make money, So
obviously,
the command needs a recipient. So you were saying that although the command was not given to a specific group of people, it's a command.
No, it was. I didn't say that. It was given to his righteous followers, his sanctified ones, his mighty ones.
The Jews
in verse 3.
Were those individuals the one who carried out?
It doesn't matter. We're discussing whether or not it was a command, not whether or not that command was followed by the people that he gave the command to.
May I butt in very quickly? Percentage. I mean, no, it wasn't given. You can look at the sort of the absorption of
I'm gonna go get high and
into the
watch it out.
Neo-Babylonian Empire by Cyrus the Great, which is what we're actually talking about here. The punishment that Isaiah is talking about is Nebuchadnezzar the First. So don't get him confused with Nebuchadnezzar the Second, who was the guy that attacked Tyre. So Nebuchadnezzar the First was the guy that absorbed Judea and basically captured Jerusalem, and that's where you have what's called the Babylonian exile. Cyrus the Great is the only pagan ever to get into heaven because he basically released the Israelites from Babylon. And from that, he was lauded as Cyrus the Great, even in the Bible, and was given the gifts and the recognition of God, even though he didn't believe in him. So that I always found kind of interesting. But the chances are, yeah, I would say there were definitely probably, can I prove it? No. But I would say there were very, very likely a whole set of people that have gone to actually attack Babylon. Part of those would have been forces from that region.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I stand by my perspective that this was a prophecy, which it was. It was a prophecy for sure about the future, which did come to pass. And the actor that actually ravaged the babies, that ravaged the wives or whatever it was, the phrase, the wives were ravaged, was not God's people. It was another people.
Yo, it's kind of hard to hear you, man. Can you get closer to your mic?
If I swallowed it, I might be able to get closer.
That's a lot better, actually.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so what I'm saying is it was a prophecy, which did come to pass, and it wasn't God's people that did it. So how the claim can be made that the commandment was made to fulfill this prophecy to those people, it doesn't make sense to me. I think that this is a natural consequence. This is a natural. It doesn't say what he commanded his people to do. He doesn't. Obviously,
it does actually.
If you read chapter 30, if you read,
I've read it.
13,
it does not explicitly say go and ravage the women. It does not say that.
I have commanded my sanctified ones. So that's he's telling basically his people to go and do this, as well as calling other mighty ones. So that would be to be referencing Cyrus the Great and the Neo-Babylonian Empire.
But be clear about what he commanded his sanctified ones to do. It's not ravaging the women.
To verse
ravaging
13,
the women. Ravaging the women is what the natural consequence of their sins was, and it was done not by his people. It was done not by God's people, not by the sanctified ones.
Bro, it says the weapons of my indignation to destroy the whole land.
Because, like you just said, it was done by Cyrus the Great. This is the Persian king. This isn't
and the sanctified
Israel
and the sanctified ones of Israel, i.e., the chosen people who went to fight with Cyrus the Great.
So now you're claiming that Cyrus the Great went to go fight against Babylon and brought Israel with him. That's what you're claiming?
It's a bit, probably, yeah, I'd say definitely. I mean, mercenaries were a big thing.
That's a claim, though, right?
Yeah, but you also got to remember this was given to the Jews and the Israelites in exile in Babylon by Isaiah.
Bro, he says the Lord of hosts mustereth the hosts of the battle. They're the weapons of his indignation to destroy the whole land. It shall come as a destruction from the Almighty. So who's God's weapon? You have to think they're not mindless. They're doing it because they viewed it as a command. He literally says, "I've commanded my sanctified ones, my mighty ones for mine anger." You can't say it wasn't a command.
No, dude.
Yeah, I mean, why does he? Sorry, go on, Kosher.
Okay, very clearly, rather than that is true, like what he's saying, like, oh, I've commanded my blah 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 to do this. He's not in this statement. This is a prophecy of what's to come. If he somewhere else outside the Bible commanded people to do what they did, that's unrelated to what's written here. This is a prophecy of what's going to happen, and God saying, I'm doing this for this reason, and I'm commanding these people to do this. He's not in that statement commanding anybody, though. He's saying it's a statement of what's going to happen to those people. It's a prophecy.
Which verse are you talking about?
The entire Isaiah 13.
Bro, he literally says, "I have commanded them." I've mustered the soldiers, basically. It's like as if he's a general and he's commanded his army to do it.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. That's a statement about what God's going to do or what he's done elsewhere, commanded people elsewhere. Let's say that he really did tell people to do that. That's somewhere else outside the Bible. Then this statement, he's not in this statement commanding people to do something. In this,
It is.
the
It's
entire verse.
implicit,
No,
man.
it's a two-part sentence. It's not. Listen, I have commanded my sanctified ones, comma, I have also called my mighty ones for mine anger. Like that's two different people or two different groups. Like it's two different.
Yeah, and they're both commands.
Even them that rejoice in my highness, i.e., my followers.
But this is a statement of something. This is a statement of what, you know. So let's say, for instance, God really did do these things. He told these people to do this. In this verse, in this chapter, he is not doing that. Right? This is a claim. This is a claim that he had done that elsewhere, and that this is going to happen to those people. But this is not him doing. This is not him giving orders to people.
Yeah, you can try to separate them. I would say it's implicit. The proof is in the pudding. But the fact is, he made the command. He's admitting. He's saying that he made the command here. Whether he did it, whether this is the command or he made it elsewhere, is irrelevant, because you guys are saying it wasn't a command, and literally it is.
Well, that's not irrelevant, actually. So basically, that's the difference between this text being, commands for people to do something, and just, him stating that he's made that claim somewhere else. You know
Kosher, you're taking it out of context, man. The discussion wasn't whether or not this specific verse is a command. It's whether or not God made the command for them to go and rape the women and cut up the children and stuff like that. So this implies that he made the command. Whether this specific text is the command or it's found elsewhere, that he's saying he commanded them.
And I think, for me, when I read this as a sort of, bit of a historical text, it kind of says, hey, people are a bit pissed off with this dude. An alliance has come together, a noise of the multitude of mountains like that of a great people, a tumultuous noise of kingdoms of nations gathered together, i.e. a collective gathered together to combat this particular, foe that they have, a common foe. They come from a far country, from the ends of heaven, even the Lord and the weapons of indignation to destroy the whole land. So again, it's saying that we're drawing people in from different countries to come together, and that was a very common thing at the time.
Yeah, for me personally, this is... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't want to hit too much time.
I was going to say...
talking about...
hold on, Larry, you can go after me. I was going to say that, for me personally, this is an example, it's evidence that the Bible is corrupted, because I don't believe that God would hold innocent children accountable for the sins of adults and stuff like that. They don't have the intellectual maturity to be accountable at when they're kids and stuff like that. They shouldn't be punished for the sins of others, and similarly to the women. So for me, this is just an example of how it's a corrupted scripture.
You want to know something funny? It's actually pretty funny. Is Isaiah was actually naked. He was always naked supposedly. And he was saying these mad, crazy things. Some of them came true, sure, but you got to take it with a grain of salt. I think that's what I think when I read Isaiah, because he was kind of a madman in prison,
running around with his dick swinging.
Fair, Larry was before you.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, Larry.
Yeah, I kind of don't remember what I was going to say.
You agreeing with me on the fact that my interpretation was reasonable?
Yeah, under the annihilation doctrine, yes, they would have wanted to band together. Normally, a lot of battles were under scrimmage, right? So they would kind of go over and hit you in your weak spot and then run back, and then they would come back and hit you in your back and then run back. But as far as an annihilation, yeah, that would have been a collective army, because, they don't want to get wiped out. So it would have been like, hey, we all have to go get these guys. They're doing us wrong. If we all band together, there'll be a lot less casualties. We could do it with one fell swoop. So yeah, by and large, because there's different doctrines of war, right? Annihilation is a different doctrine than just a normal, tribal fight like a scrimmage.
Well, again, you got to remember that you're in a part of the world which have seen professional armies being around for quite a long time. So you can look to the Assyrians as kind of, your foundation for what a professional army should look like and how it should be trained and well equipped. And the other thing is the use of mercenaries, or forces that you would pay, or kingdoms that you'd have agreements with and exchange of gifts or wives or whatever's going on there. That would allow treaties to be formed. But really, it's kind of like, lend us a few hundred men, that'll be fucking useful, I'll pay you back, or I'll do you a solid later, or have some gold. was again another very, very sort of common way of going into that sort of process. So, and I think for me, this is just an interesting reflection on kind of what happened as opposed to a prediction of what was going to happen. I think this is post-tense, not pre-tense.
So, percentage, I'm curious, like, do you also then reject the traditional view of hell?
The traditional view of hell.
Wait,
I do.
before we go off of this, I
Sorry,
wanted to
sorry,
make
go ahead.
one more comment on it before we go off of the Babylon.
It's hard to hear you again, Sal.
I'm not going to try to
can you
go
hear me
off the topic.
Yeah, that's better.
All right, so let me just make this last comment. I think that both God used a certain people to actually enact the punishment on Babylon, right? But those people were also sinful, and the nature of war is that babies get killed and that women get raped. But that doesn't condone those events. It's just the prediction that it will happen. I don't think it was actual command. It was just the prediction of what would happen when this judgment was enacted.
Yeah,
That's
I think
my perspective of it.
you'd probably be in the minority with that opinion. It's kind of nonsensical.
That's fine.
God
It's
says
not
that
nonsensical.
He mustered his weapon and stuff like that.
I don't know why people have to
this is
respond
God's
like
army.
a
So
passive
you think they're
aggressive
sinning
thing.
and being in God's army? That's
Yes,
kind of
absolutely. It's not God's army. It's not God's army. It's the
He
Persians.
literally said he mustered his host.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
He's chosen a particular people to enact judgment, but those people are also sinful, and he doesn't condone that sin. Like, rape is not condoned in the Bible, so he would not condone that. Of course not. He's just
Except
saying
specific
what would happen.
rulings, specific commands supersede general ones. So in this specific command, he ordered them to rape and stuff like that. I don't
No,
think
he
it's
did
just
not.
command. That's why I think it's a corrupted verse, right? But you can't say that they're sinning by doing God's command.
You
That's
can't
literally
read that verse.
counterintuitive.
You can't read that verse and conclude that that's a command to rape. It's just
wow.
a
Yeah,
description
it doesn't say
of
rape.
what would happen.
It never says rape once, so maybe you're a rapist if you're claiming that's rape.
No,
maybe
it
you
does say
take stuff and you
ravaged.
rape.
Oh, wow.
It does
It never
say
says
ravaged.
rape. I'm sorry. Look at the Hebrew.
Ravished.
Look at the
What
Greek.
do you think
It never
ravished
says.
means?
It says
God.
taken. Look at
Yeah.
the Hebrew. It doesn't say rape. Maybe you're a rapist.
What about the kids being cut up?
Oh my
The
God.
baby's
what is
dashed to pieces. How are you going to apologize for that one?
EXO, let's go.
Yeah, it doesn't say rape. Yeah, exactly.
What about the
Thanks
babies?
for playing.
So it's fine to
Yeah,
cut
it
up the
doesn't
babies?
say rape, retard.
Let's just take
yes,
the women.
thanks for
It doesn't say
conceding.
rape.
Yes.
Let's take the women, but it's fine to
Yes.
cut up the babies.
Exactly. Yes, it doesn't say rape. Where was your defense then? Where
I
was
don't
your
think
defense of
God.
the word of God?
I don't think God would
Listen,
command anybody
whoever's,
to kill
losing their
babies.
Yeah,
shit,
it doesn't
just tone
say
it down,
rape.
bro.
It never said rape one time.
Retards. Oi, guys, settle.
Disgusting
Who's
pervert.
losing their shit?
Yeah, quit calling names, EXO.
Stop accusing God of saying He told people to rape people.
So
You're
what about
accusing
the
God
babies
of
getting
being a
cut up part?
rapist.
What's your argument
Maybe
for that?
you're a rapist. Maybe you're a rapist. Percentage.
Guys, stop it.
Come
Yeah,
on.
you're the one blaming God for
All right,
something. He
why
didn't
are you
even
trying
say
to
it.
skip
You're
past
blaming
the
God for
babies
your
being cut up?
imagination.
Get a
Yeah,
little
you're
mod here.
imagining rape. You're
Yo, why are you
imagining
trying to
rape,
skip
percentage.
past the babies
You're
being cut up?
imagining rape. You're skipping past your accusation of rape. That was
Hold
your
on.
accusation of rape.
Hold on.
You're
Bro,
now
it says
skipping
ravished,
your
it says
own
rape in
accusation.
multiple translations.
It doesn't say rape once.
What
You ready
about
to put
the
your life on that? You
what
ready to
about
put
the
your
verse
life
that
on that?
Kosho posted?
You
Man,
ready to point your
tone
life
it
on that?
down,
You want to
bro.
put your
Tone it
life that it
down,
says
man.
rape?
Dude,
Yeah, the translation
Maybe
says
you're a
rape.
rapist.
We
It
had-
doesn't say
we
rape.
had
You want to put your life on it? Are you going to
We
put
had
your life
two
on it that it says
sides.
rape in the
Alright,
Hebrew?
I'll disengage because it's getting hectic.
Yeah, you're the rapist.
Go ahead, Bandy. Go ahead.
Anyway, Travis wanted to chime in and he got bulldozed. So way you go, Travis.
Oh, I was just asking percentage. So it seems to me that you have a concept of God that you don't think that this passage comports with in terms of punishment. So I'm just wondering, does that mean that you also reject the idea of hell?
No.
Yo, what's
So,
EXO's?
okay,
hold
hold
one
on,
second,
hold on,
Travis.
hold.
One
Okay.
second. What's EXO's screen name?
It's in Hebrew. It's the
Bro, I don't know
Hebrew-
what that means.
It's the Hebrew script. It's underneath.
I think he's left.
No, I don't see him. He's left. It looks like.
Yeah, he's
All
left.
right.
He left.
Okay, go ahead.
He just upped a message, Jeremy.
What was
Chat.
that? 13:16. 13:16. So I'm just looking up the Hebrew real quick.
It's shogal is the Hebrew word for ravish. And shogal means to take by force, to violate, to transgress, to spoil. is the literal translation. So yes, rape is an appropriate modern term for the Hebrew shogal, and shogal
The
will
word
generally
is-
be translated to rape.
Yeah, the word is used sexually in the Bible, so
Right.
it's
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah. So, I mean, and again, it's the context of war. So we all know that when wives are taken or wives are ravished, you know. But going back to, and we don't need to drag this out. I'm just curious, like what standard do you hold, or what guides your standard percentage in terms of what you will accept from a sacred text that either conflicts with your idea, or do you submit yourself to the text regardless of whether or not you like it?
That's a loaded question. My standard's
I
guided
try
by
not
both.
to. I try not to ask loaded questions. So if it's an ill-formed question, I apologize. But I'm trying not to be loaded.
Yeah, no, I don't believe there's there's subjective morality by people, and that's why there's the need for this having a single source for our morality. That's where scripture comes in, right? So I do feel like the best source for morality is scripture. I think the Bible is corrupted, the scripture that it has, and this is evidence of that. So I would say the Quran, which doesn't have any of this sort of nonsense where you're basically holding innocent kids and women accountable for the sins of others and punishing them for that. That's seen as unjust. And
So okay. So you are aware that the Bible does say that He does not punish the children for the sins of the father, correct?
And yet this verse is contradictory to that. So there's
hold on.
Why would the Bible contradict itself?
I'm going to ask you a question. Can you please show me where it actually says that He is punishing the children for the sins of the fathers?
He commanded his army to cut up the babies.
Because of the evil that Babylon has done to you, I shall put my judgment
Hold
upon
on. He didn't answer Copernicus's question.
Right.
He asked for a very specific set of words, because the claim that's actually being laid on the table without the words actually being said here in the voice chat is that the children dying is somehow a punishment, which is a claim that would need to be backed up by something, and it hasn't been.
It has. It's the
No, it
punishment.
hasn't. You have not
it's the
proven
burden
that
of
it's a
Babylon.
punishment for children to die. You have not proven that.
Listen, the judgment against the sins of the Babylonian people at the time, right?
No, listen,
hold on.
You have
I'm
not
sorry.
proven that the death of the children is a punishment for the children.
Wait,
that's somehow a punishment. It could be.
I didn't say it's
very
punishment
much
for the
a gift
children.
to them.
The children are
hold on.
innocent.
Okay,
Why
hold
would
on.
they be punished when they're innocent?
They're not. That you haven't proven they're being punished at all. That's
So
my
you're saying the
point.
children are actually culpable? They sin?
No.
The babies
You
sin?
haven't proven that the children are being punished.
They're being cut up. How is that not punishment
Okay.
for the people?
So a physical thing is taking place according to you. Okay, if physical things happen, how do you determine that a thing is a punishment or not a punishment? Percentage.
Because you're saying killing a baby isn't a crime. It's not
Percentage.
a
Why are
punishment?
you not answering the question? How do you determine whether a thing is or is not a punishment? Please answer.
Bro, you're ending the life of
Why
an innocent
aren't you
baby. You
answering
think
the
that's
question,
not
Percentage?
a negative thing?
Bob,
Why aren't you answering
hijacked
the question?
Bob, I was perfectly
am.
capable of trying to hold his toes to the fire.
No, you're not. You're asking another question.
Bob.
Bob,
chill out.
Go ahead, quickly, Travis.
So, just real quick,
on your point, I really want to interject because this may help, and it's really, really short. So the whole point of the children being killed, it's not the fact the children are being killed, it's the fact the children are being killed before their parents' eyes. That's the whole point. It's the fact that the people of Babylon will see their children killed before them. That is their punishment. And if you're a parent and you see your child killed before you, I can't think of much more of a worse punishment to suffer. I don't know about anybody else.
Fair point.
Sorry, please carry on.
Yeah, I've lost my
Look,
place.
I would challenge anybody to read like any history books. Like if you went all the way back to like the first people who first came over here, there wasn't no picnicking, right? There wasn't no turkey sandwiches and leftovers, right? The real shit was they came over here and took people as slaves back. And then when they came back over here, they brought slaves with them. Didn't matter if they were red, yellow, black, or white. It mattered, they went by the value, right, of each individual person based on their body, not based on their color, right? They had contracted slaves, but let's face it, in the old days, if you ran over somebody's shit and just broke their fence or whatever, okay, well, how are you going to be paying me back? In gold, silver, or labor? Do you know what that means? Think about it logically. You owe me money, right? There's a debt owed. You're guilty. Guilty is debt in German.
Yeah, that's a chattel
right?
slave, Larry.
Right, but this is the sort of thing that happened in history, right?
Yeah.
All throughout history, it's all this terrible shit that people do to each other. It's relentless. It never stops. It never probably will. But this is just how history is. And if we're looking at the Bible, it's not solely a history book, right? It's also a spiritual book. There's also scientific truths that are in there, right? But when it's talking about the historical fact, it lines up with everything else I've read in history. Just page
Why
after
do you
page
think?
soaked in blood.
Why do you think that people here haven't read history books, Larry?
Are you serious? Well, I mean, maybe not you and your culture, but me and my culture. I mean, who's reading, right?
Yeah. I mean, you know, there are people in here that are pretty good. I mean, Travis surprises me, and that doesn't happen very often on some of the
Okay.
things that he knows historically.
I'm not
and it's
assuming
pretty cool.
Travis doesn't know.
You know, same with percentage. I think stick to the argument rather than the sort of nitpicky stuff.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would disagree that, historically, slavery was common and was normal and expected.
What I find interesting is that this passage is talking about the destruction of the entire universe, and you guys are like totally passing over that.
Passover? No, that's a different one.
No, I didn't say Passover. I said that this passage talks about the entire universe being destroyed, and you guys are like not even paying attention to that.
I can't see that in the text. Do you want to point out the verse?
Yeah, verse 9. Behold, the day of the Lord comes, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the land a desolation. For the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark. The moon will not shed its light. I will put an end. I will make the people more rare. I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will shake out of its place. I mean, that's like the whole world coming undone, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a big fire. We're going to burn down a city, and the smoke's going to be so dense you won't be able to see the stars or the sun.
Right, but when we get to the New Testament and Jesus says the same thing, people think he's talking about the physical destruction of the world, the universe.
But we also know in sort of especially to that part of the world, the reuse of older stories is a really common theme, and you can see it repetition in the Old Testament, repetition into the New Testament. It was a way of sort of having consistency, to retell or reuse the old stories. Look at Lazarus. It's great. You got Lazarus in the Old Testament, you got Lazarus in the Psalms, you got Lazarus in the New Testament. And all point towards the same kind of conclusion.
Sure,
so,
but my point is that in this passage, it's a figurative use. Like you said, we're going to burn, we're going to pillage, and so the smoke is going to blot out the sky and things like that. That's not what it says, but it uses figurative language in that way. I'm saying that when Jesus does the same thing in the New Testament, he's just using symbolic language to describe a coming judgment on a people, which is what this passage is doing as well.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty reasonable. Is that in John, I'm guessing?
No, it's in Matthew 24.
Matthew 24. Cool, I'll go read that.
Yeah.
It sounded very John-esque, because you know what he's like.
But see, my point though is to also show that this language is all throughout the New Testament, that the earth is going to be destroyed, that the heavens are going to be shaken. But right here, this passage shows that that's simply a descriptive way of talking about when judgment comes on a nation. So that when we get to the New Testament and we see this language of cosmic destruction, it's not literal cosmic destruction. It's a figurative use of a prophetic way of speaking judgment.
No, I think that's a confused interpretation. It's not cosmic destruction. It's destruction of this particular land. And sure, heaven will shake because it's going to be a huge destruction of that particular land. And that particular land, those people won't see the sun and yada yada, right? But it's not the whole like, you know, cosmology, like their entire world is gonna be destroyed. That's not what it's saying at all.
I don't think I'm saying
and it
that
is a
either.
literal destruction. They're very literal in saying the babies are going to be dashed pieces before their eyes. It's not just symbolic.
Okay, I'm not talking about the babies being dashed. I'm talking about the stars of heaven not giving their light, the sun being dark, the moon not giving
to that
its light.
place.
Right, okay. I'm saying that in the New Testament, when Jesus is talking to Israel and he describes their coming judgment the same way, he's not talking about the destruction of all of the earth. He's only talking about their destruction. So I hear you actually saying the same thing that I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hear you. You're saying that the verbiage is similar, but you have to, and that one is symbolic. It's talking about, like, you know, maybe the end times or something. I'm not familiar with the exact verse that you're speaking to, but for this one, it's specific to the people of Babylon for their sin and the retribution that, you know, that they brought upon themselves.
Correct, and I'm going to say it again. When you get to the New Testament, and Jesus is bringing a prophetic word to Israel, and he describes their judgment as the stars falling from the sky, the stars not giving their light, the heavens being shaken. He's not describing the end times for the world. He's describing the end times for Israel.
Okay.
I don't know if I can be heard.
You can.
You can.
Okay, excellent. So you keep mentioning the babies with dashed pieces, right? And it kind of makes me curious after debating, this before. It's like, are you pro-abortion? And when the Canaanites were sacrificing their children with the burnt offerings, right? And they would play the drums so the parents couldn't hear it, right? And they actually found the bones of the children who were sacrificed. Like, I'm wondering, like, do you care that, the Israelites came in and wiped them out and they're no longer doing this? Like, do those babies matter?
Well, to answer your first question, I'm absolutely against abortion. Abortion is murder.
Excellent. Okay, good. So let's follow logically. All right. So what about the Canaanites and their ritual? There's a Bible verse that says something along the line of "Don't boil the baby in the mother's breast milk." For every law, there was somebody who did something to have a reason for that law to be created, right? So in Texas, you can't walk up to a horse with ice cream in your pocket. Why? Because people stole horses with ice cream in their pocket, right? So why do you think they came up with this law about not boiling babies in their own breast milk? Because that's what the Canaanites were doing.
What makes you think it was a law so much, instead of just a proverb?
No, bro. It's
you think someone actually took a woman's breast milk, boiled it, and then put the baby in there? Come on, man.
Apparently they had enough.
No, it's symbolic.
Isn't that verse like literally referring to lambs, like not people, but animals? You're not allowed to cook the animal baby in the mother's milk.
So you think kids is like a
and it
goat?
has to do, pretty sure it has nothing to do with actual humans or a literal law against boiling babies in the milk. Pretty sure it has to do with teaching them the concept of respect and honor towards other living things. It's dishonorable, it's disrespectful for you to take a baby sheep and boil it in its own mother's milk. Be better than that.
Yeah. I mean, if I'll go on the record and say, if it's talking about humans, then it is 100% symbolic. Now, it could be literal about other creatures or something like that, but it's definitely not literal about humans.
Yeah, I don't get very dogmatic on things like this, but so I don't have a response.
But to be fair, Larry, that's the first time I've ever heard that, and I do.
What
think
makes
it's a cool
what makes you so sure that it's definitely not humans? Humans do some fucked up shit.
Sounds like it's from humans.
You know how much breast milk you need to boil a baby in it? And they had breast pumps at the day or something like that? How'd they do it? Come on, man. Think about it.
They had a little water.
They had metal pots and shit. I could have easily just squeezed breast milk into it.
Come on.
And if you wanted to eliminate a race out of your book, wouldn't you just not write them in? Wouldn't you just never have wrote them in at all? Wouldn't that be the smartest thing to do than to put them on every page? Come on, man. Oh, these people, these people, these people, these people. We want to eliminate it. Huh? But you talk about them every 5 seconds? Doesn't make no sense.
Can I just read this real quick? From Exodus 23:19. Bring the best of the first fruits of your soil to the house of the Lord your God. Do not cook a young goat in its mother's milk. It has nothing to do with humans boiling their babies in breast milk. It has to do with teaching them how to not be dishonorable people, disrespectful people. Pretty sure.
I stand corrected. I apologize. That was incorrect.
I'd just like to give a little insight on the boiling meat in the milk thing. So when you boil meat in milk, it creates a light acidic bath for the meat, which tenderizes it without breaking down its proteins. Thought I'd throw that out there.
That sounds amazing.
Calcium in the meat, yeah, it reacts with the enzymes and it gently softens. It's a tenderizing process.
Yo, what like famous dishes have meat boiled in milk? Like, what comes to mind? I want to know if I've ever had it before.
I don't know.
Yeah, like I can't think of any.
Okay, I'll give you one. When they bask steak inside of like an Alfredo sauce or something like that, and it's really tender.
Okay, yeah.
Milk steak.
Like spaghetti and meatballs, but with like an Alfredo type sauce.
Or pork chops and Alfredo sauce.
Just a good old milk steak. That's all you need.
With mushrooms.
Well, actually,
You gotta
what
get
comes to mind
veal.
is there's
You gotta
bechamel.
get veal.
If you guys have ever had bechamel.
You gotta get
Yep.
veal boiled in the goat's in the milk. That way, fucking, it's just like the biggest insult you could ever do.
But it has to be his mom.
The actual.
And you have to make sure that, like, you know, that he's seeing his mom as you're milking her.
I'm trying to think about this from like a pragmatic point of view, where like maybe God's telling people how to work with food so that you can maximize the food, you know, make it stretch and not be wasteful, because they didn't have refrigeration back then. So if you're going to boil something in milk, you're going from milking the animal to cooking with that milk pretty much immediately. I don't know, it's kind of a stretch, but yeah.
I mean, does a piece of meat boiled in milk as opposed to why are they even boiling meat like that? I don't know. I feel like it'd have more
delicious. What are you
nutrients.
talking about? It's so like it like melts in your mouth basically.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, let's say you were going to do that. I feel like if it was boiled in milk, it'd get like more nutrients sucked in from the milk into the meat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think that's really the point, because
Isn't
you could just
that,
drink the milk and get the same amount of nutrients. I think that the idea here is that using milk instead of water will denature the proteins less somehow. I don't know.
I mean, you got so much milk that you can't drink it all because there's no
but we make our
refrigeration.
steaks. We make our steaks with butter today. That's not very different.
Like you can only drink so much milk. You know what I'm saying? So you got all this milk. You got no refrigeration. There's nothing you could do with it.
Well, but how do you know that? Like, why we always say, well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't remember any refrigerators in the Bible, so forget it. I don't know. Never mind.
It's possible that you just don't milk as much as you don't milk what you don't need.
It almost seems like God's commenting on like pasteurization or something, because when you boil milk, you break down a lot of its beneficial properties.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that the sentence, part of the same verse, the sentence right before that boiling in the milk thing, is him telling them about bringing an offering to him, the first fruits of your labor to offer to him. So it seems pretty clear that he's not just giving them general instructions for regular old physical life. Seems like he's telling them something other than that.
Man, I'm on the search for raw milk, and it's like impossible to find where I am right now.
Oh, dude, I got you. There's a Facebook group that you can join. Have you tried that?
Which group?
Also,
I heard they get around because there's laws against it here, and the way they get around it is some people apparently sell it as bathing milk.
You can also
That's
search
anyone
for.
can get it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Also, if anyone can find, Nate is looking for some good breast milk, right?
Actually, I have a hookup for that as well. If you're in California, I can get you breast milk, and I can get you raw milk.
Just go straight to a dairy percent.
We got a milk connect. Here we go.
These milkers aren't under any extreme conditions, are they?
What do you mean go straight to a
These
dairy?
milk maidens.
Go
These milk
straight to a
maidens.
dairy. That's what I do. You go straight to a dairy. Just go and knock on the farmer's door and say, "Hey, dude, can you hook me up with some milk?"
Yeah, but I'm in the city. I'm far away from farms.
Well, take your missus for a beautiful drive in the country once a week.
Yeah, we don't got dairies here. We only got Dairy Queens.
Dairy Queen.
Percentage. What? Do you mind me asking what state you're in?
Sorry, I'm West Coast.
You're West Coast?
Not so far down as California.
Okay. I'm gonna see what I can do, and I'll DM you.
Yeah, but I mean, Jeremy, these guys are talking about unpasteurized cow milk. That's not
the
breast
best.
milk.
That's the best.
Is it healthy? Isn't it dangerous?
Why would you?
This guy said. Hold on, this guy said he's got a hookup for raw cow milk. I was like, yo. On a side note, if anyone has a hookup for breast milk, Nate is looking for some of that.
Oh. He's like, I got that too.
Yeah, I do. Who's looking for breast milk?
And then I said, are these milk maidens under any extreme oppression by any chance?
No, they're not. And you're not just going to be able to hit this person up and be like, yo, let me get some breast milk. Like, first of all, as a man, they're probably not going to give it to you. No. As a man, they're probably not going to give it to you. Like, if you have a wife or a girlfriend or something that's having trouble lactating, like, she can call a person that I know and talk with her, and then she'll probably get it. It's not a weird thing. It's just like a group of women that I happen to know through the raw milk.
So your boy will only sell the breast milk to women.
It's not my boy.
It's for babies. It's for babies.
Yeah, it's for babies, dude. It's not for.
But that being said, have you had some?
Forget it, then, Nate.
What's that?
Nate, forget it. This milk ain't for you, bro.
Have you drank it?
Have I drinking breast milk?
Good.
Yeah.
I got plenty of breast milk right
now. I have.
Why would you wreck something that's perfectly good, right, and pasteurize it and homogenize it?
Get rid of germs, so.
Because
all it does is give it shelf life. That's all it does, right? It destroys.
And get rid of germs and bacteria.
No.
If the cow is healthy, then
gets rid of the good and the bad. Yeah, I agree with you.
Nothing wrong with raw milk.
It gets rid of the bacteria that already exists in your gut. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Just an old wives' tale.
I mean, if you think about it, we usually give food the look test, okay, no bugs, the smell test, like it's not rotten, and then the taste test, like, oh, it's pleasing, and then we eat things, right? And everything like in between, like your lips and your bum, is like all acidic. So if anything gets in there and it's not supposed to be in there, like you're gonna get sick and puke it up or poop it out, right? Like it will purge. The system will purge if you fuck up. And I think everybody wants, everybody to be like such a safe space, like no peanut products, right? Watch out for gluten. Discourage of gluten. It's like I feel sorry for these people, and if I was allergic to cats, I'd get cats. So I'm allergic to grass, so I just deal with it. I'll survive. If you got shellfish allergy and you might stop breathing, consult your doctor. Ask if neurotoxins are right for you. But yeah, I would drink unpasteurized milk for sure. Unless the cow looked like it was about to keel over, didn't look too good, then I would.
Yo, man, I avoid milk. Like, that's all I would drink if I could find it.
What you shouldn't drink is the milk that's put into your milk carton. Go check out the dairies and what they do to the cows, and then that might make you think twice
Why
about what
not,
sort of
though,
milk.
Benson? We've all grown up on
Go
that.
have a look at some of these factories, these cow factories that produce the milk that you drink, Nate. You would be surprised.
What? So
Absolutely
because
surprised.
so because they treat the cows badly, the milk is bad, or what? We've
Exactly
grown
right.
up.
Because because the cows are injected with hormones and growth products and all these other bits and bobs. The udders on these poor cows are absolutely they're dangling along the concrete bloody dairies. They've got they've got boils and festering wounds all over the udders. It is disgusting.
But
Not
bandsaw,
only
our
that, you should
kids,
see.
generations of families and children have grown up on this milk. You know, I'm big, tall, and healthy because of this milk. So are you. Like, and I don't get the point, man.
The
No, he's saying in the United
the
States it's
dairies
different.
of today are different to the dairies that I grew up in.
You should see what they're feeding them. You should see what they're feeding them nowadays. Like, I don't know if this is the cows, but they're feeding farm animals like our waste food that we deem that's no good anymore, which is fine. But they're just shredding up the packaging that it's in too. Sometimes, like I've seen
Absolutely.
documentaries on this.
Absolutely. That you want to figure out how you're getting microplastics into your body. Go look at what they're fucking feeding your food.
Yeah, they're just shredding up the food and making this mush, but they're not taking everything. Like if they get they're not taking everything out of the packaging.
Yeah.
Of course, when you buy your bottle of milk from the supermarket, it's got this beautiful picture of Daisy the cow in this beautiful open pasture, just living the life, and that's what you think you're drinking.
Yo, my favorite is when they'll show a Purdue commercial, and they'll show the Purdue, the father and his sons out there in this nice green field, and there's like, like 20, 30 chickens running around in this wide open field. It's like, oh yeah, look at these chickens.
That's right.
Yeah, the stuff they do here in the United States with the FDA is completely illegal, and other parts of the world, like GMO products in Russia, are like completely outlawed and illegal.
So do you
I guess-
guys not drink milk, or do you guys get your milk straight from farms? I mean, I know Jeremy doesn't. Jeremy definitely
I'm
buys his
sorry.
milk from his
Hank
local
was
Costco.
talking. He was literally in the middle of the car.
I get my Brahms milk. We only get dairy products from Brahms. They're a different kind of company.
All right.
Instead of going to Walmart and getting everything, I only get certain things from Walmart, certain things from Brahms, certain things from Berkshire's and other places. Because, if you just feed Walmart, who's going to be left? Right? So you have to shop around. Brahms has the best policy when it comes to their cows. Anywhere that I can find it, except for the local farmer probably does better.
Okay, respect. At least Hank talks the talk and walks the walk. What about the rest of you?
I am buying all my milk from Walmart, and it's a crime against humanity what they're doing. They need to stop this shit.
I go to a dairy.
Yeah, I always outsource the meat. Sometimes I go to the Mexicans to get the meat. Sometimes I go to the Mexicans to get like the produce. I try to mix everything up, try to keep everybody afloat,
No, that's what's up. That's what's up. I'm just saying, for some of us, it's a bit difficult. If you live in a city, I mean, you don't have easy access to these.
What are you in Brooklyn?
Alternative.
What are you in Brooklyn? Just shoot down to the farm, Nick. It's
Say what?
It's difficult, but it's
shoot
not
down to the
impossible.
farm and get some.
Right?
Yeah, you
Go
can.
to the farm.
Even here in New York, people like North Star and others, BB Wolf, or what's his other name, Arian. Basically, they've given me links and outlets to where I can find people who sell whole milk in my area here in New York City.
Oh yeah, you're in New York
If you
City.
want,
You can buy. You can get anything.
yeah,
But
pretty
isn't
much.
that shit
'Cause
You want it?
expensive?
You want a tow? I'll get you a
yeah,
tow.
It's illegal to sell it.
Store milk is so
Kind of like when you
cheap.
try to get rid of the counterfeit bill. That's the crime.
Yeah, but I mean, store milk is so cheap, guys. Like you know, I'm broke. I can't afford these alternative sources. You know.
Get a part-time job.
but you can't.
$5-6 for a
You
gallon
can't.
is good
But
though.
it's a lifestyle. That's like when people say I can't afford to eat. Well, with my lifestyle, I can because I don't need the 5 different
Because I'm rich,
gluten,
bitch.
and I don't need some kind of carb to go with it, or starch to go with it. I don't need juice. All I need is water. 15, 30 minutes later, maybe a sip or two while I'm eating, and a good half of chicken that cost me $6, $7, and it'll last me energy wise the whole day. Like that's
Do you
literally
live
all I have to
alone?
do. I do now.
Yeah, it sounds
I
like
know, and if
you
if I
do.
had a family and if I had a family that I lived with and we were under the same ideology, then yeah, they were healthy behind it. Sure, then we would all be eating on the cheap.
I don't know, man. You know, when you got a family, I mean, these alternative lifestyles are pretty expensive.
They're not really. No, you just got to be
They
smart
are,
about it.
man. It's just for you. You've managed to move out of the city, and you have easy
No,
access to these things. You know,
I've
like
done it,
your
mate.
neighbor has cows. You know, my neighbor ain't got a cow. Like, come
I
on.
I brought up 7 kids, right? I know all about hardship, Nate, and what you got to do to get through. You know, right? You're not
Yeah, but
Robinson Crusoe with trying to make ends meet, mate.
you brought them up in the city, right?
Well, on the outskirts of the city, yeah.
Yeah, but you would go shopping in the city, right? You would go to your
No,
local whatever
no,
you
no,
have
no,
down there.
no.
No,
We did a majority of
no.
our shopping at farmers markets. We made an effort, right? Because we
Where are
wanted
these
to do the
farmers
right thing.
markets? Are they in your local neighborhood or?
Well, you got to look them up. You got to look them up. So you got to put in. If you want to do it, you got to put in the time and effort to do it, Nate. Really, and
Farmers
it
market.
might take time and effort. Now you've got to weigh that up. Do I want to do it? Do I want to spend the weekend, right, going around getting my bits and bobs, right? Or do I
So
want to sit
farmers.
in front,
What a rabbit.
or do I want to sit in front of the TV and play computer games? What do I want to do? Where do I
Wow.
value, right?
Well,
Shots. Shots fired again,
the
sir. Good for you.
answer is
Well,
the farmers
it's called
market comes
sacrifice,
every
Nate.
once
It's
in a
called sacrifice.
while. Every once in a while, not to actually disrespectful to cut off the moderator. I'm sorry, but you mentioned a good point about the farmers market. Now they come here to 14th Street and Union Square quite often. Now I'm sure that Union Square and 14th Street isn't the only place that farmers markets get set up. I see them all the time.
Where can you get organic cocaine? Anybody?
You can get that from Colombia.
All right.
What
You're
is
welcome, bro.
organic cocaine? Like, are you talking
I
like
don't know. I'm just
coconut?
asking.
It's
We seem to all
Peru.
be talking about bullshit. I just thought I would ask my bullshit question.
Well, you know, cocoa.
Yeah, but I mean, Elijah, I hear you, but I mean, farmers markets. I mean, those are for like, you know, the bougie types with money that live alone. You know, like I don't know,
No,
man. I
they're
don't see
not.
people with families going to farmers markets in like New York. You know.
They do it all the time. And second of all, if you have a different way of life and you're like, oh my God, when I go to BJ's, it's going to cost me $1,000. Yeah, because you're buying crates of useless junk, all of that sugar, all of those snacks. How about you just stock up a fridge full of meat and get you some water and call it a day? Maybe if you want some
Cause
fruit,
my kids
some
ain't
fruit
trying
and
to have
vegetables,
weed and
if you
water,
want
bro.
Meat and water.
What?
That's your problem. You need meat and water.
You know how
My
much
kids are
longer?
that wasn't all. I got cut off. I got cut off because I said I was also going to say if you want fruits and vegetables, well, actually, the cheap alternative would be to grow them. And I live in the project currently, right? And there's a garden right out front, and that's exactly what they do. So if you wanted fruits and vegetables, you could plant them, and if you wanted good products from the farmer's market that's going to last you some months versus some cheap product that's not going to last you and is going to make you sick, then you have the opportunity to do that.
That's a damn good point, Elijah. Like you buy your fruit and veg and meat from farmers markets, the length of time that it lasts, like you don't have wastage because the shelf life of it is incredible compared to the crap, the absolute garbage you buy in the supermarkets where you buy it and a banana is lucky to last 2 days from a bloody supermarket
Oh, come
because they're
on.
all
Bananas
gas
from supermarkets last way longer than from farmers market. Though.
rubbish. I don't know what supermarkets
Way
you're
longer.
going to. They are the fruit and veg that you get from supermarkets is absolute garbage. It's garbage.
But it will last way longer.
No, they don't.
Wait, you don't even go to farmers markets because they're too expensive. But if I'm wrong, okay, so what experience have you? So you bought fruit from a farmer's market to determine that they don't last.
I have in the past. I just don't do it like on a regular, habitual basis, But I've done it now and then. I've gone to festivals with friends, and there's a farmer's market stall or something, and you buy something, But I don't do it every day. It's not a lifestyle.
That it's possible. First of all, just going to a farmer's market doesn't mean you're not going to get scammed from some dude who just went to Whole Foods. So, yeah, it's possible that you could buy some stuff and then it turns out that the shit is dead in like 2-3 days. I guess it really just depends. But if it was legitimately raised the way that they claim, it should be a better product.
And there's plenty of groups on Facebook and stuff like that, Nate, with community gardens and this sort of stuff that you can join up, be a member of, participate, go in and toil some soil, right? Pruning, right? Picking, all that sort of stuff that you have access to. And there's plenty of those groups worldwide. So just do a bit of research if you want to do it.
I'll look into it. Maybe when I'm older. I just don't have the time and availability right now to do it. I'm sorry, man. It's not an option for me right now.
Yeah. I have, frequently been to the farmer's market, but I think, I don't know. I'm not sure what farmer's market you guys go to, but the food that comes from the grocery store, the reason there's GMOs and stuff like that is because they make them so that they're preserved longer, which is why they're the same artificial, and the tomatoes seem to be lasting extra long. So I don't buy it that at the farmer's market you're going to get a tomato or banana that lasts longer than one from the grocery store. Doesn't even make sense.
All right, fair enough. And honestly, I was talking about seasonings that aren't full of wood shavings and stuff like that. I was really speaking to like herbs and spices, not necessarily produce like.
You've got to be diligent though, Kosho, right? If you got doubts, you question these people, right?
Well, no, it's not about doubts. Yeah.
Have a chat with the people, ask them the questions. Whatever answer they give you, right, will either confirm your suspicion or relieve it.
No, I mean, there's definitely better quality and more organic and all that kind of stuff. My point though is that it would be weird that you get something that would last longer and take longer to spoil when.
Oh, definitely, 100%, you do. And they're better.
Yeah, when I speak to...
apples are apples, right? You bite into them, beautiful crunch. You buy an apple from the supermarket, they're floury, they're tasteless, they're pathetic. They're not even good for making apple sauce. Just wasting your money.
Yeah, I would just like to speak to the whole things in the supermarket lasting longer than things that are, I guess, planted. I don't really know. But anyways, I have banana trees in my backyard, and these things fucking last way fucking longer than the ones you get from the store. The ones you get from Costco, shit's done in a week. This shit hangs out in the fucking sun, rain, and fucking shine, hanging on my fucking trees for fucking like months. And you can pick it at any time and eat it.
They're
Pick it at any
Noah,
time and
how
eat
long
it.
does it last for when you pick it?
Yeah, dude, hanging from the tree, they're still alive.
Yeah,
Bro, it lasts
come on.
pretty long.
That was the dumbest point.
It just lasts, and I don't think you're right, man. The ones from the store go bad like real quick.
Yeah, but when you pick it from the tree, how long does it last for, Noah?
Bro, like 30 seconds, I eat it.
Okay, so that,
And the
that was
trouble is,
pointless
we
then.
don't want to eat
Your point is
seasonally either. Right? We've grown up in a society where we don't want to eat seasonally. We want bananas available 12 months of the year. We want kiwi fruit available 12 months of the year. If you eat
You're damn
seasonally,
right.
right, you'll eat better.
Damn.
That's
What's
what you
wrong
got
with that,
to do.
man?
What?
What's wrong with wanting a banana any time of the year?
Well,
As I said, you're damn right.
Nate,
I love Costco.
you are your own worst enemy then, Nate.
What?
That's what you want to do. You're your own worst enemy.
He's also my worst enemy.
Yeah.
So I gotta wait till like
Also my worst enemy.
banana
Guys,
season
guys
to have
who
a banana.
go to farmers markets
Yep.
are my worst enemy.
Definitely you got to
You
wait.
don't want. Here's the thing. You don't have to wait, but I don't think that any of us can argue that the most natural, and I would assume the most natural also being the most healthy option is if you're a part of a region and you were brought up in that region, you eat what's in season because that's what's available.
Well, I mean,
All right,
the
we're
main
gonna
beef
need to we're gonna need to do a litmus test here. I need you to live stream your pantry right now. We're gonna make sure that you're not just bullshitting us.
Well, I'm telling you the truth, although I'm not living in
I'm
that.
not talking about you, Elijah. I'm talking about the Banda or whatever his name is.
Bandsaw? No, Bandsaw the real deal, man. Like you don't want to question.
Don't you worry about what I
But
do.
I'm questioning him right now. Show up, live stream your pantry.
Yeah. You live stream yourself, buddy.
Yeah, the only issues I have with these farmers markets and like or organic food producers is that this shit's so expensive. Why? Like, why do I gotta go to a farmer's market and this shit costs triple what it costs
You know
in the
what my
store?
conspiracy theory is? Here's my conspiracy
I'll tell you
theory.
the real reason is because of the genetically modified industry and because of all the pesticide industry. So the reason it seems expensive is because the GMO pesticide stuff is all government subsidized and is cheap. So what you think is normal price is actually cheap because of that, whereas the real organic food is what the price.
Here's my conspiracy theory.
backwards.
I think that the farmers market are actually collusions of big pharma and big business like Walmart just to get a little extra bucks from the really stupid people in society.
I agree.
That's a hilarious one.
I agree.
I think it's because partly what Gio said, and because these places that have all the GMO stuff, their products lasting on the shelf longer, so they can their logistics are better because of this. Their pesticides are better. They're losing less crops and whatnot. So now they're making more money because they're genetically modifying them to grow bigger tomatoes. They're getting more bang for their buck essentially. So like these small places that are doing this organic, non-GMOs, natural stuff, their price point, is just high. It just costs them more than the big companies.
Yo, have you seen these? Hold up, real quick. Have you guys ever seen these fucking fields in the Midwest? How fucking huge they are? You ever drove through the Midwest? How fucking you just drive and it's just farms for hours and you're going at like 70 miles
I
an
have.
hour. It's just fucking
from Texas
farms.
to Chicago.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to compete with that? How are you supposed to compete with that as a small fucking thing when they have these
let me
economy?
let me show you how dumb you are.
There's an economy. There's an economy of
Hold up.
scale that spans a continent, and you're expecting a farmer's market to get a lower price. That's ridiculous.
No, hold up. This is actually the dumbest comment yet today.
He said real quick. I was next.
You guys
said
can't
real
fight
quick.
through each other for real.
That's actually the dumbest
Eli
comment
and
of today.
Hold on, Eli and NRC. Eli and then RC.
So nobody actually addressed the philosophical issues. And so where you say, why is this shit so goddamn expensive? Well, obviously it's because the difference in process. Now, you know what would ultimately make this process cheap for you? If you did it yourself.
All right, so
RC.
the Midwest comment was actually the dumbest comment of today, because those Midwest fields are not growing your food. You are not eating soybeans, right, as a main thing on the plate in front of you. Okay, you are also not eating the corn that they're growing as a main thing on the plate in front of you, right? A lot of those are created so that you can make other things, like everything from diesel fuel to whatever the hell else you need with soybean stuff. You're not going to eat any of that shit, 90% of the shit that you see in the Midwest stuff. That's the dumbest comment of today. You're not competing. Farmers markets are not
Okay, the
competing
point
with farmers here in the Midwest.
The point stands, though, is if you have a small farm who's doing all this organic, natural shit, they're obviously going to not be able to compete financially with a company. Hold on, I'm almost done. They're not going to be able to compete with a place that has hundreds of acres or thousands of acres. You know what
incorrect.
I mean?
They're not competitors, Jeremy. Okay. So like my family owns a smaller farm. I grew up on a farm here in Indiana. Like we are not growing things that go to farmers markets or that people even eat. 90% of the stuff that we grew was animal feed based or went into other processing stuff, right? You're not going to grow things. In fact, organic farmers that are here in Indiana, they make a killing. They are not competing with bigger farms. They're not growing the same stuff.
I'm just stating why the prices are different, and they definitely are growing the same stuff. You think farmers markets are the only people growing corn or tomatoes or something? I'm just stating that they can't
how long have
compete.
you, Jeremy,
They can't have the price. Hold on, RC, I'm almost done.
You cut me
Almost
off.
done.
I grew
10
up on
more
a farm
seconds.
here in the Midwest.
I didn't
grew
cut
up on
you
a farm
off.
here
I
in the
thought
Midwest.
you were.
I know what we're growing. You don't know anything about farming, Jeremy.
Okay, I know that if you have a small farm, a small little farm that does all organic shit, and then there's this other farm that's giant and is getting stuff cheaper, they're more efficient, their products lasting on the shelf longer, they're getting more of it when they grow it. I know that they're not going to be able to compete when they put both their products on the shelf side by side. I know which one's going to be higher.
But Jeremy, they are not okay. Big farms here in the United States are not growing the same things as organic farms that are meant for table stuff. It is not the same thing. People don't freaking eat soybeans as like they're not competing with the beans that you put on your plate.
I have a
And they're not
question.
competing
You're not addressing the point.
I have a question.
I am, Jeremy.
Hold
You're
on.
not.
Can I ask
You
this
don't
question real quick? Wait,
Jeremy, that
man,
people
I
are
have
not
a question
competing.
so we can move
Noah,
forward.
you don't have
One
to
more and I'm
interrupt.
done. Let me just make one closing statement. This whole thing was about why the shit costs more. Why does the organic, natural shit cost more? I'm giving you a reason of why it could cost more is because these little places obviously cannot do shit as efficient and as cheap as these giant places can. That's all. I don't know what you're like making an argument that's not even against that.
No, Jeremy. And in fact,
Yeah, I have a question about the thing that you said. So, if it's only these organic markets making the food and the big ones are only producing soybeans, where does Costco and Walmart get their food from?
the Costco and Walmart are typically import things. So what they're doing, particularly Costco, it gets 90% of their food from either Mexico, Baja California, and then most of the east coast of Mexico is 90% of their fruits and vegetable stuff. So a lot of that stuff is import, and more specifically, import from homegrown farms. So they have these huge farms, but they're all manual labor farms. The reason that it's so cheap is because they have supply lines that actually help with the import stuff. But if you would go to one of these farms in Mexico, it would actually look like, you were like, wait a minute, this is all homegrown, handpicked, all that kind of stuff. Interesting. Why are they selling it so cheap? Well, because of the supply line that goes right to the United States with things like Costco.
Interesting. Thanks. I learned something.
But what I'm trying to dispel is this idea that started with this really ignorant comment of, you see all these cornfields, like, bro, you are not, like, that corn that you're seeing out in this cornfield here in Indiana is not being grown for human consumption.
All right,
I couldn't even tell you a way to eat that shit. Right?
I literally can't hear you say this one more time. So, do you
Yeah,
have
we
any
get it
idea
now.
Do you have any idea how many food products contain corn?
Exactly. But it's not the type of corn that you go out and you're going to say, oh, I'm going to make some corn on the cob tonight. You could not make corn on the cob based on this shit that they're growing
No,
out
you're
here.
gonna drink 15 fucking diet sodas, and you're gonna eat a bunch of
Exactly.
candy and junk food. And these organic farms are absolutely competing with that. But I don't know just because you
No.
grew up on a
Okay.
farm where your
This
daddy
is
drove
where
a
you don't.
tractor and he fucking
No.
made fucking grain for animals. That's not a farm,
No,
Well,
dude.
absolutely not.
It's totally valid,
Absolutely
and
not.
I'll help you here, RC Mikey. That's kind of non sequitur because the argument was the idea that there's all this space when you drive through the Midwest, and it's being utilized to bolster the industry that is crushing the small markets that can't compete. So I do kind of I'm hearing RC Mikey's critique, and I'm saying if that's true, that's interesting. Yeah, at best, all I'd be able to do is research what he's saying to confirm or deny it. But it seems reasonable what he's saying.
And all I'm trying to show you here with this is that, like, these are not competitor. Like, the people who are selling, that are growing huge farms, they are selling to completely different companies who are doing completely different things. Now, if you want to debate high fructose corn syrup, yes, we can all debate that, and it's bullshit. But let's not pretend that small farms are trying to sell to companies that are making high fructose corn syrup. It's like not even the same ballgame.
What about the Jolly Green Giant?
I'm talking
Right.
about the consumers,
So in
dude.
summary, RC, are you saying basically the Mexicans and the super farms in Mexico are the ones competing with the organic markets here in the United States? But I think my point still stands, although I was incorrect about the Midwest, that the Mexicans have a huge economy of scale and a much more industrialized, or I guess cohesive, or industrious way of producing their food. So like the economy of scale is the cause of the price difference between your local market and a huge super farm in Mexico with thousands of workers.
Yeah, you act like we can't figure out why this shit's more expensive for this little rinky-dink farm.
Yeah, no one said that shit isn't more expensive for the rinky-dink farm. But the point is like, you can't look at what's being grown here in the Midwest and the scale that it's done at with the stuff in Mexico, and then compare that to, like,
we heard you. We get it. We get
hey,
it.
would you just chill out? Chill out. So I have there are 3 or 4 local dairies. There are 3 or 4 local dairies right here that, yes, you can. The dairy industry that Banda was bringing up before, that is a good discussion, right? But stop talking about the GMO bullshit, food, corn, blah blah blah. That shit isn't what's going on here.
Dude, that was just incoherent word salad. It's kind of insane. I don't even know what you're triggered about.
Are these big places are the ones that are in Walmart that have all the GMO shit in it for cheap, and the other one is this organic natural shit grown at this rinky-dink farm that's expensive, more expensive. What's the problem? I mean, it makes sense.
Pesticides and synthetic pesticides and Hank here got a hot mic. He's probably not listening. Synthetic pesticides and synthetic herbicides and fertilizers allow farmers to grow massive amounts of product on the land that they have. So they're able to grow a lot more for a lot cheaper because of using those chemicals. And of course, those chemicals are pushed by Monsanto and the big pharma, big agriculture industries. So it allows them to create a lot more food for a lot less, which makes it cheaper. Whereas somebody who's has a small organic farm and they're growing whatever they're growing, and if they're not using those synthetic pesticides and chemicals, they have to use either more expensive organic versions, or they have to use other techniques, or they don't have as much of a yield of their crops or of their you know, like if they're feeding their chickens different things, they're not getting all those growth hormone boosters. So then, you know, the chickens are not as fattened up and all of that. So that's part of what makes the prices so different and why the organic is more expensive. It's because the chemical food is so cheap, and then the standard for what food costs is brought down because the chemical food is considered the norm, and then normal food is now considered a luxury, or, you know, meaning organic food that doesn't have chemicals is now overly expensive for those reasons.
Plus, can we talk about too that Mexicans work for like 50 cents a day, and they have thousands of them on these super farms, and then you're expecting that like thousands and thousands of workers are going to produce less than a small rinky-dink farm. Kind of crazy.
Well, here's the thing. For a very long time, it was the land that dictated how many people could survive there. And now we have these techniques where we can cram a bunch of people into a very small amount of land, and none of those people have to work that land. They can all go to these crazy things called grocery stores, right? And all of this has created like an insane amount of evil, from big pharma to big agriculture to fucking the medical industry. Like, this is a sickness that goes so deep. And people who are having these small farms are really just exposing that, because people are starting to wake up and they're like, wait a minute, I can just, if I had enough space in my backyard, I could have this, this, and this, you know, vegetables, chickens, and a goat, right? I got my meat, my dairy, I got it all. But they can't have that. And so that's
what.
Go ahead. No, it's okay.
No, that's what happens when you have capitalism, right? And now all we're worried about is the dollar. Like, nothing else matters. These people don't care if they're hurting people, making people sick, not curing things they could cure. It doesn't matter. It's all about the money, the dollar. Nothing else matters to these people. It's capitalism.
Yeah, I just see it as living out of alignment with the land, right? You're exhausting the land, and you've disconnected yourself from the land.
Well, not only that, but here in Maryland and even Pennsylvania, West Virginia, I mean, all of these, at least the eastern states, there are massive yards.
Dude, you're breaking up real bad.
Almost 5 or 6 homes.
Yeah, you're literally cutting in and out. We can't hear anything.
Fit on these yards, right? And it's just grass, crazy, baby. What?
You were breaking up pretty bad, but I think I know exactly what you're talking about. The lawn care industry is like an $80 billion a year industry. That's another fucking giant scam. Just putting a bunch of. Yeah, go ahead.
Last I checked, it was like 58. Last I checked, it was like $58 billion. I haven't checked it in a while, but $58 billion we spent on lawns. What's up?
Oh, why is it a scam?
I don't know. I don't think it's yeah, somebody said it was a scam. I don't know.
Yeah, I said having a lawn is a fucking scam, because you're taking grass that can be turned into food. You're taking dirt that can be turned into crop space, and you're poisoning it just so you can fucking look at it and then fill up your lawnmower every Saturday morning and fucking ride around like a retard. It's a scam.
It is pretty ridiculous.
It's a waste of time. It's a scam.
I would agree with almost everything you just said. It is not like, it's just a waste of money just to look at it, and so it looks pretty. But you could cure homelessness or world hunger with that amount of money 3 times over every year.
No, wait. But you took one logical jump. Like, no. Forget about the money that's produced from this scam. Actually, if everyone turned their lawn into what they use for sustenance for themselves and their family, that would be one aspect of reality. Hunger, that we wouldn't have to worry about so long as you had a home in a yard.
Yeah, that's what my point
I mean,
was.
I need a yard for my kids. I need a place for my kids to play on, right? We want some grass for the kids to play on. I gotta fucking mow it.
Yeah. They want to play. They can fucking plant those fucking petunias. Okay. Yeah, that's
Well,
what they
dude,
can
you
do.
need a yard for the kids.
Well, hold
to
on.
play in. I
Like
mean,
I get what you're saying, Jeremy. Your kids should have a yard to play. All the kids should have a yard to play. But if we didn't have these thousands and thousands of acres of fucking, soy GMO crops, I think people would be a lot less.
I will say this though. I will say this: the amount of yard that I have that my kids play on, and I have a giant yard out front that nobody plays on, but I still go out there and mow it and do all the bullshit. I mean, I can't let it get overgrown even at that point. You got to keep it short. Like,
Yeah, see,
what do you
as a
do
matter
out
of
there?
fact, I think that
Gotta turn it into a.
like, because you said that well, your kids need somewhere to play. Well, guess what? Don't most typical, but let's not talk about the poor. Let's just talk about a typical home. Isn't there both a front and backyard?
Yeah, and my front yard's a huge fucking waste. Yeah, because nobody
So
plays
your
on
kids
that.
got somewhere to play. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, Jeremy, you could turn that into a garden. You could turn that into a place to have goats, chickens.
My front yard, I don't know. I'm kind of in a densely populated area here.
There's probably laws against having chickens and goats or animals.
I could grow crops and shit.
Yeah, well,
dude,
that's
I'm
where
so
you
tired
get
every
into.
week. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that's where you get into an infringement on your rights. No one has the right to tell you what you can have on your property.
Yeah, you do. You got to follow the rules if you sign the papers on a community guideline thing.
Bro, it's not your property. If they can take it
HOA.
at any point for eminent domain, because they think that it'll be more beneficial or whatever for state, like in some other capacity, then it's not your property. If they can take it away, it's not your property.
I'm not in an HOA.
And
But
therein lies
the
the
guy
main
that I bought
issue.
this house off of. I'm not in an HOA, but the guy that I bought this house off of, he used to not mow his front lawn, and the city would come put stickers on the door like, "Yo, you need to mow your lawn, or we're gonna like fine you and shit." So like, you can't just do it. They don't just let you do whatever you want.
Yeah, you can do. Have you not heard of the Constitution? That's your property. No one has the right to tell you what to do with your property.
I mean,
Nobody.
if you don't mow the lawn, the city will come come fine you. So
Yeah, and then you turn around and sue the city.
bro, I ain't
That's
got
your
time for
right.
It's
that.
not his
Hey,
property.
just keep this in mind right here. This is something I always like to remind people when they're talking about farming and all this stuff, and the governments and who's the really good and bad. The only time that our governments really anywhere in the West have encouraged their citizens to garden was during World War I and World War II. That was the only time when we're at war. At peacetime, what does that mean? What do you get from that?
Well, when there's a war, you want all the resources to go to the war, and if your country's producing more resource, it's more food for the troops or whatever. I don't know. All right.
They want you to be sucking from their tit.
Exactly. Like, dude, you are livestock for your government, right? You're a very precious resource because you can go and harvest more resources yourself. During peacetime, they want you, like you said, sucking on their tit. Oh, but if there's a war we got to fight, there's a lot of money we got to go get, if there's a lot of land we got to go take, some fucking evil to do in the world, that's when we want you gardening. Peacetime, nah, go eat some fucking corn chips or whatever.
Bro, capitalism is the root of this whole problem here that we're having. I'm telling you guys.
I agree, Jeremy. Yep. Commercialism, capitalism. If you think about one family and, whatever, I know that we don't live in this situation, so I know it's hypothetical. But imagine if you had the just amount of land that you would need to sustain yourself, right? You wouldn't have to worry about overhead. You wouldn't have to worry about supplying for
Look at
other
where.
people, right?
Yeah, but look at where we are right now. We wouldn't have made. You wouldn't have the phone. We wouldn't be able to talk right now. We all can't be farming, right? If we're all farming, who's keeping the electricity on? Who's making computers? Who's keeping the internet on? You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't all just be farming.
Okay, right. So now we get into areas of minimalization, right? Living off the grid, so to speak. Like, I know that we don't live in this environment. I know that it would have to be completely almost created from the ground up, but there are ways to live a sustainable life where you don't have to depend upon certain things that you are dependent upon at this point.
I agree. The whole. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I got a question after you.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, what's your definition of capitalism, and what do you think would be the solution? Like, what would be a better,
Oh
more
yeah, I have
preferred way?
no system to replace that. Like I said, we've made so many advancements because of that, but I'm wondering how many things we got suppressed because of it too. You know what I mean? How much farther would we be if people could spend their free time coming up with these new ideas and inventions and
well,
and
so capitalism.
I'll be very upfront. I don't think capitalism is the problem, because in a capitalistic society, it's the private owner that makes the decision and owns the land, right? Whereas, like, as opposed to the state owning it. So, are you saying you think the state should be making these decisions rather than the private individual?
No, I'm just saying in capitalism, the money is the bottom dollar. Like, you're not worried about people or what's right for humanity or anything. You're just worried about the money.
So the way that I couched my response was to include commercialism alongside capitalism. So capitalism is just simply a person's right to make a living off of something that he can produce. So everyone has that right to perhaps produce a commodity that he can then earn a living or sustain himself on. So that's his right to make capital, right? But in terms of then turning that into a commercial business, where then you have to expand or overreach yourself to a certain extent to make more and more and more money at the expense of other things, I think that the combination of capitalism and commercialism is more of an evil than just capitalism in and of itself.
Jeremy,
I mean, you guys know what.
Jeremy, the problem you're describing isn't capitalism. The problem you're describing is called greed, and it existed way before capitalism ever did.
That's well said. That's really well said,
hear you.
because I don't think taking away the private individual's right to own land and make decisions about how they break their back, I don't think that's going to be.
I'm not saying that's what we should do. I'm not saying that's what you should do. I don't have nothing to replace it with. And Bob, you're right. You know what I mean? Like, we could do capitalism and still not be shit. I don't know how though, because if you're only worried about the money, any system where you're only worried about the money and not about the people or what's better for humanity, any system like that is not gonna be good.
Exactly. That's the thing. Yeah. The problem here isn't the system; it's the people who are enacting the system, engaging with the system. And that's the thing, is that people do this with all kinds of things. They'll say, guns kill people. Well, guns don't kill people. It's the person acting with the gun. It's what the human being, the spirit, the personhood decided to do. That's where the problem is.
I mean, this whole capitalistic system though has got us into the mind state of the money, buy stuff, keep buying, spend money, make money. Like, it's all about the money.
I don't know if that's capitalism, man. I think that's something else.
There's
that's been going on the whole time.
Consumerism. That's Santa Claus and the Coca-Cola commercials, and the Marlboro Camel, right, for the cigarettes, and 9 out of 10 doctors recommend Camel cigarettes. That's all commercialism, right? Capitalism is the big whale philosophy. See a need, fill a need. So if you see a need that's there, and you capitalize on that, and you start producing something that people want or need, right? And filling the necessity of humanity, you're doing your part. They're doing their part. It's a market.
There's
Larry,
this whole book.
you're
It has something
bit,
in there.
Fine, if
does something along the lines of the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil?
We can quibble about capitalism or what it's called, but whatever it's called, this system that we got going where we're intentionally making products to break so that you have to buy more of them, whatever this is, capitalism, whatever you guys just call it, I call it whatever you want, but what we're doing is
it's a shitty fucking
I don't think it's
system.
going to work out good in the long run.
Yeah, whenever if it's focused on the materialism, if it's focused on the what am I going to obtain next and how is that going to fulfill me for, however long it takes for it to wear off, that kind of thing. When people make that their lives, like the people who say, well, I want this really awesome career, that's my life goal. It's like, well, dude, you have a really crappy life goal, okay? Because your career is not going to actually end up being fulfilling in the long run. That doesn't mean that you won't get anything out of it. It doesn't mean that you won't be able to buy things that will at least temporarily distract you. But it's like people are so focused, it seems a lot of people, not everybody, of course not everybody, but a lot of people are so focused on the things that they want to purchase or the things they want to next attain rather than focusing on trying to build actual real value within their lives.
Wait, hold up. How come how come you're saying a career can't be fulfilling? Why can't it be fulfilling?
What was that?
You're saying your career won't be fulfilling. Like, why not?
Ultimately, no. Your career is not going to end with you being fulfilled in your life. It won't happen.
Why? What if you're doing good and you're being of service to people and yada yada?
My argument would be that if your life is focused on your career, then you aren't doing that thing that you just claimed.
If my career was curing cancer, right, and I fucking had my whole career, at the end of my career, I fucking did it, cured cancer, I'd be like, I'd feel
It's not
fulfilled.
a career.
Well, I mean, it could be your vocation, could be your livelihood, could be your
that's
purpose.
not a career.
Well, that's not a
How is
career.
that not a
I
career?
agree.
What do you
How is
mean?
that not a career?
Yeah, what do you mean, Bob? You
No,
got a career
that's a goal. That's a goal, fam. Like if there's a
Bro,
disease
stop trying
in
to
the world.
You can't make a career out of curing cancer. If it's
I'm
cured, it's
actually
cured. It's
trying
done. You're
to
over.
answer what
I know
I'm
there's
trying to
mad
get
people
louder
trying to
because
talk. Go ahead, Eli. Go ahead, bro.
yeah, thank you because I was first. Now,
All right.
like in the sense that it's not a career, like he specifically stated, it's not gonna fulfill you at the end of your life. I don't know how many career men or women are out there who retire and then don't go through a after work life crisis, like because they're trying to figure out what their purpose is now, because they are no longer the identity or who they thought the identity was, which was the whoever they were at that career. It's typically not who you end up being at the end of your career. That's the
So
truth.
Yeah, but that
No
career,
doubt.
like,
So how does
your
it?
fulfilling
How
career.
is that not a career? I mean, I'm in the medical field, whatever that is, curing cancer. That's my career.
Okay, the being in
Well,
a medical field,
you're in the
you can have
medical
a career
field,
there.
dude.
I'm not
What's
saying
up?
that you can't have a career in the medical field. What I'm saying is specifically curing cancer, that can't be a career. Either cancer was cured or it wasn't. You cure cancer, that's done. It's over. That thing is gone. There's no career there. You cured cancer. You can
That's
make a
silly.
career out of you can
That's
make
silly.
I'm almost done. You can make a career out of claiming your goal is to cure cancer. You can make a
Hold on,
career out of
Larry.
that.
Larry,
But you
you're
can't
hot,
make a
Mike.
career out of doing the thing
Shit. Hold
and
on,
then it
Bob.
being done.
Bob, hold on 1 second, Bob. All right, go ahead, Bob. We couldn't hear it. We had a hot micer. Go ahead.
He's basically saying it's like
I'm
an
saying
act. You either do it or you don't.
you can't take something like cure cancer. What you did was solve a problem right there. If the problem is solved, then it's not a career. It can't be. It's just a thing that you did and now it's over. You could make a career out of basically doing work and claiming that that will eventually lead to curing cancer, but you can't make a career out of curing cancer.
Yeah, if I have a
That's
career,
silly.
if I have a
You
career in
can
the
if you
medical
actually
field,
cured cancer.
and if I
Then
have
you
a
didn't
career
make
in
a
the
career
medical
out of
field,
curing it. You made
If
a
you spent
career
your
out of
career
working
doing it,
towards
then
curing
yes,
it.
you did.
No, you
hold on.
didn't.
If I have a career and my whole career, my whole job, the only thing I do is try to cure cancer. That's it. I'm playing around, doing different shit. Just all I do is try to cure cancer. That's my career. I get paid for
Okay.
that. And then at the end, you know, like right before you retire or something, you're like, boom, I did it. You cure cancer. Like that would just feel super fulfilled. With
Hey,
that.
Jeremy,
I'm not
it'd be
saying
great
it
if it
wouldn't
worked
feel
that
good.
way. It'd be great if it worked that way, but if you're working in the medical field, it seems like your career would be making sure that the natural cures are hidden
I know.
and the treatments are promoted. That'd be your career.
Don't generalize the medical
Horseshit.
field. Like pharmaceutical, big pharma, definitely.
To just respond to what Jeremy said, you wouldn't have made a career out of curing cancer, though. You would have made a career out of attempting to cure cancer, working towards the cure.
It's
Yeah.
a semantical difference. But
Yeah.
I'd like to
My whole
respond
career
to
is
Eli.
trying to cure cancer, and then I end up doing it, and you know.
And I guess this conversation is relevant. But basically, if you're devoting yourself to something fulfilling, something that is of benefit to your fellow man, you know, you're of service to people, you don't need to stop at a particular age, you know? This is like a Western kind of notion, or maybe it's not so much Western, but it's a more modern notion that you have to stop at the age of 63 or freedom 55 or whatever bullshit it is, right? You can, if it's something fulfilling, you can keep on going as long as you're physically able.
I would also like to
Hey,
state
but
that most jobs.
Jeremy,
Oh,
Hold up,
hold
Jeremy,
on a
let him
second,
respond,
bro.
because it's kind of like in response to what he said.
I've been trying to respond. Like,
Maybe not.
damn.
Yeah, go ahead, Eli.
So, like, no, Jeremy, you can't give an erroneous example that's a hypothetical of something that's, because there's no such thing as curing cancer. Like, because we already know cancer is the result of being poisoned. Like, so you can spend your life advocating for people to be healthy and not stick things in their body, in their babies' bodies. Like, maybe that would be a career. Like, I'm just saying.
Yo, Eli, tell that to
example of
Dr. B and his anti-neoplastins.
Or whatever, you can put anything in there. You can replace the
guy that cured
doctor
cancer.
curing cancer. I think
Sorry,
the
go ahead,
point
Jeremy.
is some careers could be fulfilling. You know, you could do stuff in your career. Probably most people's careers aren't going to be fulfilling like that, though.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Like, there's some people that work in like non-profits. They just literally work in human human aid and stuff like that, and go to different countries and provide food and shelter, and you know, that's their job. Their job is to be philanthropic. You know, that's fulfilling. I would imagine if I was doing that, I would be fulfilled in that regard. I'm helping people every day, helping refugees and stuff like that. I would find fulfillment in that.
Yeah, if I had
there
like
you can have a career that is fulfilling. Most of them aren't.
So I think you guys are skipping over something really important there, is that it's not your career that's fulfilling you in the case of helping somebody. It's the helping someone.
Yeah, but your career is helping people. That's what you've chosen as your vocation.
We can use like a really simple example, okay?
Well, it's kind of like
you're going to make a career of
you
walking down the
get
street and
famous
handing
for
someone $10, okay? The thing that you're doing for your career, walking, pulling money out of your pocket, handing it to a human being, that is not in and of itself fulfilling for anyone ever, and it never will be. It is the part where you as a human person, a personhood, acknowledges that you are assisting another person. That's the part that's fulfilling. The actions that you just completed are never going to be fulfilling on their own. They cannot be. It won't happen.
It's a weird argument, man.
It's not. It's an important argument. People are trying to replace the spiritual, emotional fulfillment with physical things, and it won't work.
But you get the spiritual fulfillment from doing the physical thing. So I don't know why you're separating them. It's weird.
No, you don't.
What?
It's
So
involved.
how are you gonna have the spiritual fulfillment without walking down the street and giving the $10?
I didn't say it wasn't involved. It is involved. There is water in literally every kind of soda in the entire world. That doesn't mean water is soda or water makes soda. It just means that there's another. It is involved in the soda, but it isn't soda, and it doesn't make the soda.
Yeah, but can you have soda without water?
No, I didn't say it's not involved.
So
I
can
didn't
you have the
say
spiritual fulfillment without the
thing isn't
physical
involved.
activity?
I didn't say the physical thing isn't involved. I'm saying it cannot be the source itself, and it's not. Water is not the source of soda.
No one's saying it's the source. I don't know why you're like.
That's my exact argument. Is that the physical action is not the source of your fulfillment. That's what I said, and you're arguing against it.
The physical action is the action. The fulfillment is the reaction to your action.
No, the fulfillment
your
is from
spiritual
your
reaction, how you feel.
acknowledgement that you're assisting somebody, that you're doing something spiritual.
Exactly. When you acknowledge something, that's a reaction to something that happened. So I don't know, like, why you're.
So the fulfillment doesn't come from the action, does it?
Of course it does, because how else are you going to get
No,
the
it doesn't.
fulfillment if the action
It doesn't
didn't
come
happen?
from the action. You could do that action.
Wow.
You could hand someone $5 all day, and if that $5 is worth nothing and you didn't assist them, you wouldn't get fulfillment.
Yeah, because obviously there's a threshold of what's, like, you know,
So
what
it's not
is
the
helping
action.
someone.
It can't be the action, can it?
No,
'Cause
no,
you
you're
could do
limiting
that
it to
all day and
$5
not
now.
get
What if I'm
fulfillment?
giving like needy people $1,000 or providing them with homes or something like that? You can't
So
just
it
limit
can't
it
be
to
the
a
action that's the
really
fulfillment, can it?
Hold up. You can't just limit it to a really minimal action and then say it's not the action.
Doesn't matter which
No,
action.
you just marginalize the action is what you did.
Doesn't matter which action it is. Any action
does.
ever at any time is not in and of itself the thing that will fulfill you. It can't be.
No one's saying
There
it
has
is.
to be a meaning somewhere in there other than the physical action itself.
Obviously, it's like how you feel, how you reflect, how you react to the action that you did.
Great. I'm glad that you finally agree after
That's what
how
I've been
many
saying
minutes
this
of
whole
discussion
time,
and
man.
you trying to say that I was wrong, and now you just said exactly what I was saying. Thank you.
Okay,
I guess.
all right. Then I'm happy to agree
We're
on
wasting
that.
time. I don't know why it was such a controversial statement when you clearly, obviously, just agreed with it. Like, why have a controversy to begin with? You could have just
Bro,
said, yeah, that's actually true.
I pushed back on you saying that careers can't be fulfilling.
Yeah,
I said
and it
that
can't
they could
be.
be.
It won't be. It won't be the
Lord have
career that's fulfilling.
All right.
It's bragging to other people that's fulfilling.
I disagree.
No, it's like, I helped this guy out. I gave him $20. He was on the street. I'm the best person ever. And everyone's like, yep, you are. And then that's how I know I am.
That's how it always goes, right?
Fulfillment achieved. Thank you. Achievement unlocked. Yeah, high score.
There you go.
Maybe that's how it is for you. And then you could have a career that's not necessarily one that gives you fulfillment, but the fact that it allows you to provide for your loved ones, it gives you fulfillment in that regard, like an indirect fulfillment, not from the career, but from the fact that it is provision for those that you're in charge of, that you're supposed to protect and provide for. I think that's how a lot of men justify doing the jobs, being in the vocations that they're in, that they don't necessarily love what they're doing, but they're doing it for people they love.
I could find out that someone let their dog poop in my yard, and I could go murder them. I could go kill them. In another scenario, I could, whenever my children are attacked, I could defend them and end up killing the person while defending them. In both cases, the exact same act took place. I killed somebody. And yet, I'm going to feel fulfilled in one. I protected my children and fulfilled my duty as a father. In the other one, I'm not going to end up feeling fulfilled at all, because all I did was get annoyed over something that doesn't matter and then go ended someone's life because of it. The action is literally the same, and it does not in any way, shape, or form on its own determine whether or not I'm fulfilled. It cannot.
Bro, you're taking it out of context.
Yeah, man, that's you got a weird way of thinking about things.
And yet it's accurate.
Yeah, I guess.
Like you could say the same thing with giving the person $5 or $10 on the road or something like that. They could be an alcoholic and you're feeding their addiction, right? You have to consider the context. The whole point of it is
you
that
would
you're
have to
helping
know
the
something
people,
about that
helping
action,
society.
wouldn't you?
Yeah,
There
of
would have
course.
to
So
be a
no
knowledge there.
No one said it's only the